Chapter 1. Why are you crying when I agree to break up? Phone, let's break up. I've already been accepted early, so we're destined to be from different worlds. Don't come looking for me anymore, or people will misunderstand. Blue Star, China. During a self-study session in Class 2 of Senior 3, Phone stared blankly at the girl in front of him. A memory suddenly flooded his mind. It took him a long time to process this memory that didn't belong to him. It feels like I've traveled through time. Just then, the girl slammed her hand on the table. Phone, I'm informing you, not discussing this with you. Don't think you can get away with it just by staying silent. The commotion attracted the attention of others in the classroom. Everyone looked at Phone and began to whisper among themselves. Every now and then, there were bursts of mocking and gloating laughter. It seems Phone is really going to get dumped this time. Guess how he'll cling to him and beg for forgiveness later. I bet he'll kneel down right away. After all, he's a notorious simp. Ha ha ha, it's normal for others to look down on him since he only awakened a D-level ability. Phone then came to his senses and learned the identity of the girl in front of him from that memory. The original owner's girlfriend, no, now it should be said that the original owner's ex-girlfriend. Su-ku. Su-ku wore exquisite makeup, and her clothes and accessories were all designer brands. She was dressed in a trendy style, and her long, slender legs were undoubtedly fatally attractive to high school students who were just beginning to experience romantic feelings. The original owner was no exception. In fact, he deliberately concealed his true family background in order to be with her, just in case it would put psychological pressure on Su-ku. Su-ku had just awakened her A-level superpower a few days ago and was admitted to an ancient martial arts academy ahead of schedule. Today, she couldn't wait to come and break up with her boyfriend. This is because Phone awakened the lowest level, D-grade ability. This world is called Blue Star, and it is very different from Earth. Everyone can awaken superpowers. Superpowers are classified into levels, starting from the lowest level D and going up to level SSS. SSS-level superpowers are a conceptual level that no one has ever awakened throughout history. Most people awaken their superpowers at level C. Rank B is already considered quite good, Rank A can be described as exceptionally talented, and Rank S and Rank SS may not appear for several years or even more than a decade. Once it appears, it will cause a sensation throughout the entire planet. Such talent would allow someone to be directly admitted to any ancient martial arts academy without even having to take the college entrance examination. D-level abilities are mostly useless, offering almost no improvement to combat power, and may even prevent one from passing the college entrance examination. Thousands of years ago, Blue Star was invaded by alien races. Although they eventually defeated the alien races never gave up their plan to occupy Blue Star. Over the past century, the Blue Star Alliance Army has won several major battles, successfully pushing the battle lines from Blue Star to outer space. This also led most young people in China to aim to join the Allied forces and eliminate the alien races. To join the Alliance Army, one must first pass the college entrance examination and be admitted to the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. After graduation, one can join the Alliance Army, fight against alien races on the star battlefield, and make a name for oneself. After inheriting the original owner's memories, Phone couldn't help but feel that the original owner was too stupid. Despite having an invincible family background, she deliberately hides it and lives as an ordinary person with others. And to make matters worse, I got dumped right at the start of the relationship. What bad luck! Phone is currently the sole heir of the Phone family, one of the 5 major families in China. An ancient family that has been passed down since ancient times. Their ancestor was Emperor Taihao of the Chinese nation, who played an irreplaceable role in the Great War against foreign races 1,000 years ago. The original owner was perceived by others as having no money, no family background, and no talent, so it's not surprising that he was dumped. However, now that he knows his true background, he doesn't care about the breakup or the ridicule from those around him. If Su-ku knew Phone's true identity, I wonder if she would regret the decision she made today. Looking at the girl in front of him, Phone nodded calmly. Okay, I understand. You can go now. Phone's calmness was beyond Su-ku's expectations. Normally, Phone wouldn't act like this. Shouldn't he be crying and begging her not to break up? Shouldn't he be clinging to her desperately? Why is he so calm, as if he were facing a complete stranger? Phone, you. Seeing that Su-ku was still standing in front of his table, Phone asked. Didn't we break up? Why are you still here? Are you trying to get a breakup fee? You. Su-ku usually relies on her good looks, and everyone dotes on her, whether at school or at home. No one has ever said such a thing to her before. Moreover, the person who said these words was the same person who once swore to love her for life. Men are indeed all the same, they change their minds as quickly as turning the pages of a book. She had just told him she wanted to break up, and he treated her like this. Scumbag! Get down there! The more Suka thought about it, the more wrong she felt, and tears welled up in her eyes. She pointed at Feng, her voice choked with emotion. Feng, I never expected you to be this kind of person. After saying that, Suka buried her head in her hands, squatted down, and started crying. Seeing Suka's aggrieved look, Feng was dumbfounded. You initiated the breakup, so why are you acting all aggrieved now? The way you're looking at me makes it seem like I'm the heartless one who got dumped. She wanted to break up with me because she thought I wasn't talented or from a good family. I agreed. Why are you crying? This is absolutely outrageous. I've encountered the ultimate green tea bitch. Just then, Ding Jejun, the usually mild-mannered class monitor, walked up to Feng and gave him a push. Feng, are you even a man? Bullying a girl. Oh. Feng laughed angrily. All he did was agree to Su Ketty's breakup, so how did it become that he was bullying her? And what does this have to do with you? However, after seeing the boy's eyes full of heartache as he looked at Suko, Feng understood. So a new simp has appeared, but even if you want to take him on, there's no need to be in such a hurry. You couldn't resist jumping out to try and lick the wound while it was still fresh after the breakup was just started. You're a born simp, aren't you? But looking at the two people in front of me, they actually seem quite well matched. They're both eccentric. Class monitor, I know you've liked her for a long time. If you feel sorry for her, take her home and comfort her properly. Don't disgust me with your fake concern. As your senior, I wish you and her a long and happy life together. Oh. People around heard this gossip and started to cheer. When Feng exposed his long-hidden thoughts in front of everyone, Ding Jejun became furious and grabbed Feng by the collar. Feng, you're asking for death. On Earth, cultivation is divided into 3 levels from highest to lowest: heaven, earth, and human. High school students are basically all at the human level. There are 2 realms in the human level, opening the meridians and forging stars. As the class monitor, his strength has now reached the 8th level of the chi opening stage, while Feng is only at the 4th level, not even as good as a freshman. Dealing with Feng would be a piece of cake. At that moment, Feng's consciousness was pulled into a dark space. Chapter 2: SSS-level superpowers. Where is this? Feng surveyed his surroundings. All he saw was silent darkness. Looking up at the sky, I saw countless stars. At this moment, Feng noticed that 9 stars were twinkling in the sky, while the other stars slowly disappeared into the darkness. This looks like the 9 stars of the Big Dipper? Feng recognized them by their arrangement. Everyone knows that the Big Dipper is composed of 7 stars: Yaoguang, Kaiyang, Yuhong, Tianquan, Tianji, Tianshan, and Tianshu. Few people know that the Big Dipper has 9 stars, not 7. There are also Cave Star and Hidden Origin Star. At that moment, a string of text appeared in front of Feng. Congratulations on unlocking the Beidou space. You have been granted 1 additional random ability opportunity. Would you like to use it? Golden Finger? For Feng, who has read countless online novels, this scene was neither difficult to understand nor difficult to accept. We've already traveled through time, so we can't still believe in materialism, can we? Feng had originally summarized his situation after transmigrating. The overall environment is not very safe, but fortunately the background is invincible. However, there is a fatal weakness: the original owner's physical talent is too poor. But now, the Golden Finger has arrived. I hope to be able to reacquire a better superpower. In this world, the higher the level of one's superpower, the better one's talent for cultivation, and naturally, the faster one's cultivation speed. Ding Jejun is only a B-level superpower, yet his cultivation speed is almost twice as fast as Feng's. Use it. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng immediately said. His eyes were full of anticipation. As soon as he finished speaking, the string of words in front of Feng vanished into starlight. Then new text appeared. Powers being re-extracted. Extraction in progress. Congratulations on winning the SSS-level spatial ability. The words vanished as starlight, and Feng felt as if he had been reborn. He immediately became a different person, but Feng couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly was different. This luck is unbelievable. Am I the chosen one? Feng couldn't help but become suspicious. SSS-level superpowers are a level that exists only in concept. No one has ever awakened to this truth throughout history. Originally, I only hoped to awaken an S-class ability, but I didn't expect to get a conceptual level ability instead. Now his only weakness is gone. Unbeatable background, unbeatable talent, perfect start. At this moment, Phony noticed a number appearing below the hidden origin star of the Big Dipper. 40%. 40%? What does that mean? Seemingly sensing Phony's doubts, a string of text appeared, providing an explanation for him. The host's current cultivation level is the 4th level of the Meridian opening stage. The progress bar represents the host's cultivation progress. That's it? Phony thought it was some kind of reward progress update, but he was extremely disappointed with this. Then the text reappeared. Once the progress bar is full, you will receive one chance to draw reward ability. Phony? I just casually mentioned it, and there was actually a reward. Will they pull out another SSS-level superpower then? Phony was a little scared. With 2 SSS-level superpowers, even the authorities might not be able to sit still. They won't just grab me and dissect me for research, will they? I don't know if my background can protect me. Just as Phony was lost in thought, the beta space in front of him became blurry. His consciousness then returned to reality. She was still being held by the collar by Ding Jejun. It appears that time has not passed in reality. Before acquiring SSS-level superpowers, Phony was indeed no match for Ding Jejun, and couldn't even put up a fight. But now everything is different. Although Phony's cultivation level hadn't changed, he could still be easily defeated with just his SSS-level superpower. Let me show you my SSS-level spatial ability. Phony smiled slightly, while silently reciting in his heart. Spatial teleportation. As soon as he finished speaking, Phony's figure vanished. He reappeared at the very back of the classroom. And this happened in the blink of an eye. Ding Jejun only felt that after he grabbed Phony's collar, his vision blurred and Phony in his hand disappeared. His hand remained raised in place, still gripping his collar. He stared wide-eyed at Phony in the back row of the classroom. As the class monitor, he knew the strength of his classmates. How could Phony, with his 4th level of chi refining, possibly teleport to the back in an instant? Everyone knows that Phony's special ability is a D-level confinement ability, so what Phony used just now could not have been a special ability. So what exactly happened? After Phony teleported to the back of the classroom, he didn't give Ding Jejun much time to think. He raised his right hand and gently shook hands with Ding Jejun. Space compression. Ding Jejun, who was still standing there dumbfounded, suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. It felt like someone was squeezing my neck so hard I couldn't breathe. He frantically scratched at his neck until he drew bloody marks, only to find it was no use. His face turned red from holding his breath, his eyes were bloodshot, and the fear of death spread through his heart. This scene immediately stunned the other students who were watching the spectacle. The classroom, which had been filled with chatter, fell completely silent. What's going on? The class monitor, who was at the 8th level of the chi refining stage, was actually outmaneuvered by Phony, who was at the 4th level of the chi refining stage. Looking at the familiar Phony in front of her, she felt so unfamiliar with him. Faced with a breakup, he abandoned his usual submissive attitude and immediately agreed, without even a word of pleading. Now, facing a class monitor who was stronger than himself, he easily managed to counterattack using some unknown means. Is this still the same useless, sycophantic Phony they know? This unusual noise finally caught Suko's attention. She looked up with teary eyes and saw that Ding Jejun's face had turned purple from holding his breath, and his eyes were rolling back. She didn't know what had happened until she saw that all the students around her were looking towards the back of the classroom, and she followed their gaze. That's impossible. Suko let out an incredulous scream. How could Phony possibly be a match for class monitor Ding Jejun? She was secretly gloating when she heard Ding Jejun stand up for her. I hope Ding Jejun will teach Phony a good lesson. But the current situation is not what I imagined. Isn't Phony a useless person with a D-level superpower? How did he manage to reach a level of understanding that was still lower than that of a freshman after 3 years of high school? Hearing Suko's exclamation, Phony sneered inwardly. Impossible? This is just the beginning. Seeing that Ding Jejun was about to die, Phony let go of his hand. Ding Jejun also collapsed to the ground instantly, greedily inhaling the fresh air while coughing violently. Phony slowly walked up to Ding Jejun, then looked up at Suko. Suko's expression immediately changed drastically. She took a step back in fear and then stammered a threat. You, don't come any closer. If you dare hit me, I'll go tell the teacher. Feng merely gave a disdainful sneer, then ignored her completely. Instead, she stepped on Ding Jejun's chest and bent down to slap his face repeatedly. Does calling you class monitor give you too much face? You want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Do you even have the ability? It is not very harmful, but it is extremely insulting. As the class monitor, who would dare to treat him like this normally, especially in front of everyone? Now his prestige as class monitor is completely gone. All of this was done by Feng Yi, whom he usually looked down upon the most. Overwhelmed with shame and anger, he felt a surge of rage, a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Can't even handle this? Feng Yi withdrew his foot, looking bored. Just then, a furious roar came from outside the door. I told you to study on your own, what are you doing here? Chapter 3 Are you worthy? Feng Yi looked up at the classroom door, and a middle-aged man with glasses and a beer belly walked in. He is Zhou Zuwei, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12. When he saw Ding Jejun lying on the ground, his eyes widened and he rushed over. He touched it with his hand and, finding that it still had a breath of life, breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he glared around and angrily asked. What happened? Who beat the class monitor up like this? No one spoke, but all their eyes were on Feng Yi. At this moment, Suko, who was standing to the side, also started to cry out in grievance. Teacher Zhou, Feng Yi used some kind of sorcery to hit me. He not only hit the class monitor but also tried to hit me. The class monitor was beaten up because he tried to stop him. Suko was crying her eyes out, saying how wrong she felt. Feng Yi shook his head at the sight. He thought to himself that if this woman had entered the film industry earlier, she could have easily won a Best Actress award with her acting skills. They've even started using sorcery. Don't they have any sense? This is supposed to be an SSS-level superpower, okay? Feng Yi? When Zhou Zuwei heard this name, his first reaction was, how is this possible? I would believe it if you said Ding Jejun beat Feng Yi up like that. Feng Yi's strength was at the bottom of the class and even the entire senior year. How could he possibly defeat Ding Jejun, who was at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage? But when he saw that everyone around him was also looking at Feng Yi, he had no choice but to believe it. However, he still wanted to hear what Feng Yi had to say first. Feng Yi, is there anything you want to say? Feng Yi said calmly. He attacked me first, I was just acting in self-defense. As soon as Feng Yi finished speaking, Suku immediately retorted from the side. Teacher Zhou, don't listen to him. The class monitor only grabbed his clothes to protect me. He didn't mean to hit him at all, and he didn't fight back at all. Ha, you're the one who always manages to turn black into white. Feng Yi sneered inwardly. God didn't fight back, but he wanted to. Could he even do it? Zhou Zuwei turned his gaze to Feng Yi again. Feng Yi calmly pointed to the camera in the upper left corner of the classroom and spoke. There are surveillance cameras here. Zhou Zuwei nodded and then pointed to a few people. You guys hurry up and carry the squad leader to the infirmary. Then, after speaking, he looked at Feng Yi and Suku. You two come with me to the office. Following Zhou Zuwei to the office, Feng Yi was quite relaxed and even hummed a song on the way. Zhou Zuwei glared at Feng Yi with displeasure and reprimanded him. Feng Yi, be serious for once. Feng Yi curled his lip. Humming a song isn't illegal. They're really meddling. Upon arriving at the office, Zhou Zuwei immediately turned on the surveillance footage and began watching it. After he finished reading it, he slammed his hand on the table. Feng Yi, what else do you have to say? Feng Yi was lost in thought about his future plans when he was startled by the commotion. What do you mean, what else do I have to say? Did you even check the security footage? Zhou Zuwei continued. I've watched the surveillance footage from beginning to end. You were the one who made Suko cry first. The class monitor just grabbed your clothes, and you knocked him to the ground and then stomped on him until he vomited blood. What else do you have to explain? He only grabbed my clothes? Feng Yi laughed. If he hadn't awakened his cheat ability and gained an SSS-level superpower, he would probably be the one lying on the ground today. The surveillance cameras weren't silent, the entire sequence of events could be heard clearly. Even after all this, he still accused himself of bullying Suku. So, if Suku tells him she wants to break up, all he can do is kneel down and beg her not to? Feng Yi let out a long breath, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and wanted to explain again. But Josue interrupted Feng Yi directly. You don't need to make excuses anymore. We're calling your parents to the school right now. From today onwards, you should stay home and reflect on your actions. Also, once Ding Jiejun's parents arrive, if they want to investigate anything, that's between you two and has nothing to do with the school. On one side is Suku, the class monitor who excels in both character and academics and has just been admitted to one of the 4 top colleges. On the other side is Feng Yi, a poor student with no ability or background who is academically weak. Josue knew very well which side he should favor. He couldn't show favoritism in front of the whole class in the classroom, but now that he was in his office, he didn't need to pretend anymore. After hearing Josue's words, Suko couldn't help but smile. Feng Yi immediately started clapping. It's you, old Biden, who's always the one to take sides. Josue slammed his fist on the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Feng Yi. Feng Yi, I'm your teacher, how dare you speak to me like that? Teacher? You dare call yourself that? Feng Yi sneered, staring defiantly into Josue's eyes. Okay. Josue was so angry that he trembled all over and said good 3 times in a row. I am hereby informing you that you have been fired. For a student, being expelled is tantamount to cutting off their future and severing their path of self-cultivation. In this society where strength reigns supreme, he didn't believe Feng Yi would back down after hearing these words. Even if Feng Yi doesn't back down now, when Feng Yi's parents arrive, they'll still have to beg me to let them have a chance. They can also get some benefits. Fire me? You fat pig with big ears, do you even deserve to? Feng Yi said disdainfully. Hearing Feng Yi's words, not only Suko was shocked, but Josue himself was also surprised. He thought to himself, has Feng Yi gone mad? Ignoring their shocked expressions, Feng Yi took out his phone and made a call. After the call connected, Feng Yi spoke directly. Hey, I'm being bullied at school, and they're saying they're going to expel me. Feng Yi didn't turn on speakerphone, but Josue and Suka both heard the angry voice on the other end of the phone. After exchanging a few words, Feng Yi hung up the phone. Then, ignoring him, he walked over to the office sofa and sat down, crossing his legs, completely disregarding Josue. Josue was so angry that his face turned red. In all his years of teaching, this was the first time a student had dared to treat him like this. He had made up his mind that if Feng Yi's parents didn't satisfy him when they arrived, he would definitely expel Feng Yi, and nothing could change that, not even if the King of Heaven himself came. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, the office door was suddenly kicked open. A middle-aged man in a suit stormed in. Josue was frowning, wondering who dared to disregard him and kick down his office door. But when he saw the middle-aged man who walked in, his furrowed brows immediately disappeared, and he greeted him with a smile. Mr. Ding. Josue called out with a smile even warmer than when he saw his father. However, the man in the suit didn't give him a friendly look and directly questioned him. Which little bastard beat my son up like this? Before Josue could speak, Feng Yi spoke softly. It was your father who hit you. Chapter 14 Songhai. The man spewed nonsense as soon as he entered, so Feng Yi naturally wouldn't be polite to him. If you encounter someone who is reasonable, Feng Yi is willing to reason with them. But if you are unreasonable, Feng Yi is also willing to be unreasonable. If someone treats me with respect, I will treat them with even greater respect. If someone squanders a single grain of my grain, I will take 3 bushels from them. That's Feng Yi's personality. Okay, you've got a temper. Today I'll discipline you on behalf of your parents. The man in the suit stared at Feng Yi and nodded, then took off his suit jacket, revealing a powerful aura emanating from him. Feng Yi, who was only at the 4th level of the chi refining stage, was completely unable to resist this aura. If he hadn't been sitting down, he probably would have been suppressed and unable to move on the ground. Feng Yi gritted his teeth, his veins bulging all over his body, but he didn't utter a sound. Seeing that things were not going well, Josue quickly stopped the man in the suit. Mr. Ding, you're a magnanimous person, don't stoop to his level. If you were to lay a hand on him, it wouldn't be good for your reputation, would it? It's not worth it. Josue stopped the man in the suit not to protect Feng Yi, but because this was his office, and he was wondering what he was planning to do here. If it gets posted online, his career could be over. Once he steps out of this office, whether he lives or dies is none of his concern. The man in the suit snorted, giving Josue face, and withdrew his aura as a cultivator at the earth level. Please have a seat. The other party's parents will be here soon. We can discuss compensation and other matters then. Josue coaxed the man in the suit to sit in his chair. He originally wanted Feng Yi to move aside and give up the sofa, but Feng Yi simply ignored his gaze. He could only suppress his anger and give his seat to the man in the suit. After sitting down, the man in the suit stared arrogantly at Feng Yi and threatened him. "Hey kid, let me tell you, I have plenty of money. If you don't give me a satisfactory solution to this today, I'll kill your whole family." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi scoffed. He didn't take the man in the suit's threat seriously at all. Anyone can make threats. If you said you'd kill him, he'd believe it, since he's weak right now. But if you said you'd kill his whole family, then Feng Yi would be looking forward to it. Just then, a series of chaotic footsteps came from the corridor outside. Then a group of people walked in. When Zhou Ziwei saw who came in, his expression changed and he quickly stepped forward. "Principal, what brings you here?" The man didn't answer, but instead turned to a square-faced man and spoke. "Minister Qin, this is Zhou Ziwei, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12. The square-faced man nodded, then glanced around before his gaze finally settled on Feng Yi. Hearing the principal address the square-faced man as Minister Qin, Zhou Ziwei was startled, and a name immediately came to mind. Qin Sanghai, the Minister of Education of Rongqing, is at the peak of the Earth level, just one step away from stepping into the Heaven level. Zhou Ziwei asked with a heart full of trepidation. "Minister Qin, you wanted to see me?" Qin Sanghai ignored him and walked directly in front of Feng Yi. "You must be Feng Yi." "Yes." Feng Yi nodded, but he was a little confused. Who was this person? He didn't think he had seen him before. After hearing Feng Yi's answer, a smile finally appeared on Qin Sanghai's face. "Your grandfather sent me. Just call me Uncle Qin. Tell me what's wrong." "It turns out that my patron has arrived today." Feng Yi stopped sitting, stood up, and greeted them politely. "Uncle Qin." Qin Sanghai nodded slightly in a friendly manner. "Speak up, and I'll stand up for you today." Zhou Ziwei also overheard their conversation, and at that moment, a storm raged within him. Who is Qin Sanghai? The boss's boss controls all the educational resources in the entire Sichuan region. Normally, I don't even have the right to see him, but today he actually came to be Feng Yi's backer. Feng Yi comes from an ordinary family, how could he know someone of this caliber? Moreover, according to Qin Sanghai, it was Feng Yi's grandfather who sent him. What does this mean? It means that Feng Yi's grandfather's status or position is higher than Qin Sanghai's, which is why he used the word let. Thinking of this, Zhou Ziwei felt a chill in his heart. He was probably going to die here today. Zhou Ziwei wasn't the only one. Shocked Suko, who had been standing the whole time, also stared wide-eyed. Although she didn't know who Qin Sanghai was, she could tell from the principal and Zhou Ziwei's attitude towards him that Qin Sanghai was no ordinary person. But how could Feng Yi's family know someone like that? She knew Feng Yi's family background all too well. There's no way such a network of connections could exist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so eager to break up with Feng Yi as soon as she received her acceptance letter from Guwu University. Feng Yi recounted everything that happened that day without embellishing anything. After listening, Qin Sanghai's face turned cold. He turned to look at Zhou Ziwei. As a teacher, how can you disregard the facts? Is this how you teach your students? Minister Qin, I. Under Qin Sanghai's imposing and stern aura, Zhou Ziwei turned pale and was powerless to explain. He could only look to the principal for help, hoping that the principal could put in a good word for him. But the principal saw Zhou Ziwei's gaze and pretended not to notice, turning his head to the other side. Zhou Ziwei now knew he was finished. He doesn't know if he'll be fired, but he's definitely going to be punished. Even the lightest homeroom teacher position isn't available. At the same time, a sense of resentment towards Feng Yixing arose in his heart. If you have this background, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, you wouldn't have been biased towards Ding Jejun in Suku. But it's too late to say anything now. Qin Sanghai glanced at Zhou Ziwei and then looked at the man in the suit. The man in the suit immediately stood up from his chair. Now, his face no longer held the arrogance he had shown at the beginning, but instead wore a humble smile. He knew who Qin Sanghai was, and he also knew that his own strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree in the face of Qin Sanghai. Whether in terms of status or personal strength, Qin Sanghai was a figure of unparalleled stature for him. Qin Sanghai spoke in a cold voice as he looked at the man in the suit in front of him. You don't need to be afraid of me. I'm not the Minister of Education today. I'm just Feng Yi's parent. Just tell me what compensation you want. The man in the suit rubbed his hands together and smiled obsequiously. Minister Qin, what are you saying? It's just two kids having a fight. It's normal for them to have a little friction. There's no need for any compensation. Snort. Shin Sanghai snorted coldly, his expression not softening at all despite the man in the suit lowering his stance. You'd better think this through, or you might end up having someone kill me if you're not satisfied later. The man in the suit turned pale with fright upon hearing this and hurriedly waved his hands to explain. No, I was just kidding. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Even if you gave me 10 lives, I wouldn't dare. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever comes to mind. Shin Sanghai said with a sneer. The man in the suit wasn't stupid. He knew that this matter wouldn't be easily resolved without paying a price, so he tentatively asked. So what do you think of this matter? Shin Sanghai did not answer, but turned his head to look at Feng Yi. Having lived 2 lives, Feng Yi certainly understood Shin Sanghai's meaning. Uncle Shin, I'm a scaredy cat. I was frightened just now. I might need to see a psychologist. The man in the suit immediately responded. No problem. Then he took out a card from his bag and handed it to Feng Yi with both hands. Young man, I'm sorry, I startled you just now. There's $1 million in this card. It's a small token of my appreciation. Please take it and use it for medical expenses. If it's not enough, just let me know. Feng Yi didn't accept it immediately. Instead, he looked at Shin Sanghai and saw him nod before accepting it. Thinking to himself, having power is awesome. With just one sentence, he got someone to willingly hand over $1 million. Before I transmigrated, I worked hard for years and still couldn't earn that much money. Chapter 5 Self-Inflicted Misfortune. Seeing that Feng Yi had accepted the card, the man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally resolved. He had made up his mind to teach that brainless, unfilial son a good lesson when he got home. They dare to provoke anyone, but is Shin Sanghai someone they can afford to mess with? Minister Shin, you see, there's nothing more for me to do here. Why don't I take my leave first? My unfilial son is still in the infirmary. I'll go see him. The man in the suit felt that every second he stayed there was torture, and he was also afraid that Feng Yi might change his mind. So now that things are resolved, let's get out of here quickly. Leave? Is everything resolved before you leave? Shin Sanghai stared coldly at the man in the suit. Minister Shin, what do you mean? The man in the suit felt his heart leap into his throat again. He was inwardly groaning. He had already given away $1 million, and it still wasn't enough. We were just discussing compensation for the fight between the 2 children, but do you really think you can just let this matter of you bullying my nephew go like this? After Shin Sanghai finished speaking, his peak Earth-level cultivation directly enveloped the man in the suit. The man in the suit suddenly felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain descending from the sky. His blood surged, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Minister Shin. Minister Shin, whatever you want me to do, I will do it without hesitation, as long as it is within my power. 100 starstones, Shin Sanghai said coldly. Upon hearing the word starstone, Feng Yi learned what a starstone was from the original owner's memories. Blue star cultivation involves obtaining the power of the stars from the sky to transform one's body. Starstones are meteorites that fall from the sky and contain abundant stellar power. Cultivators can achieve twice the result with half the effort by using starstones in their cultivation. However, due to its special nature, ordinary people can only buy starstones at auctions, so it can be said that starstones are currently in short supply. A flicker of pain crossed the man in the suit's eyes, but given the circumstances, he dared not refuse and could only nod in agreement. Okay, I'll give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the suit felt the pressure vanish instantly. He was panting heavily and reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Minister Shin, I don't have the starstone with me. Would you like me to go out and have someone bring it over? Shin Sanghai snorted lightly, then pointed at Feng Yi. Take it and give it to him directly. Okay. Having received permission to leave, the man in the suit hurriedly fled the office. Shin Sanghai wasn't worried that he might never return if he dared to run away. He would be on the police's wanted list tomorrow. China takes the protection of its students very seriously. Daring to come into a school and attack students is a serious crime. After dealing with the man in the suit, Shin Sanghai turned his attention back to Zhou Ziwei. Feeling that cold gaze, Zhou Ziwei felt extremely uncomfortable and hurriedly cried to Shin Sanghai. Minister Shin, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please don't fire me. Shin Sanghai showed no mercy in his eyes as he spoke directly to the principal. Students are the future of China and the future of humanity. We will not allow any corrupt elements to exist in our education system. We will immediately set up an investigation team to investigate him. If he violates professional ethics, he will be dismissed and never hired again. Understood, Minister Chin. The principal and a group of school officials nodded in agreement. When Josue heard Chin Sanghai's words, he felt as if the sky had fallen. The benefits he had received from students over the years as a homeroom teacher could not withstand investigation. It was a foregone conclusion that I would be fired. He seemed to have all his strength drained away, collapsing to the ground with lifeless eyes. Fomi looked at Josue, who was slumped on the ground, and shook his head. Those who reap what they sow will not live. He didn't feel sorry for Josue, he only felt that Josue's current situation was entirely his own fault. Chin Sanghai then took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Fomi. Now that things are settled, you can go back to class. Call me anytime if you need anything. Okay, Uncle Chin. Fomi solemnly accepted the business card, which bore the name Chin Sanghai and a phone number. Just before Fomi left, the man in the suit returned with the starstone. It seems he was really scared, because it was delivered in just over 10 minutes. The man in the suit respectfully handed over a bracelet. Young man, the starstone is inside the space bracelet. Please check it. Fomi silently accepted the spatial bracelet, without checking it, and walked straight out of the office. He was certain that the man wouldn't dare deceive him. After all, Chin Sanghai was still watching. Suku also came out of the office together. However, Fomi didn't speak to her and continued walking ahead on his own. Suku watched Fomi's retreating figure with a complicated expression. She had many questions in her mind, such as how Fomi's family knew Chin Sanghai, and what Fomi's grandfather did. Could it be that Fomi's family background is not what I know? Was it too early for me to tell Fomi that I wanted to break up? After hesitating for a moment, she quickly followed Fomi. Fomi, wait for me. Fomi glanced at Suku but ignored her. He knew what Suku wanted to do. He didn't have a good impression of this kind of pragmatic woman. When she received the admission notice from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, she felt that Fomi's ordinary family background was not good enough for her and broke up with him at lightning speed. Now that they see that Fomi's family has connections with Chin Sanghai, they want to inquire further to see if there's anything else they can do to help Fomi. If it were the original owner, she would have revealed her identity long ago and begged her not to break up. But the current Fomi is not the same Fomi as before. Seeing that Fomi ignored her, Suku directly stood in front of Fomi. Fomi, can we have a proper talk? Fomi stopped in his tracks, frowned slightly, and gave her a cold look. Get out of the way. Seeing that Fomi was actually being mean to her, Suku's tears welled up instantly. Fomi, were all your previous claims of loving me false? Seeing Suku put on that pitiful look again, Fomi was speechless. I'm not an innocent young man, I don't fall for that kind of thing. Not wanting to get entangled with her any longer, Fomi simply walked around her. Suku was still unwilling to give up and wanted to catch up and continue to block Fomi. Spatial confinement. Fomi immediately pinned her to the spot, rendering her unable to move. Now Fomi just wants to find a place as soon as possible to improve his cultivation level. With less than a month left until the college entrance examination, my current abilities are really not up to par. This world is not as stable as Earth. Even if you have a powerful background, you still need to be strong yourself. One's own strength is the most important thing. Besides, if I don't cultivate properly, wouldn't I be wasting my conceptual level supernatural talent? Watching Fomi's figure disappear around the corner, Suka stomped her feet in anger. However, she did not give up. She felt that Fomi was treating her this way because she had broken up with him earlier, and Fomi was angry with her. Maybe things will get better in a few days, and then Fomi will have to come and apologize to me obediently, just like before. She had a firm grasp on Fomi's personality long ago. Thinking of this, she smiled smugly. Chapter 6 Breakthrough. Upon returning to the classroom, Fomi realized that no one was there, and then he remembered that they should all be in cultivation class. However, Fomi did not intend to go. He slung his bag over his shoulder, walked out of the classroom, and then climbed over the wall to leave the school. There are no diverse cultivation methods in this world. Therefore, all people cultivate the same technique, the star refining technique. Once you successfully awaken your special ability, you can begin training. The cultivation methods are the same, but the level of superpowers awakened by each person is different. The higher the level of one's special ability, the faster one can absorb the power of stars after activating the star refining technique. By absorbing the power of stars through the star refining technique to transform one's meridians, this is the first realm of martial arts, the meridian opening realm. By continuously compressing the stellar power within the meridians to form a star core, this is the star forging realm. These are the main things we learned during our 3 years of high school. If you fail the college entrance exam and don't get into the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, it means you won't be able to access realms above the star forging realm. The only option is to go to a vocational school to learn a skill and become an ordinary person. Cultivators protect the blue planet, while ordinary people are responsible for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, since the world cannot function without these things. Of course, given Feng Yi's family background, even if he failed the college entrance examination, he could still enter any ancient martial arts academy in China. However, this was not what Feng Yi wanted. He wanted to get in through his own merits and with integrity, instead of getting in through family connections or personal connections. In his previous life, Feng Yi was an orphan, but he worked hard to get into university. After graduation, he was full of enthusiasm and wanted to make a name for himself. But without power, influence, or backing, he faced setbacks and humiliation at every turn. In the end, he offended a rich second-generation heir and was beaten to death by the heir's men. At that time, Feng Yi realized just how important one's background and social status were. Some people are born with things that ordinary people might never be able to obtain even after a lifetime of effort. Now that God has given him a second chance at life, and he has everything he needs: identity, background, and talent, the fire in Feng Yi's heart has been reignited. He secretly vowed to himself that this time he would definitely make a name for himself. With just over 20 days left until the college entrance examination, Feng Yi plans to improve his cultivation level to prepare for the upcoming exam. After leaving the school, Feng Yi went straight home. At this time, no one was home. Feng Yi's grandfather, as the head of the Feng family, often went to Kyoto for meetings, which would last for 10 days to half a month at a time. Usually, it's just him and his grandmother at home, but at this time of year, they should be out buying groceries. His parents were sent on a secret mission by the authorities 5 years ago and could only communicate by mobile phone. Feng Yi went straight back to his room and couldn't wait to start cultivating. Based on his memories, Feng Yi knew he was stuck at the 4th level of the meridian opening stage. It's been a year. Now that his ability level has increased from D level to SSS level, he also wants to see how much his cultivation speed has improved. After sitting cross-legged, Feng Yi immediately began to circulate the star refining technique. A vast amount of stellar energy converged towards Feng Yi's location, landed on his body, and was then absorbed into it. As the star refining technique was activated, Feng Yi's consciousness reappeared in the Big Dipper space. He sat cross-legged on the ground, just like in the real world. Above his head were 9 twinkling stars, and then a large amount of starlight began to fall from the 9 layers of stars, automatically drifting into his body. Feng Yi broke through his long dormant realm in an instant. However, Feng Yi did not stop and continued to cultivate. The progress below Inyuan star is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a long while, Feng Yi opened his eyes and realized that he had entered the Big Dipper space. When he looked up, he saw that the progress below Inyuan star had reached 60%. In just a short while, his cultivation level broke through one after another. I went from the 4th level of the Qi opening stage to the 6th level. Previously, it took Feng Yi a full 5 years to go from starting his cultivation to reaching the 4th level of the meridian opening stage. This comparison shows that SSS-level talents are indeed terrifying. At this rate of cultivation, Feng Yi felt he could reach the star forging realm before the college entrance examination. Based on past college entrance exams, having reached the 7th level of the Qi refining realm has a high probability of getting into a third-rate ancient martial arts academy. It's not difficult to get into a second-rate ancient martial arts academy after reaching the 9th level of the meridian opening stage. If you reach the star forging realm, you can try for a first-rate ancient martial arts academy. However, Feng Yi's goal is the 4 ancient martial arts academies of China: Tsinghua Peking University Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Kyoto Kobu Academy, Shanghai Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Divine Capital Ancient Martial Arts Academy. These 4 ancient martial arts academies have cultivated numerous talents for China. Currently, about 70% of the high-ranking officers in the Blue Star Alliance Army come from these 4 ancient martial arts academies. Getting into one of these 4 ancient martial arts academies means a bright future is guaranteed. Of course, the requirements for entering the 4 major academies are also very strict. Not only do applicants need a talent level of A or above, but they also need to achieve a college entrance examination score in the top 50 in the province to have a chance of being admitted. It can be said that any student from any of the 4 academies is a genius among geniuses. After exiting the beta space, Feng Yi heard noises outside the room. It seemed that his grandmother, Zhong Huilan, had returned. I checked the time and realized it was already 6 p.m., almost 3 hours had passed since I got back. Feng Yi also felt a hunger pang in his stomach. After opening the door and going out, I saw Zhong Huilan busy in the kitchen. Because of the fusion with the original owner's memories, Feng Yi also has feelings for these family members he took in for granted. In his previous life, Feng Yi was an orphan who had longed for family affection. Grandmother. Feng Yi also walked into the kitchen and greeted him warmly. Zhong Huilan, with her full head of white hair, turned her head, somewhat surprised. Hey! Xiaoyi, when did you get back? I've been back for a while now. I've been cultivating in my room. Feng Yi answered with a smile while washing his hands. Why did school let out so early today? Zhong Huilan was a little suspicious, as Feng Yi usually wouldn't be home until around this time. Why are you back so early today? We were dismissed early because we didn't have classes in the afternoon. Feng Yi made up a reason on the spot, not daring to tell the truth, otherwise he would be scolded to death if people found out that he had skipped class by climbing over the wall. Fortunately, the original owner's family had always thought of her as a good child who wouldn't lie, so Zhong Huilan didn't doubt Feng Yi's words at all. Oh, okay. Then you go out and wait. I'll cook some soup and then we'll eat. Grandma, let me wash the vegetables for you. Feng Yi took an apron, tied it on, and helped wash the vegetables. Zhong Huilan paused for a moment, then asked with a smile. Xiaoyi, tell me honestly, did you get into any trouble at school? No, don't overthink it. I just saw how hard it was for you to cook all by yourself. Hearing Feng Yi's words, Zhong Huilan smiled with relief. In the past, Feng Yi would never have volunteered to help in the kitchen. With Feng Yi's help, the meal was quickly prepared. Although the Feng family is one of the 5 major families, they live a life no different from ordinary families because of their low profile and simple family traditions. Unlike some TV dramas where they eat delicacies from land and sea, they don't eat such things. They usually eat only simple home-style stir-fries. Walking down the street, no one would ever guess that the Feng Yi family is one of the 5 great families of China. Of course, Feng Yi's family is only one of the many branches of the Feng family that is visible. Even Feng Yi himself does not know how big the Feng family is or how many people there are. Over the years, he has basically never met his own relatives. At the dinner table, Feng Yi showed concern for his grandfather. Grandma, when is Grandpa coming back this time? Zhong Huilan shook her head. I don't know. This happened so suddenly, and he didn't say anything. It might happen tomorrow, or it might be a long time from now. Was it sudden? Feng Yi was somewhat curious. Has something happened? Chapter 7 Divine Religion. Zhong Huilan smiled kindly and praised Feng Yi. It seems our Xiaoyi has grown up and is starting to care about these things now. Feng Yi really wanted to say that he was just a little curious. As one of the most prominent people in China, his grandfather's meetings were naturally about discussing important matters concerning the entire country. Having just transmigrated, his knowledge of this world consisted only of the original owner's memories. But the original owner was a simp, and his mind was mostly filled with things about Suku. There's very little information about China and the Blue Star Alliance, so it's no wonder Zhong Huilan said that earlier. Feng Yi pretended to be shy and scratched his head. Then Zhong Huilan thought for a moment and said, I overheard your grandfather on the phone the other day. It seems that the cult has been causing trouble lately. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and the authorities are worried that the cult might target students taking the exam, so they are discussing making preparations in advance. According to Feng Yi's memories, the divine cult was originally an organization founded by a group of human traders who offered their souls to alien races and, under their instructions, hid in the shadows in an attempt to destroy the Blue Star Alliance. In recent years, the cult has been secretly expanding rapidly, attracting many criminal practitioners to join, and then causing trouble all over the world, trying to disrupt the rear of Earth. Of course, various countries have also established departments specifically to deal with religious cults, and the department in China is called the Xinqing Division. After graduating from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, cultivators have 2 paths to choose from. One is to join the Alliance Army and fight against alien races on the Star battlefield. Another option is to join the Xinqing Division to protect the stability of the rear. Because the cult has always remained hidden in the shadows and has a strict internal hierarchy, it has been impossible to eradicate the organization completely over the years. Even the headquarters of the cult remains a mystery to this day. The National College Entrance Examination Gaokao is the most important event of the year in China. The students who take the Gaokao are the future of China and the planet Earth. If anything goes wrong, no one can bear this responsibility. This matter demands serious attention from the authorities. However, these are not things that Feng Yi is currently capable of managing. His grandfather wouldn't allow him to get involved in these things until he graduated from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Feng Yi's main task now is to prepare for the college entrance examination, get into the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, and then grow rapidly. After finishing the meal, Feng Yi took the initiative to wash the dishes, and Zhong Huilan's smile never disappeared. He kept saying, "Xiaoyi has grown up and become sensible." After tidying up, Feng Yi returned to his room and immediately began cultivating again. The next morning, Feng Yi arrived at school early. As soon as I entered the classroom, a fat guy rushed over. "Feng Yi, I heard you beat that brat Ding Jiajun to a pulp yesterday?" "It was just a small thing," Feng Yi said with a wave of his hand and a faint smile. The fat guy's name is Li Sui. He is a rich second generation and Feng Yi's deskmate and best friend. Perhaps it was fate, but the two were deskmates from elementary school to high school. Feng Yi usually calls him Fatty. He awakened an A-level superpower, Gale. Fatty was also the only one who knew Feng Yi's true family background. "I took leave a while ago and just came to class today." Unlike Feng Yi, who was at the bottom of the class, Fatty's class had always been number one in the entire grade, making him a well-deserved academic star. If Fatty hadn't been there yesterday, Feng Yi wouldn't have had a chance to make a move. The moment Ding Jiajun grabbed his collar, Fatty would have already knocked Ding Jiajun down. "Well, you like to play dumb to fool others, don't you? You even kept it from me." The fat man nudged Feng Yi's shoulder and teased him. Feng Yi didn't know how to explain it to the fat man, so he simply said it directly. "Would you believe me if I said I awakened a system cheat?" The fat man rolled his eyes upon hearing this. "Do I look like an idiot? You've been reading too many novels. You even have a system? Why don't you just say you're a time traveler?" Feng Yi. "Brother, your intuition is terrifyingly accurate." Seeing that Feng Yi was silent, the fat man didn't press the matter further. In any case, he was happy that his brother could become stronger. As for how he became stronger, the fat man guessed that Feng Yi's family might have given him some kind of magic pill that improved his talent. "By the way, I also heard that you broke up with Suku?" The fat man changed the subject and tentatively asked. Feng Yi nodded. "Hey, it's okay, don't be sad. Women are like clothes. After the college entrance exam, I'll introduce you to a few more pretty girls." As Feng Yi's best friend, he knew better than anyone how much Feng Yi liked Suku. They were also worried that Feng Yi might not be able to handle the blow of the breakup, which would affect his performance in the upcoming college entrance examination. However, his worries were completely unnecessary. Feng Yi was now a completely different person. Feng Yi rolled his eyes at the fat man in an annoyance. "Do I look sad to you?" The fat man stared at Feng Yi suspiciously, seemingly unable to detect even a trace of sadness or distress. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that he had an epiphany? Or perhaps Feng Yi kept her sadness hidden deep inside, not wanting anyone to see it, and only cried secretly under her pillow at night when everything was quiet. The fat man felt that the second possibility was more likely than an epiphany. "Okay, as long as you're not sad." The fat man looked at Feng Yi with pitiful eyes and then patted him on the shoulder. To save Feng Yi's face, the fat man chose to pretend to believe him. She was thinking that after the college entrance exam, she would definitely take Feng Yi to relax. Seeing the fat man's expression, Feng Yi knew that the kid definitely didn't believe him, and could only sigh helplessly. "Why is it that no one believes me when I tell the truth?" After a while, the class bell rang, and everyone in the class except Suku and Ding Jiajun arrived. Suku has already been admitted to an ancient martial arts academy in advance, so she doesn't need to take the college entrance examination and therefore doesn't need to come to school anymore. As for Ding Jiajun, he lost all face in front of the whole class yesterday, and he probably doesn't want to see Feng Yi again before the college entrance examination. However, the class bell had rung for quite some time, but the homeroom teacher, Josue, still hadn't come in, which made everyone feel a bit strange. The fat man poked Feng Yi with his hand. "Feng Yi, why hasn't Josue arrived yet today?" Feng Yi said calmly, "He can't come." "Huh? What do you mean?" The fat man was puzzled. Just as Feng Yi was about to tell Fatty about what happened yesterday, a man wearing glasses walked in from outside the classroom. "Everyone knows him, he's Dai Jihong, the head of the teaching department." Dai Jihong walked to the podium, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Dear students, due to some circumstances, Teacher Joe's position will be changed, so starting today, I will be leading you in preparing for the college entrance examination. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers arose below. The fat man also lowered his voice and asked Feng Yi. What happened? Feng Yi briefly told him what had happened in the office yesterday. After listening, the fat man finally understood what Dai Jihong was talking about. Serves you right, of all people to mess with, you've kicked a hornet's nest. The fat man covered his mouth and laughed gleefully. The other students in the class also looked at Feng Yi with complicated expressions. Of the group of people from yesterday, only Feng Yi came to school today. They weren't stupid, they quickly guessed that this matter must be related to Feng Yi. They were both shocked and curious about what had happened yesterday. Chapter 8 Snow Condensation Sword. However, apart from the fat man, no one asked Feng Yi what exactly happened yesterday. Although they were classmates, most of them had only a casual relationship with Feng Yi. They were classmates in name only, but there was no real affection between them. Feng Yi attended Rongqing No. 1 High School, where most students were either from wealthy or noble families, or had exceptionally high talents. Unfortunately, Feng Yi had previously appeared to be someone with no background, no money, and no talent, a complete loser. Naturally, the others were also unwilling to play with Feng Yi. The fact that Feng Yi, a person with no job, no income, and no connections, could find a beautiful girlfriend made others even more disgusted with him. It was only because of the fat man that the others usually didn't cause trouble for Feng Yi. After letting everyone process the sudden news, Dai Jihong began the formal class. On Earth, high school classes are mainly divided into academic subjects and cultivation courses. The cultural education curriculum is similar to that of Earth in the previous life. After all, the authorities do not want to cultivate a group of uncultured brutes. The mornings were mostly academic classes, and Feng Yi had already learned enough of what they were teaching in his previous life. Now, listening to it again, Feng Yi fell asleep right away. Dai Jihong, who was lecturing above, pretended not to see Feng Yi sleeping on the table. After yesterday's matter was resolved, the principal called all the teachers together for a meeting and specifically emphasized to Dai Jihong not to provoke Feng Yi. He wasn't stupid. Josue's fate was right before his eyes, so how could he dare to cause trouble for Feng Yi again? He just wanted to spend the next 2 weeks peacefully. As for what score Feng Yi would ultimately get, he neither cared nor wanted to care. So as long as Feng Yi doesn't take advantage of him, he turns a blind eye to everything else. The afternoon was for cultivation class, and Feng Yi finally didn't have to listen to Dai Jihong's lullaby anymore. Because there are only a few days left until the college entrance examination, the senior students are now basically practicing on their own. It can improve one's cultivation level and also allow one to practice martial arts skills. If you encounter any problems, just go to the teacher. Feng Yi chose to practice martial arts today, mainly because he was worried that if he increased his cultivation level, he might cause some big commotion. He doesn't want to reveal his SSS-level superpowers yet. So you should practice your martial arts skills at home later. Just practice them at school regularly. After everyone awakened their superpowers, the school had each person choose a weapon. The original owner chose the sword. Not only the original owner, but most people chose swords, especially the boys. Because the current commander of the Blue Star Alliance Army, Long Zhengyu, uses a sword as his weapon. Furthermore, Long Zhengyu is also a Chinese. Therefore, many young people in China now regard him as an idol and a role model. When choosing a weapon, the sword was naturally the first choice. Of course, if Feng Yi were to choose now, he would also choose the sword. The reason is simple: as an earthling, I have a unique obsession with swords. Sword energy stretches across 30,000 miles, a single sword's light chills 19 continents. This is a romance unique to Chinese men on Earth. Feng Yi was no exception. He too had dreamed of becoming a sword immortal. This was also the first time Feng Yi had approved of the original owner's choice. Feng Yi swiped his right hand across the spatial bracelet, and a sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. This spatial bracelet is the one that came with the starstone that the man in the suit brought yesterday. The original owner hadn't asked his family to prepare a space bracelet for him in order to hide his true identity, so he's just making do with what he has now. Although the bracelet is a bit small, it's just right for Feng Yi right now. The main issue is that Feng Yi doesn't have anything to equip right now. The space bracelet actually functions the same as the storage bag in cultivation novels. The space bracelets on Blue Star are made by cultivators who have awakened spatial abilities, so they are all very expensive. The more data a bracelet can store, the more expensive it will be. The space bracelet that the man in the suit uses to store the starstones is the smallest type, and its market price is only 5 or 600,000 yuan. Phony stared at the long sword in his hand. The scabbard was engraved with exquisite patterns. Although it was not yet drawn, he could already feel the chill emanating from the sword. He slowly drew his longsword. Its blade was narrow and long, gleaming with a cold light. As soon as he slowly brought his hand closer to the sword's edge, a sharp pain immediately shot through him. This is a fine sword. This sword is called Ningxue. It used to be Fengyi's mother's sword, but she later gave it to him. Ningxue is also the name of Fengyi's mother. Ningxue. Upon seeing this sword, a familiar face also came to mind for Fengyi. He was really looking forward to his first meeting with this stepmother. Shaking his head and clearing his mind, Fengyi began to concentrate on practicing his sword. He is currently practicing basic swordsmanship, without any fancy moves, only the most basic slashing, thrusting, sweeping, and pointing techniques. Fengyi understood a principle: if he wanted to become a top swordsman in the future, he had to lay a solid foundation now. The other students around Fengyi also cast disdainful glances at him when they saw him practicing basic swordsmanship. However, Fengyi ignored these stares and focused on practicing. As he practiced, Fengyi's consciousness appeared in the Big Dipper space. He didn't stop and continued to practice attentively. After practicing twice, Fengyi was pleasantly surprised to find that his proficiency in basic swordsmanship increased rapidly when practicing in the Big Dipper space. It is almost several times that of the outside world. At this rate, one can master basic swordsmanship in a week at most. Fengyi was in a very good mood, not expecting that the Beidou space system would have such benefits. Just as he was about to continue practicing, Fengyi suddenly noticed a lightsaber made of starlight appearing next to the Big Dipper above his head. There is also a progress bar below the lightsaber. It's currently at 10%. Just as Fengyi was wondering what this lightsaber was, a string of text appeared. When the progress bar reaches 100%, you will receive one chance to draw a martial arts skill. After reading the text, he finally understood what the lightsaber was for. This gave me new motivation to practice basic swordsmanship. I wonder what level of martial arts skill I'll get when I draw it. Will I get another legendary golden skill and draw a concept level martial arts skill? Like superpowers, martial arts skills are also divided into levels, with D level being the lowest and SSS level being the highest. Similarly, the highest level of martial arts skills at present is only SS level, and SSS level martial arts skills are also a conceptual level. If you can draw an SSS level martial skill, that would be really awesome. Without wasting any more time, Fengyi once again entered into arduous training. For the next week, Fengyi repeated the same routine. I sleep during morning academic classes, practice basic swordsmanship during afternoon training classes, and then cultivate my spiritual realm at home. With ample time to sleep during the day, Fengyi cultivated until very late every night before going to sleep. His cultivation level naturally improved very quickly. In just 1 week, Fengyi broke through 2 minor realms. He has now reached the 8th level of the opening meridian realm, and is only 1 step away from the star forging realm. It's important to understand that any realm becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. For most people, it would take at least half a year to go from the 4th to the 8th level of the meridian opening stage. Fengyi only took a little over a week. Besides the terrifying cultivation speed of the SSS level talent, it is also closely related to the Big Dipper space. Fengyi has also discovered these past few days that the speed of cultivation in the Beidou space is also greatly improved compared to the outside world. Just like practicing martial arts, Fengyi's basic swordsmanship has also reached a level of mastery. The progress of the lightsaber in Beidou space has also reached 100%. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained 1 chance to draw a martial arts skill. Would you like to use it now? Chapter 9's Rank Martial Arts. Use it now. I don't have to wait for when I can use it now. I've been looking forward to it for a whole week. I just wanted to see if my lucky streak was still working. As Fengyi finished speaking, the text disappeared, and then new text appeared. Martial arts skill drawing in progress? Fengyi stared nervously at the air in mid-air, his eyes filled with anticipation. He kept praying that he would draw an SSS level martial arts skill. Congratulations on drawing the S-rank martial skill Void Sword Formation. As the text dissipated, Fengyi's mind was filled with information about the Void Sword Formation. The Void Sword Formation is an S-rank martial skill that non-space type special abilities cannot cultivate. Once used, it can set up a sword formation, with sword energy hidden in the space, making it impossible for people to defend against and killing people invisibly. Although I didn't draw a concept level martial arts skill, an S-level martial arts skill is still pretty good, so it's like a consolation prize. At least the martial arts skills I drew weren't D or C level. Otherwise, Feng would really be furious. He worked so hard for a week only to end up with a piece of trash martial arts skill. After drawing the rewards, Feng stopped practicing martial arts and exited the Beidu space. With the college entrance examination approaching, many students have taken leave from school and are not attending classes. They all chose to pay private martial arts schools outside the school for their final intensive training. Feng also planned to ask for leave because the school's training room was a public training room with no privacy whatsoever. My current cultivation level and the practice of the void sword formation are both too disruptive. So he also wanted to find a private martial arts school outside the school and train in a private training room there. Feng first found the fat man and told him his plans. As it turned out, Fatty had also had this idea for a while and was planning to discuss it with Feng after school today. Now that Feng also had this idea, the two of them made an appointment to go together. I told Dai Jihong about my leave request, and he approved it without even asking for a reason. After Feng and the other person left with the leave slip, Dai Jihong finally breathed a sigh of relief. These past few days he's been on tenterhooks, afraid that he or one of his students might get into a conflict with Feng. Having dedicated himself to the education industry for decades, this was the first time he had treated a student with such care. Fortunately, I am finally free now. After leaving school, Feng and Fatty went straight to a private martial arts gym near their homes. Starry Sky Martial Arts School. I chose this place not only because it's close to home, but also because Xingchen Martial Arts School is a chain store with branches all over China. They operate on a membership system. Once you have a card, you can use it at any store nationwide. No matter which city's martial arts academy you get into in the future, you can still use it. As soon as I stepped into the martial arts school, a tall, beautiful woman dressed in a traditional Chinese cheongsam greeted me. Feng stated his purpose directly. The woman in the cheongsam wore a fake smile throughout as she led Feng and his companion on a tour of the martial arts school. The martial arts school was very quiet and had a very nice environment. There were no public training rooms, all the rooms were private. Moreover, the room was very well soundproofed. I didn't hear any loud noises during my tour. Feng and the fat man both nodded in satisfaction. They were both straightforward people and decided to choose this place. They directly issued me 2 annual passes. 500,000 a year? Feng was speechless when he heard that. That's really expensive. However, Feng had 1,000,000 yuan in compensation from the man in the suit, so he didn't feel bad about spending it. Moreover, according to the woman in the cheongsam, this is just the entrance ticket to ancient martial arts. If you want to hire an instructor for specialized training, you will have to pay extra. The price depends on the tutor's qualifications. Even the lowest level earth level cultivators cost 300,000 a month, while heaven level cultivators are charged exorbitant prices. You really can't afford to hire someone if you don't have some financial resources. Feng was also relieved that he didn't need it. My family is full of powerful figures. If I encounter any problems in my cultivation and even my family can't solve them, then the instructors at these martial arts schools outside will certainly be even less able to help me. Although Feng didn't know the exact cultivation levels of his family members, they were all at least at the heavenly level. Otherwise, how could they maintain their position as one of the 5 major families with just these few members? As for the fat guy, he's a super rich second generation, and this amount of money isn't even as much as his usual pocket money. I felt absolutely nothing. Originally, Fatty was going to give Feng money along with his own, but in the end he couldn't persuade Feng otherwise and could only give it to himself. Feng doesn't dislike taking advantage of others, he just doesn't like taking advantage of his friends. If you encounter a man in a suit, he'll try to take advantage of you even if there's no benefit to be had. After getting their membership cards, and seeing that it was still early, the two found an empty private cultivation room to continue their cultivation. Upon entering the private training room, I discovered that it was quite spacious and even had sparring robots. You can fight alongside sparring robots to improve your combat experience or test the power of your martial arts techniques. The training robot is controlled by artificial intelligence, so there is absolutely no need to worry about getting injured. Moreover, the training room is also equipped with a separate toilet and rest area. You can live right here. Spending 500,000 a year is definitely not a bad thing. Feng chose to practice the newly acquired S-rank martial skill, the Void Sword Formation, first. The Void Sword Formation truly lives up to its S-rank status. Its difficulty in cultivation is worlds apart from that of basic swordsmanship. After practicing for an entire afternoon, I've only just scratched the surface. However, Feng was not discouraged by this. On the contrary, I feel full of energy. It was only because he discovered that a lightsaber had reappeared next to the Big Dipper. It seems that as long as I master each martial art technique, I will get a chance to draw a new martial art technique. Time passed day by day, and only one day remained until the college entrance examination. The atmosphere throughout China began to become tense. A week in advance, the cultivators of Jinqing Division surrounded all the examination venues in various places. Even a single mosquito entering or leaving the enclosure must be identified as male or female. Moreover, many mobile stalls suddenly appeared around the examination site, some selling snacks, some selling fruit, and so on. However, they all have one thing in common: their professional skills definitely need improvement, and they are as inexperienced as novices. One of the pancake vendors even needed customers to teach him how to make pancakes. Moreover, Jinqing Division personnel conduct checks at all major transportation routes, train stations, and airports. Almost the entire country of China was in a state of tension this week. But everyone has gotten used to it. This happens every year. These days, apart from going home to eat and sleep, Feng Yi has spent the rest of his time training at the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy. His cultivation level finally broke through to the Star Forging realm just before the college entrance examination. In the Beidou space, the progress bar below Hidden Star has also reached 100%. This means that Feng Yi can draw supernatural abilities again. Sure enough, a string of text appeared the moment Feng Yi broke through. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the Star Forging realm. You are rewarded with one chance to draw an ability. Would you like to use it now? Chapter 10, Gaining S-Class Abilities Again. Of course, we should use it immediately. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, although with Feng Yi's current level, getting into a top-tier ancient martial arts academy is not a problem. Kofini's goal is the 4 major academies. The more powerful a special ability he has, the more secure he will be. In the early stages of cultivation, superpowers greatly enhance combat strength. Use. As Feng Yi finished speaking, a string of text immediately appeared. Power extraction in progress. Extraction in progress. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank superpower God of War. Although it's not SSS level, Feng Yi is satisfied with S level. After all, SSS level superpowers aren't like cabbages lying on the roadside. They're not so easy to obtain. Moreover, S-class superpowers are something many people dream of obtaining but cannot achieve. One should not be too greedy. After the text disappeared in mid-air, the information about the God of War automatically appeared in Feng Yi's mind. God of War: after use, your attack power, defense power, mental power, reaction speed, and consciousness will be greatly enhanced within 1 hour. Furthermore, the boost can be doubled when there are 2 or more enemies around, and the more enemies there are, the stronger the boost effect is, with no upper limit. There is a 24-hour cooldown period after each use of the ability. Wow, that's incredible. Feng Yi was completely stunned. With this God of War ability, Feng Yi would no longer be afraid of either one-on-one battles or group fights. The more people the other side had, the happier Feng Yi became. If this were placed in the Starry Sky battlefield, Feng Yi wouldn't even dare to imagine how much improvement it would bring him. If there were enough alien races, Feng Yi felt he could even go and fight the king of the alien races. The newly appeared lightsaber's progress bar has only reached 30% even after Feng Yi has been grinding for so long. As expected of an S-rank martial skill, if Feng Yi hadn't obtained the Big Dipper space, I wonder how long it would have taken him to master an S-rank martial skill. Satisfied, Feng Yi exited the Big Dipper space and did not continue cultivating. He left the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall directly. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. Even if you continue to study, you won't improve much. You might as well relax and be in the best condition to face tomorrow's exam. When I got home, I saw an old man in a tang suit with gray hair, but who looked very healthy, sitting in the living room reading a book. Upon seeing him, Feng Yi immediately ran over with delight and asked him kindly, "Grandpa, when did you get back?" The elderly man in the tang suit was none other than Feng Yi's adoptive grandfather, Feng Jingchuan. The current head of the Feng family, one of the most prominent figures in China. "What, you're not welcoming me?" Feng Jingchuan slightly raised his eyelids. "Of course not, it's only been a short time since I've seen you. Did you miss me?" Feng Yi chuckled awkwardly and walked behind Feng Jingchuan to diligently massage his shoulders. Snort! Upon hearing this, Feng Jingchuan snorted coldly, not buying into Feng Yi's act. "I've never seen you call me. Normally you only ask for my help when you're in trouble. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, so I'm busy cultivating my skills." Hearing Feng Yi's explanation, Feng Jingchuan rolled his eyes and said without any mercy, "With your talent, that's hardly anything to show for it. What's there to prepare for?" Feng Yi was speechless for a moment. She wanted to refute him, but she was afraid that Feng Jingchuan would press her about the nature of her talent. Feng Yi hadn't figured out how to explain the change from a D-level ability to an SSS-level ability to his family yet. I can't just tell the truth. Whether I say it or not, they will find out when the college entrance exam results are released, and then I will have to find a reasonable explanation. Sigh. Feng Yi sighed inwardly, this is difficult. Unable to think of an explanation for the time being, Feng Yi stopped thinking about it and decided to take it one step at a time and wait until after the college entrance examination. That way, we can give this old man a real shock. Let's see if you still say my talent is nothing to brag about. Seeing that Feng Yi remained silent for a long time, Feng Jingchuan thought that his words had hurt his pride, so he changed the subject. Which college are you planning to attend? I want to study at one of the 4 ancient martial arts academies, Feng Yi said truthfully. Puff. Feng Jingchuan had just picked up his teacup to take a sip when he heard Feng Yi's words and immediately spat it out. Catching a glimpse of Feng Yi's resentful gaze out of the corner of his eye, he could only feign a cough twice and then nod. For majors it is. Don't put too much pressure on yourself tomorrow. Just do your best. Feng Yi understood that Feng Jingchuan was telling him that no matter how well he did on the exam, there was a way to get him into one of the top 4 academies, so he shouldn't feel pressured. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely give you a surprise. Just be prepared. Feng Yi patted his chest confidently, thinking he should give the old man a heads up beforehand so he wouldn't be too surprised later. As for using back channels, there's absolutely no need for that. With an SSS-level superpower, an S-level superpower, and an S-level martial arts skill, if you can't get into one of the 4 major academies, you might as well commit suicide. The next day, Feng Yi and Fatty went to school together, and by sheer coincidence, they ended up taking the same exam. So after all the candidates had arrived, Feng Yi and Fatty boarded the same bus. There are many examination venues for the National College Entrance Examination (NCE) because the content of the NCE varies every year, and officials are concerned that the examination venue addresses might be leaked in advance. Some candidates will prepare in advance, which affects the fairness of the exam. The most important point is that they are worried that if the cult finds out about the exam location, they will try to sabotage it. Therefore, every year, college entrance examination candidates first gather at the school, and then are led to the examination location by personnel from the Jinxing Division. This time, Feng Yi and his companion took their exam in a valley on the outskirts of Rongqing. This place is now completely surrounded by the people of the Jinxing Division. No one except the test takers can enter here. When Feng Yi arrived at the examination hall, he also saw candidates from other high schools. There were roughly 1,000 people in total. I learned from the fat man that there are 10 such examination rooms in the entire city of Chengdu. There are over 1,000 people in one exam room, so that makes more than 10,000 candidates in total. Of these more than 10,000 candidates, more than half failed to get into the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Although the rules of China's college entrance examination are very strict, almost no one is dissatisfied. Because everyone knows that getting into the Ancient Martial Arts Academy means that after graduation, one will either go to the Starry Sky battlefield or join the Jinxing Division. Both of these roads are extremely dangerous. If you're not strong enough, you could die. Isn't the strictness of the college entrance examination rules a form of indirect protection for those with less talent and ability? Therefore, no one will be dissatisfied if you fail the exam, you can only blame yourself for not being good enough. After all the candidates had arrived, a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of the Jinxing Division and with an upright appearance walked onto the high platform that had been set up in advance. The middle-aged man had a serious expression. When he spoke, his voice was like rolling thunder, clearly reaching the ears of every examinee. Dear candidates, I am the invigilator for this year's college entrance examination. Now I will explain the rules of this year's college entrance examination to you. Chapter 11 College Entrance Examination. The previously noisy environment immediately became quiet. Everyone was on high alert, eager to hear any details that concerned the rules of this year's college entrance examination. After all the examinees had quieted down, the man from Jinxing Division began to speak. The exam question for this year's college entrance examination is to kill alien beasts. A strange beast. The candidates below immediately gasped in surprise. These strange beasts originally came from the starry sky and were also known as extraterrestrial ferocious beasts. They were powerful and inherently vicious. In ancient times, they came to Earth with alien races. After some of the alien beasts were captured, the authorities kept them in captivity. After thousands of years of breeding, some of the weaker mythical beasts are used to train students during the college entrance examination. However, for test takers, the question of killing alien beasts is the one they least want to encounter. The beast is not a wooden stake, it will not stand still and wait for someone to kill it. It will resist, and resistance means conflict, which in turn leads to casualties. Although the beasts that could appear in the examination hall were only at the opening Meridian Realm and Star Forging Realm. However, this is undoubtedly a huge challenge for candidates who have little combat experience. The last time a college entrance exam question asked students to kill a monster was 5 years ago, because an accident occurred that resulted in the deaths of dozens of students. This incident caused a sensation throughout China. Therefore, the question of killing alien beasts no longer appeared in the college entrance examination. When Feng heard that the test question was to kill a strange beast, he couldn't help but marvel at his good luck. I happened to encounter a test question that hadn't appeared for 5 consecutive years. However, there was no fear in his eyes, instead, there was a hint of anticipation. Finally, I can experience real combat. A battle that requires no holding back or hesitation. Quiet. The man from Jinxing Division roared, and everyone felt as if thunder had exploded in their minds. They were so frightened that they dared not make a sound. He glanced at the candidates below before continuing to explain the rules of this year's college entrance examination. The valley is divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the depths, and the core. The strongest beasts on the outer edge of the valley are at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Killing one beast on the outer edge will earn you 1 point. The strongest beasts deep in the valley are at the 9th level of the Qi opening stage. Killing one will earn you 5 points. As for the beasts in the core of the valley, the weakest of them are all at the 1st level of star forging. Killing one will earn you 10 points, and there are also 10 beasts at the 2nd level of star forging. Killing one will earn you 50 points. In addition, there are 3 star forging level 3 alien beasts. Killing one will earn you 100 points. At this point, the man from Jinxing Division paused, and then continued. You can choose to fight the beast alone or in a team. However, if you team up, you will need to split the points with your teammates. Apart from not being able to attack other examinees, there are no other rules. After you receive your points bracelet, you can enter the valley to start the exam. After finishing his speech, the man from Jinxing Division stepped off the stage and left. Only then did the candidates dare to start discussing. The fat man also turned his head and raised an eyebrow at Feng. How about we team up? I'll carry you to victory. Feng rolled his eyes at him upon hearing this. It's still uncertain who will lead whom. However, Feng understood that the fat man was worried that he would be in danger facing the alien beast alone, and also worried that his strength would not be enough to get a high score. After all, Feng had only attacked Ding Jejun once since obtaining his SSS-level superpower, and he hadn't even seen the fat man yet, so he didn't know Feng's true strength. Feng always remembered the kindness the fat man had shown him. Even if the fat man didn't suggest teaming up, Feng would still take the initiative to ask him to team up. After confirming their team composition, the two went to the Star Forging Division staff to collect their points bracelets, and then entered the examination hall together. At this time, many people were still looking for teammates, and very few candidates had entered the valley. As soon as Feng and his companion entered the valley, they saw a dark-colored beast lying under a tree. This beast looked just like Venom from a movie on Earth in their previous life. This is a rift-toothed leopard. It is very fast and has a high attack power. The fat man recognized the strange beast that resembled Venom at a glance. After saying that, the fat man was about to make a move, but Feng grabbed him. The fat man turned his head suspiciously to look at Feng. Feng explained. I think our approach to killing the alien beasts shouldn't be from the outside in, but rather we should start from the very core. The fat man didn't understand Feng's meaning and shrugged. Crooked? Let's go first, and we'll explain as we go. After saying that, Feng took the lead and walked inside, and the fat man had no choice but to follow. Seeing that the fat man had caught up, Feng began to explain as he walked. The higher the score of the beast, the fewer there are. So we can't waste our time on the beasts with low scores. Since no one is going to the core area now, let's do the opposite and take care of the beasts with high scores first. One of them is worth 100 of these outside. That seems to make sense, but have you considered this question? Can we defeat a beast at the 3rd level of the Star Forging Realm? The fat man countered. Feng turned around, patted the fat man on the shoulder, and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, when the two of us combine our swords, we are invincible. Seeing Feng's confidence, the fat man also chose to believe him. The two of them moved much faster. Along the way, they encountered various strange beasts from time to time. Phony and his companion avoided them whenever possible, trying not to waste time on these beasts that yielded few points. They would only stop and deal with these ignorant beasts if they couldn't get around them or if the beasts attacked them. The fat man has now reached the second level of the star forging realm. His cultivation speed is indeed very fast, which is not only due to his own good talent, but also related to his solid family background. He never lacked star stones while cultivating. The fat man's weapon was a horizontal sword. The knife looked somewhat worn, but Phony sensed a cold and ancient aura emanating from it, as if it came from an ancient battlefield. This knife must be quite old, right? Phony asked curiously. The fat man beheaded a 7-level open pulse-fanged leopard that was charging at them with a single stroke, then turned around and smiled. My old man said it was passed down from his ancestors, that he had been on the battlefield and bathed in the blood of the emperor. Phony's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the horizontal sword in the fat man's hand again, as if he could see a scene of a human powerhouse wielding his sword against an alien emperor. What is an emperor? Those above the heavenly level are considered to be in the emperor realm. The human race has not produced an emperor-level being for over 2,000 years. 1,000 years ago, an alien emperor descended upon Blue Star. Blue Star fought to the death with 10 super-strong individuals at the peak of the heavenly realm to repel the alien emperor. However, even now, despite the alien race suffering several defeats and retreating from Earth to the interstellar battlefield, their emperor has not appeared. I don't know if it's a limp or if the injury from back then hasn't healed yet. After dealing with the roadblock leopard, Phony and Fatty continued their journey towards the core area without wasting a moment. After dealing with many more unruly monsters along the way, the score bracelet finally indicated that the two had entered the core area. Chapter 12 Silver Armor Beast. We've finally arrived. The fat man let out a long breath. He hadn't stopped almost the entire way. They were either on their way or clearing away strange beasts blocking their path. Fortunately, the strongest of the strange beasts on the outer edge of the valley and deep within the valley are only at the 9th level of the Chi opening stage. With Phony and Fatty's combined strength, killing them would be effortless. Currently, the majority of the test takers are still fighting off the alien beasts on the outskirts, with only a small number having ventured deep into the valley. As for the core of the valley, there are currently only Phony and Fatty. Let's hurry up and find those 3-star forging level 3 beasts. The fat man raised his hand to look at the ranking on his points bracelet. He hadn't even made it into the top 1,000, and a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Okay, let's go. Phony nodded slightly. The core area of the valley is significantly quieter than the other two areas. The entire valley was deathly silent, save for the sound of their footsteps. After walking for a while, Phony suddenly stopped. He turned his head and gave the fat man a wink. The fat man followed his gaze and saw a large lizard covered in silver scales fast asleep by a pool of water. Judging from the aura emanating from it, it only possesses the strength of the 2nd level of the star forging realm. It's a silver armored beast. Shall we attack? The fat man stared intently at the large silver lizard by the pool and said in a low voice. Clang! Phony drew his snow condensation sword, his eyes blazing, and let out a low roar. Let's do it! As soon as he finished speaking, Phony drew his sword and charged towards the silver-armored beast, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. The fat man watched as Phony charged out, and was about to remind the silver-armored beast that it was at the 2nd level of the star-forging realm and to be careful. He sensed that the aura emanating from Phony was no weaker than his own, and swallowed the words that were about to come out. They've hidden it well. A look of shock flashed across the fat man's face. He then drew his ancient sword and rushed out after Phony. The moment Phony made his move, the silver-armored beast sensed his presence. Its emerald-like eyes snapped open, and it roared at the sky with a deafening roar. Waves of sound emanated from the trees, causing the surrounding forest to sway backward. Phony was also forced to stop. His hand trembled, and the Ningxue sword spun twice in his hand before standing upright in front of his face. Then, with his left hand, he joined 2 fingers together and drew them from the hilt to the tip of the sword, transmitting pure star power through his fingers to the snow condensation sword. At this moment, the snow condensation sword emitted a hazy starlight. Phony narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured to himself. Void sword formation. Then he quickly slashed dozens of times forward. Streaks of sword energy rushed toward the silver-armored beast, disappearing around it. A sword array lit up beneath the silver-armored beast's feet, and sword shadows flashed intermittently in the surrounding space. Only its shadow can be seen, not its form. The silver-armored beast sensed the danger and tried to escape the sword formation. Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape? Feng Yi sneered. As soon as Feng Yi finished speaking, streaks of black sword shadows flashed through the sword formation. Ding ding ding. Sparks flew from the scales on the silver armored beast's body, and sword marks appeared on the scales. Roar! Although it had not yet caused any real damage to the silver armored beast, the power emanating from the sword shadows forced it to remain trapped within the sword formation. The sword shadows continued to flash within the sword formation, and finally, the silver armored beast's scales were sliced open by the sword shadows. Without the protection of its sturdy scales, its massive body was instantly slashed with bloody wounds by the sword shadows. Roar! The silver armored beast cried out in pain. The relentless barrage of sword shadows rendered it completely immobile, leaving it only able to stand still and take the beating. Wow, what kind of martial art is this? It's so awesome! The fat man stared in shock at the roaring silver armored beast within the sword formation and exclaimed in surprise. They had originally planned to come and support Feng Yi, but halfway there they saw the silver armored beast being beaten by Feng Yi and unable to fight back. There's no need for me to help. Feng Yi was also taken aback by the power of the void sword formation. It should be noted that the scales on the silver armor beast are incredibly tough. Even an ordinary cultivator at the first level of the star forging realm might not be able to do anything to them. However, the void sword formation directly shattered the silver armor beast's sturdy scales. As expected of an S-rank martial art. A moment later, a mournful cry rang out, and the silver armored beast's body crashed to the ground. At this moment, it could only be described as miserable. All the silver scales on its body had fallen off, and its body was covered with dense wounds. Blood flowed all over the ground, and even the pool behind it was stained red with blood. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. Even the fat man couldn't help but shudder when he saw it. This might hurt a bit. The fat man walked up and patted Feng Yi on the shoulder, sighing. Dude, you're amazing. He knew he could take on the silver armored beast alone, but he could never do it as easily as Feng Yi. One martial skill was enough to defeat a silver armored beast at the second level of the star forging realm. It seems I seriously underestimated Feng Yi's strength. At first, he thought Feng Yi was only at the 8th or 9th level of the chi refining stage, so he asked Feng Yi to team up with him, thinking of helping his brother out. Later, at the moment Feng Yi made his move, he sensed Feng Yi's aura and felt that Feng Yi's strength was probably similar to his own. However, looking at it now, it's not just about the same, it's completely different. If it had been me trapped in the sword formation just now, I would probably be dead as well as that silver armored beast. Alright, stop bragging and hurry up and find the next victim. The trench coat sheathed the snow condensation sword. The points for killing the silver armored beast have been credited to his account. Now, including the alien beasts he cleared along the way, Feng Yi has a total of 55 points. The points ranking has finally broken into the top 1000, and now I'm tied for 905th place with Fatty. Inside a makeshift tent outside the valley, the Starforger was leisurely drinking tea. He was sitting with 3 middle-aged men. If Feng Yi and Fatty were here, they would recognize one of them as Dean of Students Dai Jihong. The two people next to him were the Deans of Studies from Rongqing No. 2 Middle School and Rongqing No. 7 Middle School. Most of the test takers in this examination room were also students from these 3 middle schools. Director Dai, the students at your No. 1 middle school this year are not good. It's been almost an hour and not a single one has made it into the top 10. Wang Tianhai, the director of studies at the 2nd middle school, took a sip of tea and sneered mercilessly. The relationship between the 1st middle school and the 2nd middle school has never been very good. In previous years, the top scorers in Chengdu's college entrance examinations have mostly come from these 2 high schools. However, in terms of overall performance, the 1st middle school still had a slight edge. This year, several students from the 2nd middle school who took the college entrance examination had A-level superpowers. In contrast, the 1st middle school only has 3 students with A-level superpowers. But now, an hour into the college entrance examination, not a single person has made it into the top 10 of the standings. Faced with Wang Tianhai's mockery, Dai Jihong could only snort coldly. Seeing Dai Jihong's humiliation, Wang Tianhai laughed even more heartily without any attempt to hide it. At this moment, the Xinxing Division personnel responsible for monitoring the entire examination room suddenly spoke up. Captain, some candidates have already entered the core area. Chapter 13 Ghostly Black Serpent. Upon hearing this, the man from the Star Forger Division immediately got up and went to the computer. Looking at the dense array of tiny red dots on the computer screen, his gaze focused on the red dot representing the 2nd level Star Forging Realm beast in the core area. Sure enough, one of them had already gone out. Interesting. The man from the Star Forger division stood with his arms crossed, staring intently at the screen. The deans of education from the 3 middle schools also gathered in front of the computer. Wang Tianhai was somewhat surprised. Wait, people have already entered the core area in just 1 hour? Are they meant to fly? Dai Jihong then asked the man from the Star Forging division. Captain Li, can you find out which high school the student is from? The man from the Star Forger division pondered for a moment before speaking. Not yet. They only killed 1 Star Forging level 2 alien beast, so the change in points isn't particularly significant. Upon hearing this, Dai Jihong sighed helplessly. He is under a lot of pressure right now. If his college entrance examination results are crushed by the 2nd middle school this year, then he, as the dean of studies at the 1st middle school, will be held responsible. By then, most of the year-end bonuses will be gone. My regular salary is just enough for daily expenses. I look forward to the year-end bonus every year. If it's deducted, it would be strange if my wife didn't kick me out. Therefore, he was eager to know whether the students entering the core area now were from the 1st middle school. If so, then there is still a chance to compete for the top score in the Chengdu College entrance examination. Meanwhile, just as Feng Yi and the Fat Man were about to continue their journey in search of other Star Forging realm beasts, the previously calm pool of water suddenly began to boil. A powerful aura emanated from the depths of the pool. A 3-tiered mythical beast. Feng Yi and the Fat Man gripped their swords tightly, watching the pool warily, trying to see what kind of strange beast was lurking beneath it. The water in the pool boiled more and more violently, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. Damn it, are they coming out or not? The strange beast under the pool made such a commotion, but it didn't show up for a long time. The Fat Man's temper flared up instantly. After cursing, he raised his sword with both hands, leaped up, and shouted. Flaming Dragon Slash! Flames roared from the ancient sword, the Fat Man's eyes widened in fury, his face flushed red, and he slashed the sword towards the pool. Just then, a loud bang was heard. The pool burst open, and a giant, dark snake flew out from it. By sheer coincidence, he ran headfirst into the Fat Man's fiery red blade. A burst of intense light erupted, followed by a powerful gust of air that spread outwards. The surrounding trees were knocked about by the force, and leaves flew everywhere. The Fat Man was thrown back by the shockwave and tumbled several times in the air before landing on the ground and staggering back more than 10 steps before regaining his balance. His hands were trembling slightly, his tiger's mouth was numb, and he almost dropped the sword. On the other hand, the giant black snake was also in bad shape. It had a wound more than a meter long on its head, from which dark green liquid was flowing. At this moment, it was staring angrily at the Fat Man with its cold, vertical pupils. At this moment, the giant serpent's full form was revealed to the two of them. It also has a black wing on its back, which is flapping to allow the giant snake to float in mid-air. Ghostly Black Serpent. Feng Yi muttered to himself, recognizing the giant snake's name. Based on my memory, the dark green liquid flowing from its wound was its blood, which was highly toxic and corrosive. At the same time, it is extremely powerful, capable of flying in the sky and diving into the sea, and has few rivals in the same realm. Just as Feng Yi was about to ask if the Fat Man was alright, the ghostly black serpent took the lead, opening its blood-red maw and lunging at the Fat Man. The Fat Man had not yet recovered, and even holding a knife was difficult for him. When he saw the ghostly black snake rushing towards him, his face turned pale and he immediately fled towards Feng Yi's direction. Brother, save me! The Fat Man's screams reached Feng Yi's ears. Several black lines appeared on Feng Yi's forehead. However, he still answered honestly with a reply. Okay, little brother. After saying that, Feng Yi pointed to the ghostly black snake behind the Fat Man and spoke calmly. Spatial confinement. The ghostly black snake was immediately imprisoned in mid-air and unable to move. The Fat Man also noticed that there was no movement behind him. He turned around and saw the black giant snake imprisoned in mid-air. He thought it was Feng Yi's D-level superpower, imprisonment. He gave Feng Yi a thumbs up. Dude, this is the first time I've ever felt that your D-level ability is simply a godlike skill. D-level ability? I have SSS-level ability, okay? Feng Yi retorted inwardly. Taking advantage of the fact that the ghostly black serpent was currently imprisoned, Feng Yi immediately held his sword upright in front of him and made the starting motion of the void sword formation. Feng Yi couldn't help but complain that while the void sword formation was indeed powerful, its starting move was far too complicated. If the opponent is prepared, before the wind-up animation is even over, their sword might already be at your neck. Fortunately, Feng Yi has spatial confinement and spatial teleportation, so this isn't a big problem. Void Sword Formation, activate. As Phony unleashed dozens of sword energies, the giant snake's body glowed with the light of a sword array. Several sword shadows flashed by, and several small wounds immediately appeared on the ghostly giant serpent's body. Dark green liquid flowed down the wound and dripped onto the ground, immediately causing plumes of black smoke to rise from the ground. While such small wounds wouldn't kill the ghost black serpent, the sheer number of wounds was overwhelming. As time went on, the ghostly black serpent developed more and more small wounds, and the excruciating pain of being slowly sliced apart made it increasingly furious. At this moment, the time for the spatial confinement was up, and the ghostly black serpent immediately broke out of the sword formation. Dark green blood flowed all over the ground, some of it landing on the trees, which immediately started to emit black smoke. The ghostly black serpent painfully circled twice in mid-air, completely corroding a large area of trees. Then it suddenly turned around, opened its blood-red maw, and pounced on the culprit, Phony, at an extremely fast speed, bringing with it a gust of bloody wind. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Phony, and Phony could even smell the fishy stench emanating from its mouth. Phony remained calm and spoke softly. Spatial teleportation. The next second, the ghostly black snake's gaping maw snapped at nothing but air. The fat man standing nearby was on tenterhooks when he saw this. His mouth was wide enough to fit a salted duck egg. He wanted to warn Phony to get away quickly, but the ghostly black snake was too close to Phony. He didn't even have time to utter a sound. Phony appeared 100 meters away. He stared at the ghostly black snake, waved his left hand, and let out a low roar. Spatial blade. A black light swiftly slashed towards the vital spot of the ghostly black snake. The ghostly black serpent sensed an aura of death emanating from the black light and quickly twisted its body, trying to dodge. But the black light seemed to be aiming at it automatically no matter how it tried to dodge, it was to no avail. Just as the black light was about to strike its vital spot, it suddenly flipped over. A spurt of dark green blood gushed out, accompanied by a painful scream. Chapter 14, breaking into the top 10. A pair of black wings fell to the ground, their wounds neatly trimmed. Without its wings, the ghostly black serpent also lost its ability to fly, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling around in pain. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, corroding everything that was alive. The ground trembled slightly, and dust rose up. Phony certainly wouldn't let this good opportunity pass. He would strike while the enemy was still weak and kill him. He conjured a spatial blade in his hand and flung it toward the giant snake rolling on the ground. At the same time, he shouted angrily at the fat man. "Fatty, get it!" The fat man had almost recovered by now, and upon hearing Phony's words, he replied, "Okay." Then, the fat man raised his ancient sword again, rushed to the ghostly black snake, and leaped into the air. Flaming Dragon Slash. A red blade of light, carrying unparalleled force, slashed towards the snake's head. Phony's spatial blade once again slashed towards the black snake's vital spot. The fiery blade energy and the black spatial blade struck the ghostly black serpent almost simultaneously. The black snake let out a shrill scream. At this moment, half of its snake head collapsed, and a huge wound was also cut open at its 7-inch mark, with a large amount of dark green blood spraying everywhere. However, this still did not completely kill the ghost serpent. A hint of madness flashed in its eyes as it suddenly raised its head and bit down on the fat man. The fat man's eyes narrowed. His body was still suspended above the snake's head. He had no wings and had no way to avoid it. At the critical moment, Phony pointed his hands at the ghostly black serpent and roared. Spatial chains. 2 black chains suddenly extended from the void, instantly binding the ghostly black snake tightly in place. The fat man took the opportunity to land safely on the ground, and then hurriedly ran towards Phony, dodging the poisonous rain falling from the sky. "You scared your dad to death." The fat man patted his chest in lingering fear. If it weren't for Phony's spatial chains, he would probably already be inside the belly of the ghostly black serpent. Even after being bound by the spatial chains, the ghostly black serpent continued to struggle frantically. But the more it struggled, the tighter the spatial chains became. More dark green blood gushed from the black snake's wound. As time ticked by, the black snake let out a mournful cry and then fell completely silent. Phony did not let his guard down. Instead, he kept an eye on the points bracelet on his wrist and only relaxed completely after 50 points were credited to his account. Phony and Fatty's scores had now reached 105 points. Their points ranking jumped straight into the top 10. The two are ranked 8th and 9th. Outside the valley. The Xinqing Division personnel responsible for monitoring the examination room immediately reported to the Xinqing Division man. "Captain, a level 3-star forging beast has been killed." It was probably done by the examinee who arrived in the core area earlier. The man from Jinxing Division asked slowly and deliberately. Have there been any changes to the standings? The person in charge of observing the scoreboard immediately replied. 2 candidates have broken into 8th and 9th place on the leaderboard. Upon hearing this, the deans of the 3 high schools immediately surrounded them. Everyone wanted to see if the candidate was from their own school. Li Sui, Feng Yi? Wang Tianhai from the 2nd middle school quickly searched his mind for the 2 names. Someone capable of killing a level 3-star forging beast couldn't possibly be a nobody, yet he had no recollection of them. Turning to look at the dean of students of the 7th middle school, and seeing the disappointment on his face, he knew that the 2 candidates were not from the 7th middle school. That could only be a candidate from the 1st middle school. When he turned his head to look in the other direction, the expression on Dai Jihong's face instantly betrayed him. Wang Tianhai's heart sank. It really was a candidate from the 1st middle school. Congratulations, Director Dai. Your school finally has a student who has broken into the top 10 of the points list. As expected of a century-old prestigious school, your foundation is truly profound. Although Wang Tianhai offered his congratulations, his tone was sarcastic and unpleasant. Dai Jihong wasn't one to back down verbally, so he responded with a cold laugh. You flatter me, Director Wang. This is just the beginning. If they can kill 1-star forging level 3 beast, they can kill 2, or even 3. Once they've wiped out all the beasts in the core area, the other examinees should arrive there too, right? Wang Tianhai looked grim, speechless after being rebuked. He could only snort coldly and stubbornly utter harsh words. We'll see, the exams aren't over yet. Dai Jihong laughed heartily. Director Wang is right. The exam isn't over yet, so let's wait and see. Dai Jihong naturally knew that Wang Tianhai was mocking their 1st middle school, which had always been ahead of 2nd middle school in previous years, but this time the top 10 in the points rankings were firmly occupied by 2nd middle school. Except for one student from number 7 middle school who ranks 6th, all the other positions are now occupied by students from number 2 middle school. When Dai Jihong saw Feng Yi and Li Sui's names, he wasn't surprised at all. As the top student of number 1 middle school, if Li Sui couldn't even make it into the top 10, then number 1 middle school would truly have no hope this year. But when he saw Feng Yi standing in front of Li Sui, his eyes narrowed and he was filled with disbelief. Feng Yi actually managed to break into the top 10 in the standings. He was well aware of Feng Yi's talent and strength. He believed that Feng Yi could rank 8th if this was a bottom-ranked points list. But now Feng Yi is ranked ahead of Li Sui, which means that the 2 of them were the ones who killed the star forging level 3 alien beast just now. Is Li Sui really that strong? He can kill a beast at the 3rd level of the star forging realm even with Feng Yi by his side. Dai Jihong subconsciously believed that it was Li Sui who killed the star forging level 3 alien beast. Feng Yi merely got an assist. He specifically looked at Feng Yi's information and learned that Feng Yi was a cultivator with D-level talent. They simply don't have the strength to confront a tier 3 star forged beast head-on. If it weren't for Li Sui leading the way, Feng Yi might never have been able to reach the core area. Little did he know that the fat man had already been completely won over by Feng Yi's strength. After killing the ghostly black serpent, Feng Yi and Fatty rested for a while to recover their star power. Godfather, I've rested enough, let's go. The fat man squinted his small eyes and spoke obsequiously to Feng Yi. I don't have a son like you, don't even think about taking advantage of me. Feng Yi gave the fat man a gesture of respect and then walked ahead first. The fat man didn't care. Feng Yi was now a valuable asset to him. Without Feng Yi, he alone would have had no chance of defeating the 3rd level star forging beast. Before Feng Yi performed, he thought it would be good enough if he could lead Feng Yi into the top 10. But having witnessed Feng Yi's true strength, he now feels that being 1st or 2nd on the leaderboard is no problem at all. You could even try your luck in the top 10 of the points rankings for the entire Sichuan province. Godfather, wait for me. Chapter 15 Far Ahead. Killing a level 3 star forging beast earns you 50 points, propelling you straight into the top 10 of the leaderboard. Having tasted success, the 2 now set their sights on finding the remaining 2-star forging level 3 beasts. The current leaderboard is in 1st place with 139 points. Now they only need to kill 1 more star forged level 3 beast to directly rush to the 1st and 2nd positions. Moreover, the 2 have now greatly improved their practical experience and teamwork. Facing the alien beasts of the 1st and 2nd levels of star forging again, either Feng Yi or Fatty could easily handle them. After leaving the ghostly black snake, the 2 walked for more than 10 minutes before encountering a large rat at the 3rd level of the star forging realm. This is a lightning rat, also called an electric mouse. The fat man stared at the large rat in front of him, which was about the size of a wild boar and was crackling with electricity. Phony recognized them as well. These strange beasts had been mentioned in class. Humanity's enemies now include not only alien races but also alien beasts. On the battlefield, alien beasts are often far more dangerous than alien races. This lightning rat is also one of the few alien beasts that possesses elemental attacks even in its infancy. Most of the strange beasts rely primarily on their physical strength to attack when they are young. However, Rat Halos is different. It can release electric arcs to attack during battle. Once struck by an electric arc, the entire body will be paralyzed, and even the internal stellar energy will be unable to be mobilized. If one's strength is weaker, the electric arc can directly shatter all of a cultivator's internal organs. Moreover, the Thunder Mouse is extremely fast when it is in danger. Its body can transform into an arc of electricity to escape. However, Rat has one major weakness: its defense is extremely low. Unlike other tough-skinned beasts, the Thunder Rat is more like an assassin in a game. It is fast and has high attack power, but unfortunately it has low health and low defense, making it easy to be focused down and killed. Phony gave the fat man a look, and he immediately understood, quietly moving around to the other side. The electric arc of the Thunder Mouse can only be released in one direction at a time. Therefore, Phony planned to attract the Thunder Rat from the front, and then have Fatty launch a sneak attack from the side. Seeing that the fat man had circled around to the side of the lightning rat, Phony wasted no more time and drew his sword to charge out. Clang! With a crisp sound of a sword ringing out. The Thunder Rat also spotted Phony, and two arcs of electricity flashed in its blood-red eyes. Then, with a single open mouth, a dark blue arc of electricity, as thick as an arm, shot out towards Phony. Space Shield. Phony remained calm and cast a shield on himself. The pale blue arc of electricity struck the spatial shield, instantly enveloping it, but it did not penetrate the shield. Dark blue arcs of electricity danced on the shield. The fat man, who had been hiding to the side, rushed out from the side with a knife the instant he saw the lightning rat emit an arc of electricity. This time, he held nothing back and used his special ability directly. A level superpower gale. The fat man moved like a gust of wind and instantly appeared in front of the lightning rat. Flaming Dragon Slash. A blade of light enveloped in flames slashed directly toward the Thunder Rat's head. Sensing the threat of death, the Thunder Rat instantly transformed into an arc of electricity in an attempt to escape. However, after the fat man used his gale ability, his speed was not much slower than that of the Thunder Rat. Moreover, Phony was also there. The moment Phony saw the Thunder Rat's body transform into an arc of electricity, he raised his hand and uttered a command. Spatial confinement. The electric arc that the Thunder Rat had transformed into was immediately immobilized in place. The fat man's blazing blade struck the electric arc directly. Boom! A burst of intense light erupted, and the Thunder Rat instantly revealed its true form. The fat man's sword was now stuck in the head of the lightning rat. So easy. The fat man drew his sword and gave Phony a smug smile. Killing this level 3 Starforged Thunder Rat is easier than killing a level 1 Starforged beast. Of course, this is mainly because Phony has control over the situation. If there were no means of control, the lightning rat might have run away just now. No matter how fast an assassin is, they can't withstand the opponent's control skills. If they get controlled, they'll be instantly melted. Another 50 points have been credited to my account. Now Phony and Fatty's scores have reached 160 points. Their rankings immediately jumped to first or second place. The team that was previously in first place on the leaderboard has been pushed down to third place with 145 points. Outside the valley, ever since they learned that Phony and Fatty were the candidates who had entered the core area, the men of Xinqing Division had been keeping a close eye on their score changes. After the two surged to first and second place in the points rankings, Xinqing Si and the three middle school deans immediately learned of the news. Wang Tianhai felt quite bitter at this moment. He had finally managed to gain the upper hand over the first middle school, only to have it ruined by two unexpected obstacles. Humph. It's nothing but opportunism. If they had started killing the alien beasts from the outside, they might not have even made it into the top 10. Now that the first and second place on the leaderboard are both students from number 1 middle school, Dai Jihon's anxiety has finally subsided. Upon hearing Wang Tianhai's words, Dai Jihon took a sip of tea and then began to speak sarcastically. Some people have no brains, and they don't allow smart people to have brains. Where can you find justice in this? After saying that, he stared at Wang Tianhai with a smile and asked, "You agree, Director Wang?" Wang Tianhai clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, and his teeth were practically grinding to powder, but he couldn't find the words to refute him. They could only helplessly pretend they hadn't heard it. But Dai Jihong wouldn't let Wang Tianhai off so easily. Seeing that he didn't speak, Dai Jihong let out a long sigh. Sigh, this is boring. It looks like our number 1 middle school will be number 1 again this year. Wang Tianhai's face was flushed red with anger, and he really wanted to tear Dai Jihong's mouth apart. Unfortunately, the students from their own school didn't perform well. They finally managed to get first place on the leaderboard, but before they could even settle in, they were pushed down. Dai Jihong had been observing Wang Tianhai's expression and knew he was on the verge of exploding, so he decided to stop while he was ahead and didn't provoke him any further. The head of the 7th middle school in Jinqingxi, who were watching the show from the sidelines, were quite disappointed to see that the two had not started fighting. The head of the teaching department at the 7th middle school didn't have high expectations for their students. They would be satisfied with a top 10 ranking. He is still aware of his position as the top scorer. Without expectations, there is naturally no disappointment. Instead, watching the two confronting each other gives one the feeling of watching a show. As for the man from Jinqing Division, he was only responsible for the safety and order of the examination hall, which school won first place had nothing to do with him. It would be quite interesting to see two deans of students fighting when you're bored. He was all set to film a video and post it online later. Chapter 16, First Place in Points. Deep in the valley, there is a small team of 4. 3 men and 1 woman. They had just dealt with 2 strange beasts at the 9th level of the chi refining stage. The only girl looked at her points bracelet and exclaimed in surprise. Brother Rue, your first place has been overtaken. The other 3 heard the girl's exclamation and quickly checked their points bracelets as well. One of the guys, a cool and slightly rebellious guy with a buzz cut, frowned and asked suspiciously. Where did Feng Yi and Li Sui come from? They've only been here a short time and they've already surpassed me by more than 10 points. The others shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of it. This short-haired boy is Su Zirue, who lost first and second place to Feng Yi and the fat guy. The people who were with him are now ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th respectively. They were all at the first level of star forging and possessed A-level superpowers. With their formidable strength, the 4 of them moved with ease both on the outskirts and deep within the valley. Without encountering any obstacles, they pushed their way from the outer edge of the valley to its depths. Their points have consistently been far ahead. I thought that with the strength of the 4 of us, taking the top 4 in this college entrance examination ranking would be no problem at all, but now we have been surpassed. When I checked earlier, they had just broken through 100 points and were ranked 8th and 9th. How did their points increase so quickly? Su Zirue pondered for a moment, then immediately realized what was going on. They must have killed a level 3 star forging beast, a 100-point beast, which is why they surpassed us in such a short time. So what do we do now? The only girl asked. We're going to the core area now to compete with them. It seems that Su Zirue holds a high position among the 4. After he finished speaking, the others nodded obediently. The 4-person team then hurriedly headed towards the core area of the valley. Little did they know that after Feng Yi and Fatty dealt with the Thunder Rat, they continued their search for the last star forging level 3 beast. On this journey, we encountered several level 1 star forged beasts and 3 level 2 star forged beasts. They were all easily dealt with by Feng Yi and the Fat Man. Their scores have been steadily rising, and both of them currently have 255 points, 90 points ahead of Su Zirue, who is in 3rd place. To be honest, this gap is already quite large. Many candidates have not yet reached a total score of 90 points. Moreover, this gap is about to widen even further. After wandering around the core area for a long time, Feng Yi and Fatty finally found the last beast at the 3rd level of star forging. This is a Vajra demon bear. It is nearly 3 meters tall and its body is covered with fiery red fur. His strong muscles are intimidating to look at, and you can imagine how powerful he can be. Moreover, the Vajra demon bear has a layer of golden armor on its shoulders and chest. This is its natural, built-in armor. Adult Vajra demon bears are the main force of alien beasts in the starry sky battlefield. With immense strength, strong defense, and considerable speed, it possesses virtually no obvious weaknesses, a true all-rounder. If we had to point out a weakness, it would be that the King Kong demon bear isn't very intelligent. They had no tactics or coordination on the battlefield, they just recklessly charged in. They kill anyone they see, and once they become bloodthirsty, they even kill people of other races. Therefore, they were named King Kong demon bears. In almost every major battle, countless humans perished under the iron claws of the Vajra demon bear. But after so many years, humanity still hasn't found any effective solutions. They can only rely on sheer strength to confront the Vajra demon bear head-on. The fat man, hidden in the woods, lowered his voice and quietly asked Phony. Dude, how do we do this? I'll hold them off from the front, and you can look for opportunities from the side. Phony didn't know what to do about the Vajra demon bear, but he wasn't worried. He wouldn't back down even in a head-on confrontation. He still has one S-class superpower that he hasn't used yet. At worst, I can just activate my God of War powers and go straight for him. The reason for sending Fatty to look for opportunities from the side was to see if he could find a weakness in the Vajra demon bear. No problem. The fat man gave an OK sign, and then quietly circled around to the side of the Vajra demon bear. What Phony and Fatty didn't know was that someone opposite them was also watching the Vajra demon bear. Moreover, he made the same decision as Phony. Ruoyu, Ma Hong, you two go to the flank. Ling Fei and I will hold off the Vajra demon bear from the front. You two find an opportunity to make your move. These people were none other than Su Zerue and his 3 companions. The girl named Ruoyu nodded obediently. Okay, brother Rue. Then, she and another boy went around to the opposite side of the fat man. Su Zerue slowly drew his sword, and just as he was about to make a move, he noticed that someone on the other side had rushed out first. Oh no, someone's trying to steal it, he thought to himself, and hurriedly rushed out after them. Phony spotted him the moment he darted out of the woods. However, Phony ignored him and instead sped up, rushing towards the Vajra demon bear. The rule of the college entrance examination is that whoever attacks the monster first gets to keep it. If Phony attacks the Vajra demon bear first, even if Su Zerue kills the Vajra demon bear in the end, the points will still be credited to Phony. Su Zerue clearly understood this principle, so he shouted to the side as he ran. Ma Hong! Stop him! No sooner had he finished speaking than an arrow shot out from the woods to the side, appearing as a black streak. The arrow was aimed at Phony. The arrow was incredibly fast, reaching Phony almost instantly. If Phony hadn't dodged, the arrow would have inevitably struck his shoulder if he had continued forward. But if he dodges, Su Zerue on the other side will attack the Vajra demon bear before he can. Phony didn't have much time to think, it was just a fleeting moment. However, Phony remained unfazed and did not hesitate at all, still charging towards the Vajra demon bear. Seeing this from the side, Ma Hong was startled and immediately shouted out. Damn! Is this guy crazy? He shot the arrow to force Phony to dodge, but unexpectedly Phony didn't dodge at all, as if he hadn't even seen the arrow. If the arrow hits Phony, that would be a huge problem. The rules of the National College Entrance Examination (NCE) explicitly prohibit targeting other candidates. This is a red line. If anyone dares to cross it, not only will their college entrance examination scores be cancelled this year, but they will also be barred from taking the college entrance examination in the future. As the arrow was about to hit Phony, Ma Hong's heart sank to the bottom. There was only one voice in his mind right now. It's over. It wasn't just Ma Hong who was nervous, the girl next to him was also on tenterhooks. Ma Hong was on her team. If he crossed the line, all 4 of them, as teammates, would have their college entrance exam scores cancelled. Chapter 17 4 Thugs. Now the two can only hope for a miracle, otherwise their 4-person team is truly doomed. But what happened next caused their pupils to dilate instantly. The arrow was about to hit Phony. He vanished from the spot. The arrow flew forward without any hindrance and finally struck a tree. Just as the girl and Ma Hong were confused about what was going on, they heard the Vajra demon bear let out a roar. They then turned their gaze to the Vajra demon bear in the center, and saw that Phony, who had disappeared, had stabbed the Vajra demon bear with his sword. However, the sword only pierced the skin and could not go any further, as if it had hit an iron plate. This sword strike did not cause much damage to the Vajra demon bear. Instead, it angered it. Phony didn't care whether his sword strike could harm the Vajra demon bear, he had already achieved his goal. The Vajra demon bear now belongs to him. At this point, Su Zerue's sword had only just reached the back of the Vajra demon bear, but his sword hadn't even pierced the skin. He had just heard the roar of the Vajra demon bear and knew that Phony had attacked the Vajra demon bear before him. At that time, his offensive was already poised to launch and couldn't be stopped at all. Su Zerue felt a little regretful that he hadn't managed to acquire the Vajra demon bear. The 100 points in front of him were out of his reach. Before he could sheath his sword, the Vajra demon bear turned around and slapped him. The bear paw whistled through the air, accompanied by the roar of the Vajra demon bear. Su Zerue's expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly sheathed his sword to defend himself. But in their haste, how could they possibly defend against the furious palm strike of the Vajra demon bear? As soon as the bear paw struck Suzurue, his body was sent flying in an arc. Before his body left the ground, Suzurue couldn't understand why, even though Fomi had attacked him first, he didn't attack Fomi but instead attacked himself first. He didn't know that for the Vajra demon bear, challenges and injuries were acceptable, but provocation was not. Fomi's sword came from the front and successfully injured it, which was a direct challenge. However, Suzurue attacked it only after its attention was drawn to Fomi, and it did not cause any damage to it. This was a blatant provocation to the Vajra demon bear, a provocation from a fly. That's why it's so angry. It wasn't enough that it slapped Suzurue away, it wanted to pounce on him again. They seemed determined to tear Suzurue to pieces first. It turned and left, as if it had made up its mind. Feng-yi, who was left behind, was also somewhat bewildered. Is this Vajra demon bear unable to see itself? Or perhaps they have some deep-seated hatred for that person and just want to kill him first. After being slapped more than 10 meters away, Suzurue crashed into a tree. At this moment, it felt as if his internal organs had been displaced by the fan, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even catch his breath, he noticed the Vajra demon bear rushing towards him. Holy crap! Suzurue cursed, enduring the excruciating pain in his body, and scrambled to the side to avoid it. The Vajra demon bear missed its target and instead snapped the tree it had just knocked down. Having narrowly escaped the attack, Suzurue felt a sharp pain in his chest when he saw the tree, as thick as a water bucket, snapped in two by the Vajra demon bear. If I hadn't dodged just now, my fate might not have been much better than this tree's. But now is not the time to think about these things, because the Vajra demon bear didn't give him a chance to think any further and charged at him again. Fortunately, his teammates arrived at that moment. Namahong fired an arrow from a distance. This arrow was very different from the one shot at Feng-yi. This arrow was enveloped in starlight. It looked like a silver streak, and its speed was several times faster. An arrow pierced directly through the raised arm of the Vajra demon bear. With his arm aching, the Vajra demon bear had no choice but to abandon his plan to smash Suzurue to death with his fists. Its eyes had long since turned blood red. It fiercely pulled the arrow from its arm, threw it on the ground, and then roared at the sky to vent its anger. The sound waves spread outwards from its mouth, causing the surrounding trees to bend and their leaves to fly everywhere. At this moment, the man named Ling Fei, who had been with Suzurue, also arrived, and threw his spear at the Vajra demon bear like a bolt of lightning. This time, the Vajra demon bear was already on alert, and immediately turned around and punched the lightning formed by the spear. Boom! A loud bang rang out, and the spear was sent flying. There were also obvious bloodstains on the Vajra demon bear's fists. Clearly, neither Mahong nor Ling Fei held back at all, unleashing their powerful martial arts skills. As for the girl, she took this opportunity to run to Suzurue's side and placed her hands on Suzurue's chest. Then you see the girl's hands emitting a green light. Suzurue's displaced internal organs, which had been extracted, also began to recover. To give the girl more time to treat Suzurue, Ling Fei picked up the spear that had been blasted away and charged at the giant bear again. Just to help his teammates buy time. Meanwhile, Feng-yi and the fat man were already sitting on a rock, quietly watching the show. Since he was the first to attack the Vajra demon bear, he wasn't worried at all. Now that someone is offering to help me deal with the Vajra demon bear, why not? As for whether there will be any reward for helping, consider it the price they paid for ambushing you earlier. If Feng-yi wanted to, he could report the 4 people's attack on him to Xinqing Division after the exam. Their scores will be cancelled, and they will never be able to take the college entrance exam again. No evidence is needed, simply because the person who said this is named Feng-yi. Feng-yi's mother is named Zi Ningxue, while the current commander of the Xinqing Division is named Zi Guiyang. Do you know any of them? Feng-yi asked, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. The fat man chuckled lewdly and pointed at the girl who was treating Suzurue. That girl's name is Chao Ruoyu. She's the school beauty of the 2nd middle school, has an A-level healing ability, and is at the 1st level of star forging. As for those guys, I don't know them. They should also be from the 2nd middle school. Upon hearing the girl's name, Feng-yi remembered seeing her name on the leaderboard earlier, where she was ranked 5th or 6th. If that's the case, then her teammates should all be ranked in the top 10 on the leaderboard. No wonder they dared to plot against the Vajra demon bear. Moreover, Feng-yi also noticed that the 4 of them each had their own roles and cooperated very well. It has melee attacks, ranged attacks, and healing abilities. With the 4 of them working together, defeating the Vajra demon bear shouldn't be a problem. With that thought, Feng-yi felt relieved. He decided to rest well and wait for his henchman to help him earn the 50 points. Meanwhile, Suzurue recovered from his injuries under Chaoruayu's healing abilities. Chapter 18, Able to Bend and Stretch. Suzurue watched as Ling Fei was already locked in combat with the Vajra Demon Bear in an attempt to save him. Although they knew that even if they killed the Vajra Demon Bear, they wouldn't get any points, they had no choice but to charge forward with their swords. He knew that the Vajra Demon Bear was a very vengeful beast, and once a battle broke out, there would only be two outcomes: either it would die or he would die. So for now, all we can do is kill the Vajra Demon Bear with tears in our eyes. Suzurue is also the strongest among the four. At first, it was just caught off guard by the Vajra Demon Bear, which is why it seemed to have no power to fight back. But now, under Chaoruayu's treatment, his injuries have been fully recovered. He can't say he can fight the Vajra Demon Bear one-on-one, but at least he won't be unable to fight back like he was at the beginning. Moreover, he is not alone now, he has teammates. Originally, Ling Fei could only struggle to withstand the attacks of the Vajra Demon Bear, but with Suzurue's addition, the two of them were able to turn the tables and suppress the Vajra Demon Bear. In the distance, Ma Hong occasionally fired an arrow. There was also Chaoruayu standing by, ready to provide treatment at any time. The four worked together seamlessly, suggesting it wasn't their first time teaming up. We can't delay any longer. Once the other candidates arrive at the core area, we'll have even more competitors. Let's finish this quickly. Suzurue blocked the Vajra Demon Bear's claw with a single sword strike, then turned to Ling Fei and said. Ling Fei nodded, knowing what he should do. He stepped forward and blocked the Vajra Demon Bear all by himself. Suzurue took the opportunity to step back and began to gather his strength. Golden light began to appear on his long sword, followed by a furious roar. Breaking the moon. A massive golden sword aura erupted from his long sword and slashed towards the Vajra Demon Bear. Ling Fei quickly retreated, and then his spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, which he hurled at the Vajra Demon Bear. At the same time, Ma Hong's Starlight Arrow also attacked the Vajra Demon Bear. Faced with attacks from three sides simultaneously, the Vajra Demon Bear roared to the sky, its fur standing on end like steel needles. The natural armor on his chest and shoulders emitted a pale yellow light, covering the entire body of the Vajra Demon Bear. At this moment, the enormous golden sword energy also struck the Vajra Demon Bear's chest. The pale yellow light flashed rapidly across the Vajra Demon Bear's body, blocking the golden sword energy. But this was only the first attack. A bolt of lightning followed. The pale yellow light on the Vajra Demon Bear's body only managed to withstand the lightning transformed from the spear for a moment before being shattered like a mirror. The lightning pierced straight through the chest of the Vajra Demon Bear. Without the obstruction of the pale yellow light, the golden sword energy struck the Vajra Demon Bear directly in the chest. A splash of blood appeared as a huge wound was slashed open in the chest of the Vajra Demon Bear. That wasn't the end of it. A silver arrow of starlight also pierced the back of the Vajra Demon Bear. Roar! The Vajra Demon Bear roared and slammed its fists into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that knocked Suzurue and Ling Fei, who were beside it, to the ground. However, at this point, it was merely a final frenzy before its death. A large amount of blood was seeping from its chest, where a long spear was still stuck. The Vajra Demon Bear staggered towards Suzurue and Ling Fei, but after taking only 2 steps, a blade of light enveloped in flames descended from the sky. The Vajra Demon Bear now has no means of defense and can only let the blades fall on its head. Boom! The Vajra Demon Bear fell to the ground unwillingly. The fat man also fell from the height. Each person received 50 points. At this moment, Suzurue and Ling Fei also got up from the ground, glaring angrily at the fat man in front of them. Chaoruayu and Ma Hong also ran over and surrounded the fat man. What, you want to fight? The fat man raised an eyebrow as he looked at the 4 people staring at him angrily. How can you be like this? We were here first. Chaoruayu was so angry that her pretty face turned red. They had fought so hard, but in the end, they didn't get a single point. I worked for someone else for nothing. The fat man sneered and mocked. You say you were here first, so that means you were here first? Do you have any proof? You. Unable to argue with the fat man, Chaoruayu was about to rush forward, but Suzurue stopped her. Although Suzurue was also very angry at this moment, he still retained a sliver of rationality and knew the rules of the college entrance examination. Let's go. Suzurue's voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable tone. Even though the other 3 were furious when they heard Suzurue's words, they didn't say anything more and followed behind him, intending to leave. Just then, Fengyi's voice came from behind them. Leave? Did I say you could leave? Suzurue and the others turned around, and Fomi had already walked to the fat man's side. What else do you want? Suzurue's expression also turned cold. What do I want? Fomi sneered twice and pointed at Mahong. You can leave, but he can't. He hit me and doesn't even say a word before trying to leave? Mahong remained silent, but Xiaoruoyu, standing beside him, retorted. You're perfectly fine right now, why are you being so petty, you grown man? You'll only be satisfied if I cause you trouble? Fomi retorted. Xiaoruoyu wanted to say something more, but Suzurue stopped her. He knew they were in the wrong. If things really escalate, they'll be the ones who suffer in the end. Moreover, they don't have much time left. The main group of test takers might arrive at the core area soon. There will be even more candidates vying for the remaining few star forging level 2 beasts. It's very likely they won't even be able to maintain their current ranking. So he walked up to Fomi, bent down, lowered his head, and said very sincerely. I'm sorry, I apologize on behalf of my brother. It was my intention to hit you. If you're not satisfied, you can tell the proctor that I hit you, but I hope my brother won't be implicated. Brother Rue. When Mahong saw Suzurue humbly apologizing to someone to help him, his eyes reddened and he was about to rush forward. But Suzurue scolded him. You stand right there. Tears streamed down Mahong's face. Fomi looked at Suzurue quietly. He is flexible, talented, and has leadership qualities. As they grow, they will most likely become capable leaders. Whether joining the Alliance or Jinxingxi, he is an invaluable talent. Fomi now understands very well that since he is the sole heir of the Feng family, the family will inevitably be handed over to him in the future. Now we need to get used to considering things from the perspective of the Feng family head. He wasn't an unreasonable person since the other party's attitude was so sincere and he hadn't actually been injured. There's no need to dwell on this. Let's build a good relationship, it might come in handy later. Chapter 19 Breaking Records. Moreover, Fomi is not a spoiled brat who does whatever he wants just because he has a powerful background. If someone offends me even slightly, I'll kill them. Therefore, he accepted Suzurue's apology. Let's leave it at that. After saying that, Fomi gave the fat man a look, and the two of them left in the opposite direction. After Fomi and the other person left, Suzurue finally raised his head. He looked thoughtfully at Fomi's retreating figure. Brother Rue, I. Mahong stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion, his face filled with self-reproach. If it weren't for him, Suzurue wouldn't have done this. Suzurue understood what Mahong meant, so he turned around and patted Mahong on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't blame yourself. It was me who asked you to stop him. We were wrong, and it's only right that we apologize. At this point, he looked at Xiaoruoyu and Ling Fei and said earnestly. We shouldn't hold grudges against others. On the contrary, we should be grateful that he didn't pursue the matter of us breaking the rules. Otherwise, everyone knows the consequences of breaking the rules. Xiaoruoyu and Ling Fei both nodded. Even if they couldn't understand it for the moment, they would just listen since Suzurue had spoken. Alright, let's hurry up and find the remaining star forging level 2 beasts. After saying that, Suzurue took the lead and walked into the dense forest ahead. After obtaining 50 points from the Vajra Demon Bear, Fomi and Fatty now have a total of 305 points. It can be said that they have firmly secured the first and second positions on the leaderboard. Even if Suzurue and his group kill all the second-level star forging beasts that follow, they will still have no chance to surpass Fomi and Fatty. Moreover, neither Fomi nor the fat man had any intention of giving up. Being number one on the leaderboard is not their goal is to be number one in the entire Chengdu and Sichuan region. The higher the score, the more stable the result. After leaving the Vajra Demon Bear, Fomi and the other person discussed splitting up to search for the remaining strange beasts. Now both of them have the strength to face the first and second level of star-forging beasts on their own. The two are more likely to find the second-tier star-forged beast separately. Currently, only 6 star-forged level 2 alien beasts remain in the core area. The 4 were found and killed by Fomi and Fatty. The remaining 2 were killed by Suzurue and his group of 4. They also adopted the same tactics as Fomi. The 4 people split into 2 teams. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as Fomi and his companion, and only found 2 exotic beasts at the second level of the star forging stage. After Fomi and Suzurue and the others killed all the alien beasts on the second level of star forging, the main group of examinees entered the core area. When they stepped into the core area, they were completely dumbfounded. The beasts from the third and second levels of starforging were all turned into cold corpses. Many test takers had no choice but to kill the alien beasts in the first level of the star forging stage. Finally, thanks to the efforts of many examinees, all the strange beasts were defeated. The voice of the man from the Xinqing division also came from the void. Dear candidates, the exam has ended. Please return to the valley and assemble. Upon hearing the voice of the man from Xinqing division, most of the examinees showed a hint of regret on their faces. After everyone returned to the outside of the valley, they saw the leaderboard projected onto a large screen. Phony is in first place with 505 points. Li Sui is second in points, also with 505 points. The two tied for first place. Su Zerui and three others ranked third and sixth, respectively, with a total of 243 points each. Candidates ranked 7th or below all scored around 170 points. The test takers looked at the leaderboard and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Holy crap, 505 points. Which school are Phony and Li Sui from? This is terrifying, these points are 5 times mine. 5 times? That's 10 times mine, what did I say? Phony and Li Sui are from our number 1 middle school. It seems that number 2 middle school will be trampled underfoot by number 1 middle school again this year. With these points, we should be able to secure first place in Chengdu. With a broader perspective, it's entirely possible that we could become the number 1 region in Sichuan. That's hard to say. The schools in Chongqing have been quite strong in recent years, and they've crushed Chengdu for 3 consecutive years. At this moment, the man from Xinqing division appeared on the stage, and the candidates who had been discussing the matter immediately fell silent. Along with the men from the Star Forger division, 3 high school deans also appeared. However, the expressions on the faces of the 3 deans of students were all different at this moment. The head of the teaching department at the 7th middle school appeared indifferent, with no expression on his face. Wang Tianhai, the director of studies at the 2nd middle school, had a gloomy expression on his face. Only Dai Jihong was grinning the most happily. 2 scores of 505 directly broke the highest record in the history of China's college entrance examination. As the dean of students, he knew far more information than the students. This score is almost enough to guarantee you the top score in the Sichuan college entrance examination. Even the mountain city that dominated Chengdu for 3 years couldn't possibly surpass this score. For Dai Jihong, the fact that the students from number 1 middle school achieved such results this year means he will not only have no problem with his year-end bonus, but will also receive a large extra bonus. Anyone would be unhappy in this situation. After the examinees below quieted down, the man from Xinqing division spoke. The exam is over. Your scores will be uploaded in real time. Everyone, please board the bus and leave in an orderly manner. Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the candidates below. Proctor, I have a question. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound, including Feng Yi and the fat man. But then I saw a face I hadn't seen in a long time. Ding Jiajun. When Feng Yi looked at Ding Jiajun's eyes also met Feng Yi's, but his eyes were full of resentment and venom. Feng Yi had a feeling that Ding Jiajun's doubts were definitely related to him. Sure enough, when the man from Xinqing division asked him what his doubts were, Ding Jiajun spoke. Some weaker candidates get points that don't match their abilities because they team up with stronger candidates. Isn't that unfair to the others? After listening, the man from Xinqing division glanced at the others and asked. Does anyone else have this question? No one stood up from the sidelines, because standing up at this time would easily offend many people, even if some people shared the same thoughts as Ding Jiajun. However, most people now think that Ding Jiajun is too brave and is really not afraid of offending people. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that no one stepped forward, the man from Xinqing division spoke to Ding Jiajun. Since you're the only one with this question, it's simple. Whoever you think got points that don't match their ability, then you fight them. If you win, their points are yours. If you lose, your points go to them. How about that? After speaking, the man from Xinqing division stared at Ding Jiajun, waiting for his reply. Ding Jiajun broke out in a cold sweat as the man from Xinqing division stared at him. He was in a state of great inner turmoil, but a resolute glint quickly flashed in his eyes. I think Feng Yi, who is currently ranked first on the leaderboard, is not good enough for his points. I want to have a match with him. Chapter 20 Feng Yi's True Strength. After Ding Jiajun finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Many test takers secretly gave Ding Jiajun a thumbs up, thinking to themselves that this guy was incredibly brave. They're going to challenge for the top spot on the leaderboard right from the start. Upon hearing Ding Jejun's words, Su Zerui and the other three looked at him as if he were an idiot. Although I have never fought Feng Yi, I can roughly guess that Feng Yi is not weak based on his elusive methods. And if you think Feng Yi is weak, then what are the four of them? Weakest of the weak? They could already imagine how badly Ding Jejun would be beaten later. As for Feng Yi, the person involved, he was not surprised when he heard this. He could tell from the resentful look in Feng Yi's eyes that Feng Yi was targeting him. Does this idiot have masochistic tendencies? Didn't you give him a good beating last time? The fat man turned to look at Feng Yi and smiled. Feng Yi shook his head. How would I know? Maybe so. The men from Jinqing Division looked at Feng Yi. Do you agree? Feng Yi nodded indifferently. Since someone wanted to be tortured, he had no choice but to satisfy him. Furthermore, there are bonus points. The overall ranking of points in the Shu region is still unknown, so naturally, the more points the better. Feng Yi had no reason to refuse. Seeing that Feng Yi agreed, Ding Jejun's face revealed a sinister smile. Ever since he was publicly humiliated by Feng Yi, he has harbored a deep grudge against Feng Yi. He had long wanted revenge, but unfortunately his father wouldn't let him go to school, worried that he would offend Feng Yi again, so he spent money to hire a peak Earth-level cultivator to give him special training at home. Upon seeing Feng Yi's name appear on the leaderboard, his reason was overwhelmed by his long-suppressed anger. Thinking that her family background, strength, and talent were all better than Feng Yi's, she wondered why Feng Yi could get the highest score. He only just made it into the top 100. He believes that Feng Yi was able to get first place on the leaderboard because he teamed up with Li Sui. Otherwise, Feng Yi wouldn't have been able to get so many points. But he hadn't considered just how strong Li Sui must be to have managed to take first and second place on the leaderboard while carrying a burden like Li Sui. Can one person kill all the level 3 Starforged beasts and most of the level 2 Starforged beasts? He just wanted to get back at Feng Yi in front of all the other candidates and make him feel humiliated in public. He always believed that he was stronger than Feng Yi, and that the reason he was beaten by Feng Yi that day was simply because he was not prepared. If he were to fight Feng Yi fairly and squarely, he would never lose. And now the opportunity has finally arrived. Seeing that Feng Yi had agreed, the men from the Jinqing Division had a space cleared out. The area was surrounded by onlookers, all eager to witness the true strength of the top-ranked candidate. Even the men from the Star Forger Division and the three headmasters turned their gazes toward the arena where the duel was taking place. However, Dai Jihong still asked with some concern. Captain Li, is this really alright? Jinqing Si, the man, showed no concern whatsoever. Everything that happened here was recorded by surveillance cameras. Since neither side has any objections, what problem could there be? Since the proctor said there was no problem, Dai Jihong didn't say anything more. Anyway, both Feng Yi and Ding Jejun are students of their number 1 middle school. Regardless of who wins in the end, the top spot on the leaderboard belongs to number 1 middle school, and he is also eager to know Feng Yi's true strength. At first, he thought, like Ding Jejun, that Feng Yi was able to break into the top 10 of the leaderboard because he teamed up with Li Sui. But as their scores increased, he began to doubt this idea. No matter how strong Li Sui is, he can't possibly break the highest score record for killing alien beasts in the college entrance examination with a piece of trash. Feng Yi's strength is definitely not what everyone previously knew. Ding Jejun stared venomously at Feng Yi opposite him and sneered. Feng Yi, don't think you can get a high score just because you've latched onto a powerful figure. Today I'm going to show everyone your true strength. You're nothing but trash with a D-level ability. Your name doesn't deserve to be at the top of the leaderboard. Upon hearing this, everyone around was incredulous. Is the top-ranked player on the leaderboard a D-level superpower? If D-level superpowers can get first place on the leaderboard, then what are B-level and A-level superpowers compared to them? Zhao Ruoyu, Ma Hanlingfei, and the other two exchanged glances, then looked at Su Zerui. Su Zerui shook his head. They knew that Su Zerui meant that Feng Yi couldn't possibly have a D-level ability. Only then did they look back at Feng Yi and Ding Jejun in the middle. Feng Yi picked at his ear and said casually. Enough with the nonsense, can we begin? Ding Jejun snorted coldly as he saw Feng Yi's dismissive attitude towards him. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Let's begin, we'll settle both the old and new scores together. Upon hearing that it could begin, Feng Yi leisurely stretched and then put the Ningxue's sword back into his spatial ring. Ding Jejun and the surrounding examinees were all confused as to what Feng Yi meant by sheathing his sword. Are you going to admit defeat? However, Feng Yi gave everyone the answer in the next second. I don't even need to use a sword to fight you. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, everyone thought he was being pretentious. Ding Jejun gritted his teeth and roared angrily. "You're pretending to be your mother." However, just as he finished speaking, Feng Yi, who was more than 10 meters away from him, suddenly appeared in front of him. Then he felt a pain in his stomach and almost threw up the breakfast he had eaten that morning. His body bent at a 90-degree angle and flew uncontrollably backward. The onlookers behind him quickly moved away when they saw this, afraid that Ding Jejun would hit them. Bang! With a loud bang, Ding Jejun was sent flying backwards for dozens of meters before landing on the ground. Dust was kicked up. Feng Yi calmly clapped his fist, as if Ding Jejun's body was dirty. However, Ding Jejun could not see the scene at this moment. He had already fainted. Otherwise, Ding Jejun would most likely be so angry that he vomited blood again, just like last time. The onlookers were so shocked they were speechless. That's too easy. It was solved with just one punch. Moreover, they didn't even see how Feng Yi appeared in front of Ding Jejun. However, this also proves that Feng Yi's strength is terrifying. Most of them probably wouldn't have been able to withstand that punch, and their fate wouldn't have been much better than Ding Jejun's. Especially those who know Ding Jejun, they know that Ding Jejun's points are ranked in the top 100, and his strength is already at the 9th level of the Qi opening stage. This level of strength surpasses that of the vast majority of people here. But he couldn't even withstand a single punch from Feng Yi. It's easy to imagine just how strong Feng Yi is. Is this still the same useless Feng Yi with D-level superpowers? Who would dare say that Feng Yi got to the top of the leaderboard by relying on powerful connections? With this kind of strength, do they still need to rely on powerful figures? Feng Yi ignored everyone's gazes and didn't look at Ding Jejun again. He turned around and walked back to the fat man's side. With a wave of his hand, the man from Jinqing Division sent several Jinqing Division personnel to Ding Jejun's side to begin treatment. He glanced disdainfully at Ding Jejun in the distance. He muttered something to himself. Clown. Chapter 21: A Prosperous Era. With this matter concluded, the men of Jinqing Division also had Ding Jejun's 103 points added to Feng Yi's account. Feng Yi now has 608 points. After Ding Jejun lost all his points, his ranking dropped from 99th to last place. Another clever move to help Feng Yi earn points for free. Su Zerue and the others shook their heads. They felt much better now. The four of them combined didn't give Feng Yi as many points as Ding Jejun alone. Under the direction of the Jinqing Division personnel, all the candidates boarded the same buses they had come on and returned to their respective schools. Then they all went home. Meanwhile, the exams in the other exam rooms had almost all ended. Because the scores for the National College Entrance Examination (NCE) are uploaded to the Ministry of Education in China in real time, the NCE results are usually released on the second or third day. However, 4 people were already waiting at the Ministry of Education, waiting for the National College Entrance Examination scores to be tallied. They are the admissions directors of the 4 major ancient martial arts academies in China, a privilege officially granted to these 4 academies. They can find out the college entrance exam results ahead of time, which makes it easier for them to try to recruit students with good grades. Basically, every year, the top-ranking students are snapped up by the 4 major colleges. Other colleges can only admit the remaining students. Of course, other colleges will also go to high schools in various places to pre-admit students with good talent before the college entrance examination. Students who are talented but lack confidence in their abilities and feel they cannot get into the 4 top academies will be admitted to these academies in advance. Su Ku falls into this category. Minister Jiang, I heard that your daughter also took the college entrance examination this year. Have you decided which college she wants to attend? A Mediterranean man with thinning hair and gold-rimmed glasses offered a cigarette to a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a very powerful aura. The Mediterranean-looking man is Wang Qingfeng, the director of the admissions office of Tsinghua Peking University Ancient Martial Arts Academy, while the minister Jian Yi mentioned is Zhang Hanwen, the Minister of Education of China. He oversees all ancient martial arts academies, middle schools, and primary schools throughout China. It can be said that he wielded immense power. Zhang Hanwen took the cigarette Wang Qingfeng offered and shook his head. Which college she chooses to attend is her own decision after all, young people have their own ideas. Upon hearing Zhang Hanwen's words, Wang Qingfeng was visibly disappointed. I was thinking of inquiring about whether I could get Zhang Hanwen's daughter into Tsinghua or Peking University. When the government distributes educational resources each year, our own college will have more say. But now it seems Zhang Hanwen is clearly not going to give him that chance. 2 women and 1 man were sitting next to Wang Qingfeng. They are the admissions directors of Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Shindu Ancient Martial Arts Academy, and Moto Ancient Martial Arts Academy, respectively. They all shared the same thoughts as Wang Qingfeng. So at this moment, everyone felt somewhat disappointed. It seems the only option is to wait until the college entrance exam results are released and then personally go to talk to Jiang Hanwen's daughter. It's just that they'll have to pay a little more in the end. After all, the strength of the 4 academies is roughly the same, so if you want a student with good talent to enroll, it depends on which academy can offer more sincerity. Just then, the staff member in charge of statistics walked in. Minister, the National College Entrance Examination results have been compiled and sent to you. The admissions directors of the 4 colleges immediately perked up upon hearing this. Jiang Hanwen nodded, then projected the college entrance examination rankings from the computer onto the wall. Of course, they will only look at the top 100 in the country. Only the top 100 students nationwide are eligible for early admission by the 4 major colleges. After the college entrance examination scores were displayed on the wall, everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the name ranked first. Rongqing No. 1 Middle School Fengyi 608 points D-level superpower. Ha! There's a mistake in the rankings? After seeing Fengyi's D-level superpower, the admissions directors of the 4 academies were all somewhat puzzled. 608 points is definitely enough to rank first, but what exactly is this D-level ability? When did D-level superpowers become enough to make someone the top scorer in China's college entrance examination? Jiang Hanwen frowned, then made a phone call. The call came back quickly, and he spoke after hanging up. There is no problem with the ranking. The admissions directors of the 4 colleges all fell into deep thought. After a long pause, Wang Qingfeng finally made his guess. It's possible that there was a mistake during the initial testing of the superpowers. The other 3 admissions directors nodded in agreement. It's alright, we'll just have to test him again on site when the time comes. No longer dwelling on Fengyi's ability level, the group quickly sent Fengyi's information to their respective work groups. He instructed his subordinates to hurry up and buy them the next available flight to Chengdu. He ranked first in the National College Entrance Examination, and several admissions office directors planned to personally vie for this genius. After looking at Fengyi, who ranked first, the 4 of them turned their attention to the second-ranked player in the country. Chuncheng No. 9 Middle School Yifan 520 points superpower unknown. Unknown superpower? The admissions directors were all dumbfounded. What's the story behind this year's college entrance exam rankings? First, a D-level superpower appeared, and now another superpower of unknown origin has arrived. However, they could only put their doubts aside for now and first posted Yifan's information in the group. After watching the second one, the third one will follow. Kyoto Academy Affiliated High School in Yaoyang 514 points S-level superpower. S-class superpower? That wasn't all. They looked down from the S-level abilities and found that all the candidates, from Ing Yaoyang to the 10th-ranked candidate, had S-level abilities. What the heck? Is the system making a mistake? The female director of the Shanghai Ancient Martial Arts Academy murmured in disbelief. In previous years, if a new student with an S-level superpower were to emerge, it would have been exposed long ago. But this year, so many new students with S-class superpowers have appeared, yet there hasn't been a single word about it. They didn't know until they saw the ranking of their college entrance exam scores. It's no wonder that all 4 of them thought the system had made a mistake. However, Wang Qingfeng soon discovered that the 5th-ranked candidate also had the surname Jiang. So he looked at Jiang Hanwen, pointed to the 5th-ranked name, and asked, Minister Jiang, is this your daughter? Jiang Hanwen looked in the direction he was pointing and then nodded. Having received confirmation from Jiang Hanwen, he asked again. So your daughter's ability level is really S-rank? Jiang Hanwen nodded again, but this time he spoke. The media will no longer report on any student's superpower levels. He didn't say why, and Wang Qingfeng and the others wisely didn't ask. They can probably figure it out too. This should be a way to protect talented students. Exposing these talented freshmen too early is not a good thing for them. Especially in recent years, with the rise of religious cults. The media might expose a student with S-level superpowers 1 minute, and the cult might send someone to assassinate him the next. After clarifying this question, the group quickly sent the information of the top 10 candidates to their respective work groups. These 10 candidates are the ones they are most eager to recruit. The remaining 90 candidates will be given priority and will be admitted after the top 10 candidates have been admitted. At 7 p.m. on the day of the college entrance examination, the admissions directors of the 4 colleges boarded a plane to Chengdu without even having lunch. Chapter 22. The four great academies arrive. On the morning of the second day of the college entrance examination, before Feng Yi had even gotten out of bed, his phone rang. I answered the phone in a daze. A familiar voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Feng Yi? This is Dai Jihong. Director Dai? Is there anything I can help you with? Feng Yi was a little confused, wondering why Dai Jihong wanted to see him so early in the morning. Where are you now? I'm at home. Tell me your home address, and I'll come pick you up right away to take you to school. The teachers from the four colleges are already waiting for you at the school. For major academies? Upon hearing Dai Jihong's words, Feng Yi instantly came to his senses. I didn't expect the people from the four academies to arrive so quickly. He quickly gave Dai Jihong his home address. After hanging up the phone, Feng Yi quickly got out of bed, tidied up, and hurriedly prepared to leave. Before leaving, Feng Jingchuan, who was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper, asked curiously. The college entrance exam is over, where are you going so early? When I arrived at the school, the teachers from the four academies were already waiting for me. After saying that, she walked out of the house without waiting for Feng Jingchuan to say anything. Only Feng Jingchuan remained, muttering to himself. The four great academies? Then Feng Jingchuan picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Xiaoqin. As soon as Feng Yi reached the entrance of the residential area, a car stopped directly in front of him. After the car window was rolled down, Feng Yi saw Dai Jihong sitting in the driver's seat. Get in the car quickly. Dai Jihong waved to Feng Yi. Feng Yi quickly opened the car door and got in. As soon as I settled in, the car shot off impatiently. Feng Yi, you've really made our #1 high school proud this time. It's the first time since our school was founded that the admissions officers from all four academies have come together. Have you looked into the four major academies beforehand? If not, I advise you to do so now, otherwise you won't know which ancient martial arts academy to choose later. I'm driving, said Dai Jihong, who was in the driver's seat, with a smile. To be honest, he was even happier than Feng Yi himself. He had just returned to school yesterday and couldn't wait to report Feng Yi and Fatty's scores to the principal. The principal immediately said he would give him an extra bonus. When he learned early this morning that the people from the four academies had arrived at the school to see Feng Yi, he didn't even have time to eat breakfast before he hurriedly called Feng Yi and came to pick him up in person. The four colleges are the highest institutions of learning in China. In previous years, students from Rongqing #1 Middle School have been admitted to the school. The fact that teachers from all four academies came to compete for one person at the same time was unprecedented in the history of the first middle school. Now my bonus is a sure thing. Moreover, the first middle school might even receive awards from the city or province. The college entrance examination just ended yesterday, and this morning, professors from the four colleges rushed over. This shows that Feng Yi's college entrance examination scores are among the best in the entire country of China. It would be truly unacceptable if the city or province didn't acknowledge the talent they cultivated. I had looked into it before. Feng Yi nodded. After deciding that his goal was the four major academies, Feng Yi searched for information about them online. However, it seems that the overall strength of the four academies is about the same. No single college has a clear advantage. Therefore, Feng Yi had not yet decided which academy to choose. We can only wait and see what the people from the four academies have to say before making a decision. Dai Jihong nodded. Okay, just learn about it. Don't rush to make a decision later. First, see how sincere the four academies are. If you're not satisfied, you can make demands of them. Don't be shy, this is related to your future treatment when you enter the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Along the way, Dai Jihong kept telling Feng Yi how he should behave when he met the teachers from the four major academies. Soon, we arrived at the school. Several vice principals of the school were already waiting downstairs. As soon as Dai Jihong's car came to a stop, they immediately came over and opened the car door for Feng Yi. This treatment flattered Feng Yi. The vice principal personally opened the car door. This is probably the first time a student has received such treatment. However, this was nothing to the vice principals. Many years later, when Feng Yi's name resounds throughout China, the vice principal who opened the car door for Feng Yi can still proudly boast to others that he opened the car door for Feng Yi. Led by several vice principals, Feng Yi followed them toward the school's conference room. Meanwhile, in the conference room, besides Zhou Fatsai, the principal of the first middle school, 2 men and 2 women had been waiting for a long time. One of them is Wang Qingfeng, the director of the admissions office of Tsinghua Peking University College. The other man, with slightly dark skin but a very strong physique, is Tian Hui, the director of the admissions office of Chengdu Ancient Martial Arts Academy. As for the other two women, one of them is Fang Jing, the director of the admissions office of Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy. One is Zhuo Wan, the director of the admissions office of the Shanghai Ancient Martial Arts Academy. After leaving the Ministry of Education of China yesterday, the four of them bought the same plane tickets to Chengdu. All four were determined to get their hands on Feng Yi, the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. At the same time, they were also very curious about Feng Yi's special abilities. Principal Zhou, is Feng Yi, a student from your school, really a D-level superpower? While Feng Yi was still on his way, Wang Qingfeng inquired with Zhou Fatsai. Zhou Fatsai originally thought that the four colleges would send ordinary admissions officers, but it turned out that the four colleges would send the directors of their admissions offices. Although he was the principal of a middle school, in terms of status and position, he was far inferior to these four admissions directors. Therefore, when Wang Qingfeng asked him a question, he was very respectful. That's right. When Feng Yi first tested his superpower, he was indeed found to have a D-level talent. His excellent results this time were also beyond our expectations. It's possible that he had some special opportunity later or that there was a problem during the initial test. Wang Qingfeng nodded. This answer was similar to what they had guessed yesterday. It's alright, we brought tools to test superpowers. We'll test him again when he gets here. At this point, Wang Qingfeng changed the subject. By the way, Principal Zhou, how much do you know about Feng Yi's family situation? Upon hearing this question, Zhou Fatsai looked distressed and gave a wry smile. As far as we know, Feng Yi's family is just an ordinary family, but his grandfather seems to have some connection with Minister Qin of the Ministry of Education in Sichuan. We don't know much more about him. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and the other three admissions directors all seemed to be deep in thought. Ever since they saw Feng Yi's surname yesterday, they have been investigating Feng Yi's family background, hoping to find out more details so they can be better prepared. To the surprise of the four admissions directors, they found nothing after investigating all night. This made them suspect that Feng Yi's background was not simple. Chapter 23: Witnessing History. The surname Feng is not common in China. It is quite rare to encounter it in everyday life. However, most people don't find it strange. After all, China is a vast country with abundant resources, and rare surnames are not a rare thing. Only a very small number of people know what the surname Feng represents. This is why Wang Qingfeng and the others were so curious after seeing Feng Yi's surname. If Feng Yi really does come from the family they think he belongs to, then this matter must be reported to the school's higher-ups. After all, if someone of that status were to get into trouble within the academy, the consequences would be beyond their ability to bear. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Principal Zhou Fatsai said to the door, "Come in." The conference room door opened, and Feng Yi walked in. The admissions directors of the four colleges immediately turned their attention to Feng Yi. Her appearance is undeniably stunning. She has a slender and well-proportioned figure and well-defined features. While she may not be particularly striking at first glance, she is very pleasing to the eye. What impressed them most were Feng Yi's eyes. They gave them a feeling that could be summed up in one word: stillness. Calm. Even when facing the admissions directors of the four top ancient martial arts academies in all of China, his eyes showed no excitement or nervousness. Still as water. A calmness that shouldn't belong to someone his age. In that instant, all four of them labeled Feng Yi as someone with an excellent character. Upon seeing Feng Yi enter, Zhou Fatsai immediately stood up and quickly walked to Feng Yi's side, first addressing the four college admissions directors. "The four directors, this is Feng Yi from our number 1 middle school." Then he introduced the identities of the four people in front of him to Feng Yi. "Feng Yi, these four are the admissions directors of the four major colleges in China. This is Director Wang Qingfeng of Tsinghua and Peking University College." After introducing the identities and names of the four admissions office directors, Zhou Fatsai tactfully left the meeting room. The space was left to Feng Yi and the four admissions directors. After Zhou Fatsai left the meeting room, Feng Yi also politely bowed to the four admissions directors. "Greetings, four directors. Good appearance, good character, good personality, good talent, good ability." Several admissions directors were very satisfied with Feng Yi. Over the years, they have seen countless geniuses, most of whom are arrogant and conceited because of their talent and strength. But Feng Yi hasn't given them that feeling yet. Don't be so polite, Feng Yi. Before we begin, we'd like to know what your special ability is all about. Wang Qingfeng spoke first, asking with a smile. Feng Yi had thought about how he should answer if the people from the four major academies asked him about his superpowers. So he answered without the slightest hesitation. I'm not entirely sure either. My ability was indeed a D-level ability during the first test, but a few months ago I suddenly found that my cultivation speed had increased. I don't know what happened. Feng Yi's tone was very sincere, and his facial expression remained unchanged. None of the directors doubted Feng Yi's words. However, they all frowned at this moment. After a long pause, Tian Hui, the director of the admissions office of Shindu Ancient Martial Arts Academy, spoke. Could it be a second awakening of superpowers? Upon hearing this, the other admissions directors all looked at Tian Hui with puzzlement. What is a second awakening of superpowers? Fang Jing from Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy asked, puzzled. Tian Hui pondered for a moment before explaining to everyone. I once read in an ancient book that there was a person in ancient times who initially awakened a very low level of superpower, but later his superpower was awakened again and directly changed from a C-level superpower to an S-level superpower. I don't know if it's true or not, but the situation is the same as Feng Yi's. It's not impossible, but this is just an isolated case. Fang Jing agreed with this explanation. Although it sounds like a fantasy, Feng Yi's current situation is indeed similar to what Tian Hui saw in the ancient books. Feng Yi never expected that the reason he made up would actually have a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng took out a round ball from his bag. Feng Yi recognized this thing. It was a test ball used to test the level of supernatural abilities. However, the test ball that Feng Yi used during the test was much larger than the one Wang Qingfeng is using now. Wang Qingfeng placed the test ball in front of Feng Yi and said with a smile, Feng Yi, would you please test your ability again now? Feng Yi nodded, stepped forward, and took the test ball with both hands. Then he used his special ability on the test ball. A glimmer of starlight immediately appeared on the test ball. A moment later, the starlight faded, and the test ball emitted a pleasant mechanical sound. Super SS-level spatial ability. As the sound of the test ball faded, all four admissions directors were stunned. At this moment, their hearts were filled with a turbulent storm. They even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Super SS grade. It surpasses the SS-level ability level. Isn't that just an SSS-level superpower that only exists in the concept? Is the world crazy, or are they crazy? Someone actually awakened an SSS-level superpower, and it happened right before my eyes. Director Feng, slap me. I want to see if I'm dreaming. Wang Qingfeng nudged Fang Jing, the admissions director of the Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy, with his hand. Fang Jing also had a blank stare, but she immediately fulfilled Wang Qingfeng's request. Snap. A crisp slap echoed in the conference room. Feng Yi gasped in shock. This isn't for real. However, he could understand, after all, it was an SSS-level superpower, unprecedented and unparalleled. They personally witnessed a historic moment for Earth. Anyone would be excited in that situation. If Feng Yi were not a time traveler, but a native of Blue Star, his level of shock would not be no less than that of the four directors at this moment. Wang Qingfeng felt a burning pain on his face and realized that this was not a dream. Today they truly witnessed the birth of the first SSS-level superpower in the history of Earth. At the same time, his gaze toward Feng Yi became unusually intense. He had only one thought in his mind, to get Feng Yi into Tsinghua University at all costs today. Feng Yi, on behalf of Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy, I sincerely invite you to join us. If you choose our Qingbei Academy, I can guarantee that you will receive an SS-level cultivation resource every year. You will have access to all areas within the academy, and you can browse and learn the academy's martial arts and body forging techniques at any time. If you have any other requests, please feel free to make them. I won't say I'll agree to everything I can. As long as you ask, I'll agree to anything I have the authority to do, and for anything I don't have the authority to do, I'll apply for it right away. After Wang Qingfeng finished speaking, the admissions directors of the other three colleges finally snapped out of their shock. At the same time, he thought to himself, this is bad. Wang Qingfeng, the sixth son, got there first. However, faced with the first SSS-level superpower in history, their only thought at this moment was to seize it at all costs. Chapter 24 Making a Choice. Feng Yi, on behalf of the Shanghai Ancient Martial Arts Academy, I invite you to join us. What Tsinghua and Peking universities can give you, we at Shanghai Academy can also give you. In addition, we offer a scholarship of 5 million yuan each semester. As expected of the Ancient Martial Arts Academy in Shanghai, they are indeed very wealthy. Use the energy of money directly. The admissions directors of the other colleges secretly felt disgusted and contemptuous of the Shanghai College for being too vulgar. However, they also had to admit that only a prestigious college in Shanghai could afford 5 million per semester. The remaining two martial arts academies, Chengdu Ancient Martial Arts Academy and Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy, were in a dilemma, wondering what kind of offer they should make to attract Feng. The college isn't unable to provide a scholarship of 5 million per semester, it's just that they don't have the authority to do so and need to apply to higher authorities. But by the time their application is approved, it will be too late. So they had no choice but to bite the bullet and say that they could offer any benefits that the Magic City Academy could provide, and they could also immediately apply for any other requests Feng might have. After the admissions directors finished speaking, they all looked at Feng expectantly. I want to know what kind of demands Feng will make. Now it was Feng's turn to be conflicted. If I were to make my own demands, it seems like I really don't have any, since I don't lack anything. As the heir of one of the 5 great families, he has everything he could ever want. Therefore, none of the benefits mentioned by the colleges were attractive to him, only the 5 million scholarship was slightly appealing. Although the Feng family is one of the 5 major families in China, Feng was taught from a young age to be humble and not to be extravagant. So his allowance from childhood was about the same as that of an average family. 5 million is indeed a huge sum of money for Feng. Excuse me, I need to think about it. Everyone said there was no problem, and told Feng to think it over carefully before making a decision. Seeing Feng deep in thought, the admissions directors of several colleges couldn't help but feel anxious. They were afraid that Feng would choose another college directly. However, no one noticed that Wang Qingfeng had been sending messages on his phone ever since he expressed Tsinghua University's sincerity. Just as Feng was struggling with which ancient martial arts academy to choose, his phone suddenly vibrated twice in his pocket. Feng took out his phone and saw that it was a message from his aunt. Come to Qingbei College. He couldn't help but wonder how his aunt knew what he was doing. However, considering his aunt's identity and the fact that Wang Qingfeng was constantly sending messages to someone, he began to have some guesses. It's likely that Wang Qingfeng guessed his own identity and then found his aunt who taught at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Feng just couldn't understand why his aunt, who had never seemed to care about his studies, would directly ask him to choose Tsinghua University and Peking University this time. If I can't figure it out, I might as well stop thinking about it. I'll just ask them face to face when I get to Tsinghua or Peking University, and then I'll understand. Therefore, Feng had already made up his mind. Anyway, the 4 academies are all about the same strength. Since my aunt told me to choose Tsinghua or Peking University, then I'll choose Tsinghua or Peking University. That way I won't have to worry about it anymore. He first looked at Zhuo Wan, the admissions director of the Magic City Academy. Seeing this, everyone else felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that Feng was ultimately defeated by the power of money? Zhuo Wan's heart was also racing at this moment. In all my years, the last time my heart beat so fast was when I was practicing fighting stances with my first love. However, Feng quickly turned his gaze to Fang Jing from Kyoto Academy and Tian Hui from Chengdu Academy, and then spoke apologetically. My choice is Tsinghua Peking University Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing Feng's choice, the admissions officers from the other 3 academies seemed to have had their souls ripped out. He let out a long sigh. The first concept-level superpower in history just slipped away right before our eyes. This is a huge loss for their entire college. However, they were also puzzled. Clearly, the advantages that the 3 of them mentioned were better than those of Tsinghua and Peking University, so why did Feng ultimately choose Tsinghua and Peking University? In stark contrast to the 3 directors, Wang Qingfeng was so excited he almost jumped for joy. He was just messaging the dean of Tsinghua Peking University, telling him about Feng's SSS-level superpower and urging the dean to quickly come up with some incentives to win Feng over. Before the principal could reply, Feng chose Tsinghua Peking University. Surprises always come so suddenly. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke to Feng with great excitement. Feng, don't worry. Since you trust our Tsinghua Peking University College, in addition to the benefits I just mentioned, I will also apply for a scholarship of 5 million yuan per semester for you. Okay, thank you for your help. Feng simply smiled faintly. Why not take 5 million for a semester? The matter was settled, and the admissions directors of the other 3 colleges had no choice but to accept the outcome. Even if you feel regretful, the outcome cannot be changed. Everyone's abilities were roughly the same, and the benefits offered were identical, yet others ultimately didn't choose their own academy. All I can say is that it's all fate, and there's no way to force it. Then they all congratulated Wang Qingfeng. Director Wang, Congratulations on your school gaining a genius. Ha ha, thank you for being so kind to the three of you. Wang Qingfeng laughed triumphantly. The group didn't want to see Wang Qingfeng's smug expression any longer, so after exchanging a few polite words, they left the meeting room. Although they have lost a freshman with SSS-level talent, their work is not over yet. Even if I can't get the top score in the national college entrance examination, I can't afford to miss out on second or third place. After the others left, Wang Qingfeng turned to Feng Yi and said, Feng Yi, welcome to our Tsinghua Peking University Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Then he took an admission notice out of his backpack and handed it to Feng Yi. This was prepared in advance. Not only him, but the other three admissions directors also prepared one. They will bring it out as soon as Feng Yi makes a choice. After Feng Yi received the admission notice, Wang Qingfeng continued. Feng Yi, you can rest at home for a month. Our school starts in early August, and you can go to the college to register in advance. After saying that, he took out another business card. Here's my contact information. Let me know in advance when you're coming to Kyoto, and I'll pick you up. Okay, Director Wang. Feng Yi accepted the business card. The two walked out of the conference room together, where Principal Zhou Fatsai and a group of vice principals were waiting outside. They wanted to invite Wang Qingfeng to dinner, but Wang Qingfeng said he had to rush to Chengcheng soon. They could only helplessly see Wang Qingfeng off. After Wang Qingfeng left, Dean of Students Dai Jihong rushed over. Principal, the college entrance exam results are out. Chapter 25. The shocked Feng Jingchuan. Quickly check Feng Yi's score. He should be at least in the top 10 nationwide. Principal Zhou Fatsai and all the vice principals perked up and urged Dai Jihong on. Dai Jihong's chest heaved rapidly, indicating he was quite exhausted, but his face was filled with excitement. He was holding a tablet computer, the screen of which displayed the scores of the students from number 1 high school who had taken the college entrance examination. Upon seeing his college entrance exam results, he became so excited that he smashed his phone. After slapping himself twice to make sure he wasn't dreaming, he hurriedly grabbed his tablet and rushed here. He ran frantically without stopping for a moment, his only thought now being to share the earth-shattering good news with everyone. With trembling hands, Dai Jihong placed the tablet in front of everyone. The first name above was Feng Yi, written after his name. Feng Yi scored 608 points in the college entrance examination, ranking first in the province and first overall. Number 1 overall? Number 1 nationwide, the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. Zhou Fatsai rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and only after confirming that he hadn't seen wrong did he excitedly shout it out. Tianyu number 1 high school, in all my years, this is the first time a student has achieved the top score in the national college entrance examination. Among the school leaders, the most senior and oldest vice principal was moved to tears. Feng Yi, you've really made our school proud. Zhou Fatsai excitedly grabbed Feng Yi's hand, his face flushed, clearly showing his excitement. Feng Yi never expected that he would actually achieve the highest score in the national college entrance examination. I have to thank Ding Jiejun for all of this. If it weren't for him giving me a perfect score at the end, I really wouldn't have gotten first place. Feng Yi has decided to order a banner and send it to Ding Jiejun later. Feng Yi, come on, let us take a picture together. I want to hang the photo in the very center of the school's honor wall. Unable to resist Zhou Fatsai's enthusiasm, Feng Yi was forced to take more than 10 photos at the school gate. After they had calmed down for a while, Feng Yi bid farewell to the group of school leaders. Right after Feng Yi left, the school also posted the results of this year's college entrance examination on the campus website. Meanwhile, the results of this year's college entrance examination in China were also reported by major news media. In particular, Chengdu's official media released the good news the moment they received it. Within a single day, Feng Yi's name resounded throughout the entire land of China. It's safe to say that anyone who pays attention to the college entrance examination knows Feng Yi. In previous years, Chengdu's college entrance examination results were suppressed by the neighboring mountain city, but this year, thanks to Feng Yi, it finally got a chance to vent its anger. The Chengdu government issued a generous announcement, offering Feng Yi a reward of 6 million yuan and a villa. Because of Feng Yi's fame, Chengdu also benefited. As a famous tourist city in China, even more people flocked to Chengdu for tourism. Feng Yi. In a villa in Kyoto, a blonde-haired teenager stared coldly at a news report on his phone about China's top scorer in the college entrance examination. He then dialed a number. I need all the information about Feng Yi within 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the phone rang on time. Can't find it? A cold glint flashed in the blonde-haired boy's eyes, but he quickly seemed to remember something and a smile appeared on his face. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, a sickly smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. It must feel good to trample the Feng family heir underfoot. Feng Yi went straight home after leaving school. Explain yourself, young Master Feng. Feng Jingchuan placed his phone on the table and stared intently into Feng Yi's eyes. Feng Yi was mentally prepared for this scene. They also prepared their explanations. He simply repeated what he had said to the admissions directors of the 4 academies earlier, and then mentioned the guess of Tian Hui, the admissions director of Shindu Academy. Feng Jingchuan frowned after hearing this. This was also the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, it's a good thing that my grandson's talent has improved. She had already given up hope for Feng Yi, and just wanted him to get married and have a child as soon as he reached the right age, so that she could raise her great-grandchild properly. It seems we need to rethink our plans. So what is your current superpower? Don't be scared when I tell you. Feng Yi was worried that Feng Jingchuan was too old to handle it, so he gave him a heads up. What a joke. I've seen it all. I wasn't afraid of a million alien lions on the star battlefield back then. You think your superpower can scare me? Do you think you have an SS-level superpower? Feng Jingchuan glared at him and cursed, his beard bristling. No, that's not it. Feng Yi chuckled dryly. I am not an SS-level superpower, but an SSS-level superpower, which is even higher than SS-level. What are you talking about if it's not SS-level? Do you think an S-level ability can scare me? I've seen more S-level abilities than you've eaten meals. Feng Jingchuan snorted coldly. Would you believe me if I said I have SSS-level superpowers? Feng Yi asked tentatively. Feng Jingchuan's expression turned cold. Are you kidding me? SSS-level superpower? You might as well just fly to the moon. Feng Yi knew that Feng Jingchuan wouldn't believe him easily, so he stopped talking nonsense and used his special ability right in front of him. She raised her hand towards Feng Jingchuan's arm and then said softly, Space compression. Feng Jingchuan's expression immediately froze. He could clearly feel the space around his arm contracting, as if an iron hand was gripping his arm tightly. Who is he? He is the head of the Feng family and a heaven-level cultivator. Feng Yi was merely a human-level cultivator who had just entered the star-forging realm. The difference between the two of them is like that between an insect and an eagle. But now the insects can actually make him feel pain. How could this not shock him? Seeing the shock on Feng Jingchuan's face, Feng Yi withdrew his supernatural power. He spread his hands, looking helpless. Grandpa, now you believe me, right? The admissions directors of the 4 academies personally tested me. Wait a moment. After saying that, Feng Jingchuan got up and went back to his room. Not long after, Feng Jingchuan took out a supernatural ability testing ball. Try it again. Feng Yi had no choice but to comply, and used his special ability while holding the test ball. Super SS-level spatial ability. It wasn't until he heard the sound coming from the test ball that Feng Jingchuan believed the truth. He stared intently at Feng Yi, trying to see if the person in front of him was indeed his grandson. After a long while, Feng Jingchuan suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa, what's wrong? Don't scare me. This completely baffled Feng Yi. Had his grandfather gone mad? Feng Jingchuan slapped Feng Yi on the shoulder. Good lad, you are indeed worthy of being a descendant of the Feng family. I can now entrust the Feng family to you with peace of mind. At this point, Feng Jingchuan's expression became very serious. Remember, from today onwards, do not tell anyone your power level. Remember, it's anyone. Feng Yi nodded blankly and asked. What about the 4 major academies? Leave that to me, you don't need to worry about it. After saying that, Feng Jingchuan asked Feng Yi to have a couple of drinks with him today, and then went straight back to his room. Kunming Airport. As soon as Wang Qingfeng, Feng Jing, Zhouwan, and Tianhui got off the plane, their cell phones rang simultaneously. Hello, Principal. Okay, don't worry, I understand. I'll keep this to myself from now on. After hanging up the phone, the 4 of them looked at each other without saying anything. Chapter 26 Li Long. Over the next month, as the fervor surrounding the college entrance examination gradually subsided, Feng Yi's name, like that of previous top scorers, was gradually forgotten. The only difference is that during the period when Feng Yi was at the height of his popularity, many people wanted to dig out more information about him. However, nothing was ultimately unearthed. To date, all that is known is that Feng Yi was a student at Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. However, nothing about Feng Yi's family background or his parents has been revealed to the public. Feng Yi is also known as the most mysterious top scorer in the college entrance examination. A month passed quickly. Feng Yi is about to set off for Kyoto. Tsinghua Peking University is located directly opposite Kyoto University, which has led to the two top ancient martial arts academies being constantly compared. Friction also frequently occurs between students from the two colleges. The four major academies of China, the Magic City Ancient Martial Arts Academy is located in the east of China. The Divine Capital Ancient Martial Arts Academy is located in the west of China. Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Beijing are all located in northern China. Only in southern China is there yet a top-tier ancient martial arts academy. Xiaoyi, have you packed your things? The car will be here soon. Early in the morning, just as Feng Yi finished packing his luggage, Zhong Huilan started urging him from outside. Okay, I'll be right out. After putting his suitcase into his spatial bracelet, Feng Yi walked out of the room. He was dumbfounded as soon as he stepped out the door. Grandpa, Grandma, what's going on? In the living room, several large, packed packages and suitcases were already laid out, making it look like a move was about to take place. Zhong Huilan came out of the room and explained with a smile. Your grandfather is going to Beijing for a meeting again, and you are leaving too. I'm getting quite bored staying in Chengdu alone, so I might as well go to Beijing with your grandfather for a while. But looking at all these bags and packages, Feng Yi couldn't tell that they were only staying for a short time. But you've almost emptied your house. Feng Yi looked around and found that apart from tables, chairs, pots and pans, and some large appliances, almost everything else had been packed into suitcases, even the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. No one would believe it wasn't a move. Sai, you know how often your grandfather goes to meetings? It can take 10 days or half a month, or even 1 or 2 months. If I miss home, I can put these things out so that I can feel a bit of home. Feng Yi could only remain skeptical about this. He wouldn't believe that such a large amount of luggage wasn't for a permanent stay in Kyoto. At this moment, Feng Jingchuan led a person dressed in the uniform of the Xinqing division into the room. Feng Yi looked over and saw a familiar face. The middle-aged man following behind Feng Jingchuan was the invigilator on the day of the college entrance examination, the upright man. Feng Yi, we meet again. As soon as he entered, the man from the Xinqing division greeted Feng Yi with a smile. Feng Yi didn't know his name, so she could only reply. Hello. Only then did Feng Jingchuan begin to introduce Feng Yi. He is your father's classmate and also Li Long, the director of the Rongqing Town Star Division. You can just call him Uncle Li. Hello, Uncle Li, Feng Yi greeted obediently. Li Long looked at Feng Yi with admiration in his eyes. Seeing you reminds me of when your dad and I first met. You're practically identical, except you're even more handsome than your dad. At this point, he seemed to remember something inside. Sai, it's a pity I haven't had a drink with your dad in so long. Feng Yi could understand Li Long's feelings. After all, he himself hadn't seen his parents for 5 years. I don't know where they are now. It's unclear how long that secret mission will last. There will be opportunities. Maybe my dad will come back after completing his mission soon. Feng Yi was comforting Li Long, and also comforting himself. I hope so. Li Long gave a wry smile and then changed the subject. Alright, it's getting late. Let's walk and talk on the way. I came here especially to see you off today. Upon hearing Li Long's words, Feng Yi finally understood why he had come today. Feng Jingchuan walked to a large pile of luggage, waved his hand, and all the luggage was put into his spatial bracelet. Let's go. The group walked out together. Upon arriving outside, a black SUV was parked on the side of the road. Li Long ran to the car door, opened it, and let Feng Jingchuan and Zhong Huilan sit in the back seat. Then he said to Feng Yi, Xiaoyi, you can sit in the passenger seat. Okay. Feng Yi nodded and opened the passenger door and got in. After Li Long took Feng Yi and his family to the airport. Once again, I ran around helping to get my boarding pass. Before going through security, Feng Jingchuan thanked Li Long. Little Li, thank you for your help today, Director Li. Li Long quickly stopped Feng Jingchuan. Uncle, you're being too polite. Chehan isn't home, so it's only right that we friends do our part to show him filial piety. Just treat me like your son, no need for thanks. Besides, given your status, countless people would rush to see you off but don't even have the chance. I am already honored. Chehan is the name of Feng Yi's father, Feng Chehan. Upon hearing Li Long's words, Feng Yi couldn't help but think to himself. Dad, if you don't come back soon, the house is going to be robbed. Your dad is going to become someone else's dad. However, Li Long's string of compliments was clearly very effective, and Feng Jingchuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Long left. The three members of the family also passed through security and boarded a plane bound for Beijing. I don't know if Feng Jingchuan is just being low-key or stingy. He's one of the 5 major families in China, yet he still flies economy class. After living for so many years, can't I enjoy life a little? Beijing, the center of China. This wasn't Feng Yi's first time here. He had come a few times with his family when he was a child, but he was too young then and doesn't remember much about it now. Later, as I grew up, I became busy with my studies and never came to the capital again. After many years, Feng Yi finally returned to this place. After leaving the airport, Feng Yi wanted to hail a taxi, but Feng Jingchuan stopped him. They said someone was coming to pick them up. Feng Yi thought about it and agreed. After all, Feng Jingchuan was the head of the Feng family, so how could he not have a personal driver when he came to Kyoto? After leaving the airport with Feng Jingchuan, they walked towards a black Hongqi car parked on the side of the road. A man in black stood next to the Hongqi car. The moment he saw Feng Jingchuan, he opened the car door and bowed respectfully as he approached the car. Old Feng, you must be tired from your journey. Feng Jingchuan nodded slightly, still maintaining his calm and collected demeanor, and then got into the car. When it was Feng Yi's turn to get into the car, the man in black also bowed very respectfully and reached out to shield Feng Yi from the roof of the car. Young Master Feng. The word Young Master Feng made Feng Yi pause for a moment. This is the first time someone has called him Young Master Feng, especially considering he's currently in Kyoto. Feng Yi had a strong sense of being a young master from a prominent Beijing social circle. But to be honest, he really is a young master in Beijing's elite circles. They're just keeping a low profile. Perhaps this is what the real powerful and wealthy are like. Chapter 27 Tsinghua and Peking Universities. Seeing Feng Yi standing there dumbfounded, the man in black was at a loss. This scene was witnessed by Feng Jingchuan, who scolded him in annoyance. They're calling you, what are you standing there for, young Master Feng? Hearing this shout, Feng Yi finally came to his senses and got into the car. Thanks. It's all right, young Master Feng. The man in black smiled. After getting into the car, the man in black didn't say anything more and quietly drove ahead. The atmosphere was slightly somber, so Feng Yi took the initiative to speak. Grandma, where are you planning to stay this time in Beijing? Before Zhong Huilan could speak, Feng Jingchuan choked. Why worry about these things? Do you think I'd let your grandma sleep on the streets? Feng Yi pursed her lips, already used to Feng Jingchuan's temper. Zhong Huilan turned her head and glared at Feng Jingchuan before turning back to look at Feng Yi with a smile. Xiaoyi, do you still remember the courtyard where you lived when you were little? That courtyard house? Upon hearing Zhong Huilan's words, some images vaguely appeared in Feng Yi's mind. When it came to Kyoto as a child, Feng Yi only had a memory of that courtyard house. Feng Yi remembered that the little girl next door often came to play with him and said that she would marry him when she grew up. I just wonder what that little girl looks like now. Will I ever have the chance to see her again? Zhong Huilan nodded and took Feng Yi's hand. Yes, we'll stay there again this time. If you're not used to living at school, you can go back to stay there too. Good. Feng Yi agreed without the slightest hesitation. I wondered if I would run into any of my childhood playmates. However, before Feng Yi could even feel happy, he heard Feng Jingchuan say something. What's wrong with living at school? My son is not spoiled. Other kids can live there, but he can't? Hey! You old codger, can't I let my grandson spend more time with me? You're always meddling in everything. Just focus on your work and stop pointing fingers. Seeing his grandmother stand up for him, Feng Yi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. In this family, only his grandmother can cure Feng Jingchuan. The man in black dragged Feng Yi to the entrance of Tsinghua University before leading Feng Jingchuan and the other man to the courtyard house. The gate of Tsinghua Peking University is not as grand as the gate of Kyoto University across the street. However, it has a unique style, somewhat like an ancient Chinese design. The words Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy are written on it. Unlike other ancient martial arts academies, Tsinghua Peking University Ancient Martial Arts Academy has a wall full of honors that you can see as soon as you enter the academy gate. Stepping through the gates of Tsinghua Peking University College, the interior is surprisingly simple, lacking both a college introduction and a variety of honor walls. There were only rows of green plants and ancient trees lining the road. The antique buildings have been preserved from ancient times to the present day. No further explanation is needed. Everyone who steps into Tsinghua Peking University can feel its profound heritage. Phony couldn't help but admire that Tsinghua Peking University truly deserves its reputation as the oldest and most prestigious ancient martial arts academy in China, bar none. The roots of all ancient martial arts academies in China today lie in Tsinghua Peking University Ancient Martial Arts Academy. If one had to choose the top one among the four academies, the vast majority of Chinese people would choose Tsinghua and Peking universities. Just as Phony was sighing, a sweet female voice rang in his ears. "Hello, do you know how to get to the new student registration office?" Phony snapped out of his daze and realized that the speaker was a young girl with a high ponytail, striking features, and fair skin. The girl was wearing a sports short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and her two eye-catching long legs were dazzling. The girl's beauty stunned Phony. Having lived two lives, he knew that no celebrity or internet celebrity in his previous life could compare to the girl in front of him. The girl's faint smile alone almost melted Phony's heart. It seemed as if the afternoon sunlight had turned pink. "She's definitely a sweet girl. Her looks are absolutely top tier." "I don't know, I'm also a freshman." Faced with such a sweet girl, Phony couldn't bear to tell her a single lie, so he answered truthfully. "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were a senior student," the girl said apologetically. Phony waved his hand. "Fine." The girl always had a sweet smile on her face and took the initiative to invite Phony. "Since we're so destined to meet, why don't we go ask other people where the freshman registration office is?" Phony was completely stunned when he heard this. Shouldn't these be his own lines? How did they get stolen? Phony, of course, wouldn't refuse the sweet girl's invitation. He readily agreed. But then he quickly remembered something and said to the girl, "Wait a minute, let me make a call first. Maybe we won't have to ask anyone else." The girl stood on her tiptoes, nodded, and looked incredibly cute. Then Phony took out his phone and dialed the fat man's number. Fatty scored a high score of 505 in the college entrance examination this time because he teamed up with Phony. Ranked 42nd nationwide. Perhaps it was another special bond in our destiny. The fat guy was also admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities early. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Hey, Fatty, where are you?" "I'm heading to Tsinghua or Peking University soon." "What about you? Have you even arrived in Beijing yet?" "I'm already at the entrance of Tsinghua Peking University." "Wow, you fly a plane? And that was fast?" "Stop talking nonsense, do you even know where the freshman registration area is?" "I know perfectly well, I've already found out everything." "Okay, when will you arrive?" "I'll wait for you at the door." "Give me 2 minutes, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Phony smiled at the girl. "It's all settled. Someone will come to show us the way in a bit." The girl no longer needed to ask around, saving her the trouble. "By the way, my name is Phony, what's yours?" Phony then realized that he didn't know the name of the sweet girl in front of him. The girl looked completely innocent. "I didn't call out." Phony was stunned by the girl's answer. His gaze towards the girl changed. He thought to himself that she was quite pretty, but unfortunately, she was a simpleton. Seeing Phony's stunned expression, the girl burst out laughing. "Just kidding. My name is Jiang Liao. It's nice to meet you, Phony." Jiang Liao smiled and extended her slender hand. Seeing that other girls were taking such initiative, Phony couldn't be coy either, so he generously took Jiang Liao's soft, delicate hand. A cool, refreshing sensation came over me, which even dispelled some of the summer heat. "Nice to meet you too." After saying that, he reluctantly let go of Jiang Liao's hand. Before the fat man arrived, the two chatted for a while. A few minutes later, the roar of an engine came from a distance. Phony and Jiang Liao looked in the direction from which the sound came. "I want to see who's so rude, making a scene in broad daylight." A supercar drifted and came to a stop across the street in front of Tsinghua Peking University. When Phony saw the person sitting in the car, he sighed and covered his face. "Brother, you've made me lose all face. Why is chapter 28 so different?" The fat man, whom Phony hadn't seen in a long time, sat in the car, took off his sunglasses, and gave Phony a very flamboyant look. Phony lowered his head, not wanting to acknowledge this shameful fellow. "I was just wondering who was so rude, but I never expected it would be the fat guy I was waiting for." "Get in, buddy, let me show you speed and bromance." Phony rolled his eyes as he looked at the car, which only had 2 seats, the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Your beat-up car only has 2 seats, can't you see the 2 of us? Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, the fat man noticed Jiang Liao behind Feng Yi. His eyes lit up when he saw the beautiful woman, and he squinted and teased her. Hey, what's going on, little brother? It's only been a short time, and you've already found love again? I was wondering why you hadn't contacted me for a month. Turns out you have a beautiful woman by your side. Shut up. Feng Yi said irritably with a dark face, then turned around and apologized to Jiang Liao. Sorry, that's just his personality. He likes to talk nonsense. Don't mind him. Just treat what he says as bullshit. Jiang Liao covered her mouth and chuckled softly. It's okay, this kind of personality is good. Being friends with him will at least make things less boring. Seeing that Jiang Liao wasn't angry, Feng Yi urged the fat man to quickly find a place to park the car. After the fat man parked the car, before Feng Yi could even introduce himself, the fat man then stood in front of Jiang Liao and extended his hand, introducing himself in a very familiar manner. Hello beautiful lady, my name is Li Sui, you can just call me Fatty. May I ask your name? The fat man's enthusiasm completely bewildered Jiang Liao, who then awkwardly squeezed his fingers. Hello, my name is Jiang Liao. So you're Yu Yao and her sister-in-law, it's an honor to meet you. Before the fat man could finish speaking, Feng Yi, who couldn't stand it anymore, pulled him away. If the fat man continues talking, who knows what other nonsense he might spout. Shut up, she's also a freshman coming to Tsinghua or Peking University to register, we just met. When Jiang Liao heard the fat man call her sister-in-law, she blushed deeply, her rosy cheeks glowing red. However, the fat man's face was full of disbelief at Feng Yi's explanation. He wanted to say something more, but Feng Yi grabbed him, and the pain in his arm forced him to change what he was about to say. I believe you. Only after saying that did I feel the excruciating pain in my arm disappear. Feng Yi patted the fat man with satisfaction and then said, lead the way to the new student registration area. The fat man pouted resentfully. He was somewhat taken aback. How did his abnormal strength increase again? Faced with the excruciating pain in his arm, the fat man tried to resist but found that he was completely powerless to do anything about it. Just a month ago, he was a small realm higher than Feng Yi, but he never expected that Feng Yi's strength would have increased to a point where he could not resist it. What the fat man didn't know was that Feng Yi hadn't had a moment's rest during that month. He is undergoing special training under Feng Jingxuan's supervision. Not only has his cultivation level improved, but his combat experience, awareness, and other aspects have also seen tremendous growth. If Feng Yi were to compete against himself a month ago, the outcome would likely be a 10-0 split. If someone were to ask Feng Yi how much his strength had improved, he himself wouldn't be able to say. However, to be personally and unreservedly taught by one of the top people in China is a privilege enjoyed by very few people on the entire planet. Even a pig has become a pig king. Not to mention Feng Yi, the world's first SSS-level genius. Even Feng Jingxuan was surprised by Feng Yi's rapid growth. Led by the fat man, the 3 of them entered Tsinghua University and Peking University, the most prestigious universities in China. After walking for about 20 minutes, the 3 of them finally saw a sign erected in front of a building that looked quite old. It reads New Student Registration Office. However, since tomorrow is the registration day, there aren't many people here right now. Just as the group was about to enter the building, a few young people walked towards them. Judging from their appearance, they should also be students from Tsinghua and Peking universities. One of the boys, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, beamed with joy upon seeing Jiang Liao. Lu Yao, you're here. Why didn't you call me? I could have come out to meet you. As they spoke, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses ignored the fat man and Feng Yi in front of him and walked up to Jiang Liao, looking at her with a fawning expression. Jiang Liao didn't seem to like the bespectacled man much, and felt a chill run down her spine when she heard him address her so affectionately. Are we that close? After saying that, she walked right past the man with glasses. Hearing Jiang Liao's blunt words, the bespectacled man immediately felt he had lost face. He gave a stiff smile and reached out to stop Jiang Liao, who was not going to pay attention to him. Lu Yao, are you going to report for duty? I'll take you there. Get out of the way. Jiang Liao's tone was icy, and a hint of displeasure was already on her face. However, the bespectacled man did not move aside. Instead, he tried to reach out and grab Jiang Liao's hand. Just as Jiang Liao couldn't help but take action, a hand next to her grabbed the groping hand that the bespectacled man was reaching out to touch. Can't you hear someone tell you to move aside? Feng Yi's icy voice came from the side. The bespectacled man tried to break free from Feng Yi's grasp, but found that Feng Yi's hand was like a merciless iron claw, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Who the hell are you? The bespectacled man looked at Feng Yi with displeasure. Feng Yi sneered and forcefully flung his hand away, causing the bespectacled man to stagger uncontrollably to the side. With the help of the two people who had come out with him, he managed to stop and regain his balance. Only then did Feng Yi smile and say to him, "I am your father." The bespectacled man was completely devastated. He had already lost face because of Zhang Liao, and now this person who appeared out of nowhere had trampled on the last bit of his dignity. Fuck you. The bespectacled man unleashed an aura far exceeding that of the early stages of starforging. Zhang Liao and the fat man both changed color, not expecting this bespectacled man to be so strong. Judging from their appearance, they are at least at level 5 of the starforging realm. The fat man stood next to Feng Yi, staring at the bespectacled man with a serious expression. However, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Zhang Liao stood directly in front of Feng Yi and questioned the bespectacled man. Kong Haoshan, what do you want to do? Kong Haoshan was not blinded by anger at this moment. He would not attack Zhang Liao, but he would not let go of Feng Yi, who had appeared out of nowhere. His face was gloomy. Lu Yao, move aside. Zhang Liao knew that this whole thing started because of her, and that Feng Yi had clashed with Kong Haoshan in order to help her. So she didn't move aside, but instead took out a battle scythe as long as she was from her spatial bracelet. Feng Yi's eyes narrowed when he saw Zhang Liao's weapon. Such a sweet-looking girl, yet her weapon is a scythe just like the one used by Death. Why are the gameplay so contrasting? When Kong Haoshan saw Zhang Liao take out her weapon, he understood her meaning and his face turned extremely ugly. He could only look at Feng Yi behind Zhang Liao and mock him. Damn it, is all you can do is hide behind a woman? Chapter 29 Tai Chi Divine Skill, the third superpower. A provocation tactic? Feng Yi sneered and walked straight forward. After a month without doing anything, my hands are definitely itching to get started. Don't. Zhang Liao tried to reach out and stop Feng Yi. She didn't know Feng Yi's exact strength, but she knew that Feng Yi was just a freshman like herself. Kong Haoshan is a senior student from the previous year. However, Feng Yi gently pushed her hand away and then smiled. It's all right, don't worry. For some reason, after seeing the confident smile on Feng Yi's face, she chose to believe him unconditionally. My initial nervousness subsided in that instant. Seeing that his provocation worked, Kong Haoshan's lips curled up slightly. He had been worried that Zhang Liao would stop Feng Yi. Now that Feng Yi wants to die, he has no choice but to grant Feng Yi's wish. Kid, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Be more discreet in your words and actions in the future. Remember, loose lips sink ships. As he spoke, Kong Haoshan took out a pair of alloy boxing gloves from his spatial bracelet and put them on. These boxing gloves are made of a new alloy, making them almost weightless and incredibly sturdy. Kong Haoshan slowly walked towards Feng Yi, grinning maliciously as he bumped his fists together a few times. A clanging sound of metal clashing could be heard. Feng Yi did not take out the snow condensation sword. Hearing the sound of the alloy gauntlets clashing, he thought to himself that the gauntlets looked pretty hard. But it's good that they're hard, I'm just afraid they're not hard enough. Seeing Feng Yi standing still without even using his weapon, Kong Haoshan felt silently insulted. Who do you think you are? Fighting yourself bare-handed? He immediately decided that he must let Feng Yi experience the power of his punches today. He clenched his right fist to gather power, and his glove emitted a dazzling starlight. The longer he gathered power, the brighter the starlight from his glove became, just like a star. Star Fist. With a roar, Kong Haoshan threw a punch, transforming into a meteor as he crashed into Feng Yi. Faced with this fierce punch, Feng Yi didn't make any further moves, but simply closed his eyes. It looked like he was prepared to take the punch with his bare body. The fat man standing to the side couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering what Feng Yi was doing. Has it expanded? Or is it just to show off in front of pretty girls? The two senior students who were with Kong Haoshan were also stunned when they saw Feng Yi close his eyes. Is this some kind of new psychopath? I don't know. Maybe he just knew he was no match for senior brother Kong, so he resigned himself to his fate. Senior brother Kong's martial skill is an A-level skill. Even those of the same cultivation level wouldn't dare to directly confront it. This freshman is going to get his ass kicked in later. Faced with Feng Yi's unreasonable reaction, only Jiang Mangyao had confidence in him. Although she didn't know why Feng Yi didn't choose to defend, she trusted him in her heart. In the blink of an eye, Kong Haoxiang was already in front of Feng Yi, and his punch was aimed directly at Feng Yi's chest. Just as the alloy gauntlets were about to touch Feng Yi, he seemed to have gained supernatural insight, and his body tilted slightly to the side at an uncanny speed. Kong Haoxiang's punch grazed Feng Yi's chest and landed on the air. What? Kong Haoxiang was startled, not understanding how Feng Yi had dodged it. Before he could react, he felt a pair of hands grab his. He felt a tremor in his heart, and then he felt his feet lift off the ground uncontrollably. He was grabbed by the hand and swung around in a circle by Feng Yi. He felt an irresistible force pull him back from his arm, and then he felt a pain in his chest. After using Kong Haoxiang's strength to lift him up, Feng Yi kicked him in the chest. Kong Haoxiang was kicked flying. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood mist in midair. He then crashed heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain in his chest caused him to lie on the ground, groaning in agony. Feng Yi kept his eyes closed throughout the entire process, which took only a few seconds. When Feng Yi opened his eyes, he saw the blank stares of the others. He chuckled softly to himself. Surprised? That's exactly right, to be surprised. He was also amazed when he first saw this martial art demonstrated by Feng Jingchuan. Even with Feng Jingchuan using no star power, Feng Yi couldn't hurt him no matter how hard he tried. Moreover, Feng Jingchuan used this martial art to dodge his void sword formation. This martial art technique is also a closely guarded secret of the Feng family. Taiji divine skill from the ancient human race's great emperor, Feng family ancestor, Taihao Tianhuang. Tai Chi divine skill is not a single martial art, but rather encompasses a variety of martial arts techniques. Each martial art technique is classified as SS-level. This is the route that allows the Feng family to stand as one of the 5 great families of China. Just now, Feng Yi used the Tai Chi body technique combined with Tai Chi fist technique from the Tai Chi divine skill. The reason why Feng Yi could dodge Kong Haoxiang's attack even with his eyes closed was because of Feng Yi's third superpower. S-class superpower Eye of God. It can be used simply by closing your eyes, and after use, you can clearly perceive all the movements around you. As strength increases, the range of perception also increases. That's right, Feng Yi's current realm has broken through the human level and entered the earth level. He is currently at the first level of the earth realm, the Yaoguang realm. There are 3 realms in total at the earth level: Yaoguang realm, Kaiyang realm, Yuhong realm. The reason why Feng Yi's realm has increased so quickly is not only due to his own talent, but also the support of the Big Dipper space and the help of starstones. During this month, Feng Yi spent all his time cultivating in the starstone. Feng Jingchuan was unusually generous and threw 1,000 starstones at Feng Yi. Within a month, all the starstones were used up. Feng Yi's cultivation level also improved rapidly, directly leaping from the first level of star forging to the first level of Yaoguang. Kong Haoxiang only has the strength of the 7th level of star forging, so Feng Yi could easily defeat him even without using any martial arts techniques. The reason Feng Yi used 2 SS-level martial arts techniques like using a cannon to kill a mosquito was because he wanted to test the power of the martial arts techniques created by his ancestor. Otherwise, Kong Haoxiang wouldn't deserve to use such awesome martial arts skills. After recovering from their shock, the 2 senior students who were with Kong Haoxiang rushed to his side to check on his condition. At this moment, blood kept flowing from Kong Haoxiang's mouth, and his chest was also collapsing. His ribs were clearly broken. This was only because Feng Yi stopped, otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just breaking a few ribs. Meanwhile, the commotion alerted the academic advisors in the office. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline hurriedly walked out of the office. What's going on? Feng Yi looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person was a familiar face. Wang Qingfeng, the admissions director of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, was the one who went there. As soon as Wang Qingfeng came out, he saw Kong Haoxiang lying on the ground vomiting blood. A surge of anger rose within me. Private fights are prohibited within the college. This is a school rule of Tsinghua Peking University College and a red line that all students are aware of. But now some students are ignoring school rules and blatantly crossing the line. He looked up, and the anger on his face vanished instantly. Chapter 30 Taibai Residence. Wang Qingfeng ignored Kong Haoxiang lying on the ground and walked directly to Feng Yi, looking him up and down with concern in his eyes. Feng Yi, are you alright? Puff. Kong Haoxiang almost choked on his breath when he heard that. What could possibly happen to him standing there perfectly fine? On the contrary, he himself is almost dead. Can't he see that? I'm fine. Feng Yi shook his head. Hearing that Feng Yi was alright, Wang Qingfeng was finally relieved. If anything happens to Feng at the academy, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. Putting aside Feng's family background, the academy itself will not let him off the hook. Why didn't you tell me in advance when you were arriving in Kyoto so I could pick you up? Upon hearing Wang Qingfeng's words, Kong Haoxiang and the 2 senior students next to him were all stunned. The director of the admissions office personally went to pick him up. Who exactly is this freshman in front of me? Does he have such a big reputation? Even the director of the admissions office of Tsinghua Peking University College, one of the 4 top colleges in Taiwan, treated him with such courtesy. Kong Haoxiang has probably really messed up this time. The 2 senior students were already considering whether they should just sever ties with Kong Haoxiang to avoid being implicated later, which would be a truly undeserved disaster. It was only then that Feng Yi remembered that back in Rongqing, Wang Qingfeng had indeed told him to let him know in advance if he was coming to Kyoto. However, Feng Yi had long forgotten about this matter. His main personality is that he's not the type to trouble others. I just arrived today. My grandfather is also coming to Kyoto, and someone will pick him up from his place, so I thought I wouldn't trouble you. Feng Yi explained apologetically. Hearing Feng Yi mention his grandfather, Wang Qingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. A month ago, after receiving that phone call right after getting off the plane in Kunming, he had already made up his mind about Feng Yi's identity. And Feng Yi's grandfather should be that one. Since Feng Yi came with that person, there's really no need for me to pick him up. Wang Qingfeng nodded. So that's how it is. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Liao behind Feng Yi. Oh, Jiang is here too. It seemed the two had met before, and Jiang Liao gave a very polite slight bow. Hello, Director Wang. Seeing Jiang Liao's politeness, Wang Qingfeng was very pleased, and only then did he remember Kong Haoxiang lying on the ground. He turned his head, frowned, and looked at Kong Haoxiang, asking a question. What's going on? The 2 senior students knew that this question was directed at them. They dared not conceal anything or embellish anything, and recounted the entire story in its entirety. After listening, Wang Qingfeng looked at Kong Haoxiang with great displeasure. That clueless thing didn't hurt Feng Yi and Jiang Liao, otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it even if he went bankrupt. Throw this disgraceful thing into the infirmary. Wang Qingfeng's tone was full of disdain. The 2 senior students quickly carried Kong Haoxiang away. Wang Qingfeng turned around and performed a quick change of expression, smiling as he spoke to Feng Yi and the other 2. Come on, I'll help you with the enrollment procedures. After following Wang Qingfeng into an office, Wang Qingfeng took out a contract and handed it to Feng Yi. The document lists all the promised benefits. Feng Yi glanced at it, and after confirming that there were no problems, he signed his name directly. Jiang Liao and the fat man also signed their respective contracts. After completing the procedures, Wang Qingfeng assigned dormitory rooms to the 3 of them. The dormitories at Tsinghua and Peking universities are all in the style of traditional courtyard houses. 4 people share a courtyard. Everyone has their own room. Of course, for the safety of students, the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory are separate. There will be no situation where men and women live together in the same courtyard. Upon hearing this, the fat man sighed in disappointment. He had originally hoped to encounter some special fate, but now it seems there's no chance. However, since both the male and female dormitories were in the same direction, Jiang Liao stopped at the fork in the road. She looked at Feng Yi with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Feng Yi. I didn't expect to run into Kong Haoxiang and cause you trouble. Feng Yi didn't blame Jiang Liao at all, he had simply stepped in to help when he saw injustice. Of course, if Kong Haoxiang is ungrateful and continues to provoke her, that's between the 2 of them and has nothing to do with Jiang Liao. Jiang Liao, if you consider me a friend, then don't worry about this. I didn't take it to heart anyway. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liao's pretty face regained its smile. Okay, let's exchange contact information, and I'll treat you to dinner another day. Good. Feng Yi took out his phone and added Jiang Liao as a chat friend. The fat man chimed in sourly. How about I join too? Feng Yi rolled his eyes at him and said to Jiang Liao. Don't add him, his motives aren't pure. The fat man got angry as soon as he heard that. Feng Yi, you're really not being fair. Every time I've ever eaten out, I've invited you. Now that a girl's treating you, you're going to abandon me and go have some alone time with her, huh? Fine, fine. To prevent the fat man from saying anything more outrageous, Feng Yi quickly covered his mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll add you if you want, but you'll pay for the meal. For the fat man, anything that could be solved with money was no problem, and he nodded frantically in agreement. Zhang Liao smiled and added the fat man as a chat friend. After saying goodbye, Zhang Liao parted ways with Feng Yi and Fatty at this intersection. After walking for a while, Feng Yi and Fatty finally found their dormitory room. It says Tai-bai residence on it. Along the way, Feng Yi noticed that all the courtyards were named after Xingqian. There are the residences of Mars, Sirius, Venus, and Cowherd. Upon entering the courtyard, they discovered that Feng Yi and Fatty had chosen 2 adjacent rooms. The other 2 rooms were both closed, presumably because their roommates hadn't arrived yet. Both of them were looking forward to seeing what kind of people their 2 roommates would be. I just hope it's not an idiot like Kong Haoshan or Ding Jiejun. The room is fully furnished, and there is a carpet on the floor for daily meditation and cultivation. The room is decorated in a traditional Chinese style, which gives it a unique charm. After putting their luggage away, Feng Yi and Fatty left Tai-bai residence to go out for dinner. Under the treatment of the school doctor's healing abilities, Kong Haoshan quickly recovered from his injuries. At this moment, he felt extremely humiliated and vowed to make Feng Yi pay the price. After leaving the infirmary, he made a phone call and then took a taxi away from the college. Kong Haoshan got out of the car in front of a high-end club in Kyoto. Inside a private room at the club, a blonde-haired teenager was drinking and talking loudly with several people of similar age. Each person had a beautiful young woman with a great figure and exquisite clothes in their arms. Kong Haoshan walked to the door of the private room, knocked on the door, and only after receiving permission did he carefully walk into the private room with a stoop. Kong Haoshan respectfully approached the blonde-haired boy. "Young Master Ing, you must stand up for me." Chapter 31 2 New Roommates. Kong Haoshan lay prostrate on the ground, his tone humble. The blonde-haired boy glanced lightly at Kong Haoshan, who was lying on the ground like a dog, and laughed. "What's wrong with young Master Kong?" Kong Haoshan cried and complained, his nose running and his eyes snotty. "Young Master Ing, I ran into Lu Yao today. She was with 2 men, and they seemed to be getting along quite well. I know about your brother and Lu Yao, so I was going to ask them about their identities, but one of the men hit me." Kong Haoshan's voice sounded extremely aggrieved, like that of a humiliated young wife. But the blonde-haired boy just sneered. "How dare you call me Lu Yao?" Hearing the blonde-haired boy's cold tone, Kong Haoshan's heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained. "I'm sorry, young Master Ing, I..." Before Kong Haoshan could explain, the blonde-haired boy said calmly. "Slap yourself in the face." Without the slightest hesitation, Kong Haoshan raised his hand and began slapping himself repeatedly across the face. Snap! 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 A crisp slap echoed from inside the private room. The men and women around him all watched Kong Haoshan with great interest. A few minutes later, Kong Haoshan slapped his face until it looked like a pig's head. The blonde-haired boy was finally satisfied and made him stop. "Alright, what's the name of the guy who hit you?" Kong Haoshan gratefully said thank you, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. "His name seems to be Feng Yi. I noticed that Wang Qingfeng treated him with great respect, so he might have some connections." Kong Haoshan gritted his teeth when Feng Yi's name was mentioned. Feng Yi. A hint of amusement flashed in the blonde-haired boy's eyes. "I understand, get out." After saying that, he kicked Kong Haoshan, who was lying on the ground, and sent him flying. After Kong Haoshan scrambled to his feet, he gave the blonde-haired boy a forced smile and nodded before cautiously leaving the private room. After Kong Haoshan left, the blonde-haired boy sneered and muttered to himself. "I didn't go looking for you, but you came to me on your own." He beckoned to the side, and a young-looking boy leaned over. After Huang Mao whispered a few words in his ear, he nodded solemnly to indicate that he understood, and then left the private room. After doing all this, he picked up a glass with one hand and let the others continue drinking. A hand reached inside the collar of the girl in his arms. Hearing the girl's slightly painful moan, a morbid satisfaction appeared on his face. After finishing their meal, Feng Yi returned to Tai-bai residence. "As soon as I stepped into the yard, I saw a skinny boy, as thin as a monkey, sweeping the yard with a broom. Hearing the noise behind him, he turned around and looked over. Then, with a fawning smile on his face, he jogged over to Feng Yi and the fat man. "Brothers, I'm new here. My name is Song. You can call me Monkey. I hope you'll give me some guidance in the future." Song wiped his hands on his clothes and then extended his hands to the 2 of them. Feng Yi and the fat man exchanged a glance and then both extended their hands to shake hands with Song. I was worried that my 2 roommates, whom I had never met, would have personalities like Kong Haoshan, but it turns out that Wensong's personality is the complete opposite of Kong Haoxiang's. I still don't know your names, brothers. Wensong's respectful attitude and humble tone made Feng Yi and the fat man feel a little awkward. My name is Feng Yi, and his name is Li Sui. We're all classmates, so please don't call me brother. Neither Feng Yi nor Li Sui were people who liked being flattered. Especially in school, everyone is a classmate and has an equal status. They started calling each other brother as soon as they met, making it seem like they were the bullies. Wensong was taken aback by Feng Yi's words, but he still nodded. Just then, the half-closed courtyard gate was kicked open. The loud bang startled Wensong. Feng Yi and the fat man's expressions turned cold, and they turned around to look. The courtyard gate was kicked and deformed. I thought it was Kong Haoxiang who brought people to cause trouble, but instead, a big, goofy guy with a buzz cut, dark skin, and a simple, honest smile walked in. The big, clumsy guy was carrying a bright red quilt in one hand and a large suitcase in the other. No wonder he had to kick the door open. Seeing that several people in the courtyard were looking at him, the big, clumsy guy put down his suitcase and scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't expect this door to be so fragile. Feng Yi and the fat man were both speechless. Dude, if you're going to bend your head, you can put your suitcase down and bend it. Do you really have to use your feet to open the door? The big, clumsy guy walked in and introduced himself with a silly grin. Hello, my name is Chen Ming, and I'm from Jinan. After saying that, he took a bag of cured meat out of his suitcase and stuffed it into the fat man's arms. This is a local specialty I brought from home. It's especially delicious and goes very well with rice. Fatty. Feng Yi chuckled to himself. Although his new roommate didn't seem very bright, he appeared to be a nice person. After getting to know each other, the group had a general understanding of the two individuals. Wensong is a native of Kyoto and possesses A-level superpowers. Chen Ming lives in a rural area of Quanchang. He also possesses A-level superpowers. Feng Yi and Fatty were fairly satisfied with their two roommates. We should be able to get along well in the future. Wensong was a little weak, and Chen Ming was a little too honest. Luckily, they were fortunate to have Feng Yi and Fatty as their roommates. If they had met people with bad tempers and personalities, they would have been bullied every day. Over the next 2 days, most of this year's new students arrived to register. Tsinghua Peking University College also officially opened for the new semester. Today is the first day of school, and Feng Yi and his 3 companions headed to the academy's trial tower early in the morning. Today is the freshman class assignment ceremony. The plaza in front of the trial tower was already full of people. As soon as Feng Yi entered the plaza, he noticed Zhang Liao sitting in the middle. There's no way around it. Beautiful women attract attention wherever they go, even in a vast crowd. 3 girls sat next to Zhang Liao. Apart from one girl who was dressed exquisitely and whose looks could rival Zhang Liao's, the other 2 were quite ordinary. However, this was only in comparison to Zhang Liao. If they were placed elsewhere, they would be considered top-tier beauties. When Feng Yi looked at Zhang Liao, she seemed to sense it and looked over as well. Upon seeing Feng Yi, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she waved to him. Feng Yi raised his hand in response, but he had no intention of sitting down next to her. The main reason is that all the seats around Zhang Liao were full, mostly occupied by boys. Feng Yi couldn't possibly go and tell someone to give him their spot. So after exchanging greetings from afar, Feng Yi led the fat man and the others to a secluded spot at the back to sit down. The elegantly dressed girl next to Zhang Liao asked after seeing the two greeting each other from a distance. Lu Yao, is that your new boyfriend? He looks quite handsome. Zhang Liao blushed slightly and quickly denied it. No, we're just friends. The girl then joked. Oh my, your face is all red. Still denying it? I've never seen you greet any boy first. Zhang Liao's face turned so red it was almost bleeding. Oh no, that's not true. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing Zhang Liao's embarrassed and indignant appearance, the delicate girl giggled, her chest heaving, her laughter like the sound of bells, attracting the attention of the surrounding boys, who could no longer look away. After everyone was seated, the college's faculty and senior staff also took their seats in front of the new students. There were also many elderly people watching the excitement around the square. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair walked to the front. Chapter 32 Trial Tower. The white-haired old man looked like an ordinary old man, and one could not sense any cultivation level from him. But his eyes seemed to hold a vast galaxy. Feng Yi knew at a glance that the white-haired old man's strength was unfathomable. Dear students, welcome to Tsinghua Peking University Ancient Martial Arts Academy. I am the dean of this academy, Ji Xing. The old man's voice wasn't loud, and he didn't use any tools, but his voice still clearly reached everyone's ears. The square, which had been noisy just moments before, fell silent instantly. Upon hearing the white-haired old man's name, Feng Yi knew his origins. The Ji family, one of the 5 great families of China. The 5 major families in China are the Ji family, the Feng family, the Zi family, the Ying family, and the Jiang family. From ancient times to the present, China has produced a total of 5 great emperors of the human race. The 5 major families today are descendants of the 5 great emperors of the human race. However, ordinary people have no contact with the 5 major families, so only a small number of people know of their existence. Ji Xing then talked about the history of the academy and gave a speech welcoming the new students, before mentioning the mentor assignment ceremony that everyone was concerned about. Before being assigned a mentor, everyone must enter the trial tower for testing. After the test, based on the score rating, those below a grade will be automatically assigned a mentor, while those above a grade can choose their own mentor. Next, freshmen whose names are called, please enter the trial tower in an orderly manner to begin the challenge. After Ji Xing finished speaking, she went down and sat in a high-ranking position in the academy. The loudspeaker also came on, announcing the names of the new students one by one. The fat man then whispered to the others. Do you know about the 4 top professors at Tsinghua and Peking universities? Feng Yi and the others shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. The fat man immediately perked up and began to explain to the others. Among the professors at Tsinghua and Peking University, 4 are the most famous, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men are Gu Xian, the Golden Lion King Xiaoming, the Jade-Faced Gentleman and Xiao Yao, the White-Clad Sword Immortal. Where is the woman? Feng Yi asked. But the fat man said, Dude, if you have the chance to choose your own mentor, don't choose that female mentor. Why? Wen Song and Chen Ming were also somewhat curious. The fat man explained in a low voice. Because that female instructor's nicknames are Abbess Miju and Tyrannosaurus of Sichuan, just from those nicknames you can tell that her temper is not something that ordinary people can tolerate. No new student has dared to choose her for many years, so if you don't have masochistic tendencies, don't choose her. Hearing the fat man's horrifying description, as if this female tutor were a cannibal, Feng Yi's curiosity was piqued. So what is that female tutor's name? The fat man looked around as if afraid the person in question would hear him, before whispering the name. Zi Han Swang. Feng Yi was stunned when he heard the name. Isn't that my aunt's name? He recalled his aunt's personality in his mind and found that it really seemed to be just like what the fat man had said. I never imagined that my aunt's temper would be so famous. Upon hearing the name, Wen Song and Chen Ming nodded silently, making it a part of their minds. Fatty, how do you know so much that we don't? Wen Song and Chen Ming looked at the fat man with admiration. They were all freshmen, so how did the fat man know such detailed information? The fat man smiled smugly. You need to understand that money is everything. With enough money, I can even find out the color of the principal's underwear. Ahead, Principal Ji Xing, who had been sitting, turned around and glanced back. The smug fat man suddenly felt as if he were in a freezing winter inferno. He froze, large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Fatty, what's wrong? Feng Yi asked hurriedly after noticing Fatty's unusual behavior. No. It's nothing, I just suddenly feel a little cold. Feng Yi glanced at the short-sleeved shirt he was wearing and thought to himself. No, it's so hot, and you're telling me you're cold? But looking at the fat man, he didn't seem to be lying. Fortunately, the fat man's condition didn't last long. He gradually returned to normal after a few breaths. The fat man, now recovered, looked at Feng Yi with a wronged expression, almost in tears, and kept repeating the same thing. That's terrifying, that's terrifying. What's wrong? No matter how Feng Yi asked, the fat man refused to say anything, only saying that it was too terrifying. This made Feng Yi even more confused. How could a perfectly normal person suddenly become like this? Feng Yi was lost in thought about his aunt and didn't pay attention to what the fat man was saying. What just happened? Seeing that he couldn't get any answers from the fat man, Feng Yi asked Wen Song and Cheng Ming instead. The two of them were equally confused as to how the fat man had suddenly become like this. Only Cheng Ming spoke honestly. The fat guy just said that he knows what color underwear the principal wears. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi almost spat out his drink. Looking at the somewhat aged yet still upright figure in front of him, he understood. He patted the fat man on the shoulder with a smug look on his face. Fatty, watch your bragging next time. At that moment, Feng Yi's name was also announced over the loudspeaker. Upon entering the trial tower, everything went dark, followed by a brief feeling of dizziness. Feng Yi was not surprised. This is a normal phenomenon when entering the trial tower for the first time. Rumor has it that the trial tower was built by several powerful individuals with spatial abilities. It can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. Moreover, each person has their own private space once they enter. As the dizziness subsided, Feng Yi's vision cleared up. This is a closed stone chamber, roughly the size of a basketball court. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from the void. The first challenge of the Star Trial Tower is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a humanoid phantom appeared in front of Feng Yi, its features obscured. However, based on the aura emanating from the phantom, it can be inferred that the phantom's strength is only at the first level of star forging. The first level of star forging was not difficult for Feng Yi. Start the challenge. With a command given from the void, the humanoid phantom rushed towards Feng Yi. The phantom threw a punch, carrying a strong energy fluctuation. Feng Yi neither dodged nor avoided the attack, choosing to meet it head-on, and threw a punch at the illusory figure. A surge of energy, several times stronger than the phantom, emanated from it. The moment the two fists collided, the phantom was blasted apart by Feng Yi's punch. It turned into starlight and dissipated into the air. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge. You are now entering the second stage. Please prepare accordingly. Another humanoid phantom appeared before Feng Yi, but this time the phantom's strength had increased to the second level of star forging. However, anything below the Yao Guang realm poses no challenge to Feng Yi. They all vanished under Feng Yi's fist. Chapter 33 Feng Yi's changes. Outside the trial tower, there is a large screen displaying the names of the top 10 new students currently ranked in the challenge levels. At first, the leaderboard changed very quickly, almost every second. However, as the challenges became more difficult, the leaderboard gradually stabilized. The freshmen whose names had not yet been called and the upperclassmen watching the excitement were all staring at the leaderboard and discussing it. Who is this Feng Yi? He's too fast. He's already on the 6th level, while the second place is only on the 2nd level. This name sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Are you guys stupid? This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination is Feng Yi, isn't he? So it was him. I didn't expect him to come to Tsinghua and Peking universities. No wonder he's the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he's far ahead of the competition. Look, he's reached the 7th level. Doesn't that mean his strength has reached the 7th level of star forging? Holy crap, this level of skill is about the same as most second-year students. I can only say it's awesome. Among the new students, a beautiful pair of eyes were also fixed on Feng Yi's name. It was Zhang Leyao in the crowd. At that moment, the elegant girl next to her quietly leaned closer and whispered in her ear. So, did you see your little lover's name? Hey, I told you not to talk nonsense. Zhang Leyao pushed the elegant girl away in embarrassment and indignation. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. I'm just curious about his strength. The elegant girl covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then leaned over and hugged Zhang Leyao's arm. The two soft mouths were squeezed and deformed. The lewd man who had been spying on them couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhang Leyao pointed to the number 1 name on the leaderboard. He's number 1. His tone carried a hint of pride. The sophisticated girl's eyes lit up, somewhat surprised. So he was Feng Yi. After saying that, he turned to look at Zhang Leyao's pretty face and said with ill intent, "You're pretty quick." Seeing that the elegant girl was talking nonsense again, Zhang Leyao blushed and reached out with both hands to the elegant girl's waist. You're talking nonsense again. Two stunningly beautiful girls playfully bickering immediately attracted the attention of a group of gentlemen. As time slowly passed, many new students have already completed their challenges and emerged from the trial tower. As one person walks out, the loudspeaker will call out the name of the next person. However, Feng Yi is still in the trial tower. Inside the trial tower, a humanoid phantom at the 9th level of star forging appeared. Feng Yi still didn't take out his weapon, remaining unarmed. Even when facing this humanoid phantom at the 9th level of star forging. Although Feng Yi did not use any weapons, the fist techniques he used were top-tier SS-level fist techniques. With the strength of the Yao Guang realm and the SS-level fist technique, dealing with these humanoid phantoms whose realms are inferior to his own is indeed not difficult. He was defeated by Feng Yi in just 2 or 3 rounds. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge and entering level 10. Please prepare accordingly. A humanoid phantom of a level 1 Yaoguang realm cultivator appeared. Once a cultivator reaches the earth level, they can begin practicing physical techniques to maximize the limits of the human body. Having practiced physical techniques and not having practiced them are two completely different concepts. This is also why earth-level cultivators can crush human-level cultivators. The illusory figure of the Yaoguang realm standing before Fengyi was radiating streaks of blood-red light. This imitates the power of human qi and blood. The stronger one's qi and blood, the greater the improvement in attack, defense, and burst damage. This is finally getting interesting. Fengyi no longer held back and took out the Ningxue's sword from his spatial bracelet. Meanwhile, a lightsaber also appeared in the hand of the phantom on the other side. This is also one of the rules of the trial tower. If the challenger doesn't use a weapon, then the humanoid phantom won't use a weapon either. Vice versa. Clang! The moment Fengyi drew his sword, his entire demeanor changed instantly. A sharp aura emanated from him. At this moment, he was like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. The challenge begins. This time, Fengyi made the first move. A swordsman should always forge ahead without hesitation. A spatial teleport appeared in front of the phantom. A sword was thrust towards the phantom's chest. The phantom hurriedly turned around and raised its sword to block. The sword tip pierced the phantom's blade, and the phantom was immediately forced to retreat uncontrollably. As he shakily regained his footing, Fengyi's sword was already upon him. This time he had no chance to block it at all. The snow condensation sword pierced through the phantom's body. The phantom image vanished. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge. You have now entered the 11th level. Please prepare accordingly. Without using any martial arts techniques, but only his own spatial ability, the illusory figure, who was also at the Yaoguang realm, was instantly defeated. This is the result of Fengyi's month-long intensive training. He can now easily kill one person in 10 steps and leave no trace for 1,000 miles. The sword may not be the most powerful weapon, but it is definitely the best tool for killing. With the aid of his spatial abilities, Fengyi can transform into an unpredictable assassin at any time. Besides cultivating his realm and practicing the Tai Chi divine skill, Fengyi's greatest achievement in the past month was combining his supernatural abilities with swordsmanship to develop a unique swordsmanship style. The humanoid phantom at the second level of the Yaoguang realm now radiated even more crimson light. Their overall strength is also greater. If you were to challenge a regular level 1 of the Yaoguang realm, it would be quite difficult, and you would most likely be stopped at level 11. But Fengyi is no ordinary person. He hasn't used any of his trump cards yet. With Fengyi's elusive spatial abilities, the phantom was no match for Fengyi's sword. Fengyi not only possesses bizarre supernatural abilities, but his movement techniques are equally unpredictable. He easily evaded several sword strikes launched by the phantom using his strange movement. After several missed strikes, it was Fengyi's turn. A flash of cold light, and the snow condensation sword pierced through the phantom's chest. If there were spectators nearby, they would definitely say, "What a fast sword." Outside the trial tower, all eyes, both freshmen and seniors, were on Fengyi's name. They all wanted to see just how strong this newly enrolled student really was and how far he could go. Fengyi level 12 score, 780 rating, not yet available. And second place under Fengyi's name. It's only the 6th level. Moreover, that person failed in the 7th challenge and has now returned to the crowd. Looking at Fengyi, who is twice his size, a wry smile appeared on his face. Perhaps this is the true genius. It wasn't just the students who were talking about Fengyi. A group of mentors and senior academy officials also noticed Fengyi's outstanding achievements. Standing next to Dean Jixing, Wang Qingfeng clicked his tongue, his tone somewhat arrogant. "Dean, isn't Fengyi, whom I recruited, quite good? He truly lives up to his SS rank." Aha! Wang Qingfeng was only halfway through his sentence, before he could finish saying the words SSS-level, when Jixing, standing beside him, feigned a cough to remind him. Wang Qingfeng felt a sudden explosion in his mind, then remembered something, his expression changed, and he quickly corrected himself. No wonder he is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. After saying that, he glanced at Jixing with lingering fear. Jixing nodded expressionlessly. He is indeed a good person. Among the mentors, there was a short-haired woman with round-framed glasses who looked very gentle and intellectual. However, the expression on her face looked somewhat aloof. Unlike the mentors who were whispering and staring at the leaderboard, she sat there alone, only glancing at the leaderboard occasionally, as if she had no interest in anything. However, when she looked at Feng Yi's name, a hint of tenderness would flash in her eyes. Chapter 34 Rating SSS. Inside the trial tower. Faced with the humanoid phantom on the third floor of Yao Guang, Feng Yi once again chose to make the first move. With the help of spatial teleportation, he instantly approached the phantom and unleashed a sword strike. However, the illusory figure steadily blocked the sword strike. A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Yi's eyes. This was the first time since entering the trial tower that a phantom had intercepted his attack. The phantom at the third level of the Yao Guang realm not only withstood Feng Yi's attack, but also quickly launched a counterattack. With a single sword stroke, he deflected the snow condensation sword, then thrust his sword towards Feng Yi. The speed of this sword strike was several times greater than the previous afterimage. Fortunately, after a month of special training, Feng Yi's combat awareness has improved significantly. Just as the lightsaber was about to pierce him, he blocked the attack with the snow condensation sword. The force transmitted through the sword caused Feng Yichao to take 2 steps back. His eyes also became serious. It seems that the strength of someone at the third level of the Yao Guang realm is indeed not to be underestimated. The phantom gave Feng Yi no chance to catch his breath, raising its sword and continuing to attack him. Feng Yi used a spatial teleport to create distance between himself and the phantom, then raised his hand and used spatial confinement on the phantom that wanted to continue chasing. The illusory figure was instantly frozen in place. Feng Yi exhaled, and the Ningxue sword in his hand spun twice before standing upright in front of him. He used 2 fingers to imbue the sword with pure star power, and the snow condensation sword, glowing with starlight, slashed out. A loud shout rang out, "Void sword formation!" Several sword energies landed around the illusory figure, and a magic array lit up under its feet a moment later. Dozens of faint sword shadows appeared around the phantom. Cut! At Feng Yi's command, the sword shadows surrounding the phantom fell one after another. The phantom tried to raise its sword to block, but found itself unable to move, as the imprisonment period had not yet ended. He could only watch helplessly as countless sword shadows rained down on him. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge and entering the 13th level. Please prepare yourself. Feng Yi exhaled a breath of stale air, and the star power within his body rapidly recovered. Because of the presence of the Big Dipper space within his body, his speed of recovering star power is extraordinary. In the Big Dipper space, a large amount of stellar power fell from the hidden origin star and the cave star, which had reached 100% completion, rapidly replenishing the stellar power that Feng Yi had lost. The aura emanating from the mere phantom of the 4th level of the Yao Guang realm was already putting pressure on Feng Yi. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each minor realm. At the human level, some highly talented cultivators can even defeat cultivators of higher levels by relying on their own talent. However, as one's realm increases, even a peerless genius will find it difficult to bridge the gap between realms. Feng Yi is now able to fight across 3 minor realms, not only because of his high talent, but also because he has just entered the first realm of the Earth level. The phantom rushed towards Feng Yi at high speed. The speed of the 4th level of the Yao Guang realm was already making it difficult for him to keep up. So Feng Yi simply closed his eyes and used his third supernatural ability, the Eye of God. With the blessing of the Eye of God, the movements of the phantom became clearly visible. In Feng Yi's eyes, the speed of the phantom was about the same as that of a cultivator who had just entered the Yao Guang realm. Feng Yi easily dodged every sword strike from the phantom. The phantom seemed to have noticed the problem as well, and the next moment the light on the sword formed from starlight intensified. There seemed to be silvery white flames burning on the lightsaber, accompanied by a piercing and stirring cry of an eagle. The phantom sword slashed out, and the silver sword energy transformed into a fierce eagle that swooped down on Feng Yi. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow. So you found that physical attacks aren't working, so you switched to magical attacks, right? However, the eagle formed from the sword energy did indeed bring him a great sense of oppression. Feng Yi decided to hold back no longer. He took a small step back with his right foot, while simultaneously pulling his sword-wielding hand back. He let out a low growl. Tai Chi sword technique. A huge phantom of a long sword appeared above Feng Yi's head, with a slowly rotating Tai Chi yin-yang diagram behind the hilt. As the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram rotated, all the stellar energy in the void was absorbed into it. The phantom of the giant longsword became increasingly solid. Feng Yi glared angrily at the approaching silver eagle and thrust his sword forward. The enormous phantom of the longsword also pierced towards the silver eagle. The silver eagle was annihilated the moment it touched the phantom of the longsword, turning into a wisp of star power that was absorbed by the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The longsword phantom continued its flight without slowing down, heading towards the humanoid phantom at the 4th level of the Yaoguang realm. Wherever the longsword passed, the space trembled slightly. If Feng Yi's cultivation level were any stronger, even space itself might shatter. Under the shadow of the longsword, the humanoid phantom had absolutely no power to resist. It was also annihilated the instant it touched the longsword. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge and entering the 14th level. Please prepare yourself. As the voice faded from the void, Feng Yi felt his legs go weak and he almost lost his balance. The Tai Chi sword technique, as expected of an SS-level martial art, completely drained the star power from Feng Yi's body. Now he truly had no star power left in his body. Looking at the humanoid phantom that had just appeared before him at the 5th level of the Yaoguang realm, Feng Yi knew that he could only stop here for today. If he were at full strength now, he would like to try the 5th level of the Yaoguang realm. Unfortunately, he's not in good shape right now. Although the star power within his body is rapidly recovering, he will not be able to use SS-level swordsmanship for the time being. However, completing 13 levels should be enough. Before the humanoid phantom could make a move, Feng Yi shouted directly into the void. I concede. The next second, the humanoid phantom vanished. Challenge failed, you will be teleported away shortly. Outside the trial tower. As Feng Yi slowly walked out, everyone's eyes turned to him. Feng Yi was the last freshman to finish the test. Everyone was waiting for him. However, no one complained, because they all wanted to see how far Feng Yi could go. As Feng Yi walked out of the trial tower, his rating appeared on the leaderboard. Feng Yi level 13 score, 910 rating, SSS. The freshmen all looked at Feng Yi with a hint of admiration in their eyes. They had all just personally challenged the trial tower and knew just how impressive it was to pass the 13th level. Many girls were staring intently at Feng Yi's figure. If it weren't for the faculty and senior staff sitting there, they would have rushed up to ask for their contact information long ago. The situation was similar among the upperclassmen who were watching the spectacle. Compared to the reserved freshmen, the sophomores and juniors had much fewer concerns. She kept throwing flirtatious glances at Feng Yi, hoping to attract his attention. A few of the bolder ones even started to confess their feelings loudly. This made the boys extremely envious. However, Feng Yi ignored it and quickened his pace, walking back to the fat man and the others. Beauty is a curse, and now Feng Yi only cares about cultivation. Women will only slow down his sword drawing speed. Of course, beauties like Zhang Liao are an exception. Chapter 35 Mentor Selection. Undeterred by failing to attract Feng Yi's attention, the eager female students did not give up. I plan to ambush people on the road later. As soon as he returned to Fatty and the others, Fatty slapped Feng Yi on the shoulder and said excitedly. Great job, buddy. You've really shown your skills in front of everyone and haven't embarrassed Taibai residents. Feng Yi rolled his eyes and asked about the three people's ratings. All three received an S rating. They all have the right to choose their own mentors. Their rankings are all in the top 20. From this perspective, the fat man was indeed right when he said that he hadn't disgraced Taibai residents. Only then did Feng Yi turn his attention to the leaderboard. After all the new students finished their tests, the leaderboard changed. Of course, no one can shake Feng Yi's position as number 1. Zhang Liao had already taken second place. Zhang Liao level 8 360 points rating SS. Below Zhang Liao is Ying Yufei level 8 360 points rating SS. Shi Yuma level 7 280 points rating S. Zhong Juanqi level 7 280 points rating S. The rating is based on the challenger's overall strength. The challenger's own skill level will also be taken into account. Therefore, if someone at the 7th or 8th level of the Yaoguang realm challenges the 13th level, the rating they can obtain will not be higher than that of Feng Yi. The test is now over, and Dean Ji Xing has returned to the stage. All freshmen have finished their tests. Next, all freshmen who have received an A grade or above will choose a mentor. Freshmen, please be prepared and think carefully about which mentor you want to choose. Remember, choosing a mentor who suits you is more important than choosing a mentor who is famous. After saying that, he walked downstairs. The name of the first freshman to choose a mentor was also read out over the loudspeaker. Wang Chang, rated A, please come up to the stage to choose a mentor. A dark-skinned boy walked out from among the freshmen. His face was filled with excitement, and he looked very thrilled. After going on stage, his gaze went straight to a middle-aged man with long blonde hair among the mentors. I choose Gu Xian as my mentor. His choice was not surprising. Anyone familiar with Tsinghua and Peking University College would know the names of the 4 mentors. Although Ji Xing just said that you should choose a mentor who suits you, you don't necessarily have to choose one who is famous. But for all the freshmen, it would be crazy not to choose one of the 4 mentors. The same situation applies to the mentor selection process in previous years. Only a very small number of freshmen will choose a mentor other than the 4 main mentors. However, Zi Hanshuang was an exception. No one dared to choose her. After all, nobody wants to be tortured for no reason. Upon hearing Wang Chang's choice, Gu Xian nodded with a faint smile. I felt nothing. His mind is currently focused on the 3 freshmen who are SS level or above. Especially Feng Yi, who is the only one with an SSS rating. However, he wasn't really sure what to expect. After Wang Chang made his choice, the loudspeaker called out the name of the next new student. This year's freshman number over 1,000, but only a little over 100 received an A grade or higher. 20 people at or above the S level. The new students made their choices quickly within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Half of them had completed their selections. Similar to previous years, most participants chose 3 of the 4 male mentors. Only a few chose mentors outside of the 4 main mentors. Currently, only Zi Hanshuang has not been selected. Among the mentors, a fat woman with a face full of fat smiled at the short-haired woman with glasses. However, her smile was full of sarcasm. Instructor Frost, why aren't any new students choosing you? No matter what, you're one of the 4 great instructors these students talk about. Look, that little boy just chose me but not you. What are you still doing sitting here? Faced with the fat woman's mockery, Zi Hanshuang remained expressionless, not even lifting her eyelids. It seems like they're treating a fat woman as if she's farting. Seeing that Zi Hanshuang ignored her, the fat woman's face darkened, and she snorted coldly. The other mentors, seeing this, were not surprised at all. They pretended not to see it. Although some mentors felt that the fat woman's words were a bit excessive, they did not stand up to stop her. After all, Zi Hanshuang's relationship with them wasn't that good, so there was no need to offend another person for the sake of someone with whom she had only a casual relationship. At that moment, when Song's name was called over the loudspeaker. Go! Feng Yi and the other 2 patted him on the shoulder. When Song walked onto the stage somewhat nervously. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he felt thousands of eyes on him. He was already a little nervous and stage frightened, and his heart started beating even faster. My mind went blank, and I froze on the spot. After waiting for 2 minutes and seeing that when Song had not spoken or made a choice, the head of the teaching department below asked directly. When Song, which mentor would you like to choose? The head of the teaching department's words brought Wen Song back to his senses. However, at this moment, he had almost completely forgotten his mentor's name. He began to try to recall the names of the 4 mentors that the fat man had mentioned earlier. Fatty said we can't choose Abbas Miju. At this point, the head of teaching couldn't help but urge Wen Song, who still hadn't responded. Wen Song, which mentor will you choose? Wen Song was startled and blurted out 3 words. Zi Hanshuang. After he finished speaking, he was dumbfounded. The head of the teaching department was also visibly taken aback. Choosing Zi Hanshuang was quite an unconventional choice. However, he respected Wen Song's choice and nodded slightly. Okay, Wen Song chooses Zi Hanshuang. Zi Hanshuang withdrew her wandering gaze, glanced indifferently at Wen Song on the stage, and then drifted off into her own thoughts again. This time, not only Wen Song was stunned, but all the other freshmen and seniors were also stunned. This guy is too brave, daring to choose the Extinction Master, Crown Prince Han Shuang. I didn't expect him to be such a brave man when he came on stage. This is a record-breaking achievement. This is probably the only freshman in recent years who dared to actively choose Abbas Miju. No need for further explanation, just give me respect. Upon hearing Wen Song's choice, the fat man couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. As expected of Brother Song, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, he still went into the tiger's den. I admire him. Feng Yi was also somewhat surprised by Wen Song's choice. After Wen Song came down, the fat man gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Awesome, Song Ji. Wen Song could only manage a smile that looked more like a grimace. After Wen Song, the next person was Chen Ming. Unlike Wen Song, Chen Ming wasn't intimidated. However, being stared at by 4,000 people made his dark face flush slightly. After he went on stage, he scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and then said, I choose Zi Hanshuang as my mentor. After he finished speaking, the freshmen and seniors were stunned once again. What's going on today? Two freshmen with consecutive S-level ratings took the initiative to choose the Abbas Miju, whom no one dared to choose in previous years. One can be considered a series, but what happens when two come in a row? Fortunately, things returned to normal for the new students, and no one chose Zi Hanshuang anymore. The next freshman, Zhang Laya. Chapter 36: The Scramble. Zhang Laya wore a white dress today, but it couldn't hide her stunning figure at all. On the contrary, it gave her the feeling of being a fairy descended from heaven. Zhang Laya slowly walked onto the stage, a faint smile on her face, her eyes calm and undisturbed. All the boys in the room had their eyes following her. The sunlight shone on her dress, creating a hazy halo. At that moment, a single thought involuntarily came to everyone's mind. Such a woman exists only in heaven. How often can one hear of her in the mortal world? After Zhang Laya went on stage, she seemed to have already made up her mind. Her eyes fell on a young man among the mentors who had an otherworldly temperament and looked like a handsome man from ancient times. I choose Professor Xiao Yao. Without the slightest hesitation, she stated her choice. The young man in ancient style was none other than Xiao Yao, the white-robed sword immortal, one of the four mentors. The mentors who weren't chosen all showed a hint of regret on their faces. Of the only two SS rank 1, one is gone. Xiao Yao was also extremely happy at this moment. He looked down on the freshmen with an A-level rating, and even the S-level ones were not good enough. But the SS-level title was something that moved him deeply. He smiled warmly at Zhang Laya on the stage. Zhang Laya walked off the stage under everyone's gaze, and then the name of the next freshman was announced over the loudspeaker. Ying Yufei. The exquisitely dressed girl with a great figure who had been standing next to Zhang Laya walked onto the stage. Feng Yi recognized her after seeing her. Ying Yufei seems to be from the Ying family. Then Zhang Liao's Zhang must also be from one of the 5 major families. When Feng Yi first learned of Zhang Liao's name, he wondered if she might be a member of the Zhang family, one of the 5 great families. However, the surname Jiang is not particularly rare in China. People with the surname Zhang can be found in almost every region. So he wasn't sure, but now that he saw the person next to her was surnamed Ying, Feng Yi was certain. Zhang Liao is indeed a member of one of the 5 major families. Feng Yi, look at this. Just as Feng Yi was lost in thought, the fat man next to him suddenly tugged at his clothes. Coming to his senses, he saw the fat man pointing at Ying Yufei as she went on stage, his eyes shining and his expression excited. I really like her, I want to pursue her. Feng Yi rolled his eyes and said with utter contempt. Chase? What are you going to use to chase? Your 300 pounds of fat? The fat man wasn't angry. He turned his head, looked over, and chuckled. Money? I'll shower her with money. I refuse to believe I can't win her over with my wealth. Feng Yi shook his head, not wanting to discourage him. Although it's unclear how powerful the Ying family is now, how could the people of the 5 great families be swayed by money? Would an ancient family that has been passed down for thousands of years be short of a few measly things? Then good luck. Feng Yi patted the fat man solemnly. Some things can only be truly understood and accepted by experiencing them firsthand. Ying Yufei's looks naturally earned her the same treatment as Zhang Laya. And because she was more outstanding in certain aspects, the boys present looked at her with even more fervor. Like Zhang Laya, she had already made up her mind and stated her choice directly after going on stage. I choose Professor Qiao Ming. Qiao Ming, the handsome young man, is one of the 4 mentors. It must be said that Qiao Ming is indeed born with a handsome face. With his deep-set eyes, straight nose, and gentle, refined demeanor, almost no girl could resist his good looks. The majority of the students who chose him were girls. Gu Xian, one of the 4 mentors, was very flustered at this moment. Seeing that Xiao Yao and Qiao Ming had both received students with exceptional talent and ability, he was the only one who hadn't. Now, only one SSS-level player, whom all the mentors want, remains on the sidelines. He had already decided in his heart that he would make Feng Yi choose him as his mentor no matter what the cost. After only a few students had no choice left, Feng Yi's name was finally called over the loudspeaker. Next, Feng Yi. The broadcast didn't mention Feng Yi's rating, but everyone knew it. Feng Yi was also the only boy who received the same treatment as Zhang Liao and Ying Yufei. All eyes were on him the moment he stood up. Everyone wants to know what he will choose. Feng Yi strolled leisurely onto the stage. Before he could speak, a blond man among the many instructors spoke first. Feng Yi, my name is Gu Xian. My cultivation level is the 2nd level of the heavenly realm, the Tianji realm. If you choose me as your mentor, I will definitely take you as my last disciple and wholeheartedly guide you. You can use all kinds of cultivation resources as you please. The other students were all shocked when they heard Gu Xian's words. In order to get Feng Yi to choose him, Gu Xian, one of the 4 mentors, even took the initiative to promise benefits. Is this the treatment given to this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, the only freshman to receive an SSS rating? Everyone could only express their envy. But that's not all. After Gu Xian finished speaking, Xiaoming immediately spoke up as well. Feng Yi, my name is Xiaoming. I am also at the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm. What instructor Gu Xian can give you, I can also give you. Moreover, if you come to my class, I guarantee you will never lack female classmates to get to know. After saying that, Xiaoming winked at Feng Yi, giving him a knowing look that all men understand. The students present were dumbfounded. What happened to the integrity of the 4 mentors? In their desperate attempt to win over Feng Yi, they even used their female students as bait. To everyone's astonishment, the girls who had chosen Xiaoming earlier were now all looking on with anticipation. There wasn't a trace of reluctance on his face. The white-robed swordsman Xiaoyao was the last to speak, but unlike Gu Xian and Xiaoming, he didn't immediately promise various benefits. Instead, he stared intently at Feng Yi. Feng Yi, may I ask what weapon you're using? Feng Yi nodded and replied, sword. Upon hearing Feng Yi's reply, Xiaoyao's lips curled up slightly, and he continued. Alright, my name is Xiaoyao. My swordsmanship is second to none at Tsinghua University. If you want to go further on the path of swordsmanship, then come to me. Feng Yi was also a bit dumbfounded at this moment. He might accidentally offend 3 of the 4 mentors. He pondered in his heart how to refuse them. The students in the audience began to whisper among themselves. Who do you think Feng Yi will choose? It's hard to say, but I think he's most likely to choose Xiaoyao, the white-clad sword immortal, since he himself uses a sword. I remember Abbess Miju also used a sword. Haha, she still has some self-awareness. She knows that even if she speaks up, no one will choose her. That's right. Aside from someone with a screw loose, who would willingly choose to be tortured by Abbess Miju? Among the mentors, the fat woman who had previously mocked Zi Hansuang looked at the absent-minded Zi Hansuang and then at Feng Yi on the stage, a malicious smile flashing across her face. Feng Yi, classmate. Her sudden outburst caught all the mentors and students off guard. Does she also want to try and win over Feng Yi? Chapter 37. You made me choose. Feng Yi turned his head to look at the fat woman, and heard her say something. Actually, there is another very strong tutor in our Tsinghua Peking University Academy, and she doesn't have many students. She just has a bit of a fiery temper. But as the saying goes, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. Her name is Zi Han Shuang. You can also consider her. The fat woman had a smile on her face, but anyone with eyes could see that her smile was malicious. Even the mentors had heard of Abbess Miju's reputation. Few students were unaware that she had pushed Zi Hansuang forward at this moment. It was clearly meant to embarrass her. Even the head of the teaching department felt that the fat woman had gone too far. He reprimanded her in a low voice. Professor Zhou Air, please have some self-respect. The fat woman maintained her smile, pretending not to hear. Anyway, she has already achieved her goal. Now we just need to wait for Feng Yi to make a choice and embarrass Zi Hansuang. Zi Hansuang also withdrew her wandering gaze and calmly looked at Feng Yi on the stage. Sensing Zi Hansuang's calm yet somewhat eerie gaze, Feng Yi understood what his aunt meant. So if you don't choose me, then you're in for a beating. However, Feng Yi was still somewhat grateful to the fat woman who had targeted his aunt. Just when she didn't know how to refuse the other mentors, she chose her aunt, who unexpectedly provided a divine assist. Now you can choose your aunt directly, no problem, right? The other mentors should blame this fat woman. She was the one who made them consider it. I've made up my mind. Feng Yi's voice rang out, and everyone pricked up their ears, eager to hear his choice. The 3 mentors, Gu Xian, Xiaoming, and Xiaoyao, all stared intently at Feng Yi. They all hoped that Feng Yi would choose them. However, none of them considered Zi Hansuang as one of Feng Yi's choices. They believed that Feng Yi could only choose one of the 3 of them. It wasn't just the professors who thought this way. The students present shared the same sentiment. I choose mentor Zi Hansuang. As soon as Feng Yi finished speaking, the entire square fell silent. Everyone wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Who did Feng Yi choose? The fat woman's smile froze on her face. She looked up at Feng Yi in disbelief and asked, Student, which mentor did you choose? Her question was the same question that others wanted to ask at that moment. Feng cleared his throat and repeated it loudly. I said I choose Zihan Shuang as my mentor. Why? The overweight woman refused to accept reality and immediately pressed for the reason, unable to understand why Dong Yi had chosen Zihan Shuang. Didn't he know the names of the 4 mentors? Feng Yi blinked twice, looking completely innocent as he asked. Didn't you tell me to choose? The fat woman felt like dying at that moment. Her original intention was to embarrass Zihan Shuang in public, but unexpectedly, Zihan Shuang has now gained the freshman that all the mentors want. Meanwhile, the other 3 of the 4 mentors were also staring at her with murderous intent. If she hadn't been so talkative, how could Feng Yi have chosen Zihan Shuang? The most crucial thing was that Zihan Shuang actually smiled slightly at the fat woman and said something. Thanks. The fat woman felt a wave of dizziness and slumped into a chair. Feng Yi has now stepped down from the stage. The fat man is now on stage. However, he looked miserable and reluctantly gave his choice. My choice is mentor Zihan Shuang. Another person chose Zihan Shuang, but this didn't surprise anyone. After all, even the freshman who ranked first in the test chose Zihan Shuang, so it's normal for others to choose her now. After all the new students had made their selections, Principal Ji Xing walked onto the stage. After saying a few casual words, he announced the end of the mentor assignment ceremony. Freshmen who do not have the right to choose a mentor will be automatically assigned a mentor. Everyone can log into the Tsinghua Peking University College app to view it. To everyone's surprise, Zihan Shuang, who had been untouchable in previous years, became the biggest winner at this mentor assignment ceremony. The top scorer in this year's college entrance examination is a freshman with 3 S-level test ratings and 1 SSS-level evaluation. It can be said that they won a fortune. In the afternoon, on the way to the training room, Feng Yi asked with some curiosity. Fatty, didn't you say never to choose Zihan Shuang? Why did you choose her too? The fat man stared at Feng Yi with a resentful expression, like a grieving woman. You all chose her, wouldn't it seem like I'd be out of place if I didn't? Seeing the fat man's appearance, Feng Yi laughed and comforted him. It's okay, she's not as bad-tempered as you think. The fat man was somewhat suspicious. How did you know? Feng Yi smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation, but instead saying, you'll find out soon enough. Tsinghua Peking University does not have classrooms in the traditional sense. Classes are held in training rooms and combat training rooms. The combat training room is similar to the private training room at the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy. Inside, you can practice various martial arts skills or choose to spar with combat robots. Feng Yi and the others are heading to a regular training room. Upon arriving at the training room, the new students who had been automatically assigned to Zihan Shuang's class were already waiting there. However, they all looked somewhat resigned to their fate. Seeing Feng Yi and his group walk in, they put away their expressions and smiled kindly at Feng Yi. The only advantage of being assigned to Zihan Shuang's team might be that I became classmates with the top scorer in the college entrance examination. They were all curious about why Feng Yi was looking for Zihan Shuang. Several outgoing freshmen immediately decided to come over and ask Feng Yi. But just then, the sound of high heels rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zihan Shuang walk in from outside the door. The freshmen were so frightened that they quickly stood still, not daring to breathe. Behind Zihan Shuang was a short-haired man carrying a long spear. The man wore a warm smile and nodded to each new student. Zihan Shuang maintained her icy demeanor. Upon entering, the new students all bowed to her respectfully. Hello, mentor. Feng Yi also bowed, but when he looked up, he found Zihan Shuang staring coldly at him. Hello, auntie. Feng Yi was confused and could only change his mind and call out again. Zihan Shuang nodded slightly in satisfaction. Everyone else was stunned when they heard Feng Yi address Zihan Shuang. The fat man next to him was also somewhat surprised and asked in a low voice. Hey buddy, what did you just call out to? Auntie, what's wrong? The fat man took a deep breath. He finally understood why Feng Yi had said those things on the way. The others finally understood why Feng Yi chose Zihan Shuang over the other 4 mentors. Chapter 38 Strangers Before Taibai Residence. At this moment, Zihan Shuang introduced the boy who came in with her to everyone. His name is Lin Dong. He is your senior brother. He will be responsible for guiding your cultivation until you reach the earth level. Faced with the infamous Abbess Miju, no one dared to voice any objections. Moreover, compared to facing Zihan Shuang all day, they preferred to have Lin Dong, who seemed quite kind, guide them. After speaking, Zihan Shuang looked at Feng Yi and said, Come out with me. After saying that, he walked straight out of the cultivation room. Feng Yi obediently followed behind her and left. Everyone knew that calling Feng Yi meant giving him special tutoring, but no one objected. Putting aside their relationship, no one would dare to object to Feng Yi's talent alone. As the first freshman to be fiercely sought after by the four mentors, no one would object even if the principal gave him special tutoring. There will only be envy. Before you start to offer your opinions, consider your own talents. Moreover, judging from Feng Yi's performance during the morning test, it is clear that his level has already surpassed the human level. It's impossible for them to attend classes together. After Zi Hansuan left, the atmosphere in the cultivation room visibly relaxed. Everyone felt that an invisible pressure had disappeared. Some people even let out a long sigh of relief. As someone who had been through it all, Shan Yao could understand why his junior brothers and sisters acted this way. Junior brothers and sisters, actually, Instructor Han Shuang is a very good person. You'll understand once you get to know her better. There's no need to be so afraid of her, she won't eat you. Senior brother Chen, we didn't want to either, but we couldn't control ourselves. Upon hearing this, Shan Yao could only shake his head helplessly. He could understand. After all, preconceived notions are too deeply ingrained and cannot be changed by a single sentence. It can only be left to wait for the younger students to change their mindset as they spend more time together. Outside the cultivation room, Zi Hansuan looked at Feng Yi, who was a head taller than her, and the icy expression on her face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, was finally replaced by a touch of gentleness. Great, you've grown taller. Feng Yi calculated that it had been almost 3 years since he last saw Zi Hansuan. Auntie, why? Before she could finish speaking, Zi Hansuan interrupted her with a smile. You want to ask me why I wanted you to come to Tsinghua or Peking University, right? Feng Yi nodded. He did indeed have many questions in his mind. Zi Hansuan patted Feng Yi's head affectionately, just like when they were children, but she had to stand on tiptoe to reach it. This was your grandfather's arrangement. My grandfather? Feng Yi was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that Wang Qingfeng knew his aunt, which was why she had helped him send a message to help him choose Tsinghua University. Unexpectedly, it turned out that all of this was arranged by Feng Jingchuan. He just didn't understand why he was asked to choose Tsinghua Peking University. Why did my grandfather want me to come to Tsinghua or Peking University? Zi Hansuan said she didn't know either, and then changed the subject. Your grandfather should have passed on the Feng family's legacy to you by now. Feng Yi nodded. Zi Hansuan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Since that's the case, I don't have any good martial arts skills to teach you. You should practice martial arts on your own for the next week, and I will help you with body tempering after that. Help me refine my body? Feng Yi was somewhat puzzled. What did this mean? Zi Hansuan smiled, but the smile was somewhat meaningful. You'll find out then. Okay, alright. For some reason, looking at Zi Hansuan's smile, Feng Yi felt a little flustered. After the two finished their conversation, Feng Yi did not return to the training room, but went to the individual combat training room instead. Upon arriving at the training room, Feng Yi went directly into the Beidou space. Above his head, the star's Cave Star and Hidden Origin Star have been lit up, reaching 100% progress, and the progress under Yao Guang Star is now at 8%. Beside the Big Dipper, a lightsaber formed from starlight has reached 99% completion. It's just a little short of being able to participate in the martial arts lottery. Next to the lightsaber is a fist formed from starlight, progress 30%. This appeared after learning the Tai Chi boxing technique from the Tai Chi Divine Skill. Today, Feng Yi plans to practice swordsmanship to max out his lightsaber progress and see what kind of swordsmanship skill he can unlock. I still don't know enough martial arts skills. There are only 2 sword techniques, an S-rank void sword formation and an SS-rank Tai Chi sword technique. The combat methods are still somewhat limited. After making a plan, Feng Yi immediately began practicing Tai Chi swordsmanship in the Beidou space. Time slips away quietly. The fat man and his companions had finished their day's cultivation and were on their way back to Taibai residence. Strange, where did Feng Yi go? He's not answering his phone or replying to messages. The fat man put down his phone, feeling quite puzzled. There has been no news of Feng Yi since he was called away by Zi Hansuan at noon. Several hours have passed, and I haven't received a reply to my messages. Perhaps Instructor Frost is giving Brother Feng special training and doesn't have time to answer the phone, Wen Song guessed. At that moment, the fat man walking at the front suddenly stopped. There were 6 or 7 boys standing in front of Taibai residence. What are these people doing? Seeing the cold expressions on these people's faces, which didn't seem like they were there to visit, Wen Song asked the fat man in a bit of a panic. The fat man shrugged. Although he had some doubts, he wasn't worried about these people. Because this is Tsinghua Peking University College, private fights between students are prohibited. The fat man strode directly toward the group of people. Chen Ming followed the fat man without hesitation, while Wen Song, being timid, hesitated for a while. However, he gritted his teeth and quickly followed. "Hey guys, what are you doing here?" The fat man walked up to the group and asked directly. The boys exchanged glances, and one of them, with a buzz cut, looked the fat man up and down before squinting and asking, "You live here?" "Huh, what's wrong?" The fat man did not deny it. A cold smile crept across the face of the crew-cut boy. "Which of you is named Feng Yi? Looking for Feng Yi?" The fat man sized up the group, and seeing the cold smile on the crew-cut boy's lips, he knew that these people looking for Feng Yi couldn't be anything good. So they decided to first find out what these people's motives were for Feng Yi. "I am Feng Yi. What's the matter?" Hearing the fat man's words, the man on the platform smiled even more broadly, not expecting to find Feng Yi so easily. "Of course there's something I need to discuss. Come with us." After saying that, the man on the platform reached out and grabbed the fat man, revealing his presence. A cultivator at the Yaoguang realm. The fat man was shocked. He hadn't expected this person to be so arrogant, daring to make a move in broad daylight within the academy. Knowing he was no match for this man, he retreated rapidly backward. However, the people standing to the side were clearly not going to give the fat man a chance to escape. The moment the fat man retreated, they moved as well, and the 6 of them instantly surrounded him. Chapter 39, Fighting It Out. With nowhere to retreat, the fat man gritted his teeth and took out the ancient horizontal sword from his spatial ring. Sword draw and slash. The fat man roared, veins bulging on his hands, and a white blade of light burst forth from his horizontal sword, slashing towards the crew-cut boy in front of him. The crew-cut boy revealed a disdainful smile. His hands shimmered with light, flashing like starlight, and he actually blocked the blade's light with just his hands. Without slowing down, he grabbed the fat man's neck with one hand. The fat man's pupils dilated, his heart filled with shock. Was the gap between the star-forging realm and the light-shaking realm really that big? As the crew-cut man drew closer, the fat man gave a helpless bitter smile and gave up resisting. He realized he was no match for the crew-cut man. Just then, a thin figure appeared in front of the fat man, blocking the crew-cut man. When the fat man saw the person in front of him clearly, he was also shocked. The person blocking the fat man's way was actually the thin Wen Song. Wen Song raised a golden shield of light with both hands, blocking the crew-cut man outside. A hint of surprise flashed in the crew-cut man's eyes. He could sense that the skinny boy in front of him was only at the 3rd level of the star-forging realm, just like the fat man. But his light shield could actually block him. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his back and instinctively retreated rapidly. Just as his figure left the spot, a giant foot fell from the sky, crushing even the concrete ground. Everyone looked up and saw that Chen Ming's body had grown several times larger, with runes flashing on his body, and he had transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant. The crew-cut boy licked his lips, staring at Wen Song and Chen Ming with great interest. "Superpowers, huh? Interesting." Then he looked at the 6 men surrounding the fat man and scolded them. "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and attack." Upon hearing this, the 6 people stopped standing idly by and unleashed the aura of the Yaoguang realm. The 3 fat men turned pale instantly. They might not even be able to defeat one Yaoguang realm cultivator, and now there are 7 Yaoguang realm cultivators? Isn't this blatant bullying? Wen Song's voice trembled slightly as he turned his head and asked, "Fatty, what do we do now?" A fierce glint flashed in the fat man's eyes as he spoke in a harsh voice. "What can we do? Fight them. I don't believe they would dare to kill anyone. As long as we can stall for time, a mentor will eventually find out what's going on here." Wen Song's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty after hearing this, but he also knew that there was no other way now. "Kill." The fat man leaped up, flames roaring up on his ancient sword, his face glowing crimson in the firelight. As the fat man slashed with his sword, a crimson fire dragon coiled around its body and pounced towards the crew-cut man. The golden light shield in Wen Song's hand dissipated. He took out a black stick from his spatial bracelet, swung it twice, and then followed the fire dragon towards the crew-cut man. The crew-cut man sneered, his hands flashing with light, and threw a punch at the crimson flame dragon. Boom! With a loud bang, the crimson fire dragon was blasted apart by the flat-headed man's punch. Before he could even retract his fist, a black stick descended from the sky. Shin Hu. When Song's face flashed with an unprecedented fierceness. Black smoke floated on the stick, like demonic flames, its momentum astonishing, and the wind howled around it. The crew cut man dared not use his head to withstand the attack. A flash of light appeared on his crossed arms. Bang! The force from the arm caused the crew cut man to kneel on one knee. His eyes were filled with rage. He, a cultivator at the Yaoguang realm, had actually been beaten to his knees by 2 cultivators at the 3rd level of the Starforging realm. If word got out, how could he ever face anyone again? Before he could even catch his breath, a fist as big as half his body came swinging from the side. Without encountering any resistance, it hit him squarely. The crew cut man was blasted away, crashing into the wall and rolling down. He stood up awkwardly, a trace of blood already at the corner of his mouth. This was an utter disgrace to him. Kill all 3 of them. Without the crew cut man giving the order, the 6 men around him were already ready to act. However, everything happened so fast that they didn't have time to react. They hadn't expected that just 3 people at the 3rd level of the Star Forging realm could make the flat-headed man vomit blood. The 3 fat men were powerless to resist the 6 Yaoguang realm experts and were subdued after struggling for a while. Chen Ming was also forced back to his original form by someone. The 3 men were pinned underfoot and unable to move. The fat man's eyes were bloodshot, and he was still cursing under his breath. The crew cut man walked over with a sneer, squatted down in front of the fat man, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the fat man's face. You motherfucker, you love to talk trash. You call yourself the top scorer in the college entrance exam? I bet you're just a piece of trash. The fat man laughed when he heard what he said. Idiot, who told you I was phony? The crew cut man paused for a moment, then grabbed the fat man by the collar and pulled him up. Didn't you say you were phony? The fat man laughed. I'm your father. You'll believe me just because I say so? The crew cut man then realized that he had been tricked by the fat man in front of him, and boundless anger rose in his heart. Fuck your mother. Before he could finish speaking, he was about to punch the fat man in the face. He didn't hold back at all with this punch. Starlight emanated from his fist. If it hit a fat guy on the head, he'd be lucky to escape with his life. The other 6 people, seeing this, knew something was wrong. If someone were to die, the matter would become a huge scandal. The fact that a freshman at Tsinghua and Peking University was murdered on his very first day of school was enough to shock the entire nation of China. This is tantamount to rubbing Tsinghua and Peking University's reputation on the ground. But the crew cut man's punches were too fast. They couldn't stop him in time. Just as the crew cut man's punch was about to land on the fat man's face, his fist mysteriously stopped. Not only that, the crew cut man discovered that he couldn't move not only his fists, but also his entire body. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, a slow footstep sound came from behind. Everyone except the man with the buzz cut looked in the direction of the sound. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, the 3 fat men felt relieved and smiled. The person who arrived was Phony. Phony slowly walked up to the crew cut man and reached out to grab the fingers that were pulling the fat man's fingers. Click. A sharp crack was followed by the crew cut man's blood-curdling screams. And this is just the beginning. Then the man with the buzz cut had all his fingers broken off one by one. His agonizing screams attracted the attention of the nearby students. Wow, these people are incredibly bold to fight on campus. Isn't that Phony? He's here too. Who are the other people? I've never seen them before. I don't know, they don't seem like they're from our college. They dare to mess with Phony. It's obvious they're not from our academy. Damn it, these people are so arrogant, daring to come to the academy to cause trouble for Phony? Let's go up and ask them. If they're really not from our college, then we'll deal with them. The students who had been watching the commotion gathered around. Phony, where did these people come from? Chapter 40 Gang Fight. Happy New Year. Phony had just broken all of the crew cut man's fingers and put the fat man down. Then they saw that all the students who had been watching the commotion earlier had gathered around. They surrounded the men who had attacked, to prevent them from escaping. Those men broke out in a cold sweat. There were at least dozens of people surrounding them. There are not only new students, but also many returning students, some of whom are just as capable as them. Moreover, more and more people came after hearing the commotion, completely blocking the road in front of Taibai residence. As for Wen Song and Chen Ming, they had already released them. Phony, where did these people come from? The one leading the group was a strong young man. He wasn't a freshman, but he had seen the excitement in the square in front of the trial tower that morning. That's how I met Fomi. Fomi didn't know where the people who beat up the three fat men came from. He had just come out of the training room when he saw several missed calls from the fat man. He called back, but no one answered. When he arrived there, he saw what had just happened. Fomi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, and then looked at the fat man. Fatty, where did these people come from? Why are you fighting? The fat man shook his head and then quickly recounted the whole story. Looking for me? Fomi was somewhat surprised, as he did not recognize them. Moreover, according to the fat man, these people didn't recognize him either. So what exactly do they want from me? Fomi walked to the man who was being held captive on the platform, grabbed his collar, and slammed him to the ground. The ground was covered with tiny cracks. The crew cut man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Those around them all frowned, marveling at how ruthless this was. Fomi gripped the fingers of the crew cut man's other hand in his own, his voice icy. I'll say it, you answer it. If I don't think what you say makes sense, I'll break off a branch. Fomi's voice, falling into the platform man's ears, was like a devil's whisper, making his soul tremble involuntarily. He now knew that the seemingly cheerful young man in front of him was their target. If he had known that Fomi was so strange and ruthless, he would never have come, even if it meant being beaten to death. But now it's all too late. The 5 severed fingers on his left hand made him pale with pain and covered in cold sweat. He nodded quickly, his hand trembling. Seeing this, Fomi finally spoke up and asked, "Who are you?" The crew cut boy, worried that he would be too slow to answer, replied immediately as soon as Fomi finished speaking. My name is Zhou Yuan, and I am a third-year student at Kyoto Academy. Upon hearing the identity of the crew cut man, Fomi frowned slightly. He had just arrived in Kyoto and had never dealt with anyone from Kyoto Academy, let alone had any enemies. So why were they looking for him? What do you want from me? Fomi asked a second question. A struggle flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes, but in the end he chose to prioritize survival. He noticed that the Tsinghua and Peking University students who were watching the commotion all turned cold after hearing that he was from Kyoto Academy. Students from Tsinghua Peking University and Kyoto University are not on good terms. When they meet on the street, they are always at odds with each other. Arguments and fights are not uncommon. Now, a student from Kyoto Academy has come to Tsinghua Peking University and beaten them up. If they had run away, it would have been fine, but now that they are surrounded here, they might have been beaten to death. He could only place his hopes for a safe exit on Fomi, who was standing right in front of him. If I tell you, can you guarantee my release? Zhou Yuan's voice was trembling slightly at this moment. But immediately they heard a crisp sound of bones breaking, followed by Zhou Yuan's scream. One of his fingers had been bent and pressed against the back of his hand. I'll ask you questions, and you answer them. Don't make any demands on me. The intense pain caused Zhou Yuan to burst into tears. In his heart, Fomi at this moment was a true demon. I dared not have any more thoughts in my mind, and nodded while biting my lip. Then, with a sob in his voice, he said, It was Wang Daoyuan from the Wang family who sent me to capture you. As for why, I don't know, he didn't say. Before Fomi could speak, the muscular boy next to him repeated the name. Wang Daoyuan? Fomi and the fat man turned to look at him and asked, Senior, do you know this person? The burly man nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, This Wang Daoyuan comes from a powerful family and is very strong himself. He has a good reputation in Kyoto Academy, and most people don't want to mess with him. Fomi frowned even more deeply. He didn't even know this Wang Daoyuan. Why was he arresting him? Of all the people who have had conflicts with me since coming to Kyoto, only Kong Haoxiang is known to be one. Thinking of Kong Haoxiang, a sense of understanding flashed through Fomi's mind. Although it cannot be confirmed yet, Kong Haoxiang is definitely involved in today's incident. At this moment, Zhou Yuan humbly pleaded. Brother, I've told you everything I know, can you let me go? Oh. Fomi sneered. You, a graduate of Kyoto Academy, dare to come to Tsinghua Peking University in broad daylight to arrest people. You think you can leave without paying any price? Senior, what do you think? Fomi turned his head and asked. The burly man grinned maliciously, cracking his wrists. Then he gestured and shouted. Students, let Kyoto Academy know that Tsinghua and Peking University students are not people who can come and go as they please. After saying that, the burly man took the lead and kicked Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan coughed up blood from his mouth and nose, and his body flew toward the 6 people who had come with him. At the command of the burly man, all the students who had come to watch the commotion rushed towards these people. These people were deathly pale and were swallowed up by the crowd before they could even put up a fight. Feng Yi dragged the 3 fat men to the back of the crowd. In this situation, having him one more or one less makes no difference. A few minutes later, a roar came from afar. The sound was like rolling thunder, making everyone's ears go numb. "Stop it, all of you!" The figure of the head of the teaching department flew in from a distance. The students who were involved in the beating also stopped in time. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan and the others who had been beaten in the middle were almost unrecognizable. Everyone's face was swollen like a pig's head. Almost all of his teeth were knocked out. It looks as terrible as it could possibly be. Hearing the head of the teaching department's voice, they felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and familiarity. If they could still move, they would definitely get up and kowtow to the head of the teaching department. The dean of students approached, his aura as a heaven-level expert undisguised, causing everyone to stand obediently in place, not daring to meet his gaze. "Can someone explain to me what you're doing? Are you blatantly violating school rules?" The head of student affairs spoke coldly, his authoritative gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. At this moment, Feng Yi walked over. "Director, let me explain." The head of the teaching department was stunned for a moment when he saw Feng Yi. His face, which had been filled with anger just moments before, vanished in an instant. Chapter 41: The Ruthless Youth. The head of the teaching department was all smiles, and his voice was no longer angry. The speed at which they changed their tune was astonishing. "Feng Yi, you're here too?" Feng Yi nodded, then recounted the incident to the head of the teaching department. After saying that, he called the fat man and the others over and showed them the various shoe prints on their bodies. After hearing this, the head of the teaching department turned ashen-faced. "I thought it was a conflict between students from different colleges, but it turns out that people from Kyoto College came to Tsinghua and Peking universities to cause trouble. Normally, the students from the 2 colleges would fight and joke around outside the colleges, and the college leaders would turn a blind eye. It's normal for young people to have some friction. But you, a third-year student at the light-shaking realm, came to the academy to arrest freshmen and even beat up a student from the star-forging realm of this academy. That's going a bit too far. Moreover, the person you're trying to capture is currently a prized asset of the academy's leadership, a key figure they're grooming. If this were in ancient times, corpses would have been hung on doors for public display." "Yes, I understand everything. Everyone, please disperse." Hearing the head of the teaching department say this, everyone knew that it was none of their business, and they all obediently left the front of Taibai residence. After everyone left, the head of the teaching department spoke to Feng Yi and the others. "This is due to the college's poor security. I will report it and strengthen the checks on people entering the school. Leave the rest to me. But you should be careful once you leave the school." Feng Yi and the others nodded and thanked the head of the teaching department. After the dean of students had people carry away Zhou Yuan and the others who had already fainted, he immediately rushed to the principal's office. In the principal's office, Ji Xing listened to the whole story. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he gave the order. "Just dump the person at the academy gate, and then call Kyoto Academy." The dean of students nodded, immediately made a phone call to send someone to dump Zhou Yuan and the others on the road in front of the academy, and then made a phone call to the dean of students at Kyoto Academy. After doing all this, he asked curiously, "Principal, are we just going to let this go like this?" Ji Xing rolled her eyes at him and said speechlessly, "The person was beaten up like that, and you still want to get something out of it?" Having his little scheme exposed, the head of the teaching department gave an awkward smile. "But this matter can't just end so easily. If word gets out, people will think that Tsinghua Peking University is easy to bully." Ji Xing pondered for a moment, then tapped the table with his fingers. After a long while, he sighed helplessly. To put it bluntly, this is still a conflict between students from the 2 colleges. If it gets too big, it will be difficult to handle. It's not appropriate for us to get involved ourselves. After Ji Xing finished speaking, she gave the head teacher a meaningful look. The latter paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Then he left. Outside the academy, Zhou Yuan and his companions were thrown out like dead dogs and lay motionless on the road. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was dead. However, the group also attracted the attention of passers-by and students in the vicinity. The crowd gathered around and gasped in horror at the sight of the horrific state of the group. Then everyone took out their phones, some taking photos, some recording videos. They were all posted on various social media platforms. Because these people all mentioned Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Kyoto University in their discussions, the matter quickly became a trending topic. Their identities were quickly revealed. The Tsinghua and Peking University students who participated in the earlier beating also released videos recounting the entire incident. The topic of a third-year student from Kyoto Gakuen University bullying a freshman at Tsinghua Peking University in broad daylight has gone viral online. The president of Kyoto Gakuen and other senior school officials held an emergency meeting. That evening, Kyoto Gakuen issued a notice. Zhou Yuan and several others were expelled from the school for seriously violating the college's rules and regulations. He also apologized to the students of Tsinghua and Peking universities. The matter only calmed down a little at this point. However, students from both colleges were not going to let the matter rest and started arguing online. A few days later, under the influence of some mysterious force, the matter gradually lost its popularity online. Students from only two colleges are still arguing on social media. Inside a private club in Kyoto. Snap! A series of crisp slaps rang out. Zhou Yuan and the others were all kneeling on the ground. Their faces, which had just recovered, were slapped into pig heads again. The blonde-haired boy sat on the sofa, watching quietly. Zhou Yuan trembled all over, even more frightened than when he was surrounded by dozens of people at Tsinghua University that day. His tears and snot mixed with blood flowed down his face. As soon as he opens his mouth to speak, saliva flows uncontrollably. "Young Master Wang, please forgive me. I didn't mean to reveal your identities." Next to the blonde-haired boy was a bespectacled guy who looked like a refined scoundrel. He sneered, walked up to Zhou Yuan, and kicked him to the ground. "Useless. I sent you to capture Feng Yi, and you didn't even recognize him." After being kicked over, Zhou Yuan immediately got up, knelt on the ground, and kept kowtowing. "I'm sorry, young Master Wang." The boy named Wang Xiao turned to look at the blonde-haired man sitting there. "Young Master Ing, what should we do with these good-for-nothings?" The blonde-haired boy casually picked at his ear and said indifferently, "Let useless people remain useless." The young man surnamed Wang nodded, his face cold, and spoke to the man in black beside him. "Drag it down, ruin it, then throw it far away." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yuan and the others all burst into wailing and pleading with this seemingly refined young man to let them go. But the young man surnamed Wang didn't even lift his eyelids. Zhou Yuan and his companions were also forcibly dragged away by the men in black. "Young Master Ing, what's the next step?" The blonde-haired boy sneered. "We underestimated him. Since we can't get into Tsinghua Peking University now, we can have people guarding the gate. They'll come out eventually. Once we catch one, we'll have no problem getting him back." A week passed quickly. Feng Yi and his friends spent these days either cultivating or staying in their dormitories, without ever leaving the school gates. Feng Yi himself wasn't afraid, he was just worried that the fat guy and the others would be targeted. That guy named Wang Daoyuan won't let them off easily. In order to eliminate any future troubles, Feng Yi plans to personally meet this person after today to see what his purpose is. However, the most important thing today is that Zi Hanshuang said she would refine her body. Early in the morning, Feng Yi arrived at Zi Hanshuang's private office. She knocked on the door and found it open. Zi Hanshuang's cold voice came from inside. As Feng Yi pushed open the door, a huge wooden barrel came into view. The wooden barrel was filled with an unidentified red liquid, emanating a strong medicinal smell. Feng Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could this thing be prepared for him? Chapter 42 Medicated Bath. Looking at Zi Hanshuang, who was leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed, Feng Yi asked tentatively with a nervous heart. "Auntie, what's this?" Zi Hanshuang said indifferently without even raising her eyelids. "Take off your clothes and come inside." "Huh? All naked?" Feng Yi was stunned, and stammered. "What's wrong with you? What haven't I seen before? What's there to be shy about?" Zi Hanshuang opened her eyes, her tone somewhat impatient. Feng Yi shrank back and said weakly. "That was when I was a child. I'm all grown up now." Upon hearing this, Zi Hanshuang closed her eyes in annoyance. "I'm closing my eyes and not looking, so stop dawdling." Seeing that Zi Hanshuang had closed her eyes, Feng Yi had no choice but to bite the bullet and start taking off his clothes. After taking off all his clothes, he used his hands to support himself and jumped into the wooden tub. Thump! It submerged its entire body in the red liquid, leaving only its head sticking out. As soon as he entered, Feng Yi smelled a strong medicinal smell mixed with a faint smell of blood. "Auntie, is there blood in this?" Zi Hansuan opened her eyes and walked over. She was also holding 2 glass bottles, one containing a dark red liquid and the other containing black powder. "It doesn't look normal at all." "Yes, it contains the true blood of a strange beast." Zi Hansuan nodded, then poured the dark red liquid into the wooden bucket. "Then, what is this?" "True blood of a celestial rank beast." As she spoke, Zi Hansuan poured the black powder into the wooden bucket and then stirred it in the bucket. As the black powder dissolved, Feng Yi immediately felt the temperature of the red liquid rise rapidly. White steam rose from the wooden barrel, and the red liquid began to boil. Feng Yi felt as if he was about to be boiled alive. Just as I was about to speak, I heard Zi Hansuan's cold voice. "Circulate the body refining technique to absorb the medicinal properties." Feng Yi exhaled a breath of hot air and quickly did as instructed. As the body refining technique circulated, Feng Yi felt the heat penetrate his skin, envelop his meridians, and then seep into his bone marrow. Sweat streamed down his face, making his complexion look as red as if he were wearing makeup. That intense heat that penetrated deep into his bones made Feng Yi extremely uncomfortable. But he knew it was for his own good, so he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Zi Hansuan looked at Feng Yi, who was in pain but didn't utter a sound, and her eyes were full of pity. A soft murmur. "The suffering you endure now is all for the sake of becoming stronger in the future." However, at this moment, Feng Yi was completely focused on resisting the unbearable pain and did not hear what Zi Hansuan was saying. As time passed, the blood-red liquid in the wooden bucket began to gradually fade. Finally, it became a bucket of clear, transparent water. The temperature also changed to the normal temperature of cold water. Feng Yi's skin regained its color and looked even brighter than before. "It's like a human-shaped treasure." Feng Yi opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation level had broken through to the 3rd level of the Yaoguang realm. He broke through 2 levels in just one morning. If he had relied on his own cultivation, it would have taken him at least a month. Most importantly, his physical body has been greatly enhanced. It's no exaggeration to say that Feng Yi feels he can now catch blades barehanded with his bare hands, and is invulnerable to swords and spears. Moreover, his own strength has also increased significantly, and his entire body is filled with boundless power. "Auntie, is this okay?" Feng Yi looked up at Zi Hansuan, only to find that she was staring at him. Looking down, Feng Yi blushed instantly. He quickly covered it with his hands. "No, Auntie, you." "Put." Zi Hansuan was amused by Feng Yi's embarrassed appearance. "Alright, it's not like we didn't see it, why are you blocking it? But you have indeed grown up, put on some clothes and come out." After saying that, Zi Hansuan glanced at Feng Yi, whose face was almost as red as when he was practicing body tempering earlier, and then walked out of the office. After Zi Hansuan left the office, Feng Yi jumped out of the wooden tub, feeling utterly hopeless. He shuddered, shaking off the moisture, then got dressed and went outside. Seeing Feng Yi come out, Zi Hansuan also resumed her usual aloof demeanor. "The effects of that potion are currently in your body. It will take about 2 or 3 days for you to fully absorb it. Come see me again next week." "Huh? You want to come again?" Feng Yi wore a bitter expression. He didn't want to experience that kind of deep-seated discomfort a second time. Most importantly, he'll have to strip naked in front of his aunt, which will be really embarrassing for him. Seeing Feng Yi's unwilling expression, Zi Hansuan scolded him irritably. "You're still unwilling? Do you know how much that bucket of medicine costs?" "How much?" Feng Yi asked curiously. "It's just a bucket of medicine, how expensive can it be?" Zi Hansuan held up 3 fingers. 3 million. "How much?" Feng Yi's voice suddenly rose. His face was filled with disbelief. "That one bucket of liquid costs 3 million? This isn't medicine, it's liquid gold." Zi Hansuan glanced at Feng Yi with disdain. "Look at your naive and uncultured face, get lost." After leaving the office, Feng Yi plunged into the cultivation room. He needed to hurry up and absorb all the remaining medicinal properties that his body hadn't fully absorbed yet. Because there was something very important waiting for him to do next. 2 days later, Feng Yi opened his eyes in the cultivation room. The remaining medicinal properties in his body have been completely absorbed. The progress of the Beidou space navigation system under the Yaoguang satellite has also reached 38%. He was just a little short of breaking through to the 4th level of the Yaoguang realm. If word got out about this cultivation speed, people would probably be amazed. Of course, all of this is thanks to those 3 million doses of medicine. After leaving the training room, Feng did not return to his dormitory, but walked directly out of Tsinghua Beiyuan College. The moment he stepped out of Tsinghua Peking University, he felt several pairs of eyes watching him from the shadows. Feng's lips curled up slightly, and without stopping, he crossed the road and walked directly into the gate of the Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy. The students standing in front of the Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy watched as Feng walked out of Qingbei Academy and went straight into Kyoto Academy. None of them understood what was going on. Have students at Tsinghua and Peking universities become this arrogant now? Several hot-tempered individuals immediately gave chase. Feng was stopped on the road. Halt! Which college are you from? Feng looked at the people blocking his way, but he wasn't angry. He also wanted to find out where Wang Daoyuan was. Hello, I'm from Tsinghua Peking University. I'm looking for someone, and I don't know if you know them. Feng extended his hand very politely. This left the group bewildered, but adhering to the principle of not hitting a smiling face, they suppressed their anger and shook hands with Feng. Excuse me, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Wang Daoyuan, do you know him? Chapter 43 The Arrogant Feng. Feng had a smile on his face, and given his naturally sunny appearance, the people opposite him lowered their guard. Thinking that Feng probably just came to find someone, not to cause trouble. So they also gave Feng a friendly smile. Of course I know him. Senior Wang is a prominent figure at our Kyoto Academy. How could I not know him? Could you please take me there to find him? Feng took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to each of them. Seeing how adept Feng was at handling things, and having already started smoking himself, he felt a little embarrassed to refuse. The group immediately agreed, but one of them said something. But Senior Wang is often not in the college. Wait for me to call and ask if he is here now. Feng smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no problem. While the man was on the phone, Feng also began to think. I never expected that Wang Daoyuan would be so famous at Kyoto Academy, everyone knows him. But this is good, it saves me time. At this moment, the man finished his call and laughed. Hey classmate, you've come at just the right time. I just asked my friends, and they saw Senior Wang go to the basketball court. I'll take you to find him. Thanks. Feng thanked him very politely. Then, led by the group, they arrived at an indoor basketball court at Kyoto Academy. As soon as he entered, without any introduction, Feng's eyes immediately fell on a bespectacled boy who looked very refined sitting by the court. It was simply because the people next to him had flattering and fawning expressions on their faces when they spoke to him. Sure enough, the people leading the way pointed to the boy wearing glasses and said something. Hey classmate, Senior Wang is over there. Thank you for your help, I can go in and find him myself. Feng patted the group on the shoulders and walked towards Wang Daoyuan amidst polite exchanges. At this moment, Wang Daoyuan was only focused on talking to a hot, long-legged girl and didn't notice Feng at all. Feng walked over and sat down next to the hot girl in black. Everyone around him looked at him with surprise. You have to understand, that's Wang Daoyuan's girl. Who would dare to sit next to her and get themselves killed? After Feng sat down, Wang Daoyuan turned his head and looked over. Feng then took the girl's hand from Wang Daoyuan's and stroked it twice before giving a fair evaluation. Not bad, very smooth. Everyone around was stunned. Wang Daoyuan was also stunned for a moment, then laughed in anger. The girl looked at Feng, then at Wang Daoyuan, completely confused about what was going on. Is this person not afraid of death? So, openly and legitimately snatched the girl from Wang Daoyuan. Kid, do you know who I am? Wang Daoyuan found Feng very interesting. At the very least, he was very brave. Feng, still toying with the girl's delicate hand, spoke without even raising his head. If your name is Wang Daoyuan, then I think I haven't made a mistake in choosing you. Upon hearing Feng's words, Wang Daoyuan's face already showed a hint of amusement. Feng's words were very clear, they were aimed at him. Looking for me? Is something wrong? Wang Daoyuan had never seen Feng's photo, and the people in front of Tsinghua Peking University were all arranged by the blonde-haired teenager. So he didn't know that the person talking to him now was Feng, the one he had been looking for. He thought Feng wanted to follow him, so he made a special entrance. Didn't you say you were looking for me? I'm here now. Feng then let go of the girl's hand and looked up to meet Wang Daoyuan's gaze. Just as Wang Daoyuan was wondering what was going on, his phone rang. After he took out his phone and answered the call, his eyes visibly narrowed. He then hung up the phone. Now he knew who the person in front of him was. "You're very brave you dared to come here all by yourself." Wang Daoyuan's voice had turned somewhat cold at this point. The two were not friends. When he sent people to Tsinghua and Peking universities to arrest Feng Yi, it was destined that the two would be on opposite sides. Therefore, he doesn't think that Feng Yi came to him to chat. Feng Yi scoffed. "So what if I came alone? Do you dare kill me?" Wang Daoyuan clenched his fists tightly. Feng Yi's words had struck a nerve. As a member of the royal family of Kyoto, and someone who mingled with a blonde-haired youth, he naturally knew about the 5 major families and Feng Yi's true identity. So even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare kill Feng Yi. The higher-ups wouldn't interfere with the squabbles between the younger generation. Even if Feng Yi was beaten, it would only be because he was less skilled. But if Feng Yi died, the situation would be different. He dared not and could not afford to bear the consequences. The only one who would dare to kill Feng Yi and be able to bear the consequences is probably that blonde-haired boy. Noticing Wang Daoyuan's pale face, Feng Yi laughed wildly and pulled the girl into his arms. He looked at Wang Daoyuan provocatively. "Didn't you say you were looking for me? Now that I'm here, why aren't you saying anything? Do you want to fight or something? Just tell me." Wang Daoyuan's forehead veins bulged, and his teeth were clenched so tightly they clicked. "If you can walk out of Kyoto Academy standing up today, I'll call you father." After saying that, Wang Daoyuan stood up and pointed at Feng Yi, shouting, "As long as you don't kill them, it's fine." The people around him were all eager to get closer to Feng Yi. The girl being held in Feng Yi's arms kept staring at Feng Yi's face. Even Wang Daoyuan didn't dare to kill him, which is enough to show that Feng Yi's background is not weak. Furthermore, Feng Yi dared to come to find Wang Daoyuan alone, and now, facing the encirclement of more than 10 people, he remained fearless, showing no fear whatsoever on his face. She developed a strong interest in Feng Yi, and felt so safe being held in his arms. But the next second, Feng Yi pushed her away and stood up. The girl didn't feel any resentment towards Feng Yi for not being chivalrous. On the contrary, she thought Feng Yi was very manly at that moment. Looking at the dozen or so people approaching him, Feng Yi was not nervous at all, but felt a strong fighting spirit in his heart. "Finally, I have the chance to try out my second superpower." Feng Yi possesses 3 special abilities: Spatial Power, War God, and the Eye of God. I've already used the first and third superpowers, but I haven't used the second superpower, God of War, even once. The main problem is that none of the opponents he has encountered so far have been able to force Feng Yi to reveal all his cards. And this second superpower, the God of War, is an absolute god-tier skill when facing a group attack. The more enemies he faces, the greater the boost. Feng Yi is eager to see just how much his strength can be enhanced by the combined strength of more than 10 people. Silently repeat it in your mind. Mars. Feng Yi's strength soared instantly, and his overall strength was enhanced. The fighting spirit in his heart grew stronger and stronger, almost becoming tangible. Chapter 44. Dude, are you kidding me? The moment Feng Yi silently recited the name of the God of War, his aura suddenly changed, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The dozen or so people who surrounded him immediately changed color under this aura. A hint of shock flashed in Wang Daoyuan's eyes. He knew that Feng Yi was a freshman who had just enrolled in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy this year, but he did not expect that Feng Yi would be so strong. Just by looking at his aura, he could feel his heart pounding. But at this point he had no way out, and he shouted sternly, "Get the fuck up there." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 people surrounding Feng Yi rushed forward. Feng Yi slightly turned to dodge a punch, then kicked out, sending a boy at the second level of the Yaoguang realm flying. Then he dodged 2 boys who were attacking him from behind. When he reappeared, he was already behind the 2 boys. "You like to launch sneak attacks?" Feng Yi grabbed the 2 men by the neck and slammed them together, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Then he picked up the 2 people and used them as human weapons, swinging them at the others. Seeing how fierce Feng Yi was, and how he could suppress the attack of more than 10 people, these people were already considering retreating. They only chose to be Wang Daoyuan's henchmen because of his good family background, but no one was willing to do the hard work. But Feng Yi wouldn't let them off easily. He grabbed the 2 people in each hand and threw them toward a crowd, trying to catch them. The moment he touched their bodies, he felt a powerful force emanating from them. A group of people were instantly knocked to the ground. Every time Feng Yi made a move, someone would fall to the ground and never get up again. A few minutes later, the ground was covered with people groaning in pain. Wang Daoyuan looked at this scene and swallowed hard. Just as he was about to run, he realized that Feng Yi had appeared in front of him at some point. Why are you getting ready to run away? Phone tilted his head and looked at the flustered Wang Daoyuan with a mocking expression. Phone, this is Kyoto Academy, not your Tsinghua Peking University Academy. If this gets out of hand, let's see how you get out of here. Wang Daoyuan knew he was no match for Phone, so he could only threaten him with a fierce exterior but a restrained interior. You don't need to worry about that. Phone sneered and grabbed Wang Daoyuan's neck with one hand. Wang Daoyuan reacted quickly, retreating rapidly backward. But no matter how fast he is, he can't outrun Phone. Before he could even get back against the wall, Phone grabbed him by the neck. In an instant, he felt a suffocating sensation, and then Phone slammed him hard to the ground. The entire indoor basketball court shook. Wang Daoyuan spat out several bloody teeth, his eyes filled with pain and humiliation. Under the overwhelming pressure of superior strength, he had no way to resist. Phone placed one foot on Wang Daoyuan's head and coldly demanded an answer. Speak, didn't you say you were looking for me? Now that I'm here, what do you want? Wang Daoyuan gritted his teeth. Normally, no one would dare to treat him like this, but now he was being trampled underfoot and unable to move. This was a disgrace to him. Seeing that Wang Daoyuan remained silent, Phone began to slowly increase the pressure on his feet. Wang Daoyuan let out a painful groan. He felt as if his head was about to explode. However, his arrogance, cultivated over many years, prevented him from bowing his head to Phone. He still didn't say anything. I didn't expect him to be such a tough nut to crack. Phone sneered, just about to change the method of torture, when his expression suddenly changed, and then he disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, a flash of cold light swept across. Phone stared at the blonde-haired boy in front of him with a grim expression. If he had been a second slower, the sword would have struck his head. He never intended to use weapons and did not want to escalate the situation. Even if someone is injured or disabled, it's not a big deal for a cultivator with healing abilities. As long as no one dies in a fight between students, the college administration will not pursue the matter. But this blonde guy was clearly aiming to kill. Phone was looking at the blonde-haired man in front of him, and the blonde-haired man was also looking at him. But the blonde-haired man's eyes were full of mockery and anticipation. We've finally met, Phone. A look of confusion flashed across Phone's eyes. This blonde-haired man in front of him actually knew him, but he didn't remember him. Who are you? Phone asked coldly. The blonde-haired man licked his lips and gave a sickly laugh. You don't need to know who I am. Just know that today I will trample you, the heir of the Phone family, under my feet. Isn't that interesting? After saying that, the blonde-haired man gave a sinister laugh. Phone did not answer, but silently took out the Ningxue sword. Since this madman knows his identity and still dares to be so arrogant, he must be one of the 5 great families. He hadn't planned to use a weapon, but since this madman had used one first, he had no more reservations. Seeing Phone take out the Ningxue sword, Huang Mao actually showed a satisfied expression on his face. When Wang Daoyuan, who was lying on the ground, saw Huang Mao, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline. He crawled to Huang Mao's feet, his eyes filled with hatred, and pointed at Phone with his finger. Young Master Ing, avenge me, kill him. Being trampled on and rubbed underfoot was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. He didn't dare to kill Phone himself and could only hope that Huang Mao could help him. But Huang Mao sneered and kicked Wang Daoyuan away, watching his body crash into the golf club, then spit out a mouthful of blood and fall silent. A piece of trash. By this time, a large number of Kyoto Gakuen students who had heard the commotion and rushed over to see what was going on had gathered outside the stadium. Wang Daoyuan and Huang Mao basically knew each other and knew that the two often hung out together. But everyone was stunned to see that the blonde-haired man had actually kicked Wang Daoyuan unconscious. What's going on? Not only were they stunned, but even Phone frowned. This blonde guy is really crazy. He even attacks his own people. He now had some guesses about Huang Mao's identity, since Wang Daoyuan had just called him Young Master Ing. The Ing family, one of the 5 great families. I don't know how the winners trained their people. They produced a madman. After Huang Mao knocked Wang Daoyuan unconscious, his face returned to its mocking expression, and he spoke in a somewhat shrill voice. Next, it's just the 2 of us. After saying that, the blonde-haired man transformed into a blur and charged towards Phone. A faint red glow appeared around him, and the blonde-haired man's aura was revealed. 8th level of the Star Forging Realm? Phone was dumbfounded. He thought Huang Mao was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be just a personal-level cultivator. At this moment, he really wanted to ask, dude, are you kidding me? Huang Mao rushed to Feng Yi's side and swept his sword horizontally. Feng Yi didn't even draw his sword, he simply used the scabbard to block the blonde-haired man's attack. However, Feng Yi could also sense that Huang Mao's strength was even greater than that of an ordinary Yaoguang realm cultivator. Chapter 45 Great Battle. If it were an ordinary cultivator at the Yaoguang realm, they might not necessarily be a match for Huang Mao. But the blonde-haired man is not facing an ordinary Yaoguang realm. It was Feng Yi. Moreover, even if the two were at the same cultivation level, he might not be able to defeat Feng Yi. Not to mention that Feng Yi has now surpassed him by a whole realm. Seeing that Feng Yi didn't draw his sword, he was immediately enraged. "Draw your sword. You are too weak to deserve my sword." Feng Yi shook his head and said calmly. That calm tone was like a sharp knife piercing deep into Huang Mao's heart. He was arrogant in his mind, no one his age was better than him. After learning that he was not the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he believed that Feng Yi had stolen his place. However, he did not think he was weaker than Feng Yi, he just thought Feng Yi was lucky. From then on, Huang Mao planned to trample Feng Yi underfoot in front of everyone. He wanted to prove to the world that he was the strongest person. But now that the two are dueling, Feng Yi not only refuses to draw his sword, but also says that he is not worthy of Feng Yi drawing his sword. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. Reason vanished from my mind in that instant. The red light emanating from the blonde-haired man grew stronger and stronger, and Feng Yi could also faintly see wisps of black mist rising from his body. His aura became incredibly strange, and his strength increased significantly. In just a short while, Huang Mao's strength reached the Yaoguang realm, and it continues to grow. What the hell? Just as Feng Yi was feeling curious, Huang Mao suddenly looked up. His pupils turned blood red, and his face was covered with clearly visible veins. At this point, the blonde-haired man had become like a demon, no longer human. Faced with such a strange blonde-haired man, Feng Yi dared not be careless. After forcing the blonde-haired man back with a kick, he drew his snow-condensing sword. His aura transformed at that moment, becoming like a divine sword drawn from its sheath. Those around him felt a stinging sensation as they looked at him. Wow, those two are too strong. What's wrong with Yin Yaoyang? How did he end up looking like this? I heard that's his special ability. What kind of superpower has made him look neither human nor ghost? If you didn't know, you would think he was a transformed monster. That guy on the other side is really strong. I can feel the sword intent emanating from him even from that distance. Could he be a student of the white-robed swordsman from Tsinghua and Peking University across the street? It's possible. Anyway, he couldn't possibly be from our Kyoto Academy. Someone with that kind of strength couldn't be an unknown. After being forced back, the blonde-haired man's expression gradually turned crazed. Ah! He looked up to the sky and roared, letting out a piercing howl that spread outwards in waves. The glass in the basketball court shattered at that moment. Everyone outside the building felt as if their eardrums were about to burst and quickly covered their ears. Some of the weaker freshmen were already bleeding from both ears. Feng Yi, who was closest to Huang Mao, also felt a sharp pain in his ears from the shock. If he hadn't mastered the body refining technique to a minor degree, making his body different from before, he would probably be like those people around him right now. In the dean's office at Kyoto Academy, a middle-aged man suddenly looked up. His expression changed, and he rushed out of the office while dialing a phone number. He said anxiously the moment the call connected. "Quickly notify the winners, that little madman has gone mad." After saying that, he rushed towards the indoor basketball court as fast as he could. After the blonde-haired man stopped screaming, he let out a sinister laugh. Then his figure disappeared from the spot. Feng Yi's eyes narrowed, somewhat surprised. So fast? No sooner had he finished speaking than a sword with an eerie red glow descended from the sky, its imposing aura overwhelming. Feng Yi, however, was prepared and dodged the sword by slightly turning his body. The sword struck the ground, instantly creating a deep gash. Having missed with his first strike, the blonde-haired man slashed upwards at Feng Yi with another sword. However, he still failed to hit Feng Yi due to his unpredictable movements. Instead, he was slashed back dozens of steps by Feng Yi's sword. The blonde-haired man stared intently at Feng Yi with his blood-red eyes, then wiped the blade of his sword with his hand. Blood flowed out and smeared on the sword. The sword in his hand was now completely covered by a blood-red light, while the blonde-haired man's face turned deathly pale in that instant. Nourishing the sword with blood? This was the first time Feng Yi had encountered such a situation. It was clear that the blonde-haired man was about to unleash a powerful attack. The blonde-haired man released his grip on the sword, but the sword, covered in blood-red light, remained steadily floating in mid-air. The blonde-haired man extended his index and middle fingers together and began to mutter something under his breath. The voice was sinister, like the whisper of a demon, or some kind of incantation. Everyone tried to listen but found they couldn't make it out at all. As the incantation was uttered, the sword in front of him burst forth with a dazzling, bewitching blood-red light. A strange aura was slowly rising from the sword. Although Feng Yi couldn't understand what Huang Mao's ultimate move was, he could now sense the dangerous aura emanating from the sword. He trusted his intuition, so he wasn't going to sit idly by and wait for his doom. He slowly closed his eyes, emptying his mind. Then sheathed her sword and gathered her strength. Tai Chi Sword Technique. A phantom image of a long sword appeared above Feng Yi's head, with the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram at the hilt slowly rotating. The power of the stars within 100 meters radius converged into the longsword phantom as the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram rotated. Meanwhile, the star power within Feng Yi's body was frantically poured into the Ningxue sword. The phantom became increasingly solid, and was about to transform into a real sword. Now, both Huang Mao's blood-red longsword and Feng Yi's longsword phantom exude a powerful aura. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. At this time, the instructors from Kyoto Academy also rushed here upon hearing the news. Looking at the two boys in the basketball court, both of them showed expressions of shock. I sensed an aura emanating from both of them that far surpassed my own. At that moment, they forgot to stop the two of them, each wanting to see who was stronger. Soul Devourer. As the yellow-haired man's hoarse yet sharp voice rang out, the blood-red longsword shot towards Feng Yi. The surrounding space distorted, as if it could not withstand the energy of the blood-red longsword. There was no sign of tension in Feng Yi's eyes, his expression was calm and composed. Cut. Feng Yi thrust his sword forward, and the phantom of the long sword above his head followed suit. As the phantom of the long sword moved, the surrounding space collapsed. However, it was quickly repaired. The tips of the two swords collided. A powerful burst of energy erupted from the tips of the two swords. The dazzling light instantly engulfed the indoor basketball court. The faculty members outside all secretly realized something was wrong. Then, they quickly set up a barrier to block the aftershocks of the explosion. At that moment, the middle-aged man arrived. Chapter 46: The winner arrives. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, all the instructors at Kyoto Academy bowed respectfully. Dean. The middle-aged man ignored the group of mentors and stared at the basketball court covered by blinding white light. His face was grim, and he dashed straight into the basketball court. The group was left looking at each other in bewilderment. A moment later, a rumbling sound came from within the white light, as if something had collapsed. Then the blinding white light dissipated, and the indoor basketball court was reduced to ruins. In the center of the ruins, the middle-aged man floated in mid-air, his palm flashing with a ghostly blue starlight, creating a protective shield that protected Feng Yi, Wang Daoyuan, and the others. The blonde-haired man was now in his grasp. His clothes were tattered, and blood was constantly flowing from his mouth and nose. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. The instructors from Kyoto Academy rushed over to check on Wang Daoyuan and the dozen or so people who had been knocked to the ground earlier. They were relieved to find that everyone was all right. Then they all stared at Feng Yi with hostile expressions. Those who can serve as mentors in the four major academies are at least at the peak of the Earth level. Being stared at by more than a dozen peak Earth level and heaven level experts in an instant would probably make an ordinary person's legs tremble. Feng Yi, however, seemed indifferent. He put away the Ningxue sword and prepared to leave. Just as Feng Yi had taken 2 steps, he was stopped by 2 instructors at the heavenly realm. Get out of the way. Even knowing that the other party was a mentor and a heaven-level cultivator, Feng Yi had no intention of giving them face and said coldly. You think you can just leave after causing trouble? Where do you think you are? The Kyoto Academy instructor who stopped Feng Yi looked at him with hostility. A powerful aura emanated from him, instantly suppressing Feng Yi to the spot. Faced with a heaven-level cultivator, Feng Yi had no way to resist. However, he still managed to utter a sarcastic remark with difficulty. So this is how Kyoto Academy behaves. Third-year students bully freshmen who just entered Tsinghua and Peking University. Now, even a heaven-level mentor has no shame and attacks a student like me who just reached the Earth level. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, the instructor from Kyoto Academy became somewhat annoyed and was about to teach Feng Yi a lesson for his rude remarks. Then they heard the middle-aged man shout. Stop it! The Kyoto Academy instructor reluctantly lowered his hand, and then heard the middle-aged man speak. Let him go. He turned to look at the middle-aged man with an incredulous expression. Dean, are we just going to let him go like this? Do you want Kyoto Academy to become a laughingstock? A middle-aged man's cold voice came through. The instructors at Kyoto Academy had no choice but to suppress their aura as heaven-level experts and make way for Phone. Phone took a deep look at the mentor and memorized his face. He has always been a man who seeks revenge. This old man bullies the weak because he thinks he is superior, so he will make him taste what it's like to be bullied by the strong. Just as Phone was about to leave, a group of people arrived. Their voices preceded their arrival. We can't let him leave. Phone looked up and saw a woman walking towards him in a grand manner, followed by a group of bodyguards in black suits. The woman passed by Phone, glared at him fiercely, and then quickly ran to the dean of Kyoto Academy, taking the blonde-haired boy from his hands. Meanwhile, the group of bodyguards he brought surrounded Phone. The woman looked at the blonde-haired boy's miserable state with heartache in her eyes. She tremblingly touched the boy's face, her voice trembling with sobs. Yao Yanger, your aunt is here. Don't worry, your aunt will stand up for you. I will not let anyone who has hurt you get away with it. It was only then that Phone learned Huang Mao's name, Ying Yao Yang. He thought the woman was his mother, but it turned out she was his aunt. The dean of Kyoto Academy offered words of advice. Ms. Ng, it's normal for children to fight. We adults shouldn't get involved, or people will laugh at us. But the woman was blinded by anger and wouldn't listen to him at all. Let's see who dares to laugh at me. This bastard beat my Yao Yang up like this. I won't be able to quell my anger until I cripple him. After speaking, the woman immediately gave orders to the group of bodyguards she had brought. Break his arms and legs first. Upon hearing this, a group of bodyguards were about to make a move, each of them exuding a powerful aura. At the very least, they are at the second level of the Earth realm, the Kaiyang realm, and several others are at the Yuhang realm. None of them are at a lower level than Phone, etc. Upon seeing this, the dean of Kyoto Academy quickly signaled to several instructors, who then stopped the bodyguards from making a move. At that moment, he mentally cursed the crazy woman and her ancestors for 18 generations. Of all the winners, why did this unreasonable and reckless crazy woman have to come along? Seeing that the dean of Kyoto Academy had his bodyguards stopped, the woman stared at him with unfriendly eyes and asked coldly. What, Dean Liu, do you want to protect this bastard and make him an enemy of my winners? The dean of Kyoto Academy shook his head, then leaned close to the woman and whispered something to her. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman suddenly raised her head and stared intently at Phone. He asked through gritted teeth. So you're the bastard child born to that bitch Xining Xue? Phone was already on the verge of exploding when the woman called him a bastard, and now that she was insulting his mother as a slut, he could no longer tolerate it. Bitch, I think your entire family are all scum and bastards. If your ancestors knew that their descendants had such foul mouths, would they crawl out of their coffins and slap you? Upon hearing Phone's words, the woman was instantly enraged. You little bastard, if I don't tear your mouth apart today, I'll take your surname. Pooh. Phone spat on the ground disdainfully and gave the woman the middle finger. Get lost. You think you can take my surname? Wishful thinking. If you've got the guts, I'll kill your father today. The woman's hair stood on end, and she roared furiously, disregarding her image. Kill him. Upon hearing this, her bodyguards ignored the Kyoto Academy instructors' attempts to stop them and rushed towards Phone in the middle. The instructors at Kyoto Academy were at a loss for what to do, and while trying to stop them, they looked at the dean of Kyoto Academy. The dean of Kyoto Academy was also very anxious at this moment. Both sides were important figures, and neither side could afford to offend them. All he could do was keep trying to persuade the woman from her side. Ms. Ng, don't be impulsive. This matter will become very serious if it gets out of hand. Please have someone stop, and we can sit down and discuss this properly. But the woman's face was filled with murderous intent, so she wouldn't listen to him. He could only grit his teeth and let out a roar. Stop it, all of you. An unparalleled aura erupted from him, suppressing everyone present to their feet. Everyone felt a sense of oppression descending from the sky. Chapter 47 Zihan Shuang arrives. An unparalleled aura erupted from him, suppressing everyone present to their feet. Everyone felt a sense of oppression descending from the sky. It was as if a pair of giant hands were pressing down on everyone's shoulders, rendering them unable to move. The woman's face turned extremely ugly at the sudden intervention of the Kyoto Academy dean. Dean Liu, are you sure you want to stop me? As the dean of one of the 4 top academies, even if his status is not as high as that of the 5 major families, people from the 5 major families still treat him with utmost respect on the surface. Now that this woman was repeatedly disrespecting him, the dean of Shindu Academy was also getting angry. "Ms. Ng, this is Kyoto Academy, not your Ng family home. You cannot be so presumptuous here." The woman gritted her teeth and finally nodded. "Alright, I'll give you face and not make a move inside Kyoto Academy." At this point, she turned and stared at Feng Yi, speaking with resentment. "I'll be waiting for you at the gate of Kyoto Academy. If you're so capable, then don't ever come out of here." After saying that, she picked up Ng Yao Yang and walked outside with a group of bodyguards in black. She knew that with the power of the dean of Kyoto Academy, they would have no way to take action against Feng Yi unless he agreed. "We might as well give him face after all. Feng Yi will leave Kyoto Academy sooner or later." She didn't believe that the principal of Kyoto Academy would dare to risk offending the winners and protect Feng Yi, since Feng Yi wasn't a student of Kyoto Academy. After the woman and her group left, the dean of Kyoto Academy sighed and said to Feng Yi, "You'd better wait until your Feng family arrives before you go out." Feng Yi nodded. He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't go out to his death knowing he couldn't win. So after the woman left, he sent a message to Zi Hanswang. At that moment, Zi Hanswang called. After the call connected, he briefly explained what had happened and then hung up. He then gave a slight bow to the dean of Kyoto Academy and turned to walk out of the academy. Regardless of the Kyoto Academy dean's motives, he did indeed help me just now. As he slowly walked out of the gates of Kyoto Academy, the victorious woman was indeed waiting for him. After seeing Feng Yi come out, the woman stared at him and sneered. "As expected of the bastard child born of that bitch Xingxue, I admire your courage, but that's all. I'll cut off your limbs later and send them to that bitch Xingxue for you." Upon hearing the woman repeatedly call his mother a slut, Feng Yi secretly vowed that no matter how long it took, he would cut out her tongue whenever he had the chance. After the woman finished speaking, she lightly said to the bodyguard beside her, "Go, chop off his limbs." A group of bodyguards immediately rushed towards Feng Yi. Passers-by and students at the college gate all turned to look in this direction. After a student from Tsinghua Peking University recognized Feng Yi, he immediately called his advisor. If it were their own students who attacked Feng Yi, they wouldn't care, they would just stand by and watch the show. However, those besieging Feng Yi now are clearly not students, so as an alumnus, I should naturally try to help. If it weren't for the powerful aura emanating from the group of bodyguards in black, they would have already charged forward. Seeing the group of black-clad bodyguards rushing towards him, Feng Yi's expression didn't change at all. He neither ran away nor resisted, he just stood there blankly. Seeing this, the woman assumed that Feng Yi had given up and resigned himself to his fate, and a smug smile appeared on her face. So what if he's the heir of the Feng family? Today, we'll turn him into a cripple. She refused to believe that the Feng family would completely break ties with the Ying family for the sake of a useless person. And even if things fall apart, so what? The Ying family is not afraid of anyone. The students from Tsinghua and Peking universities around them couldn't help but feel anxious when they saw that Feng Yi didn't resist. If Feng Yi can hold out for a while, the tutors from Tsinghua and Peking universities will be able to arrive. But now Feng Yi isn't even putting up a fight. By the time the academy instructors arrive, he'll probably be dead. Just as a group of bodyguards in black were about to grab Feng Yi, they were suddenly horrified to find that a chill rose from the soles of their feet and spread throughout their bodies in the blink of an eye, freezing them in place. "What are you doing?" The woman, seeing this, was still confused about what had happened and questioned him unhappily. Shouldn't a group of cultivators at the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Earth realm easily defeat an ant who has just entered the Earth realm? Hearing the woman's question, the bodyguards were speechless, unable to even move their mouths, let alone answer her. The woman also sensed something was wrong. She seemed to have a feeling and turned around to look behind her. Her face suddenly turned extremely ugly, and a look of hatred appeared in her eyes. The onlookers followed the woman's gaze. A short-haired woman with an icy demeanor slowly walked out of Tsinghua University. Whether they knew her or not, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if what they saw was not a person, but an iceberg that had never melted. Even though the short-haired woman didn't attack them, they could still feel the chill emanating from her. The woman looked at the short-haired woman who came out with hatred. She gently placed Ng Yao Yang in her arms on the ground, and then a dark green whip appeared in her hand. Her aura also rose steadily until it stopped at the 2nd level of the heavenly realm, the heavenly pivot realm. After sensing her presence, everyone around couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even a casual move by a heaven-level cultivator can generate immense destructive power. It's best for those little karami to stay away, otherwise, if a real fight breaks out, they won't be able to withstand even the aftershocks of the battle. Then the woman's voice, filled with resentment, rang out. Zi Hansuan, you and your sister, that bitch, both deserve to die. Zi Hanchuan's eyes remained unchanged, she didn't even frown, and she didn't say anything to the woman, but directly expressed her meaning through her actions. With a wave of her hand, a long sword, radiating the same chilling aura as she was, appeared in her grasp. Clang! With a crisp sound of the sword being drawn, it was instantly unsheathed. Zi Hansuan unleashed a sword strike, sending a massive sword aura carrying chilling energy toward the woman. Wherever the sword energy passed, a layer of frost formed on the ground. As Zi Hansuan unleashed her sword strike, everyone around felt the temperature drop significantly. Even though the sun was blazing overhead, everyone felt as if they were in the dead of winter. This is the power of a heaven-level cultivator. The woman was clearly no pushover either. She spun around in place, her dark green whip swirling around with her movement. Then he lashed out with his whip at Zi Hansuan. Chapter 48 3000 Thunderclaps. The dark green whip slammed into the ground, instantly creating a huge crack. The crack headed towards Zi Hansuan. The two attacks collided, generating tremendous energy that caused the ground to tremble violently. Some of the weaker onlookers all fell to the ground, unable to stay upright. Foamy also reached out and held onto the wall beside him, looking at his aunt with burning eyes. Is this what a heavenly level cultivator is like? Compared to her, my own battle really seems like a children's fight. At this moment, Foamy felt an intense craving for power. He also wanted to have the same power as his aunt. Who would dare to bully him now that he's strong? If that woman dared to insult his mother, he would have rushed up and slapped her mouth to pieces long ago. The attacks from Zi Hansuan and the winner's wife dissipated in the middle, but neither of them intended to give up. Zi Hansuan flashed into midair, her eyes devoid of emotion, her face filled with icy coldness, as she raised the 3-foot-long green sword above her head. Boom! Just moments ago, the sun was shining brightly, but in an instant, dark clouds gathered, and a bolt of lightning struck her sword from the sky. The constantly pulsating lightning coiled around the sword, but it did not harm Zi Hansuan. Zi Hansuan parted her red lips slightly and spoke in a cool voice. 3000 thunderbolts. With a single sword strike, the lightning on the blade suddenly magnified dozens of times, transforming into countless streaks of dark blue lightning that hurtled towards the woman on the ground. A flicker of panic crossed the winning woman's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Clearly, Zi Hansuan's strength exceeded her expectations. But now is not the time to think about these things. Seeing the countless bolts of lightning rapidly descending upon her, the woman gritted her teeth and made a hand seal with her left hand. The long whip in his hand instantly transformed into a giant, dark green python. Go! The giant, dark green python, its bloody mouth wide open, soared straight into the sky. However, the dark green python was quickly engulfed by countless bolts of lightning. It struggled incessantly in the sea of lightning, stirring up a fierce wind that caused the roadsides and the forests within Kyoto Academy to sway violently, with leaves flying everywhere. Strangely, the ancient trees in Tsinghua Peking University remained completely still. It was as if a barrier had blocked the strong wind. However, the huge commotion still alarmed many people. The dean of Kyoto Academy, along with a group of instructors, arrived at the academy gate and looked up at the sea of lightning in the sky. Apart from the dean of Kyoto Academy, whose expression remained largely unchanged, all the other instructors were startled. From that sea of lightning, they sensed a tremendous threat. Even they would be helpless against this move. Ji Xing, the dean of Tsinghua Peking University College, and a group of college mentors also rushed here. In the distance, dozens of powerful auras were rapidly approaching. This is the capital of China, home to many powerful figures, so such a huge commotion naturally startled many people. In broad daylight, two heavenly-level experts were fighting. If it wasn't stopped in time, it could easily result in casualties. Therefore, those rushing here at this time are all experts at the heaven level or above. Those with weaker strength dare not approach this place. The giant, dark green serpent was eventually reduced to ashes in the sea of lightning. With her weapon destroyed, the victorious woman coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground in despair. However, the countless bolts of lightning in the sky did not disappear. They continued to fall towards the woman on the ground with the force of destroying everything. The principals of Qingbei Academy and Kyoto Academy exchanged a glance and stepped in to shield the winning woman from countless bolts of lightning. Ji Xing spoke softly to Zi Hansuan in mid-air. Alright, Instructor Frost, if she dies here today, it will inevitably cause infighting among the 5 major families. Zi Hanshuang naturally understood this principle, but she did not want to let the woman from the Ying family off so easily, and a look of struggle appeared on her face. The winning woman saw that the deans of the two academies had intervened to block Zi Hanshuang's attack for her. She looked up at Zi Hanshuang defiantly and said sarcastically, "So what if you're stronger than me? You still can't kill me. But you'd better watch out, I can find a chance to kill this bastard at any time." The woman pointed at Feng Yi and laughed arrogantly. She just wanted to see Zi Hanshuang angry but unable to do anything about it. "If you dare touch him, I will kill all the young people in your winning family." When Zi Hanshuang said these words, her cold voice was filled with murderous intent. No one would think she was joking, and no one would question whether she could do it. Unless the young people of the winning family never leave the Ying family in their lifetime, it would be extremely easy for a second-level Heaven Realm expert to kill a Human Realm or Earth Realm cultivator. However, the winning woman laughed and then said nonchalantly, "I don't care. I don't have any children. I just want that bastard to die. As for whether you kill the young man from the winning family or not, that's none of my business." After saying that, she continued to laugh. Everyone present frowned upon hearing the woman's words. This woman is truly insane. I'm not afraid of offending petty people, but I'm afraid of offending a crazy person who doesn't care about anything and does things without considering the consequences. Then you shall die here today. Zi Hanshuang no longer held back, and her aura suddenly increased significantly. At this moment, even Ji Xing and the Dean of Kyoto Academy lost their composure, staring at the beautiful figure in the air and murmuring to themselves. The third realm of the heavenly rank, the heavenly pivot realm. Zi Hanshuang's aura had actually reached the Tianqian realm, and it seemed that she had not just broken through, but had been there for some time. The woman's eyes finally lost their bravado and were filled with deep fear. It should be noted that the deans of the two academies are only at the Tianqian realm. Zi Hanshuang never used her full strength from the very beginning. But after glancing at the deans of the two academies standing to her left and right, she regained her composure. Even if Zi Hanshuang is at the Tianqian realm, so what? Does she think she can kill me alone against two other Tianqian realm cultivators? Seeing that Zi Hanshuang was about to make a move, Ji Xing's voice boomed like thunder. "Frost Mage, calm down." Just then, more than a dozen powerful auras arrived from afar. These dozen or so people were all experts at the heavenly level or above, with the man in the lead wearing a golden mask being the strongest. He also possesses the strength of the third realm of the heavenly realm, Tianqian realm. The deans of both academies breathed a sigh of relief the moment they saw the masked man appear. Now that this person has arrived, things should be fine most of the time. The deans of both academies bowed slightly to the masked man. "Commander." Upon hearing the two deans addressed to the masked man, everyone guessed his identity. The most mysterious person in the Jinqing division, the commander-in-chief of the Jinqing division. Chapter 49 Labor and Capital on the Shu Road. Rumor has it that no one has ever seen his face, nor does anyone know his name. He appeared out of nowhere and became the commander-in-chief of the Huaxia Jinqing division. The Jinqing division is not only responsible for dealing with the hidden cults, but also for maintaining order throughout China. Many forces wanted to win him over, but faced with someone whose family background was unknown, none of them knew where to begin. Under his leadership, the Jinqing division also became a sword of the Chinese government. A sword hanging over the heads of all the major powers. It is because of his existence that we have the stable social order we enjoy today. Feng Yi's gaze also fell on the most mysterious man in the Jinqing division, wanting to see through his mask to his true face. Because the moment Feng Yi saw him, he felt that his eyes were very familiar, as if he had seen them before. For a moment, I couldn't remember who it was. "Stop." The commander of the Jinqing division spoke calmly, his voice specially processed, hoarse and devoid of any emotion. But Zi Hanshuang slowly shook her head and said stubbornly, "She cannot live." "Reason?" The commander of the Jinqing division turned to look at Zi Hanshuang. "She wanted to kill Feng Yi." Zi Hanshuang met his gaze, her eyes showing no sign of weakness. Upon hearing Zi Hanshuang's words, the commander of Jinqing division was silent for a moment, then his gaze swept lightly over Feng Yi. "I see." After he finished speaking, Zi Hanshuang, who had been stubborn just moments before, actually sheathed her sword, flashed to Feng Yi's side, and said softly, "Let's go." "Ha?" Feng Yi was stunned for a moment. They just left like that? The matter ended rather abruptly. However, he knew there were too many people here, so even if he had doubts, he couldn't voice them. He followed Zi Hanshuang into Qingbei Academy. Feng Yi wasn't the only one puzzled, everyone present was somewhat confused. Moreover, recalling the conversation between Zi Hanshuang and the commander of Xinqing Division, everyone felt a little strange. It's as if the two of them know each other. As Zi Hanshuang and Feng Yi passed by the woman of the Ying family, she was still a little worried that Zi Hanshuang might suddenly attack and kill her. But it turned out she was overthinking it. Zi Hanshuang didn't even glance at her again. Only when she saw Zi Hanshuang walk into Tsinghua University did she feel relieved. A smug smile returned to his face. So what if she's at the third level of the heavenly realm? She's a member of the Ying family, and even the commander of the Xinqing division has to step in to protect her life. But her smile only lasted a few seconds before she heard the cold voice of the commander of the Xinqing division. Take her back. Two of the people who came with him stepped forward and released two magical chains to bind the winning woman. Then he picked her up in his hands like he was carrying trash. The winning woman's expression changed drastically. She tried to resist, but found that she could no longer mobilize any of her star power, as it was sealed by the magic chains. Her face turned terrified, and she screamed. Let me go. What do you want? I am a member of the Ying family. My father is the head of the Ying family. Do you want to die? Why are you arresting me but releasing that bitch Zi Hanshuang? The turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. They thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly, the Xinqing division arrested the woman from the Ying family. No one understood why. Was it simply because the woman who once said she was going to kill Feng Yi? Although everyone was puzzled, no one asked for the reason. Ultimately, the winning woman was taken away by Zhang Xingxi. Only after Zhang Xingxi and his entourage left did the Ying family's bodyguards dare to come over and carry Ying Yaoyang away. The deans and advisors of both colleges also organized the students to disperse. As for the mess left by the battle between Zi Hanshuang and the winning woman, someone will naturally take care of it. Inside Tsinghua Peking University, Feng Yi looked at Zi Hanshuang walking silently ahead, wanting to ask her the question that was bothering him, but he was also worried that she would hold him accountable for causing trouble at Kyoto University today. At this moment, Zi Hanshuang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Feng Yi. Under the frost's gaze, Feng Yi felt a little guilty and dared not look into her eyes. Thinking to myself, oh no, is this guy finally losing his temper and about to punish me? But there was no hint of blame in Zi Hanshuang's eyes. Are you all right? Hearing Zi Hanshuang's unusually gentle tone, Feng Yi looked up in bewilderment. This is not what I imagined. The gentle tone made him feel a little guilty, as he felt that he was the one who had caused the trouble, and in the end, he would have to trouble his aunt to clean up the mess for him. He shook his head and replied. No. Upon hearing that Feng Yi was unharmed, Zi Hanshuang smiled and waved to him. Feng Yi walked up to Zi Hanshuang, just about to speak. Just moments ago, Zi Hanshuang had a gentle expression, but suddenly her face changed, and she grabbed Feng Yi's ear. You've grown bold, daring to cause trouble on your own without consulting me. Do you think you're all grown up now? Auntie, I was wrong, it hurts, it hurts. Suppressed by his bloodline, Feng Yi hurriedly begged for mercy and admitted his mistake. Oh, so you still feel pain? If you hadn't been lucky today, your hands and feet would have been chopped off. Zi Hanshuang twisted Feng Yi's ear almost 180 degrees, making him cry from the pain. I really know I was wrong. I promise I'll tell you in advance next time I do something like this. You want a next time? Just as Zi Hanshuang was about to let go, she heard Feng Yi's words and pulled back. No, it's all gone. Feng Yi dared not show any temper in front of his aunt. What use would it be to resist a super strong expert at the third level of the heaven realm? Humph. You better learn your lesson. After letting out a cold snort, Zi Hanshuang finally released Feng Yi's ear. Feng Yi touched his burning earlobe and kept sucking in cool air. I suddenly regret coming to Tsinghua Peking University College. Other students might get scolded at most if they do something wrong, but if Feng Yi does something wrong, Zi Hanshuang will really take action without hesitation, showing no mercy whatsoever. Seeing that Zi Hanshuang's anger had subsided, Feng Yi finally dared to ask the question that had been bothering him. Auntie, who is that commander of the Xinqing division? Why do I feel like his eyes are familiar? A flicker of surprise flashed across Zi Hanshuang's eyes, but Feng Yi didn't see it. How would I know? I don't even know him. Zi Hanshuang turned around and continued walking forward. Feng Yi caught up with him and continued to ask. So, is this the end of it for today? I have a feeling you two know each other. Hearing Feng Yi's question, Zi Hanshuang waved her hand impatiently. I don't know. Stop buzzing around in my ear like a fly. Go somewhere cool and stay there. Unable to get an answer, Feng felt as if a kitten was scratching at his heart, making him very uncomfortable. He grabbed Zi Hanchuang's hand and started acting cute, just like when they were kids. However, what awaited him was a remark from Zi Hanchuang. Labor and Capital on the Shu Road. Chapter 50 Conversation between Big Shots. In a rather old-fashioned house on the outskirts of Kyoto. More than a dozen men in black knelt on the ground, and a blonde-haired boy lay in front of them. It was Ying Yaoyang. Step, step, step. A clear sound of footsteps approached at a leisurely pace. An elderly man in a black robe walked over from the side. He walked to Ying Yaoyang's side, his brows furrowing slightly. What happened? One of the bodyguards in black quickly recounted in detail what had happened that day. After listening to the black-clad bodyguard's words, the old man snorted coldly. A shame. The group of bodyguards in black dared not speak and all lay prostrate on the ground. The old man then aimed his hand at Ying Yaoyang and unleashed a burst of star power. The powerful star energy enveloped Ying Yaoyang's entire body, and after a while, he withdrew his hand. The clearly visible veins on Ying Yaoyang's face had also disappeared. However, his face was still deathly pale. Take him away. The old man's cold voice rang out. A group of men in black quickly lifted Ying Yaoyang out of the courtyard. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the side. He bowed respectfully to the old man and asked, "Master, what about the Jinqing division?" The old man's expression was unpredictable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. After a moment, he stood up and said, "I'll go myself." After saying that, he strode confidently toward the door. The middle-aged man quickly followed behind him. In the heart of Kyoto stands a unique building whose overall layout resembles a yin-yang symbol. This is the headquarters of the Huaxia Jinqing Division. A bronze statue stands in front of the Jinqing Division's gate. He was Yi Tiandi, the first commander-in-chief of the Jinqing Division. A powerful figure who was considered to have the best chance of becoming an emperor. Unfortunately, he has disappeared. A black sedan stopped in front of the Jinqing Division, and the old man in black robes and the middle-aged man got out of the car together. The old man looked up at a certain spot on the building, then walked into the headquarters of the Jinqing Division. Behind the glass in the spot the old man was looking at stood a man wearing a golden mask. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. He said calmly, "Come in." The old man in black robes and the middle-aged man entered, led by a staff member in a Jinqing Division uniform. The old man in black robes sat down directly in front of the commander of the Jinqing Division without any expression. "I heard the commander arrested my daughter." The commander of the Jinqing Division did not deny it, but instead took out a sealed document bag and placed it in front of the old man. The old man stared at the file bag in front of him, then took out the documents inside. After reading it, he stared intently at the commander of the Jinqing Division and questioned him through gritted teeth. "I'd like to ask the commander, what crime did my daughter commit to be classified as a 4-star dangerous individual?" A 4-star dangerous individual is an assessment given by the Jinqing Division to cultivators. If a cultivator is targeted by the Jinqing Division, an investigation will be launched, followed by a rating. Those rated as 1-star or 2-star dangerous individuals will be placed under special surveillance by the Jinqing Division. Those deemed dangerous by Samsung will be restricted from leaving the city and will be required to report to the nearest Jinqing Division every week. Individuals deemed 4-star dangerous will be detained and placed under observation. If you reach the 5-star level, you'll get a private room and be imprisoned in a special prison. As the daughter of the winner's family head, being listed as a 4-star dangerous individual is a slap in the face to the winner's family. If word gets out, where will Ying Jintian put his old face? Faced with Ying Jintian's anger, the commander of Jinqing Division calmly offered an explanation. "Your daughter, as a heaven-level cultivator, attacked a student from Tsinghua Peking University and threatened to kill him. According to Article 10 of the Chinese Cultivator Management Law, anyone who attacks a student will be classified as a dangerous person. Given your daughter's capabilities, it is entirely reasonable and legal for me to classify her as a 4-star dangerous individual." Upon hearing the words of the commander of the Jinqing Division, Ying Jintian slammed his fist on the table, which instantly broke in two. The document was also shattered by the overwhelming force. "She is the winner." The commander of the Jinqing Division was not angry. He simply met Ying Jintian's furious gaze and said, word by word, "I am the commander of the Jinqing Division." The only sound in the office was Ying Jintian's rapid breathing. His eyes were wide with anger, as if he was about to strike at any moment. But just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. An old voice laughed. "Hey, what's going on here? Old Ing, are you planning to demolish the Jinxing division?" Ing Jintian let out a long breath and turned to look at the person who walked in. "You old madman, what are you doing here?" Hearing the questioning tone in Ing Jintian's voice, the newcomer sneered. "I heard that someone was bullying my grandson because of their higher cultivation level, so I came to see who was so shameless as to interfere when two children were fighting." The visitor was Feng Yi's grandfather, Feng Jingchuan. Knowing he was in the wrong, Ing Jintian couldn't find any words to refute him. "It's not a problem if two kids fight and no one gets hurt, but it's wrong of you to involve an adult in your family." Ing Jintian sighed, as if he had made a decision. "I admit we were the winners and were in the wrong. You can tell me whether you want an apology or compensation, but you have to release my daughter." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingchuan burst into laughter. "Old winner, it's really not easy to get you to bow your head even once. I can release your daughter, but how can you guarantee that she won't harm my grandson after I release her?" Ing Jintian pondered for a moment and then said, "Don't worry, I will keep her under house arrest and will never let her out." Since Ing Jintian had already said so much, Feng Jingchuan looked at the commander of the Jinxing division. "Commander, please do us two old folks some face and let her go." The commander of the Jinxing division agreed after only a moment's thought. For several days afterward, students from both colleges were still discussing it intensely. Those who weren't there were filled with regret and self-reproach. A duel between two heavenly level experts, where else would you normally get the chance to see this? Moreover, even the commander of the Jinxing division appeared. Just imagining the scene at that time is enough to excite people. However, no videos or news from the scene that day were released. Some people who secretly filmed the videos from a distance were later found by the college's higher-ups, who then deleted all the videos in front of them. Therefore, only students from the two colleges knew about this. As a result of this incident, Feng Yi's name spread throughout both academies. He single-handedly stormed into Kyoto Academy, fought off more than 10 people, and finally emerged unharmed. This is in stark contrast to the previous incident where Zhou Yuan from Kyoto Academy went to Tsinghua and Peking universities to bully freshmen, only to be beaten half to death and thrown out. Many students held Feng Yi in awe. Feng Yi quickly became a well-known figure in both academies, and few people did not know his name. Chapter 51: The Little Girl from Back Then. Feng Yi has been a bit troubled these past few days. Because no matter where I go, people will greet me warmly, ask for photos, and ask for my contact information. They won't let you leave unless you give it to them. My phone keeps ringing with messages as soon as I turn it on. Now he suddenly regrets going to find Wang Daoyuan in such a high-profile manner. In this case, I'm the one who will suffer. It's the weekend, and I slept in until noon, which is rare for me. Just then, Feng Yi's phone rang. He initially thought it was another harassing call from those enthusiastic female seniors. When he picked up his phone, he saw that it was Jiang Liao calling. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Liao's soft and sweet voice came through. "What's that big shot doing?" "I'm in my dorm." "Is there something you need?" Feng Yi found it strange. Why did she want to see him? Although Feng Yi did have feelings for her, they hadn't been in contact or met since the mentor assignment ceremony. "Why can't I ask you, this big shot, for anything?" For some reason, Feng Yi sensed a hint of unhappiness in Jiang Liao's tone. He quickly explained. "Of course not, I'm just a little curious." Snort. A soft moan came from the other end of the phone, followed by Jiang Liao continuing to speak. "Didn't I say I'd treat you guys to dinner? Today's the weekend and everyone's free, so I was just wondering if you guys were free?" "Yes, I have plenty of free time." The fat man had somehow sneaked up next to Feng Yi without anyone noticing. Feng Yi rolled her eyes at him. She hadn't even said anything yet, but the fat man seemed to be more excited than she was. However, since the fat man had said he was free, he couldn't very well say he wasn't. Moreover, the newly crowned campus belle of Tsinghua and Peking University was inviting him to dinner, which was probably something every male student dreamed of. If he refused, he would seem a bit pretentious. "We're available. Just send us the time and address. Then come out now, we're right at the entrance of Taibai residence." After saying that, Jiang Liao hung up the phone. "Us?" Feng Yi was a little confused. Could it be that Ing Yufei was also there? His expression suddenly became quite interesting. His relationship with the Ing family was far from good. Furthermore, it's unclear what exactly is the relationship between Ing Yufei and Ing Yaoyang within the Winners Club. I wonder if it will be awkward when we meet. After quickly changing their clothes, Phony and the fat man went out together. As soon as I opened the door, I saw two beautiful figures at the entrance. Jiang Liao was wearing a pink tank top and short skirt today, and her long, radiant legs attracted the attention of all the passing boys. Beside her, Ying Yufei wore a dress, but it still couldn't hide her stunning figure. Just over 10 days after enrolling, both of them were voted the new campus beauties of Tsinghua Peking University College. He had countless suitors. The two girls' appearance in the boys' dormitory area puzzled the boys. They wondered which guy was so powerful that he could get two school beauties to come and find him in person. But when they saw Feng Yi appear in front of the two school beauties, everyone was relieved and only looked on with envy. Haven't seen you for a long time. Feng Yi walked up to Jiang Liao and greeted her with a smile. It really has been a long time. Feng Yi is a big star now. It's hard to even see you. Jiang Liao joked. When the words celebrity were mentioned, Feng Yi glanced at Ying Yufei somewhat awkwardly. However, Ying Yufei noticed this glance. She covered her mouth and laughed. Feng Yi, although I am also a member of the Ying family, I don't have a very good relationship with that madman Ying Yaoyang, so you don't need to worry about me. Hearing Ying Yufei's explanation, Feng Yi finally felt relieved, otherwise, he wouldn't have enjoyed the meal so much. As Feng Yi's best friend, Fatty naturally knew about his current feud with the Ying family. Seeing that Ying Yufei had said so, he also stepped forward to smooth things over. Hello beautiful, my name is Li Sui. It's nice to meet you for the first time. What would you like to eat later? I'll pay. Ying Yufei didn't refuse the fat man's request and readily agreed. Okay, don't feel bad about wasting it later. With the addition of the outgoing Fatty, the atmosphere among the group became more lively. The four of them left the academy together and took a taxi to a restaurant that Jiang Liao had already booked. Although it was lunchtime, the restaurant was very quiet. The overall decoration is very elegant. The greeter standing at the entrance is a woman in a cheongsam with a graceful figure and good looks. It was obvious that Jiang Liao and Ying Yufei had been here before the woman in the cheongsam quickly ran over when she saw them. Miss Jiang, Miss Ying, is the private room ready? Please follow me. The two nodded slightly, and then, led by the woman in the cheongsam, they entered the private room. To Feng Yi's surprise, there was already a man in the private room. He was not old and about the same age as the others. Her eyebrows and eyes bear some resemblance to Jiang Liao's. As soon as Jiang Liao entered, she greeted him warmly. Elder brother. Upon hearing Jiang Liao's address, Feng Yi realized that this person was her brother, which explained why they looked somewhat alike. The man's eyes were fixed on Feng Yi the moment she entered. He stood up and greeted Feng Yi. Feng, it's been a long time. I wonder if you still remember me. Feng Yi was a little confused. He recalled the first half of his life, but he couldn't remember where he had met the person in front of him before. Seeing Feng Yi's bewildered expression, the man laughed. I remember you used to come and play with my sister every day when you were little. Feng Yi's mind went blank for a moment, then it seemed like he remembered something. He looked at the man with a shocked expression, then at Jiang Liao beside him, and stammered. You're that little girl with two pigtails? When I first arrived in Kyoto, I was still wondering what the little girl I used to play with every day looked like now, and whether she was still living in that courtyard house. Little did I know that the little girl was the first person I met when I came to Tsinghua and Peking Universities, Jiang Liao. Perhaps this is destiny. Jiang Liao's cheeks were also a little hot at this moment. When she learned Feng Yi's name, she guessed Feng Yi's identity. He also knew that Feng Yi was his childhood playmate. However, she was worried that Feng Yi wouldn't remember things from his childhood, so she didn't mention it. It seems that Feng Yi has not forgotten her. Ha ha ha, you remember now? The man burst into laughter. Feng Yi nodded somewhat awkwardly. He had indeed seen the man in front of him when he was a child, and had even played with him. The man then extended his hand. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Zhang Lianchen. I'm Lu Yao's older brother and your senior. I'm currently a junior. Chapter 52's rank mission. Hello, Senior Jiang, I'm Feng Yi. Feng Yi reached out and shook hands with Zhang Lianchen. After everyone was seated, Zhang Lianchen explained his purpose for coming. I'm sorry, but when I found out that Lu Yao was treating you to dinner, I shamelessly followed along. I mainly wanted to discuss something with you. Feng Yi was puzzled. Zhang Lianchen continued. Feng's cultivation level should have reached the Yaoguang realm by now, right? Feng Yi nodded. There was no point in hiding it. I wonder if Feng has any knowledge about the various clubs and organizations in our college? Club? Feng Yi hadn't really looked into it, mainly because he hadn't had the time to. The fat man next to him explained to Feng Yi. A club is an organization that students can freely form. Its main purpose is to facilitate students in taking on various tasks issued by the academy. Completing tasks can earn them cultivation resources and academic credits. Jiang Liangchen smiled and nodded, then continued what the fat man had said. That's right. The primary condition for graduating from the academy is to accumulate a certain number of credits. Besides the annual academy competition, the only other way to obtain credits is by completing tasks assigned by the academy. After the two explained, Feng Yi finally understood what the gang was all about. Seeing that Feng Yi had figured out the club, Jiang Liangchen continued to speak. So the reason I came to see you today is to invite you to join our Hidden Dragon Club, and I am also the leader of the Hidden Dragon Club. Feng Yi had never thought about this before, so he did not agree immediately. Jiang Liangchen then pressed on, introducing their Hidden Dragon Society. Our Hidden Dragon Club has consistently ranked among the top 3 in the points rankings among all clubs in Tsinghua and Peking universities. We don't have many members yet, but each member is extremely strong. The name of our club comes from the phrase Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, soaring to the 9 heavens. Senior Jiang, I'd like to ask why you invited me to join? Feng Yi voiced his doubts. If everyone in the Hidden Dragon Society was so strong, there was no need for them to specifically invite him to join. Jiang Liangchen smiled, seemingly having guessed that Feng Yi would have such a question. Firstly, it's because of your strength and potential. I think it won't be long before other clubs extend offers to you. Secondly, Yue Yao wants me to invite you to join. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi looked at Jiang Liao. Her pretty face was flushed red with displeasure at Jiang Liangchen for betraying her like that. She glared at Jiang Liangchen fiercely, exuding charm. However, he dared not look Feng Yi in the eye. Okay, I'll join the Hidden Dragon Club, but I'd like to ask Senior Jiang for a favor. I don't want people from other clubs bothering me anymore. Feng Yi was a person who disliked trouble. He figured that all the various clubs would come looking for him in a few days, and since he would have to choose one to join eventually, he might as well join Jiang Liangchen's club. At least we all know each other, and Jiang Liao is there too, so we can rebuild our friendship. A minor issue. Jiang Liangchen was very happy to hear that Feng Yi had accepted his invitation. After chatting for a while and exchanging contact information with Feng Yi, all the dishes were served. Everyone was young, and Jiang Liangchen was a talkative person, so the atmosphere in the private room was very harmonious. After the meal, Jiang Liangchen drove them all back to the academy. The next day, Feng Yi woke up early. I made an appointment with Jiang Liangchen yesterday to show up at the club today and get to know the other members. Feng Yi originally intended to have Fatty join as well, but since Fatty's cultivation level had not yet reached the Yaoguang realm, he would not be qualified to accept missions even if he joined. Therefore, this matter could only be discussed after Fatty's cultivation level reached that level. Even Jiang Liao is not qualified to join the club yet. She will have to wait until her cultivation reaches the Yaoguang realm before she can officially join. Based on the location sent by Jiang Liangchen, Feng Yi quickly arrived at the entrance of the Qianlong Society. Jiang Liangchen had been waiting outside for a long time. When he saw Feng Yi, he walked up to him warmly. Feng, how did you sleep last night? Yes, it's fine. Feng Yi nodded and responded with a smile. Following Jiang Liangchen into the clubhouse, they found 2 men and 2 women already sitting inside, chatting amongst themselves. Upon seeing Jiang Liangchen and Feng Yi walk in, they all turned their attention to Feng Yi, sizing up this freshman who had recently become quite popular. Jiang Liangchen then took the initiative to introduce Feng Yi to the others. This is Feng Yi, a new member of our Hidden Dragon Society. Then he introduced Feng Yi to the other members of the Hidden Dragon Society. One of the boys, who was a bit dark-skinned and muscular, was named Zhu Hui, a junior at the 7th level of the Yaoguang realm. A fair-skinned boy named Lu Yang, also at the 7th level of the Yaoguang realm, was a junior in college. The 2 girls, one of whom wore black-rimmed glasses and looked quite ordinary, was named Feng Mushua, a sophomore at the 5th level of the Yaoguang realm. Another woman with long, black hair and big waves is named Shui Ruoyan, a 3rd-year student at the 8th level of the Yaoguang realm. Jiang Liangchen also took the initiative to reveal his level of cultivation. The 9-fold realm of Yaoguang. From Jiang Liangchen, Feng Yi also learned that the entire club, including himself, consisted of 12 people. However, the others have all gone out on missions recently and are not in the academy. Hey handsome, the ladies are getting ready to take on an S-rank mission, wanna come along? The mature woman in black stockings, Shui Ruyan, looked at Feng Yi with seductive eyes. The tasks issued by the Academy are divided into D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS levels according to their difficulty, from low to high. The higher the difficulty, the better the reward you will receive upon completion. Missions below S rank are generally not dangerous, but missions above S rank can actually result in injury or death. Therefore, there are very few missions of S rank or above, and very few people will accept them unless they are very confident in their abilities. Basically, anyone who dares to accept a mission of S rank or higher is a genius among geniuses. Feng Yi was also somewhat interested in the S-level mission that Shui Ruyan mentioned, so he met Shui Ruyan's drooling gaze and asked her, "What kind of mission is it?" He, come into your sister's arms, and your sister will tell you." Shui Ruyan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Knowing Shui Ruyan's personality, Jiang Liangchen scolded her. "Alright, be serious. If you have a mission, then say so. If you don't, then shut up." Shui Ruyan pouted her sexy red lips, gave a dissatisfying snort, and then spoke in her extremely alluring voice. "This mission takes place in the Anqing Mountains within Heilongjiang province. There are rumors that traces of the divine cult have been discovered there. The local Jinqing division wants to search the mountains but doesn't have enough manpower, so they issued the mission to various academies. This mission is somewhat dangerous, but it can be quite easy if you're lucky." Chapter 53, Entering the Anqing Mountains. Feng Yi understood Shui Ruyan's meaning. As long as they didn't actually encounter any members of the divine cult, the mission would indeed be very easy. It's like a group of people going on a sightseeing trip. However, if you encounter members of a cult, it could really be fatal. The members of the cult will not show mercy just because you are a student. In their eyes, men, women, and children are all the same. Anyone who is not a member of the cult must die. "What is the reward for the mission?" Jiang Liangchen asked. "If you're lucky, this task is practically like getting the rewards for free. Each person will receive a grade A body refining resource and a reward of 100 academic credits." After Shui Ruyan finished speaking, she stared intently at Jiang Liangchen. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Liangchen turned to look at Feng Yi. "Feng, are you interested? This mission is considered relatively simple among S-rank missions, and the rewards are quite good." Feng Yi figured he was just idling around anyway, so he might as well go have some fun. However, before making a decision, he still needs to ask Zi Hanchuan's opinion. His ears didn't want to suffer through that torment again. "Let me make a phone call first." Feng Yi left the room and then dialed Zi Hanchuan's number. After telling him the truth, Zi Hanchuan did not refuse, but simply told Feng Yi to be careful. With Zi Hanchuan's consent, Feng Yi returned to his room and immediately agreed. Jiang Liangchen accepted the task through the Academy's app, filled in the list of participants, and then went to prepare for departure. 3 days later, Feng Yi boarded a plane to Heilongjiang province with several members of the Qinlong Society. Most of the Anqing Mountains are located within Heilongjiang province, with only a portion situated in the neighboring M province. This mission was jointly organized by the Heilongjiang province and the M province Jinqing division. After Feng Yi and his group arrived at the small town closest to the Anqing Mountains, they were taken to the foot of the Anqing Mountains by personnel from the Jinqing division. After getting off the bus, Feng Yi stretched as he looked at the endless, majestic mountains in front of him, making crackling sounds as he did so. After sitting in a crowded car for several hours, my limbs were sore. The weather wasn't very good today. The entire Anqing mountain range was shrouded in thick fog. At the foot of the mountain, the Jinqing division had set up a temporary camp, which contained not only members of the Jinqing division but also many young-looking faces. Like Feng Yi and his group, they came from various ancient martial arts academies in China, chatting in small groups. Feng Yi roughly observed that there were about 700 or 800 people in the camp, including the people from the Jinqing division and the students from various academies. It sounds like a lot of people, but if you threw that many people into the Anqing Mountains, they wouldn't even make a splash. However, this is already the most manpower the Jinqing division can mobilize. After all, the Jinqing division's duty is not only to deal with the divine cult, but also to maintain order throughout Heilongjiang province. Not all students have the courage to take on S-level missions. If the 4 top colleges are like this, one can only imagine how the clubs in ordinary colleges are. The others were also looking at the clubs of other colleges in the camp. At this moment, Lu Yan looked at the group of people not far away and said, "Captain, isn't that the Hunter Club?" Upon hearing the words Hunter Club, Jiang Liangchen narrowed his eyes and followed Lu Yang's gaze. The others also looked at the group of people not far away. It really is them. What a coincidence. Yu Hui, a dark-skinned and muscular man, sneered. At this moment, the members of the Hidden Dragon Society did not look too good. Feng Yi asked curiously. Do you have a grudge against them? Zhang Liangchen shook his head. I wouldn't say we have a grudge, but this hunter club is from Shanghai Academy and doesn't have a particularly good reputation. I heard that a club was tricked by them before, resulting in a boy losing both of his legs. Feng Yi frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Didn't the college administration do anything about it? Zhang Liangchen sneered. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, but in the end, due to a lack of substantial evidence, the hunter club was only given a disciplinary action. It's a pity that the boy will have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I hope they don't mess with us, otherwise our Hidden Dragon Society is not to be trifled with. Yu Hui stared coldly at the Hunters Club in the distance. Feng Yi only paid a little attention to the attire of the hunters before looking away. For him, the motto was, I won't offend others unless they offend me. As long as the Hunter Club doesn't bother me, everything will be fine. After spending a few days together, Feng Yi had gained a certain understanding of the personalities of the people he had met in the club. Among them, the one with the hottest temper is Yu Hui, who is dark-skinned and will rush up to fight at the slightest provocation. Lu Yang is a very calm person, and his personality complements Yu Hui's. Fang Muxue usually speaks very little and has virtually no presence in the club. However, she is the only one among them who possesses healing abilities. As for Shui Ruoyan, she was a veritable enchantress, capable of captivating men with every word in action. The last one, Zhang Liangchen, is strong, has leadership skills, and is calm and composed, making him an excellent leader. It's clear that everyone in the club trusts him. After waiting in the camp for more than 10 minutes, personnel from the Jinqing division came to gather everyone together. After all the students who had come to accept the mission lined up, a middle-aged man walked to the front of everyone with his hands behind his back. The middle-aged man had a serious expression, and an invisible aura emanated from him. This is not only because of his formidable strength, but also because of the imposing aura he has cultivated from his long-term high position. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for coming from all over China to assist our Heilongjiang Jinqing division. However, I must make it clear beforehand that this mission will involve you facing a ruthless cult. We do not know their level of power or their numbers. So once everyone enters the Anqing Mountains, you must be extremely careful. Those of you who are with our Jinqing division, do not act on your own. If you discover any abnormal situation, call out immediately. Do you understand? The middle-aged man had a strong, deep voice that made everyone's ears hurt. Understood. The students who came to take on S-rank missions were basically assisting Jinqing Si for the first time, so they naturally understood what the middle-aged man was saying. Nobody's stupid, no one would be so foolish as to disregard their own life in a situation like this. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, they entered the Anqing Mountains in a grand procession, led by the Jinqing Division personnel. Each student club is led by 3 members of the Jinqing Division. The distance between each group is about 100 meters, which not only expands the search area but also allows them to support each other. Furthermore, there are many drones leading the way for everyone. Once the drones detect any abnormalities, the command personnel in the camp will promptly notify everyone to prepare. In addition, Jinqing Division personnel also began searching from several other directions in the Anqing Mountains. This area, which has students from various colleges, has already been searched by Jinqing Division personnel once before, so it is relatively safe. Among the Jinqing Division personnel in charge of leading Feng Yi and his group was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an upright appearance. His name is Zhang Yu. Chapter 54: An Unexpected Incident. Zhang Yu was a very talkative person. He kept chatting with Feng Yi and the others the whole way, talking about his past deeds. He once fought in the Star Battlefield, and later found love there. After retiring from the Star Battlefield and returning to Earth, he joined the local Star Guardian division, while his wife became a full-time housewife. Now he has a very cute daughter, and he even showed Feng Yi and the others a photo of her. Looking at the happy smile on his face, you can tell that he must love his family very much. The Anqing Mountains are vast and covered with shrubs, yet they are unusually quiet. There wasn't a single ripple. After entering the Anqing Mountains for a while, white mist gradually drifted into the dense forest. Everyone's vision was compressed by the white mist. Zhang Yu, who had just been laughing and telling Feng Yi and the others about his lovely woman, now stopped smiling and spoke very seriously. Kids, you'd better be on your guard now. The other 2 Jinqing Division personnel were positioned to the left and right of Feng Yi and his group. Their expressions also became serious as they watched for any movement on either side. As everyone ventured deeper, the white fog grew thicker, and now even the figures of those around them were becoming increasingly difficult to see. A sense of tension suddenly rose in Feng Yi's heart. They were all cultivators, yet they were still affected by the white mist. This white mist doesn't seem to be so simple. If you're not careful, it's easy to get lost in it and separate from the others. Feng Yi closed his eyes and opened the Eye of God. I wanted to see if the Eye of God would be affected, but I found that the white mist did not affect the Eye of God. What was once a blur of white light has now become clear and bright. He could clearly see the people around him, and with the blessing of the Eye of God, his field of vision was even wider than before. However, none of the others had this special ability, so for the sake of the other members of the club, Feng Yi slowed down and walked behind everyone. This way you can notice everyone's presence. Time passed slowly, and they had no idea how long they had walked. Apart from the crunching sound of footsteps on branches and fallen leaves, there was not a sound coming from the entire mountain range. There wasn't even the usual bird calls. Zhang Yu, who was walking at the front, took out a walkie-talkie and said, Xiao Xia, have you found anything over there? A reply came through the walkie-talkie very quickly. Nothing found, Brother Zhang. It's all foggy, not even a ghost can be seen. Okay, be careful over there. I have a feeling something's not quite right. Brother Zhang, you're overthinking it. In my opinion, the information from above is not necessarily true or false. Why would the people from the divine cult come to this godforsaken place if they have nothing better to do? Alright, stop complaining and get serious. Who cares if the news is true or false? Sigh, I understand. Before the voice on the walkie-talkie could finish speaking, there was a commotion, as if something had been discovered, and then there was no further response. Let's stop for a moment. Zhang Yu spoke to Feng Yi and the others. He wanted to wait and see what the Jinqing division personnel named Xiao Xia had discovered. Several minutes passed, but there was no sound from Xiao Xia on the walkie-talkie. Zhang Yu suddenly felt uneasy, so he picked up the walkie-talkie and called out. Xiao Xia, what have you found over there? Please respond if you hear me. Several more minutes passed, and Xiao Xia still hadn't replied. At that moment, a voice came from the walkie-talkie, but it was another member of the Jinqing division. Brother Zhang, has something happened to Xiao Xia? Zhang Yu took a breath, forcibly dispelling some of the unease in his heart. I don't know, who is Xiao Xia closest to? It seems to be Old Wang. Zhang Yu began calling out to the Jinqing division personnel called Old Wang. Old Wang, can you hear me? However, there was no response from the walkie-talkie. After calling several more times, there was still no response from the walkie-talkie. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, hoping that nothing bad had happened. Zhang Yu's expression had become somewhat serious. It might be an accident if one person couldn't be contacted, but now two people in a row had also gone unreachable. There's a high chance something has happened. So Zhang Yu contacted the command post at the foot of the mountain directly. All personnel from the Jinqing division wore earpieces to communicate with the command post at the foot of the mountain. After informing the command center of the situation, the middle-aged man quickly relayed his instructions. Zhang Yu turned his head and spoke earnestly to Feng Yi and the others. There might be danger ahead, so you must stay close to me. If you encounter any danger that you can't handle, run back immediately. Feng Yi and the others knew that this was no joke, and even Shuairoyan, who was never serious, nodded very seriously. After speaking to the group, Zhang Yu turned around and headed towards the Jinqing division personnel he couldn't contact. At this moment, everyone was a little nervous. If it really meant a face-to-face battle with the cult, none of them were afraid. But now we are facing something unknown, and our view of the surroundings is obstructed. Anyone would be nervous in this situation. Zhang Liangchen patted Feng Yi on the shoulder and joked. Looks like you're really lucky your first mission was so exciting. Feng Yi knew that Zhang Liangchen was worried that he was too nervous, so he made a joke to help him relax. But what he didn't know was that Feng Yi possessed the Eye of God, and the oppressive white mist surrounding him had absolutely no effect on Feng Yi. After following Zhang Yu for about 100 meters, they should have encountered another group of people by now, but there was no sound from them at all. One of the Starforge personnel asked somewhat uneasily. Brother Zhang, what do we do now? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Spread out and look around for any clues. If you find anything, shout loudly immediately. Feng Yi and the others knew that the second half of the sentence was addressed to them. They nodded, then dispersed and searched their surroundings. Thanks to the Eye of God, Feng Yi could clearly see his surroundings. He soon discovered what appeared to be a sword mark on a tree. So he called out behind him, "Uncle Zhang, I've found something here." Soon everyone ran over following the sound. "There is a sword mark here, and it was left not long ago." Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, Zhang Yu touched the sword mark and discovered a trace of residual star power within it. It seems that something unexpected has indeed happened to the people here. A shadow fell over everyone's hearts. What kind of accident could have made so many people disappear without anyone noticing? After reporting the situation to the command center, Zhang Yu led everyone slowly forward. Not long after they left, Feng Yi made another discovery. Chapter 55: The Man in the White Mask. "There's a walkie-talkie here." Feng Yi found a walkie-talkie in the bushes. Zhang Yu hurriedly walked over, took the walkie-talkie in his hand, and examined it carefully. "This is a monkey's walkie-talkie." Zhang Yu frowned as he spoke. "They even left their walkie-talkies here, so it's very likely they're already in grave danger." However, Zhang Yu still harbored a sliver of hope. At that moment, Yu Hui suddenly shouted, "There are people there." Everyone was startled and looked in the direction Yu Hui was pointing. A black figure stood motionless amidst the thick white fog. Feng Yi also used his divine eye to look towards the figure, but only saw the back of a person wearing the uniform of the Xinqing division. So he told Zhang Yu what he had seen. It was a person wearing the uniform of the Xinqing division, but with his back to us. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, everyone looked at him with some surprise. Feng Yi shrugged and explained with a light laugh, "I can see what is happening inside the white fog." Upon hearing Feng Yi's explanation, the others suddenly realized why Feng Yi could even see a walkie-talkie lying in the grass, while they had difficulty even walking normally. However, they didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has their secrets, and since Feng Yi didn't intend to tell them, they didn't ask. Zhang Yu shouted at the figure in the white mist, "Is that you, monkey?" The figure in the white mist did not respond and remained standing there motionless. Zhang Yu exchanged glances with the other two Xinqing division personnel, took out their respective weapons, and then turned to Feng Yi and the others. "Something's wrong, everyone be careful." Feng Yi and the others all took out their weapons and then nodded solemnly. They weren't stupid. A figure suddenly appeared in the eerie white mist without any reaction. Even a fool would know something was wrong. Zhang Yu and two members of the Xinqing division took the lead, cautiously moving towards the figure. Feng Yi, whose vision was unaffected, observed the surrounding situation to prevent the enemy from suddenly attacking from the side. After walking for a few minutes, everyone could see clearly that the figure was indeed a person wearing the uniform of the Xinqing division. However, he had his back to the crowd, so it was impossible to see his face clearly. Zhang Yu shouted at the figure again, "Monkey?" The figure remained unresponsive. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, slowly walked behind the figure, and gently poked the figure with the knife in his hand. The next second, the figure fell straight forward. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and turned the figure over, and after seeing the figure's face, Zhang Yu's eyes reddened, and he choked with grief and indignation. "Monkey?" Feng Yi and the others also went over, and after seeing the person lying on the ground, they all felt a little uncomfortable. This was a young man who looked to be under 30 years old, with a somewhat thin face. As they set off from the camp, the man greeted Zhang Yu from afar, and Feng Yi also glanced at him. Little did I know that this glance would be the last. The man was already dead. There was a bloody hole in his left chest, and his heart had been pierced by a sharp weapon. His eyes were wide open, and there seemed to be some disbelief in his gaze. Zhang Yu took the insignia off his uniform and put it into his spatial ring, then stroked his face with his hand. They closed his eyes. "Don't worry, monkey, I will definitely avenge you." After speaking, Zhang Yu reported the situation to the command center and then continued walking forward. But just as everyone took a step forward, they all felt a wave of dizziness, and then the surrounding white mist suddenly disappeared. The sudden change sent a chill down everyone's spine. Although the white mist had disappeared, everyone sensed something was amiss. Everything around was eerily quiet. There wasn't even a breath of wind. The world they see now is like a painting. Feng Yi quickly used his divine eye to look around, but all he saw was complete darkness. It was like being in a special dark space. Just then, Feng Yi sensed a fluctuation in the space in front of him. He quickly reminded him, "Uncle Zhang, be careful, there's movement ahead." No sooner had he finished speaking than a cold light suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yu. Fortunately, Feng Yi reminded him in time, and Zhang Yu subconsciously dodged to the side. A man holding a silver spear and wearing a white mask appeared before everyone. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhang Yu to dodge his attack. Zhang Yu's face was also grim. If Feng Yi hadn't reminded him, he would have already followed in the monkey's footsteps. Looking at the silver spear in the man's hand, he already knew how the monkey had died. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he exuded a chilling aura. Even Feng Yi and the others behind him felt a little alarmed. No wonder he's a veteran who's been on the battlefield of space. If you told him he didn't have dozens of lives on his hands, no one would believe it. The man holding the silver spear also sensed that Zhang Yu was not someone to be trifled with. He raised his head and shouted into the void. "This idea is a bit tough, come help me." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen ripples came from the surrounding space. Feng Yi drew his snow condensation sword and said in a deep voice, "Watch out, we're surrounded." The next second, more than a dozen figures appeared around Feng Yi and his group. These people were all wearing white masks, so their true faces could not be seen. After appearing, without any further words, it charged straight at Feng Yi and his group. These people exuded a very strange aura. Although their cultivation level was only at the Yaoguang realm, they unleashed an aura far exceeding that of the Yaoguang realm. There were also two masked figures at the Jade Balance realm who were now unleashing the aura of the Peak Earth realm. As soon as they started fighting, Feng Yi and the others were severely suppressed. Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, they could only struggle and fight back. If this continues, they will all die here sooner or later. Feng Yi dared not hold back any longer and directly used his second superpower, the God of War. With the support of more than 10 people, his power increased exponentially. Even so, he could only deal with the weaker masked men. Feng Yi had no way to deal with the two masked men opposite him, whose auras had now reached the peak of the earth level, and the man who had initially wielded the silver spear. These three were also handed over to Zhang Yu and two other Xinqing division personnel. Of the three of them, only Zhang Yu, with his Jade Balance realm cultivation, could contend with the man with the silver spear. The other two were only at the opening Yang realm, and they were already injured after only a short time. These people are not normal, something is secretly giving them a boost. Lu Yang also noticed the anomaly and shouted loudly. Everyone else realized what was happening, but they were helpless. Feng Yi narrowed his eyes and dealt with three masked men at the same time, his brain working frantically. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind. Then his figure suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 56 Kill the Immortal. When Feng Yi reappeared, he found that everyone around him had disappeared. Now he's the only one left in this place. The white mist that had previously disappeared reappeared. Looks like I guessed right. Feng Yi muttered to himself. He sensed the spatial fluctuations when those white masked men appeared. So a bold conjecture came to his mind. They had just been trapped in a special space. Within that space, the strength of those white masked men was enhanced. Feng Yi, on the other hand, used his spatial ability to teleport from that special space back to the real space. The most urgent task is to find a way to break through that special space, or to find the person who controls it. If the person controlling the space isn't particularly powerful, then they are very likely nearby. Feng Yi closed his eyes and opened his divine eye to sense everything around him. 2 minutes later, his eyes suddenly opened. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. I've found you. A masked man in black robes sat on a tree not far in front of Feng Yi. At this moment, a small tower in his hand was emitting a hazy starlight. Suddenly his expression changed, and he jumped down from the tree. A flash of sword light streaked past where he had just been sitting, instantly slicing off the thick tree branch. After landing on the ground, he cautiously observed his surroundings. But they didn't find a single person. Just as he was feeling puzzled, his hair stood on end, and a sense of fear of death welled up inside him. He instinctively threw a punch forward. Just as he threw his punch, a figure wielding a long sword suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Feng Yi. Feng Yi thrust out his sword, colliding with the man's fist. The sword tip pierced the skin, but was blocked, as if it had struck a block of iron, and could not go any further. The man in black robes was very strong, having reached the third level of the Earth realm, the Jade Balance realm. If it weren't for Feng Yi's God of War abilities, he wouldn't even have had the chance to ambush him. But no matter how powerful the enemy was, Feng Yi had no way out. Only by killing this man in black robes could he rescue Zhang Yu and the members of the Hidden Dragon Society. If I had been a minute late in rescuing them, they might have all died inside. Seeing that his sword strike had not caused much damage to the man in black, Feng Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. He had planned to use his spatial abilities to launch a sneak attack and catch the man off guard, but he didn't expect the man in black robes to react so quickly. The attack failed, and Feng Yi quickly retreated. The man in black robes was not given a chance to get close. Upon seeing Feng Yi, the man in black robes sensed that Feng Yi's cultivation level was only at the Yaoguang realm. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Then he became a little angry, realizing that he had almost been killed by someone at the Yaoguang realm. Act recklessly. He spoke coldly to Feng Yi. After saying that, he transformed into a black shadow and headed straight for Feng Yi. It was moving at an extremely high speed, and the sound of it cutting through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Feng Yi, and an iron claw stretched out from under the black-robed man's wide black robe. Feng Yi reacted quickly and blocked the claw with his sword. However, I still felt the immense power emanating from the iron claws. Using this power, Feng Yi once again increased the distance between himself and the man in black robes. He took a deep breath, knowing that he wouldn't be able to kill the black-robed man in front of him without unleashing his strongest attack. The man in black robes attacked Feng Yi again. Spatial confinement. The man in black robes stopped speaking as soon as he finished. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected Feng Yi to be able to imprison him. However, he was not flustered at all. He did not believe that Feng Yi could imprison him forever. Any binding ability has a limited duration, and his strength far surpasses Feng Yi's. His guess was correct. Feng Yi himself knew that he couldn't imprison him for long. However, he was restrained only for the purpose of this next attack. Feng Yi closed his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, emptied his mind, and adjusted himself to his optimal state. Then he opened his eyes, and everything around him seemed to freeze in that instant. The fallen leaves from the trees remained suspended in mid-air, and the white mist floating in the air stopped drifting. Feng Yi's gaze was sharp, his eyes calm, and he casually swung his sword forward, then let out a low roar. With one sword, I transformed the Milky Way into a celestial river, slaying all immortals under heaven, slaying immortals. A massive sword aura erupted from the snow condensation sword. It was like a real celestial river, surging and slashing towards the man in black robes. The black-robed man's pupils dilated instantly, and a white light appeared in his black pupils. Then the white light gradually magnified, filling his entire pupil. Wherever the sword energy passed, everything was annihilated, and even ancient trees that had been there for thousands of years vanished under its immense power. Not far from where Feng Yi was fighting the man in black robes, there were several groups of Jinqing Division personnel and students from other academy clubs. The moment Feng Yi unleashed that massive sword energy, they all turned to look in his direction. Such a powerful aura. A man from the Jinqing Division murmured. After he finished speaking, he gestured to the people behind him, and they all quickly headed towards the source of the huge energy fluctuations. On Feng Yi's side, just as the sword energy was about to strike the man in black robes, the spatial confinement ended, and the first thing he did after regaining his mobility was to turn around and flee. His heart was filled with fear, and he felt no desire to resist the sword. It was as if a voice inside him was telling him that he couldn't block the sword, nor should he. Anyone who gets in their way will die. At this moment, he was truly terrified. He couldn't understand how Dong Yi, a mere Yaoguang realm cultivator, could unleash such a terrifying sword strike, something he could easily crush without even using a weapon. Even an S-rank or SS rank martial art wouldn't be enough for him to sense the impending death just by looking at it. His guess was correct. Feng Yi's sword strike was neither an S-level nor an SS-level martial skill, but an SSS-level martial skill. On the day Zhou Yuan from Kyoto Academy ran to Taibai residence and started fighting with Fatty and the others, he drew this concept-level martial skill in the Big Dipper space. This was also the first time he had used it. He hadn't had a chance to try this sword when he caused a ruckus at Kyoto Academy because he was afraid that if he used it, Ing Yao Yang might die. Now we finally have the chance. Facing the cult members, we don't need to hold back at all, nor do we need to worry about killing them. After unleashing this sword strike, Feng Yi's legs went weak and he almost fell over. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself with his sword in time. The man in black robes fled frantically backwards. He had never run so fast in his entire life. Under the threat of death, he unleashed unprecedented potential. But it was all in vain. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun the sword energy. His figure quickly disappeared beneath the sword energy. The enormous sword energy did not stop. Instead, it flowed into the distance like a rushing river. After a while, the sword energy finally dissipated, and a wide passage appeared in front of Feng Yi. Chapter 57 Capture Alive. All the trees and bushes in this passage were annihilated by the sword energy. The entire ground looked as if it had been plowed, and even the white mist was cut open. Inside the special space, the moment Feng Yi disappeared, everyone else's expression changed. I thought something had happened to Feng Yi. Before they could even worry about Feng Yi, the white-masked man attacked. Without Feng Yi's support, the rest of the Hidden Dragon Society members immediately felt a surge of pressure. Several masked men charged toward the three members of the Jinqing division. The weakest member of the Jinqing division was already struggling to hold on against a peak Earth-level opponent, and now with two more masked men in front of him, he quickly revealed a weakness, which the masked men seized the opportunity to stab into his chest with a sword. Zhang Yu happened to catch a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye. He roared in grief and anger. Old Yao! He tried to rush over, but was blocked by the masked man holding a silver spear, and had no time to pay attention to old Yao, who was slowly falling to the ground. After falling to the ground, Lao Yao looked in Zhang Yu's direction, his eyes filled with resentment. Zhang Liangchen and the others also noticed the Jinqing division personnel lying on the ground, and their hearts were filled with bitterness and grief. People who were chatting together just moments before are now dead right before their eyes, and they have no way to stop them. And soon they will follow in the footsteps of these Jinqing division personnel. At that moment, all the masked men shuddered, and the mysterious power bestowed upon them vanished. All the masked men regained their original strength. Zhang Yu and the others also noticed that the masked man's strength had suddenly dropped significantly. The pressure on everyone was greatly reduced, which rekindled hope in their hearts. The dozen or so masked men who had been besieging Jiang Liangchen had also recovered to the Yaoguang realm, returning to the same realm as the members of the Qinlong Society. Everyone is at the Yaoguang realm, so now the roles of offense and defense have been reversed. Because of Lao Yao's death, everyone was holding back their anger, and now they could finally let it out, with everyone unleashing their strongest abilities. Jiang Liangchen took the lead, wielding a dark black battle scythe in his hand. At this moment, he transformed into a death god from hell, reaping the lives of the masked men. He himself possessed the strength of the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm, placing him among the top tier of geniuses at Qingbei Academy. At this moment, he can say without exaggeration that he is invincible within the Yaoguang territory. No masked man at the Yaoguang realm could withstand his attack. Soon, 5 or 6 corpses of men in black appeared around him. Yu Hui, Lu Yang, and Shuiruyan are also very formidable. Yu Hui's weapon is an alloy gauntlet made of a special material. With one punch, a masked man's chest instantly collapsed, and blood spurted from his mouth and nose. Holding a 3-foot-long green sword, Lu Yang fought against 3 opponents without being at a disadvantage. Shuiruyan held a long red whip, which, like a fire dragon, struck the masked man, instantly tearing his skin and flesh. Meanwhile, Fang Wuxue, who was the weakest and least noticeable, had green light emanating from her palms, healing the injuries and restoring the star power within the others. With the difference in cultivation level gone, the group of masked men at the Yaoguang realm were quickly killed. Just then, everyone felt the space tremble, and then everyone returned to the real space, looking around in confusion. Upon seeing the wide passage carved out by the sword energy, everyone's eyes showed shock. It's obvious that a battle just took place here. Then everyone noticed Feng Yi, who was supporting his body with his sword. Zhang Liangchen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried that something might have happened to Feng Yi, but it seemed that he was alright. Moreover, the victor of the battle outside was clearly Feng Yi, and they were mostly able to get out of that special space because of Feng Yi. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps sounded around them, and many figures appeared in the white mist. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, thinking that reinforcements from the divine cult had arrived. They only relaxed when these figures appeared before them through the white mist. People from the Jinqing division and various college clubs came. Conversely, the remaining 3 masked figures of the cult were filled with despair. They were about to escape when Zhang Yu noticed them. Take them alive! Upon hearing Zhang Yu's roar, the numerous Jinqing division personnel who arrived reacted swiftly and surrounded the 3 masked figures from the divine cult. Faced with the overwhelming number of Jinqing division members, the 3 masked figures from the divine cult were suppressed after only a couple of attempts to resist. Zhang Yu desperately wanted to tear these masked cult members apart and avenge his fallen brothers. But he still kept in mind the purpose of his trip, and could only let these people live a little longer. Among the Jinqing division personnel who arrived later was a middle-aged man. Zhang Yu brought the 3 masked figures from the divine cult before him, then bowed and said, "Director, Monkey and Lao Yao have sacrificed their lives." By the end, Zhang Yu's eyes were red and his voice was choked with emotion. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then slowly nodded. Although his expression did not change, his fists were clenched tightly. The man is Wang Fuyang, the director of the Xingxi Bureau in Bingqing Town, Heilongjiang Province. Most of the Jinqing division personnel here, including Zhang Yu and others, are from the Bingqing Jinqing division. Looking down at the three masked figures of the divine cult pinned to the ground, Wang Fuyang spoke coldly. Tell me, where is your cult's hideout? A honest confession will make your deaths a little easier. None of the three masked men spoke. Wang Fuyang snorted coldly upon seeing this. Take off the masks on their faces. After the masks were removed, everyone could see their true faces. They were all very ordinary looking, the kind of people you wouldn't notice in a crowd. However, all three of them were now expressionless with their heads down, neither speaking nor resisting. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Wang Fuyang said coldly, then he gestured to the two people next to him. Soon, heart-wrenching screams rang out. Even Jiang Liangchen couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. However, there was no sympathy in his eyes. These members of the cult were traitors who betrayed China and the human race, and had countless innocent lives on their hands. They deserved their current fate. The screams lasted for more than half an hour before finally stopping. The three members of the cult were now tortured beyond recognition, but they finally couldn't hold on any longer and revealed the cult's location in the Anqing Mountains. Wang Fuyang reported the intelligence he had obtained to the command post at the foot of the mountain. The command then sent the location to everyone in the mountains. Those waiting for support at the foot of the mountain also packed up their belongings and headed towards the location they had been assigned. With the exact location confirmed, there was no need to search slowly through the vast mountains, and everyone headed towards the location of the cult's headquarters. Chapter 58 Contrast Shui Royan. Feng Yi and his group followed Wang Fuyang to the location they had learned from the three members of the divine sect. With a heavenly level expert now in the team, even their travel speed has increased significantly. After all, the perception of a heaven level expert is incomparable to that of an earth level cultivator. There is absolutely no need to worry about any members of the cult hiding in the shadows and making dirty tricks. After walking for about an hour, the white mist in the surrounding dense forest seemed to be thinning. The people's vision gradually returned to normal. Everyone was delighted. It seemed they weren't far from their destination. However, Feng Yi, who was walking behind, frowned at this moment. He seemed to sense something was amiss. There was a lingering sense of foreboding in my heart. He turned around to say something to Jiang Liangchen, but found that Jiang Liangchen had disappeared at some point. He was startled and looked at the others, only to find that they had also disappeared. Only Wang Fuyang and the rest of the Jinxing division kept walking forward. Feng Yi called out to Zhang Yu's retreating figure. Uncle Zhang, something's happened. But Zhang Yu and the rest of the Jinxing division acted as if they hadn't heard anything, not even turning their heads. Feng Yi was anxious and quickly ran behind Zhang Yu, trying to grab him with her hand. However, his hand passed right through Zhang Yu's body. Feng Yi stared wide-eyed at his hands in disbelief. Then he suddenly looked up and found that Jiang Liangchen and the others who had just disappeared had reappeared behind him, walking towards him chatting and laughing. Just as Feng Yi was wondering if this was a hallucination, Jiang Liangchen passed right through his body, as if he hadn't seen him at all. Feng Yi hurriedly caught up with Jiang Liangchen and frantically called out to him from behind. Jiang Liangchen completely ignored Feng Yi. Something's not right. Feng Yi took a deep breath to calm himself down. Something unusual must be going on. He looked around at everything, and it seemed that nothing was different. Thinking back on everything that had just happened, I felt as if I were in a different space from everyone else. Feng Yi slowly closed his eyes and looked around with his divine eye, only to find that the white mist around him had not dissipated and was still a vast expanse of white. It's even denser than at the beginning, and now even Feng Yi's eye of God is affected, unable to see through anything in the white mist. Moreover, everyone else had long since disappeared, and now he was all alone. Is this an illusion? Feng Yi didn't know what situation they were encountering, but it was very similar to the legendary illusion. So, from the moment the white mist began to fade, they were already trapped in an illusion. Even Wang Fuyang, whose strength had reached the heavenly level, did not notice. One can imagine just how powerful the person who created this illusion must be. They are at least heaven-level experts. They may all be trapped in an illusion right now, but fortunately Feng Yi has the eye of God and can see through it. He turned and walked back the way he came, knowing he might encounter something if he continued forward. Now we can only see if we can get out of this illusion and then try to contact the people at the command post at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, he alone could not have broken the illusion set up by the heavenly realm expert. Feng Yi walked very slowly because even with his divine eye, his vision was still filled with white mist, making it impossible for him to see clearly. As he walked, Feng Yi suddenly saw a figure appear ahead. Not knowing the figure's identity, Feng Yi drew his Ningxue sword and slowly moved towards the figure. When Feng Yi saw who the figure was, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was Shui Ruyan. However, Shui Ruyan stood there blankly, her eyes empty and her face expressionless. Feng walked up to her and gently shook her shoulder. Shui Ruyan still did not react. Feng simply reached out and pinched her smooth little face, but Shui Ruyan still didn't react. Feng was now in a dilemma. Shui Ruyan was clearly trapped in an illusion. How can I wake her up? While pondering, Feng glanced at Shui Ruyan, admiring her stunning figure, and before he knew it, his thoughts wandered. He slapped himself and shook his head to shake away those filthy thoughts from his mind. No, I'm a gentleman. They couldn't think of a good solution, and they were worried about what would happen if the people from the divine cult came if they left Shui Ruyan here. Given Shui Ruyan's appearance and figure, in the hands of the Sunset Cult, she would be nothing more than a lamb falling into a pack of wolves. They'll probably be eaten up, leaving not even a trace. Feng had no choice but to carry Shui Ruyan on his back and continue walking in the direction he had come from. The ground was uneven, and feeling the softness on his back, Feng felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Although Shui Ruyan wasn't heavy, Feng could easily carry her with his current strength. However, he had only taken a few steps when he felt his mouth was dry. A surge of evil fire rose straight up inside him. Feng began to complain in his mind about why the space bracelet couldn't hold living people, otherwise, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. An alluring fragrance wafted from Shui Ruyan's body from time to time, rushing straight to Feng's brain. At this moment, Feng could only force himself to think about other things to distract himself. Otherwise, he might really not be able to resist. Even though Shui Ruyan didn't move or say anything, she still made him want to commit a crime. Even more dangerously, Shui Ruyan on his back suddenly made a strange sound. Feng felt his blood rush to his brain, and he immediately put Shui Ruyan down from his back. Her body was trembling slightly, as if she were struggling with something. Feng quickly patted her face and called out, Shui Ruyan! Wake up! As Feng finished speaking, Shui Ruyan's body trembled even more violently. Feng's eyes lit up. Any change was a good thing. He quickly continued to shake Shui Ruyan and kept calling out in her ear, Shui Ruyan! Wake up! After a long while, Shui Ruyan's body stopped trembling, and then her empty eyes slowly regained their luster. Upon seeing Feng in front of her, her pretty face immediately turned red, and she stammered, What do you mean? What are you doing here? Feng was speechless, thinking about the torment he had endured on the way, and said irritably, How did I end up here? You were under an illusion spell and trapped in a dream world. I carried you all the way here without even a word of thanks. I should have just left you there. I see, thank you. Shui Ruyan suddenly became shy like a little girl, which made Feng feel a little uncomfortable. Feng was surprised to see this side of Shui Ruyan, and even doubted whether the Shui Ruyan in front of him was the same Shui Ruyan he knew. Why such a drastic change in personality? Is it due to such a stark contrast? Recalling the strange sound Shui Ruyan had made earlier, Feng asked curiously, What did you see in the illusion? Chapter 59 Netherworld Serpent. Upon hearing Feng's question, Shui Ruyan's already rosy face turned even redder, as if it were about to bleed, her beauty almost unbearable. I can't remember. Shui Ruyan avoided eye contact, not daring to look directly at Feng. Looking at her, Feng was even more puzzled. He couldn't remember why she was blushing. However, he didn't think much of it. If he couldn't remember, he couldn't remember. The most urgent task now was to find a way out of this hellish place. People from the divine cult could appear at any time, and with their current strength, even dealing with a Jade Balance Realm cultivator would be a problem. His God of War ability has entered a cooldown period. Without the boost, his current strength is only enough to deal with cultivators within the Kaiyang realm. Even if we add Shui Ruyan, we can only deal with one Kaiyang realm cultivator at most, and that Kaiyang realm cultivator can't be too powerful. Let's get out of here quickly. Seeing that Feng didn't dwell on the issue, Shui Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief and followed Feng slowly forward. She doesn't have the eye of God. If she were alone, she probably wouldn't even be able to tell which way to go. Feng was very careful along the way and did not encounter any other people. Gradually, the surrounding white mist began to thin out, returning to its previous state. Now, Feng can basically ignore the white mist using the eye of God. He knew they had left the area of the illusion. Brother Feng, what do we do now? Now Shui Ruyan has returned to her previous self, and she has started to speak in an unserious manner again. They had neither walkie-talkies nor earpieces, so they had no way to contact the command post at the foot of the mountain. Feng shook his head helplessly at this. The only way is to go down the mountain and get help, but I'm worried that by the time we get back up, it will be too late. Ha? What should we do then? A hint of bitterness appeared on Shui Ruiyan's delicate face. Feng Yi pondered for a moment, then spoke. You go down the mountain alone to get reinforcements, I'll go in and find people, we'll save as many as we can. With no better option, Shui Ruiyan could only nod. Then be careful. After saying that, Shui Ruiyan left alone in the direction she had come from. After taking a deep breath, Feng Yi plunged into the eerie white mist once again. He can only hope that he will be lucky enough to find Wang Fuyang. Having a heaven-level expert by his side means he won't have to worry even if he encounters members of the divine cult. And who knows, maybe Wang Fuyang can break this illusion. Feng Yi slowly made his way forward, and after walking for a long time, he finally saw a figure ahead. He was overjoyed and quickened his pace to walk over. However, he stopped after taking a few steps. Because the figure in front was different from the one when Shui Ruiyan was first discovered, and this figure was also walking in this direction. Feng Yi quickly found a tree to hide under and drew his Ningxue sword. He couldn't see the figure's face or clothes clearly, and he couldn't be sure whether the figure was friend or foe. The figure moved very slowly, a distance that would normally take only a few breaths took him several minutes to cover. Feng Yi, relying on his divine eye, was able to see through the figure's true form. Uncle Zhang. It's Zhang Yu. Feng Yi shouted from behind the tree. I wanted to test his identity first. After all, the cult is full of tricks. If the Zhang Yu in front of him is not the real Zhang Yu, but an imposter from the cult, and the real Zhang Yu has already been killed, then going up there would be like walking into a trap. Upon hearing Feng Yi's shout, Zhang Yu immediately stopped, a look of joy appearing on his face. Feng Yi? Is that you? Hearing Zhang Yu say his name, Feng Yi finally felt relieved. He walked out from behind the tree and stood in front of Zhang Yu. Uncle Zhang, are you all alone? Something's not right here. I don't know when I fell into their trap. Luckily, I noticed the anomaly in time and realized what was going on. Those damn cults love to do these underhanded things. Zhang Yu cursed angrily, then looked up at Feng Yi. And you? Did you meet anyone else? Feng Yi told Zhang Yu about Shui Ruiyan going down the mountain to find reinforcements. Zhang Yu nodded. Alright, let's hurry up and find the others, otherwise we'll be finished if the cult makes a move. The two changed directions, and Zhang Yu had already passed by this side, leaving no trace of anyone else. They still didn't encounter anyone else on the road. Just as the two were about to change direction, Feng Yi noticed that the white fog ahead seemed to have become even thicker. He told Zhang Yu about his discovery, and the two immediately decided to go and see what was going on. After a while, Feng Yi discovered a cave. The white mist inside the cave was even thicker, almost becoming tangible. The two exchanged a glance and quietly entered the cave. Both of them were on tenterhooks, fearing that the cave was the hideout of the cult. If the place is full of people from the religion, it would be like lambs to the slaughter. The cave was very deep, and even Feng Yi could no longer see the path, so the two could only feel their way forward. Fortunately, the passageway in this cave is not rugged, and the ground is extremely flat. After walking for a while, a sound suddenly came from ahead, startling both of them. Zhang Yu? Feng Yi felt the voice sounded somewhat familiar, while Zhang Yu, standing beside him, happily replied. Director, is that you? As Zhang Yu finished speaking, a figure walked out from the front. It was Wang Fuyang. His eyes were like two bright suns, radiating a golden light. What are you doing here? Wang Fuyang was somewhat surprised, not expecting the two of them to find this place. Zhang Yu told Feng Yi about the extremely dense white fog he had discovered. Wang Fuyang turned his head and gave Feng Yi a deep look, then nodded slightly in praise. Good. By the way, Director, what's in this cave? Zhang Yu asked. Wang Fuyang said that he had just discovered the place and heard some noise after walking a short distance, so he came out to take a look. The cave has many passages, but the passage that Feng Yi and his companion took was not the same one that Wang Fuyang took. The three of them continued deeper into the cave. The golden light emanating from Wang Fuyang's eyes caused some of the white mist to dissipate automatically, which surprised Feng Yi. He wondered if this was a superpower or some kind of martial skill, but it seemed even more powerful than his own divine eye. After walking for a while, Wang Fuyang, who was at the front, stopped and said in a low voice. Arrive. Feng Yi and Zhang Yu both walked to the front. Zhang Yu couldn't see anything, but Feng Yi could see that there seemed to be a huge space ahead. In the middle was a huge dark shadow. What's that up ahead? Feng Yi looked at Wang Fuyang and asked. He knew that Wang Fuyang must have seen the dark figure in the middle clearly, which was why he mentioned it. Wang Fuyang stared intently at the dark figure ahead, his expression grave. Netherworld Serpent. Chapter 60 Golden War God. The Netherworld Serpent? Feng Yi was somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Yu's expression changed, and he explained to Feng Yi in a very heavy tone. The Netherworld Serpent is a very ancient race among the strange beasts. It is now basically extinct. It is extremely powerful. An adult Netherworld Serpent can rival a heavenly level expert. Moreover, this beast has a special ability. It can exhale a large amount of mist to create illusions and bewitch the mind. After hearing the explanation, Feng Yi finally understood that the illusion and white mist outside were the work of the Netherworld Serpent. Then he heard Zhang Yu sigh and say, "Sigh, I never expected there to be such a powerful Netherworld Serpent on Blue Star. Judging from the vast expanse of mist outside, this beast must be at least at the heavenly level." Now, all their hopes for this celestial level beast rest on Wang Fuyang. The only question is what level of heavenly realm this Netherworld Serpent is at, and whether Wang Fuyang can deal with this beast. At this moment, Wang Fuyang spoke calmly. "You two get out of here, I'll deal with this beast." Zhang Yu looked worried after hearing this. "Director, can you manage alone?" Wang Fuyang cursed in annoyance. "Get lost. If I can't do it, do you think you can? Don't bother me." Feng Yi and Zhang Yu both knew that they would not only be of no help here, but would also become a burden to Wang Fuyang. Now, we have no choice but to leave. Just after they stepped out of the cave, they felt a tremendous tremor, and the sound came from deep within the cave. They knew that Wang Fuyang had made his move. Inside the cave, the Netherworld Serpent, which had been dormant, had now awakened. An eerie red light emanated from its vertical pupils. It glared angrily at the human who had disturbed its sleep and flicked out its scarlet tongue. It also exuded a terrifying aura. There was already a wound on the head of the Netherworld Serpent, inflicted by Wang Fuyang's sneak attack. The Netherworld Serpent's body was extremely powerful. This attack only scratched its skin. However, it is still very angry that a tiny human dares to disturb it. It opened its enormous mouth and exhaled a cloud of black mist. The black mist contained a deadly poison, and Wang Fuyang dared not confront it head-on, so he quickly dodged away. The black mist settled on the stone wall, instantly turning it pitch black. Having missed its first attack, the Netherworld Serpent immediately opened its massive maw and lunged at Wang Fuyang in mid-air, bringing with it a foul stench. Seeing the Netherworld Serpent coming straight at him, Wang Fuyang roared angrily. Dragon Soul Fist. Golden light emanated from his body, and with a single punch, he shattered the void. Chant. With a resounding roar, a golden dragon materialized. The ghostly serpent sensed that there was indeed dragon energy emanating from the golden dragon, and a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. The golden dragon crashed into the head of the Netherworld Serpent, creating a tremendous sound. The demonic serpent was also knocked away, landing on the stone wall and shattering a large number of rocks. The entire space inside the cave began to shake and teeter on the verge of collapse. Wang Fuyang took a step forward, and a golden giant phantom appeared behind him, making him look like a golden war god. The golden light emanating from his eyes seemed to see through everything. Kill! Wang Fuyang rushed forward and fought the Netherworld demon serpent with his bare hands. The phantom behind him also threw a punch in response to his movements. The punch caused the Netherworld Serpent to let out a miserable scream. Then, Wang Fuyang grabbed the serpent's tail with both hands, his veins bulging, and his face contorted with rage from the excessive force. He swung the Netherworld Serpent and flung it away. This time, a large section of the stone wall was directly smashed down, and the already precarious space began to collapse completely. Outside the cave, as the Netherworld Serpent stopped spewing mist, the surrounding white fog began to slowly dissipate. Feng Yi and Zhang Yu stood at a distance, watching the cave. As they watched the entire mountain collapse with a deafening roar, their hearts tightened. I can't help but worry about Wang Fuyang. But there was nothing they could do but watch from afar. The collapsed mountain peak kicked up a lot of dust. After a long while, the dust settled, and the entire mountain peak turned into flat ground, covered with rubble and dirt. Just as Feng Yi and Zhang Yu were getting anxious, the rubble on the ground suddenly exploded. A giant, dark green snake flew out, followed by a tiny golden figure. Director! Upon seeing the golden figure, Zhang Yu shouted excitedly. Wang Fuyang followed closely behind the Netherworld Serpent as it rushed out from under the ruins. With the spatial constraints lifted, the Netherworld Serpent's confidence soared. After turning its body in mid-air, a black tail lashed out at Wang Fuyang behind it. Wang Fuyang formed a hand seal, and a golden light shield appeared in front of him. The black tail lashed out at the light shield, but it only held for a moment before shattering. The tail then lashed out at Wang Fuyang's body, sending him flying. His blood surged, and crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. A hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. The reason he was able to suppress the netherworld serpent in the cave was because the cave was small and the netherworld serpent's physical advantages could not be fully utilized. Now that the terrain advantage is gone, the netherworld serpent's true strength is beginning to show. Seeing Wang Fuyang being sent flying by its whip, the netherworld serpent revealed a smug expression in its vertical pupils. It had been extremely frustrated just now. A tiny human being actually grabbed him in his hand and threw him away like a snake. This is something its noble bloodline cannot tolerate. After tumbling twice in the air, it pounced on Wang Fuyang. The golden giant behind Wang Fuyang dimmed considerably. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and roared. Soul fusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden giant behind him transformed into a ray of golden light and merged into his body. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes had turned golden, and his body was radiating golden light. From a distance, it looks like he's wearing a golden suit of armor. Upon seeing this from a distance, Zhang Yu spoke solemnly. This is the director's strongest move. It will surely take care of this beast. His tone was firm, and his eyes were full of trust as he looked at Wang Fuyang. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to believe. Feng also looked at Wang Fuyang in the distance, pondering something in his mind. Seeing the approaching netherworld serpent, Wang Fuyang advanced instead of retreating. A human and a snake clashed. At this moment, Wang Fuyang's physical defenses were greatly enhanced, and he could contend with the netherworld demon serpent with his physical body alone. Each punch he threw was accompanied by a golden light, striking the netherworld serpent with a series of dull thuds. The netherworld serpent coughed up blood after being struck, which enraged it. It opened its bloody maw, wanting to swallow Wang Fuyang whole. Wang Fuyang was caught off guard and his expression changed. Zhang Yu trembled with fright at the sight. Feng used a spatial teleportation to approach the netherworld serpent, and then roared. Spatial confinement. Chapter 61 True Blood. The netherworld serpent paused, stopped moving, but resumed its movements the next second. However, in that crucial second, Wang Fuyang had already escaped from the snake's mouth. The netherworld serpent swallowed nothing at all. Feng Yi's forehead was covered in a fine sweat, and his face turned deathly pale. Imprisoning a beast with the strength of the heavenly realm takes only a second, and its star power is almost completely drained. If this got out, countless people would be shocked that a first-level Earth realm cultivator had actually managed to imprison a heaven realm beast, even if only for a mere second. For a heavenly level expert, a single second is enough to determine victory or defeat. Wang Fuyang rode directly onto the top of the netherworld demon serpent's head and began to smash down with his golden fists. The netherworld serpent, in pain, struggled and tumbled in the air, trying to throw Wang Fuyang off. But Wang Fuyang seemed to have merged with the netherworld serpent, firmly riding on its head without moving an inch. Once again, muffled sounds like thunder echoed in the sky. Blood, as black as ink, began to flow from the eerie vertical pupils of the netherworld serpent. By this time, it had been beaten unconscious, fell to the ground, and twisted its body, causing a lot of dust. With Zhang Yu's help, Feng Yi retreated to a safe position and sat on the ground to recover his almost depleted star power. In the Anqing Mountains, the white mist has slowly dissipated, and those who were trapped in the illusion have awakened one after another. Hearing the loud noise coming from afar, they all rushed in that direction. Further away, several more figures were rapidly approaching by flying through the air. They were heavenly-level experts who had entered the Anqing Mountains from other directions. Shui Ruyan ran all the way without daring to delay, and finally arrived at the command post at the foot of the mountain. After learning about Wang Fuyang's situation, the command immediately notified the Jinqing city and level experts searching the mountains from other directions to rush to his aid. Moreover, just to be on the safe side, the middle-aged man from Jinqing division who had spoken at the foot of the mountain also went deep into the mountains to provide support, led by Shui Ruyan. Just as Feng Yi was meditating to recover his star power, 3 figures fell from the sky. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Zhang Yu immediately stood up and bowed. Team Leader Wu, Team Leader Li, Team Leader Zhao. The 3 stared intently at the area covered in smoke and dust in the distance and asked, "What's going on up ahead?" Zhang Yu immediately replied, "It's the director who's battling a fully grown netherworld serpent." Netherworld serpent. The 3 of them were all shocked when they heard this. Nowadays, even in the starry sky battlefield, it is rare to see the adult netherworld serpent. Unexpectedly, there is one in the Anqing Mountains. The three of them immediately decided to go forward and support Wang Fuyang. Although the three of them were only at the first level of the Heavenly Realm, the Heavenly Power Realm, they were still at least Heavenly Realm experts. The three of them took off and flew into the smoke and dust. With the arrival of the three, an even greater commotion immediately arose from within the smoke and dust. A series of intense energy fluctuations emanated from it, and then gradually subsided. By this time, many members of the Xinqing division and students from various clubs had arrived after hearing the commotion. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw a disfigured snake head and a severed snake body. Wang Fuyang stood with three powerful experts at the Xinqing city and level. Wang Fuyang's alloy gauntlets were stained with black blood, his face was slightly flushed, and his chest was heaving. It's clear that slaying the netherworld serpent was no easy feat. Even though he exerted a great deal of effort, he was almost swallowed by the demonic serpent. Fortunately, Feng Yi restrained the netherworld serpent in time, which bought him a precious second. Wang Fuyang took out a jar from his spatial bracelet and handed it to the man next to him. Go and extract the true blood from this beast. The man took the jar, walked to the snake's body, and, finding the right spot, slashed it open with his sword. Blood, as black as ink, flowed out, and the man quickly caught it in a jar. The jar was like a bottomless pit. A large amount of blood flowed into it, but it still didn't fill the jar. A few minutes later, when the bleeding stopped, the man took the jar and walked up to Wang Fuyang. Wang Fuyang took the jar, and then a hazy starlight emanated from his hands. After a while, he poured the real blood from the jar into a small, transparent bottle. So much true blood was reduced to just this small bottle after his refining process. However, if just this small bottle were sold, it would fetch at least tens of millions of Chinese yuan. The true blood of the netherworld serpent is not something you can just buy whenever you want. The true blood of this ancient beast is extremely precious and has excellent effects when used for body tempering. After doing all this, he led the way towards the crowd. Feng Yi had recovered by then, and seeing Wang Fuyang walking towards him, he didn't think much of it. After walking to Feng Yi's side, Wang Fuyang threw the netherworld demon serpent's true blood to him. Feng Yi quickly caught it with both hands, looking at Wang Fuyang blankly, not knowing what he meant. Is this for myself? Wang Fuyang smiled. If it weren't for you, I might have been swallowed by that beast long ago. Consider this bottle of true blood as a token of my gratitude. Thank you, Director. Feng Yi wasn't one to be pretentious. Wang Fuyang had given him his true blood in front of so many people. If he refused, it would seem rather ungrateful. The people around were filled with envy. A bottle of true blood was a small matter, but gaining the appreciation of a heaven-level expert was the most important thing. At the same time, they were also filled with curiosity about what Feng Yi had done to help a heavenly-level expert. Seeing that Feng Yi had collected the true blood, Wang Fuyang smiled with satisfaction. After the headcount was completed, it was already dark. Wang Fuyang had intended to rest for a while, but he was worried that the commotion he had made earlier would cause the members of the divine cult to escape. So he only rested for a short while before continuing his journey under the cover of night. Along the way, Jiang Liangchen and the others followed. Feng Yi, have you seen Shui Ruoyan? They searched everywhere but couldn't find Shui Ruoyan, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. Feng Yi then realized that he hadn't told them about Shui Ruoyan going down the mountain to get reinforcements. So he told them about it. After hearing this, the group felt relieved. Under the cover of night, the group gradually approached the cult's hideout. This is a valley where rows of wooden houses are hidden in the dense forest. If someone were to stumble upon this place, they might mistake it for a paradise on earth. However, what's puzzling is that the sky had already completely darkened by then. There were no lights on in this group of wooden houses, and no religious people were found. The silence was eerily quiet. The group noticed something amiss as soon as they arrived. If this were a stronghold of the cult, it wouldn't be so quiet. The only explanation is that the cult members already knew their whereabouts and either escaped beforehand or lay in ambush. Chapter 62 Dungeon. Despite knowing that there might be cultists hiding inside, the Xinqing division still insisted on entering. For the safety of all the students, Wang Fuyang instructed all the club members to stay where they were and leave immediately if the situation seemed unfavorable. After all, the students' mission this time was to cooperate with the Xinqing division to search the mountains and find the cult's hideout. Now that the cult's hideout has been located, the students from various colleges and student organizations have essentially completed their mission. What happened next was beyond the help of students from various colleges. If there were ambushes in the cult's hideouts below, Phony and his students would only be going down to their deaths. Battles between heavenly level experts are not something these students can participate in. Of course, people like Phony are definitely outliers. After all, not everyone has SSS-level superpowers. Led by Wang Fuyan, all the Jinxing Division personnel slowly walked towards the valley. Phony watched Zhang Yu's back in the crowd and silently offered her a blessing in her heart. Good luck, Uncle Zhang. Phony still hoped that this talkative middle-aged man would return safely. The Jinxing Division personnel cautiously entered the valley, which was unusually quiet, with all the doors of the wooden houses tightly closed. Wang Fuyang gestured to his left and right, then waved his hand. Several members of the Jinxing Division slowly walked to the door of the wooden house. After exchanging glances, they kicked the door open, and 2 others rushed inside. Soon, the 2 people who went in came out and shook their heads at Wang Fuyang. There was no one inside. Wang Fuyang frowned. Could it be that the people from the divine cult really had run away ahead of time? His gaze swept across the wooden house in front of him, but even with his heavenly realm expert perception, he couldn't sense any living beings. Then he said something in a low voice. Search. Upon hearing this, the Jinxing Division personnel immediately rushed towards the wooden houses in the valley. At this moment, they stopped keeping their voices down, and one wooden door after another was kicked open, gradually making the valley noisy. All the Jinxing Division personnel who rushed into the wooden house shook their heads in disappointment when they came out. They found nothing, not even a trace of anyone having lived there. They listened to the sounds echoing through the valley but found nothing. Wang Fuyang's expression also turned ugly. After going through countless hardships, they finally found the cult's hideout, but in the end, they couldn't find even a trace of the cult. How could he possibly accept that? Just then, he heard a different sound coming from ahead. Report, a secret passage has been discovered here. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuyang immediately went there. In a small wooden cabin, Zheng Xingxi discovered a secret passage under the bed. However, the passage was very narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass through at a time. Who's going down to scout? Wang Fuyang glanced at the people in the room, including Zhang Yu. If members of the cult are hiding in this secret passage, the first person to go down will have no chance of survival and will definitely die. That's why he asked, wanting to see who was willing to go down voluntarily. These were all his soldiers, and he couldn't just order someone to go down and die. As soon as he finished speaking, the people in the room took a step forward at the same time. Although they knew they might die if they went down, they were not afraid. From the moment they joined the Jinxing Division, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time. Seeing that no one backed down, Wang Fuyang's eyes reddened, and he felt conflicted. The final decision rests with him. At that moment, a rough-looking man with a full beard laughed. Director, let me go down. I am all alone and have no ties. Everyone else was about to speak when they heard this, but he forcibly interrupted them. All right, guys, don't argue with me. There will be plenty of opportunities later. I'm going first. Without waiting for Wang Fuyang's reply, he jumped straight into the secret passage. Seeing this, the others could only pray for him in their hearts, hoping that the people of the cult were not in this secret passage. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, there was still no sound coming from the secret passage. That rough-looking man didn't come back either. Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, Director, we haven't heard anything all day. Let me go down and take a look. Wang Fuyang pondered for a moment, and was about to agree when a hand reached out from the secret passage. The rough-looking man has returned. Zhang Yu and the others quickly helped pull him out of the secret passage. After the rough-looking man came up, he immediately spoke with an excited expression. Director, the space below is very large. I haven't explored it all, but I have a feeling that the members of the divine cult are hiding inside. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuyang immediately gathered everyone and entered the secret passage, but he left Zhang Yu and a few others behind. Zhang Yu, take a few men and keep watch up there, just in case. Good. Although Zhang Yu really wanted to go down, he dared not disobey the order. Soon, the rest of the Jinxing Division members went down into the secret passage. After passing through the dark and narrow passage, the view finally opened up. This underground area is like an underground city. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge square, with many gates around it, leading to who knows where. When the people from the Jinxing Division came down, they were all shocked. Wang Fuyang touched the stone wall, feeling the traces of time on it. This place had been built for at least several decades. No wonder we couldn't find the cult's hideout. We never imagined it was underground. Looking at the dozen or so gates around him, he decided to split his forces into 4 groups, with each heavenly level expert leading one team. After dividing into teams, they randomly selected 4 doors to enter. Wang Fuyang's team had the fewest members, he only selected 30 people to follow him. The other 3 teams each have at least 50 members. After passing through a dark passage, a huge square appeared before them once again. If they hadn't missed the hidden passage leading down, everyone would have thought they were back in the square they had just left. Director, where do we go now? Wang Fuyang frowned slightly as he looked at the dozen or so doors in front of him. This underground city is of unknown size, they can no longer divide their forces. Otherwise, they could easily be picked off one by one. Give me the sword. Wang Fuyang spoke to a Jinxing division member holding a sword standing to the side. The man immediately handed over the sword with both hands. After taking the sword, Wang Fuyang carved the character Wang on the stone wall. Then he said, "Go back." Wang Fuyang led his men back to the original square and entered through a different door. But shortly after they left, a group of people emerged from a door. It was another group of Jinxing division members. The leader, a heavenly level expert, also frowned. They had already crossed 3 squares but still hadn't reached the end, nor had they encountered any members of the divine cult. But now we have no choice but to grit our teeth and keep going. He chose a door based on his intuition and led his men inside, but did not find any marks left by Wang Fuyang. Chapter 63: The Cult's Sneak Attack. In the dimly lit room, a man wearing a silver mask stared at rows of screens in front of him. The screen displays a view of the underground city in the valley. There are also 1 or 2 shots showing the valley. Zhang Xingxi's every move was under the surveillance of the silver-masked man. At this moment, the man in the silver mask spoke. The main force of the Jinxing division is already circling in the maze. Take some men and deal with those small fry outside. The silver-masked man's voice was both real and illusory, neither male nor female. One could not guess his identity from his voice alone. A sound came from the darkness. Yes, great protector. In the woods outside the valley, as time passed, students from various colleges were whispering among themselves. Yui also started chatting with Jiang Liangchen, who was standing next to him. Boss, what do you think the Jinxing division people discovered? Why did everyone go into that little wooden house and not come out? Before Jiang Liangchen could speak, Lu Yang mocked him. Are you stupid? How big is that wooden house? How can it fit so many people? There must be some kind of secret passage or something inside. Even an idiot could figure that out. Why are you asking? Yu Hui said, feeling both ashamed and angry. How would I know? I didn't see it with my own eyes. Do we really need to see it with our own eyes? Just use our brains. Lu Yang continued his merciless mockery. Alright, stop arguing. What time is it? If you keep arguing, you might attract the cultists. At this moment, Jiang Liangchen gently reprimanded the 2 of them, stopping their argument. Yu Hui pursed his lips and muttered to himself. You can't even see ghosts here, how could there be any people from a cult? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and let out a low roar. Don't speak! His sharp gaze fell on a small wooden house at the very edge of the valley, a place that the Jinxing division had not previously searched. At that moment, the door of the cabin was opened, and a group of people wearing white masks walked out of the cabin. They walked very quietly, without making a sound. Jiang Liangchen and the others were still quite surprised. They were about to ask Feng Yi what was wrong, whether they had disturbed Feng Yi's rest, but even if they had disturbed his rest, there was no need to get so angry. However, they noticed that Feng Yi's gaze was fixed on the valley, so they followed his gaze. Those are people from the Church of God. Yu Hui let out a gasp. The students who had been whispering around him all turned to look into the valley after hearing Yu Hui's exclamation. The members of the cult wore black robes, and were not easily spotted if it weren't for the white masks they wore on their faces. Damn it, they want to go to the room where Jinxing Si entered. Are they trying to attack us from both sides? We have to do something, or the people from Jinxing Si will be in great danger. Jiang Liangchen whispered anxiously to himself. Upon hearing this, Yu Hui immediately stood up and was about to rush down. Fortunately, Feng Yi reacted quickly and stopped him. Why are you stopping me? Yu Hui shoved him in annoyance. At this moment, Feng Yi didn't give Yu Hui any face and directly cursed him. You don't even know the strength of these people from the divine cult? Are you going down there to your death? At this point, let alone whether Yu Hui alone would be of any use, if there were a heavenly realm expert among this group of cult members, even if all of them went down, it would be of no use. Yu Hui wanted to argue, but Jiang Liangchen stopped him. Yu Hui, shut up. Then Jiang Liangchen looked at Feng Yi and asked. Feng Yi, what's your idea? Feng Yi shook his head. Faced with such an absolute difference in power, he was helpless. However, simply watching from this spot is not an option. He didn't know if there were any Jinqing Division members in the room. If there were, things would be much easier. He just needed to find a way to attract their attention. You all stay here, I'll go try. After saying that, Feng Yi got up and ran into the valley. However, he did not enter the group of wooden houses in the valley. Instead, he stopped near the small wooden house where Jinqing Si had entered. Everyone stared at him, wanting to see what he was going to do. Feng Yi hid behind a tree, conjuring a black moon in his hand. He waved it at the small wooden house and let out a low roar. Spatial blade. The black spatial blade flew extremely fast and quickly struck the window of the cabin, instantly slicing a hole in it. Inside the room, Zhang Yu and several members of the Jinqing division immediately became alert. Zhang Yu also tilted his head and looked out through the hole in the window. He spotted Feng Yi behind the tree at a glance and wondered what Feng Yi was up to. However, he quickly realized that although he hadn't known Feng Yi for long, he knew that Feng Yi was always steady and would never do such a thing if there was no reason. Feng Yi was trying to remind them of something through this method. He made an OK sign through the hole in the window, then turned to the others and said solemnly, "Be prepared, there might be members of the cult outside." Upon hearing this, the group all nodded solemnly and prepared for battle. Feng Yi also saw the hand through the hole in the window. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the people from Jinqing Division had left a backup plan. Before long, a group of white-masked people from the cult arrived outside the small wooden house. They are unaware that they have been exposed. One of the leaders waved his hand, and the other masked men immediately surrounded the cabin. Then, at his command, all the masked men charged toward the cabin. Just as they launched their attack, Zhang Yu and the others inside the house also rushed out. The white-masked man at the head of the group showed a hint of shock in his eyes. They were still hoping to catch Zheng Xingxi off guard and resolve the situation as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, their whereabouts had already been exposed, but he showed no worry whatsoever. They outnumbered the enemy, so dealing with a few Jinqing Division members shouldn't be a problem. It's just a matter of time. After Zhang Yu and his group rushed out, they immediately engaged in battle with the members of the divine cult. These members of the cult were all at the earth level. No heaven level experts made a move. Although Zhang Yu and his group were at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be easy for the cultists to kill them. The chaotic battle below was clearly seen by the club students hidden in the woods. Feng Yi also took this opportunity to return to Jiang Liangchen and the others. The highest level people in the divine cult below are at the peak of the earth rank. Let's go help them. Uncle Zhang and the others, plus all of us, are more than enough. Jiang Liangchen and the others expressed their support upon hearing this, but when they turned to look at the others. But I noticed that many people had conflicted expressions on their faces. And they showed no intention of setting off. At that moment, a boy spoke up in a low voice. But we've already completed our mission, there's no point in going down now. Chapter 64 The Hunter Club's Obstruction. After the boy finished speaking, many people nodded in agreement. For them, they were only there to complete tasks and earn academic credits. The mission is now complete. Few people are willing to do something so dangerous. Upon hearing the boy's words, Feng Yi and the others understood. Jiang Liangchen sneered and glanced at those who were unwilling to go down and help. Some people felt ashamed and lowered their heads when they felt Jiang Liangchen's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. Some people, however, seemed completely indifferent and even glared at him. It's all right. If they don't want to, that's fine. Those who want to go down and help can leave, and those who don't can stay here. Feng Yi felt a chill in his heart, but since these people were unwilling to help, there was nothing they could do. After Feng Yi finished speaking, he pulled Jiang Liangchen to go downstairs. Besides them, there were a few other people who were willing to go down and help. Just then, a figure flashed in front of Feng Yi and the others, blocking their way. This man wore square-framed glasses and had fair, smooth skin. He looked like a young master from some wealthy family. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he spoke to Feng Yi and the others in a tone that brooked no refusal. Director Wang's orders to us are to stay here, so you can't go down. Feng Yi and the others had all seen this person before. He was a member of the Hunters Club. Yu Hui, who had a fiery temper, already disliked the members of the Hunter Club. When they dared to come out and stop him, he couldn't hold back his anger any longer. "You pretty boy, get the hell out of my way." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hui was about to push the man away, but unexpectedly, the man punched Yu Hui in the chest. Yu Hui was caught off guard and his body involuntarily staggered back more than 10 steps. He hadn't expected this person to dare to make a move directly. Seeing Yu Hui being beaten, Feng Yi and Zhang Liangchen naturally wouldn't stand idly by. But just as they were about to make a move, the 6 members of the Hunter Club instantly surrounded them. The pretty boy continued speaking. No one is allowed to leave today without Director Wang's order. Hearing this, even Feng Yi couldn't help but look at the members of the Hunter Club with a mocking expression. He's afraid to go down because he's scared of dying, but he still has to come up with a high-sounding reason. Is he trying to be a prostitute while pretending to be virtuous? The pretty boy's face darkened. Feng Yi glanced slightly at the battle below. In the short time that these people had delayed them, some members of the Xinqing division had already started to get injured. If we continue to linger here, we'll only be able to collect the bodies of the Xinqing division people later. So he stopped being polite, teleported behind the pretty boy in an instant, grabbed his hair before the pretty boy could react, and slammed him to the ground. The pretty boy had no idea that Feng Yi had this trick up his sleeve and was completely unprepared. He only saw Feng Yi's figure suddenly disappear, then his hair was grabbed and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Thump! The ground made a muffled thud, and the pretty boy's forehead immediately became red and swollen. He felt dizzy and lightheaded at that moment. Feng Yi threw him out like trash. He then drew his snow condensation sword and pointed it at the other members of the Hunters Guild. Anyone who tries to stop me will die. If you don't believe me, come and try me. All of this happened so fast that everyone was stunned by Feng Yi's unpredictable speed. If Feng Yi had been holding his sword just now, that pretty boy might already be lying on the ground, unable to get up. So when Feng Yi said that anyone who tries to stop him will die, the members of the Hunter Club all turned pale, but no one dared to step forward to stop him. Seeing that no one was stopping him anymore, Feng Yi spoke to those who were willing to go down and help. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed into the valley. After being helped up, the young man stared intently at Feng Yi's retreating figure, his eyes filled with resentment. However, his gaze quickly returned to normal, and he said, "We'll go help too." The other members of the Hunters Club were clearly not in the mood to react, and they all looked at the pretty boy with puzzled expressions. Why the sudden change of heart? Faced with the puzzled looks from the crowd, he explained. If we don't go, people will really think we're afraid of dying and dare not go. After saying that, he didn't give anyone else a chance to speak and led the way into the valley. Although the members of the Hunters Club had doubts about why he changed his expression so quickly, they could only do as he said. Many students who hadn't planned to go down started to grit their teeth and stand up to help after seeing the Hunter Club members go down to assist. Now, the number of people who didn't go down to help has become a minority. In the valley, Zhang Yu and his companions stood back to back, struggling against the cult that outnumbered them by twice their size. At this moment, they were all somewhat desperate, but they still thought about rushing out and trying to find a way to inform Wang Fuyang that there was still a cult outside. Luo Bing, you're fast. We'll fight tooth and nail to clear a path for you. Go into the secret passage and tell the director that there's a cult outside and warn them to be careful of being surrounded by them. A resolute look appeared in Zhang Yu's eyes, as did the others. They were prepared to die. The man named Luo Bing nodded with a bitter smile at this point. He had no other choice. If they all die here, the main force entering the secret passage will be in great danger. Their deaths would also become meaningless. Only by informing the main force below of the situation here can the deaths of Zhang Yu and the others be considered meaningful. Just as they were preparing for a desperate fight, they heard shouts of battle. They looked up and saw Feng Yi leading a group of students rushing towards them. Anxiety appeared on everyone's faces at the same time, but their anxious eyes also revealed a hint of emotion. What worries us is that they're just going down there to their deaths, while what moves us is that even knowing there's danger to their lives, they still came down. China has such young people. Even if they die here today, we will protect their safety. Only young people like these represent the future and hope of China. When the youth are strong, China will be strong. Zhang Yu forced back a member of the cult with a single shot and then roared, "Brothers, fight your way out and protect the children." Upon hearing the shouts of battle behind them, the members of the divine sect were all startled, thinking that reinforcements from the Xinqing division had arrived. However, sensing that the auras of the newcomers were all cultivators who did not exceed the first level of the earthly realm, the Yaoguang realm, they relaxed considerably. What use are a bunch of little kids who haven't even grown their first hair? The masked man in the lead immediately gave the order. Send a few men to slaughter these bastards. 5 of the masked men who were besieging Jinqing Division immediately withdrew and charged towards Feng Yi and the others. The masked leader thought that dealing with a bunch of brats from the Yaoguang realm would be easy, and just a few people would be enough. However, he did not expect that Feng Yi and the others were all geniuses from various academies, not ordinary Yaoguang realm cultivators. Chapter 65 Killing a Peak Earth level character. Seeing that the cult had casually sent 5 people to deal with them, the students felt slighted. Although the 5 members of the divine cult were all at a higher level than them, they still had a significant number of people on their side. Sending 5 people, all of whom are at the Kaiyang realm, is a bit disrespectful. At this moment, all of them were filled with resentment and determined to make the people of the cult experience the consequences of looking down on them. The moment the two sides made contact, the members of the cult sensed something was wrong. The students divided the 5 of them into groups of several, cooperating well and attacking and defending effectively. What was expected to be a one-sided situation did not turn out this way. As soon as they started fighting, the members of the divine cult felt the pressure. Especially when facing this masked man from the Hidden Dragon Society, Feng Yi's spatial confinement instantly rendered him completely helpless. Then, attacks from Jiang Lianchen, Yu Hui, and Lu Yang followed in quick succession, instantly killing them. Instead of stopping, Feng Yi and his group turned around and helped other clubs. With the strength of Feng Yi and his companions, unless a Jade Balance Realm expert comes, they simply cannot stop them. Soon, all 5 masked figures from the cult were dealt with. They charged again, shouting battle cries, towards the masked cultists who were besieging the Jinqing Division. Upon hearing the commotion, the masked leader of the cult turned around and looked at the 5 corpses lying on the ground, his eyes filled with horror. How long has it been? Less than 5 minutes. The people I sent to kill these students were killed instead. Zhang Yu and his companions, who were being besieged, naturally noticed this and burst into laughter. Brothers, we can't let these kids outdo us. Follow me and kill all the scum of the god cult. The group immediately felt their bodies filled with power again, and their attacks became increasingly fierce. Those members of the cult who had been suppressing the group instantly felt as if Zhang Yu and his companions had taken some kind of medicine, instantly revived. The suppression has begun to loosen slightly. This caused the masked leader of the cult to abandon his plan to continue sending people to stop Feng Yi and the other students. You guys hold them off here, I'll deal with these brats. After giving the order, he charged straight at Feng Yi and the others. He felt that Feng Yi and the others were able to kill his 5 subordinates in a short time simply because they were too incompetent. He was a peak Earth level expert, just 1 step away from reaching the heaven level. How could he possibly fail to kill a group of Yaoguang realm experts? Do you really think that a large number of ants can kill an elephant? Even from a distance, Feng Yi and the others could sense the powerful aura emanating from the newcomer. However, there was no fear or hesitation in their eyes. On the contrary, there was a hint of anticipation. So what if they're stronger than them? No matter how strong they are, they're still only at the Earth level. For those of them who are used to seeing heaven-level experts in the academy, the peak Earth level is still a bit lacking. The masked leader of the cult had a ferocious expression and attacked with deadly moves. With a single slash, terrifying blade energy instantly rushed towards Feng Yi and the others with overwhelming force. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lianchen roared in anger. Yu Hui! Block this knife! Yu Hui took a step forward and rushed to the front. At the same time, a boy from another college club also rushed to the front and stood side by side with Yu Hui. The two smiled at each other, and then a golden Buddhist bell appeared on Yu Hui's body, with countless Sanskrit characters emerging from it and enveloping his body. Another male student from a different college club also produced a black shield about the height of a person. It was made of some unknown material and was covered with marks from various weapons. The terrifying blade energy struck the golden Buddhist bell and the black shield, causing Sanskrit characters to emerge and flash continuously, followed by a deafening bell sound. Blood-red runes appeared on the black shield, and a battle intent that transcended time and space emerged from the shield, frantically absorbing the energy from the sword aura. However, a crack soon appeared on the golden Buddhist bell, which then spread throughout the entire bell. With a soft sound, the bell shattered into specks of golden light, and Yu Hui's body flew backward, coughing up a large amount of blood mist. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. Without Yu Hui, the crimson runes on the black shield were completely depleted, but the terrifying strike was blocked. A new knife mark appeared on the black shield, which seemed insignificant compared to the countless marks that already covered it. The boy finally couldn't hold on any longer. His face turned deathly pale, his star power was completely depleted, and he collapsed to the ground with his legs giving way. Seeing that his attack had been blocked, the masked man from the cult was quite shaken. Even opponents of the same realm would find it difficult to block his attack, yet it was blocked by two Yaoguang realm experts. His eyes flashed with malice. If one strike wasn't enough, he'd strike again. He refused to believe that he could be stopped. However, Feng Yi would never give him a second chance to strike. The moment he raised his hand, Feng Yi immediately used the spatial confinement technique. Although I know I can't confine him for too long, even just a few seconds would be enough. After being imprisoned in place, the masked man from the cult finally felt a sense of fear. Because dozens of powerful attacks had already overwhelmed him. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated these students from the Yaoguang realm. A large number of ants can indeed kill an elephant. Dozens of attacks landed on the masked man from the divine cult, the energies colliding and exploding, dust rising everywhere. As the dust settled, the masked man from the cult knelt on the ground, most of his mask shattered. His body was covered in wounds, but he was still alive. He looked up with a cold smile, about to say something harsh, but then felt a chill in his heart. He slowly looked down and saw a section of a sword tip, radiating a chilling aura, pierce through his body from behind. I'll save those harsh words for my next life. Feng Yi drew the Ningxue sword, and blood flowed down the tip of the sword, leaving the blade spotless. The death of the masked leader of the cult sent a shiver down the spines of the remaining masked members, instantly extinguishing their fighting spirit and leaving them vulnerable and exposed. Zhang Yu and his group seized these openings, instantly killing several people, disrupting the divine sect's formation, and successfully breaking out of the encirclement. Now, it is the cultists who are surrounded. With the help of Feng Yi and the others, along with a few members of the Jinqing division, they easily wiped out the remaining remnants of the divine cult. Good lad, your uncle was prepared to fight to the death, but you saved me. Zhang Yu walked up to Feng Yi with a smile and slapped him on the shoulder. They survived today thanks in no small part to Feng Yi, otherwise, they would have been caught off guard by the divine cult's sneak attack long ago. Of course, the other students are also very important. Where did these cults come from? At this moment, a man from the Jinqing division raised a question. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi told Zhang Yu where the divine cult had appeared. They soon discovered a secret passage in the wooden house. It seems that the cult has more than one secret passage. We must inform the director of this information in time. Chapter 66 Assassination of Feng Yi. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he looked at a man with a thin face. The man understood Zhang Yu's meaning, nodded, and returned to the small wooden house where they had been before, disappearing into the secret passage. But just then, the ground suddenly began to shake, and the entire valley was shaking violently. Rocks kept falling from the surrounding mountains, and narrow cracks appeared in the ground. Some of the wooden houses collapsed directly into the cracks. What's going on? Was it an earthquake? Everyone was puzzled. How could an earthquake suddenly occur? Zhang Yu kept his eyes fixed on the ground. He sensed something. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he grabbed Feng Yi and Zhang Liangchen before yelling at the others. Scatter! After shouting, he took off running towards the dense forest on the mountain. The others weren't stupid either. They quickly realized something was wrong and hurriedly followed Zhang Yu. The next second, the entire valley collapsed with a roar, and several students who were running slowly immediately fell into the deep pit. Before anyone could react, a loud bang came from the deep pit, and then two figures flew out of it. Both were heavenly realm experts, and they fought all the way, with powerful, suffocating energy fluctuations emanating from mid-air. That's Director Wang? A sharp-eyed student immediately noticed that one of the two heavenly level experts fighting was Wang Fuyang. As for the other person who fought against Wang Fuyang, he was a man wearing a silver mask and a black robe. It was the same Grand Protector of the Divine Cult who had been in the dark room earlier. Soon everyone's expressions turned extremely solemn, because they discovered that Wang Fuyang was being beaten down by the man in the silver mask. It's obvious that the man in the silver mask is stronger than Wang Fuyang. At this moment, several more figures flew out of the deep pit, all of them heaven-level experts. However, compared to Wang Fuyang and the man in the cherry blossom mask in the sky, the aura emanating from these figures was much weaker. Among the heavenly level experts who appeared later, 3 were from the Jinqing division, and the other 4 were divine cult experts wearing silver masks. The situation of Jinqing Sea is still not optimistic, and the 3 of them are also being suppressed by the god cult. If things continue like this, the Jinqing division will inevitably fall sooner or later. Everyone knew that if the heavenly level expert of the Jinqing division was defeated, then none of them could escape death. They could put up some resistance against a peak earth level opponent, but against a heaven level opponent, even all of them combined wouldn't be enough to kill them. Just then, everyone's expression changed as Wang Fuyang was knocked from mid-air to the ground by the silver-masked man. The ally gauntlets on his hands were broken, the golden light on his body gradually faded, his face was pale, and the blood he spat out stained his chest crimson. The man in the silver mask clearly intended to take advantage of his illness and kill him, so he drew his sword and chased after him. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Was this how it was going to end in defeat? At that moment, a roar that sounded like thunder from the heavens resounded from afar. "How dare you, you brat!" The man in the silver mask stopped, turned his head, and looked solemnly into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man arrived above the valley. With a wave of his hand, the girl he was holding landed in front of Feng Yi and the others. "This girl is Shui Ruyan, who went to get help." The middle-aged man was the same one who had spoken in the camp at the beginning. "Uncle Zhang, who is he?" Feng Yi didn't know the identity of this middle-aged man, but judging from his aura, he was even stronger than Wang Fuyang. Zhang Yu answered in a low voice. "His name is Ji Chen, the deputy commander of the Jinqing division of Huaxia, a Tianqian realm expert at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm, and also the person in charge of this operation." Ji Chen must be from the Ji family. Feng Yi wondered to himself. With Ji Chen's arrival, everyone's hearts finally settled down. Things took a turn for the better. After Ji Chen arrived, he didn't waste any words and immediately started fighting. Although the silver-masked man severely injured Wang Fuyang, he himself was also greatly depleted. Ji Chen didn't want to give him a chance to recover, and the 3 captains of the Jinqing division on the other side were also in bad shape at the moment. Only by quickly dealing with the silver-masked man in front of us can we go and support them. Ji Chen's strength is terrifying, a single strike from him can unleash earth-shattering power. He also used fist techniques, but he didn't wear ally boxing gloves. Every move he made relied on pure physical strength. Despite its seemingly unassuming physique, it unleashed tremendous power. The silver-masked man hadn't held back at all in his eagerness to kill Wang Fuyang, and now most of his star power was already depleted. Facing Ji Chen, who was even stronger than him, he felt immense pressure. He was already considering retreating, but the thought of what was hidden underground made him extremely unwilling. He knew that if he escaped, the things hidden underground would definitely be found by the Jinqing division. He will then face punishment from the cult. But if I don't leave, I might die here. He was caught in a dilemma, and his fighting spirit gradually faded. The situation then reversed, and the one who was being beaten became the silver-masked man from the cult. Everyone below was deeply moved. A duel between 2 top-tier powerhouses. It was undeniably spectacular. No one noticed that an inconspicuous boy from the Hunters Club was slowly approaching Feng Yi. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the 2 powerful figures in mid-air. Even Feng Yi didn't notice the boy at all. The boy was worried that his movements would attract attention, so he walked very slowly. His eyes were fixed on Feng Yi's back, and a cold glint flashed beneath his sleeve. It was an extremely sharp dagger. However, there was someone watching him from behind. This guy is from the same gang as him, the pretty boy who had a conflict with Feng Yi and his group a long time ago. He saw the dagger in the boy's hand, but said nothing, a strange smile appearing on his lips. At this moment, the boy was less than a meter away from Feng Yi. His forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, and his body was trembling slightly. You could tell he was very nervous. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Then, as if he had made up his mind, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. A dagger emerged from his sleeve and stabbed viciously towards Feng Yi's neck. At such close range, Feng Yi couldn't possibly dodge. Feng Yi instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, Zhang Yu flashed to his side and blocked Feng Yi's path. When Feng Yi turned around, she met Zhang Yu's gaze. Zhang Yu smiled and then said, "Damn it, even after all these years off the battlefield, I haven't forgotten my instinct to shield my comrades from harm." Chapter 67, Jumping into the Deep Pit. At this point, Zhang Yu's face suddenly turned deathly pale, and he collapsed towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi froze, staring at the dagger stuck in Zhang Yu's back and his uniform stained with blood. At that moment, his mind flashed back to everything that had happened since he met Zhang Yu, and every word they had said. The ordinary-looking boy panicked when he realized he hadn't killed Feng Yi, but instead had killed one of the Jinqing division members. He was about to run away when he saw Feng Yi standing there, stunned. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his panicked eyes. With gritted teeth, he pulled the dagger from Zhang Yu's back and then viciously stabbed Feng Yi. But by this time, Zhang Liangchen and the others had already noticed what was happening around them, and they would not give him the chance to continue committing the crime. Zhang Liangchen kicked out, instantly sending the boy flying. Knowing he had no chance to kill Feng Yi again, the boy got up and fled frantically. Grab him! Jiang Liangchen roared. The students standing nearby were still confused about what was happening. After hearing Jiang Liangchen shout, they did not step in to help catch the boy who was trying to escape. Hold! Jiang Liangchen swore and then chased after him. But just as he chased after him, the pretty boy from the Hunters Club and his men blocked Jiang Liangchen's way. Hey kid, what are you trying to do? The young man remained calm and composed, showing no sign of anything amiss, as if he had no idea what had happened. At this moment, Jiang Liangchen only wanted to catch the perpetrators and did not want to get entangled with them. Roll! After saying that, Jiang Liangchen made a direct attempt to force his way through, but since he was alone, he couldn't break through the combined obstruction of several people on the other side for a while. Upon seeing this, Shui Ruyan and Yu Hui said something to Lu Yang. You watch over Feng Yi, we're going to help the boss. After saying that, the two rushed forward together to help Jiang Liangchen. Lu Yang also shouted anxiously to the students around him. Who has healing abilities? Come help save people. Two girls immediately stepped out from the crowd and, with Lu Yang's help, placed Zhang Yu on the ground and began treatment. Seeing Feng Yi still standing there in a daze, Lu Yang offered words of comfort. Feng Yi, it's all right. There are healing abilities here, they can definitely heal Uncle Zhang. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a girl's anxious voice. No, the knife is poisoned. Healing abilities won't work. We need to get the antidote. What? Lu Yang never expected that the person would be so ruthless, even coating the dagger with poison. However, Jiang Liangchen and his group were still blocked by the Hunter Club members, and he had to watch Feng Yi so he couldn't help. How could they possibly catch the boy? Just as he was anxious and unsure of what to do, Feng Yi's eyes gradually regained their clarity. However, his eyes were icy cold, and a murderous intent emanated from him. Even Lu Yang, who was standing to the side, felt the overwhelming killing intent. Feng Yi, you. Before Lu Yang could finish speaking, Feng Yi's figure disappeared from the spot. He reappeared behind the Hunters Club, then disappeared again, less than 10 meters away from the fleeing boy. The boy glanced behind him and nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. Not long after, Feng Yi caught up. He gritted his teeth and looked at the deep pit in the valley. The moment Feng Yi's figure disappeared again, the boy resolutely jumped down. Feng Yi reached out and grabbed nothing. However, his eyes remained unchanged, his expression remained the same, and he followed suit, jumping into the deep pit. Don't go, Feng Yi. Shui Ruyan and the others watched this scene unfold, but it was too late to stop it. Seeing this, the members of the Hunters Club stopped stopping them. Shui Ruyan and the others ran to the edge of the deep pit, looking at the dark pit with great anxiety. Boss, what do we do? Jiang Liangchen pondered for a moment and then spoke. Go back and keep an eye on Uncle Zhang and the Hunters Club. They're definitely involved in this. Shui Ruyan asked, however. What about Feng Yi? Are we just going to leave him alone? Jiang Liangchen shook his head. We must believe him. Upon hearing this, Shui Ruyan turned her head and looked at the deep pit with a worried expression, and then could only follow Jiang Liangchen and the others back to Zhang Yu's side. The two girls with healing abilities were still doing their best to maintain Zhang Yu's injuries. At this moment, Zhang Yu's face was completely bloodless, and he had fallen into a coma. Several other members of the Jinqing division rushed over after hearing the commotion and stood guard beside him. After hearing Jiang Liangchen's account of what happened, the members of the Jinqing division looked at the Hunters Club with deep respect. The members of the Hunters Guild, feeling the gazes, showed no fear. Instead, they smiled at the members of the Jinqing division. There is currently no evidence to prove their involvement in this matter, so even the people of Jinqing division can't do anything about them. They can only be detained for a maximum of 24 hours without evidence. They will have to be released. Seeing the group's fearless attitude, Jinqing Siren was furious. One of the men, who was rather burly, punched the tree, and the thick tree immediately broke in two. If I find out they're involved in this, I'll chop those little brats into pieces and feed them to the dogs. The other members of the Jinqing division also looked grim at this moment. They could only place their hopes on Feng Yi. The pit was so deep that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, but that wasn't a problem for Feng Yi. He has divine eyes, and can see his surroundings clearly, even when there is no light around. Feng Yi glanced around and saw many corpses buried under rubble. Judging from their clothes, some belonged to the Jinqing division and others to the divine cult. However, the boy had disappeared without a trace. Soon, Feng Yi discovered a door that was not completely buried at the edge of the deep pit. Feng quickly arrived at the location and discovered a clear footprint, which most likely belonged to the boy. So he bent down and squeezed through the door. After passing through a narrow passage, Feng arrived at a huge square. There were also some corpses lying in the square, mostly from the divine cult, but also a few from the Jinqing division. The stone walls surrounding the square are covered with cracks and marks from various weapons, indicating that a major battle had taken place here. However, the boy was still not found here, and there were many doors around, so it was impossible to know which door the boy had entered through. Feng Yi's gaze swept across the square, noticing a few drops of still wet blood outside a door on the left. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and went inside. After passing through a passage, Feng Yi spotted the boy immediately. At this moment, the boy had one arm hanging down, and blood was flowing down his arm from time to time. It seems the boy was injured when he jumped into the deep pit. Chapter 68 Mysterious Paper. Hearing the noise behind him, the boy turned around and saw that Feng Yi had caught up. His face was full of terror, and he frantically ran forward. But Feng Yi wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Zhang Yu was in imminent danger, and he didn't have time. If he had time, Feng Yi would follow the boy and slowly torture him until he could no longer run, then end his life. Feng Yi vanished from his spot and reappeared directly behind the boy. He kicked out, sending the boy flying and crashing to the ground. He was about to get up when he felt a chill on his neck. The snow condensation sword was already pressed against his neck. He could even feel the chill emanating from the snow condensation sword, and a shallow bloodstain appeared on his neck. At that moment, he didn't dare to move at all. Hand over the antidote, and I'll make your death a little easier. Feng Yi's cold, emotionless voice rang out. The boy's body trembled slightly, and his voice trembled with fear. I don't have the antidote, and that dagger isn't mine. Please let me go. Who gave you the dagger? Feng Yi's voice remained icy. The boy seemed to have something he couldn't say, and he stammered as he spoke. I can't say it. If I do, my whole family will die. My mother is still in the hospital waiting for medical bills. I beg you to let me go. I know I was wrong. Oh. Feng Yi sneered. If they know they're wrong, what's the point of having the Jinqing division? We're all adults. If we do something wrong, we have to take responsibility for it. With a flick of his hand, some blood slowly seeped from the snow condensation sword, and he demanded an answer in a harsh voice. Speak. Who ordered you to kill me? And who gave you the dagger? The pain in his neck and the fear of death completely shattered the boy's mental defenses. He could sense that if he didn't speak up, Feng Yi would kill him in the next second. At that moment, he no longer cared about the consequences of speaking. He just wanted to survive. I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to kill me, otherwise I'd rather die than tell you. Okay. Feng Yi nodded, then took the Ningxue sword from the boy's neck. Having received Feng Yi's assurance, the boy finally breathed a sigh of relief, swallowed hard, and said, Qin Xiang gave me the dagger and told me to kill you. He said he would give me a large sum of money if I killed you, and that would cure my mother's illness. Who is Qin Xiang? Feng Yi frowned, having never heard of this Qin Xiang before. The boy answered. It's the boy who stopped you earlier. After hearing what the boy said, Feng Yi realized that Qin Xiang was the pretty boy from the Hunter Club. He secretly vowed that if anything happened to Zhang Yu, he would make Qin Xiang pay for his crime in blood. I've told you everything I know, can you let me go now? At this moment, the boy's pitiful voice came, and he looked as humble as could be. If Feng Yi asked him to eat shit right now, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. His only thought right now is to survive. You can leave now. Feng Yi said softly. The boy felt relieved and scrambled towards a door in the distance, afraid that Feng Yi might change his mind at any moment. Just as he was about to push open the door and go in, he felt a chill down his back and froze on the spot. He turned his head with difficulty, his face full of confusion. Why, did you say you would let me go? Puff. Feng Yi drew the Ningxue sword, and the boy's body seemed to have all its strength drained away, collapsing to the ground. The boy's body convulsed on the ground, and blood stained the ground red. His eyes were wide open, staring straight at Feng Yi, as if he wanted an answer. Feng Yi didn't even glance at him, stepped over him, pushed open the door, and went inside. His voice slowly drifted back the moment Feng Yi's figure disappeared. I'm sorry, I was just kidding. The boy seemed to have heard it. His eyes were filled with resentment and bitterness. Gradually, his body stopped convulsing, and he stopped breathing altogether. After passing through this passage, Feng Yi arrived at an identical square. The reason he didn't turn back was because the pit was too deep, and he wasn't a heavenly level expert who could fly through the air. We have no choice but to find other ways out. Zhang Yu didn't have much time left. He had to go back as soon as possible to find Qin Ziang and get the antidote. Looking at the dozen or so doors in front of him, Feng Yi could only choose one to enter based on his intuition. After passing through 9 identical squares, Feng Yi discovered a different door. The other doors had no special patterns, but this one had blood-red runes on it. As soon as Feng Yi placed his hand on the door, he immediately felt a cold touch that stung his hand. This made him even more interested in what was at the doorway. Enduring the icy pain, Feng Yi pushed the door forcefully, only to find that it wouldn't budge an inch. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yi gathered his star power in his palm and placed his hand on the door. Instantly, he felt the star power being absorbed by the door, and the blood-red runes on the door were slowly emitting a bewitching red light. Seeing this, Feng Yi increased the star power in his palm, and the door was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the star power in Feng Yi's body. Fortunately, Feng Yi had the existence of the Big Dipper space, and a large amount of star power fell from Dongming star and Yinyuan star, quickly replenishing the star power in Feng Yi's body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been drained dry by this door long ago. Even if a heavenly level expert were to come, it might not be able to feed this sect. Only Feng Yi can be said to possess almost unlimited star power. Time passed slowly, and the blood-red light on the door grew brighter. Click. As the sound of a lock being unlocked was heard, the door stopped absorbing Feng Yi's star power. Feng Yi pushed the door open easily, this time with a forceful push. As soon as he entered, Feng Yi was stunned. There was no passage behind the door, but a stone chamber. What stunned Feng Yi was that there was a stone platform in the middle of the stone chamber, on which floated a yellowed piece of paper. It looks like it's been around for quite a while. The paper was covered with dense writing, but Feng Yi couldn't understand a single word. It is neither the script of China nor the script currently used on Earth. These words are obscure and difficult to understand. They are completely incomprehensible. Feng Yi carefully reached out, wanting to take off the yellowed paper and examine it carefully. But the moment his hand touched the paper, it instantly transformed into starlight and drifted into his body. Feng Yi was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. At that moment, he felt an unbearable pain in his head. It sounded like someone was chanting scriptures in his mind, but he couldn't understand them at all. His mind felt like it was about to explode. Feng Yi couldn't bear the pain any longer and cried out. Then he put his hands on his head, knelt on the ground, and frantically banged his head against the stone platform, trying to relieve the pain. Gradually, Feng Yi fainted from the pain. Chapter 69. Even the Heavenly King himself can't do it. Feng Yi felt his consciousness sink into boundless darkness. After an unknown amount of time, he finally regained consciousness. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself in the beta space. As soon as he appeared, he noticed a yellowed piece of paper floating next to the Big Dipper. It was in the stone chamber that they found a piece of paper covered in unfamiliar writing. Unexpectedly, after the paper transformed into starlight and entered his body, it traveled to the Big Dipper space. A progress bar also appeared at the bottom of the paper, currently showing 0% progress. Feng Yi wanted to continue studying what exactly was recorded on the paper. But when he looked closely at the words on the paper, that splitting headache and throbbing feeling in his soul returned. Feng Yi had no choice but to stop. Perhaps it's because my current level is too low, so I can't conduct research? Feng Yi pondered for a while, but couldn't come up with a solution. Since we can't study it now, let's just leave this paper here and see if we can understand the words on it after our cultivation level improves. With that thought in mind, Feng Yi prepared to leave the beta space. But they found they couldn't leave. Am I trapped? Feng Yi began to feel anxious. He couldn't be trapped here. Zhang Yu was still waiting for him outside. He needed to find Qin Ziang to get the antidote. If he remained trapped here, it would be too late by the time he got out. In the past, he could leave the beta space with just a thought, but this time, no matter what he did, he was unable to leave. After several attempts, Feng Yi died. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly lost in thought, gazing at the Big Dipper above his head and muttering to himself. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhang. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Yi vaguely heard someone calling his name. The beta space began to blur, and Feng Yi was overjoyed, knowing that this was a sign that he was about to leave the beta space. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face. Grandpa, what are you doing here? After saying that, Feng Yi looked around blankly and found himself lying in a hospital room. The air in the room was still filled with the distinctive smell of disinfectant, typical of hospitals. Besides his grandfather Feng Jingchuan, Zihan Zhuang was also in the ward. how are you feeling? At this moment, Feng Jingchuan asked softly. His eyes were full of concern. Feng Yi moved his body around and found nothing wrong with it. I feel fine. By the way, what are you and Auntie doing here? Did I go back to Kyoto? Hearing that Feng Yi was alright, Feng Jingchuan finally felt relieved and explained. This is Ice City. It was Jinqing Division that notified the academy, and your aunt notified me after she found out. So that's how it is. Feng Yi then realized why Feng Jingchuan and Zi Hanshuan had come here. Suddenly, Feng Yi thought of something and quickly asked. Grandpa, how long have I been unconscious? Even Feng Jingchuan and Zi Hanshuan, who are far away in Kyoto, have come to Ice City, which means that they have been unconscious for at least 2 or 3 days. In 2 or 3 days, Zhang Yu will probably. He dared not think any further. Feng Jingchuan, having lived to such an old age, could tell what Feng Yi was thinking just by looking at the anxious expression on his face. He sighed. 1 week. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi was stunned, but a glimmer of hope remained in his heart. Then, how is Uncle Zhang? After asking this question, Feng Yi was caught in a dilemma. I want to know the answer, but I'm also afraid that the answer won't be what I hope for. Well. Feng Jingchuan sighed again. Hearing this sigh, Feng Yi's last glimmer of hope vanished, his eyes reddened, and his hands clenched tightly together. Seeing Feng Yi's state, Feng Jingchuan gently patted his shoulder and then said, Zhang Yu's funeral arrangements have been completed, and I have personally made arrangements for his family. Feng Yi didn't speak, biting her lip tightly, her mind still replaying Zhang Yu's words that he would take Feng Yi and the others home to see his son and daughter after this mission was over. Those words kept echoing in Feng Yi's mind, then transformed into sharp blades that pierced his heart. Grandpa, I'm going to avenge him. Feng Jingchuan opened his mouth as if to say something, but seeing Feng Yi's serious expression, he ultimately didn't speak. Feng Yi continued. If I fail and don't make it back alive, just pretend you don't have a grandson like me. I'm unfilial, but I have no choice but to go. He didn't know Qin Ziyang's family background, but he figured it must be quite impressive, so he wasn't sure if he could come back alive. Even so, he still went. Don't tell me that a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years in his dictionary. Revenge must be taken immediately. Zhang Yu is already dead, so why is the culprit still alive? Feng Jingchuan affectionately patted Feng Yi's head. Silly child, you must remember that you are a member of the Feng family. If the sky falls, your grandfather will hold it up for you. As long as you don't want to die, no one can kill you, not even the emperor himself. In the end, an unparalleled aura suddenly rose from Feng Jingchuan's aged body. Even Zihan Shuang, who was standing to the side, felt a chill run down her spine. She knew that some people's lives were already over. Feng Yi is the only heir of the Feng family line. Anyone who dares to touch him should be prepared to face the wrath of the Feng family. Grandfather. Feng Yi felt a surge of emotion, but he was also worried that using the Feng family's power might give rise to gossip. Feng Jingchuan saw the doubt in Feng Yi's heart and said sternly. The Feng family has kept a low profile for too long, so long that some people don't know their own worth. Since that's the case, let the world know why the Feng family has been able to stand among the 5 great families of China for thousands of years. After saying that, Feng Jingchuan took out a black object from his spatial ring and handed it to Feng Yi. With this token, someone will naturally contact you when you arrive in Shanghai. Feng Yi nodded, examining the black token in his hand. It's hard to tell what material it's made of, but it's very heavy, and you can feel a chill in your hand when you hold it. The token has the character 4 wind written in ancient script on the front, and a Tai Chi symbol on the back. At this moment, Zihan Shuang, who was standing to the side, also spoke up. I'll go with you. Feng Yi raised his head and looked at Zi Hanshuang with a puzzled expression. Zi Hanshuang smiled gently and said, From a public standpoint, you are a student of Tsinghua University and I am your mentor. From a private standpoint, you are my nephew, and half of the Zi family's blood flows in your veins. So, both from a public and private standpoint, I should go. Thank you, Auntie. Feng Yi could understand that Zi Hanshuang's choice to go was mostly for personal reasons. He felt very lucky to have such a protective grandfather and aunt. Alright, I need to go back to Kyoto to take care of some things. That little Jiang kid and your other classmates have been waiting outside. You can go to Shanghai after you've finished things here. After Feng Jingchuan finished speaking, he left the ward. Zi Hanshuang gave a few more instructions, then said she was going to help with the discharge procedures and left the ward. No sooner had they left than Zhang Lianchen and his group entered the ward. Chapter 70 Love Hotels. After leaving the hospital, Feng Jingchuan got into a black sedan. His face was gloomy. After getting on the bus, he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. If someone who knew him well saw this, they would know that he was very angry. A person completely shrouded in a black robe sat in the passenger seat. "I'm sorry, master, this was my dereliction of duty." The man in black robes lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Feng Jingchuan didn't open his eyes and spoke coldly. "This is the first and last time. He will go to receive his punishment when he returns from Shanghai. After that, I will arrange for someone else to follow him." After a pause, Feng Jingchuan suddenly opened his eyes. "If he loses even a single hair on his head during this trip to Shanghai, you'll come back to me with your head on your hands." "Yes, master." The man in the black robe dared not voice any objection. Beneath the black robe, his forehead was covered in fine sweat, and his back was also soaked with sweat. Feng Jingchuan waved his hand and said nothing more. The car slowly started and drove away, and the man in black robes in the passenger seat had disappeared at some point. Inside the ward, Jiang Liangchen and the others smiled when they saw that Feng Yi was alright. However, beneath the smiles, everyone felt a little sad. Feng Yi learned everything that happened after he jumped into the deep pit from Jiang Liangchen. After Feng Yi jumped into the deep pit, Jichen severely injured the silver-masked man of the divine cult, but was unable to kill him. A mysterious powerful figure from the divine cult then rescued the masked man. However, the other masked figures from the cult who were slightly weaker were all killed. After the battle ended, Jichen learned what had happened to Zhang Yu and then entered the deep pit. Not long after, he brought Feng Yi up. However, Zhang Yu still collapsed on his way back to Harbin. At this point, Jiang Liangchen's eyes also reddened. Feng Yi did not reveal that he had killed the boy, not because he did not trust Jiang Liangchen and the others, but because the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Although Feng Yi is not afraid of being known, it would still cause some trouble if someone with ulterior motives found out. After Jiang Liangchen finished speaking, he asked Feng Yi what his plans were and whether he wanted to return to Kyoto together. Feng Yi casually made up an excuse to refuse, telling them to go back first, as he still had things to take care of. After hearing this, Jiang Liangchen could only nod and did not ask Feng Yi what was wrong. With Zi Hansuang here, they are not worried about whether Feng Yi will be alright. After saying goodbye to Feng Yi, the group left the hospital together. Before leaving, Feng Yi asked where Zhang Yu was buried, as he wanted to go and see him. After Zi Hansuang completed the discharge procedures, she accompanied Feng Yi to the hero's tomb in Ice City. This place is where the Jinqing division and the allied forces who sacrificed their lives are buried. Looking at the black and white photo on the tombstone, Feng Yi felt as if he were in another world, and Zhang Yu's cheerful smile reappeared in his mind. He looked at the tombstone and said softly, "Uncle Zhang, don't worry, I will avenge you." Feng Yi's voice was very serious. Seemingly having heard Feng Yi's assurance, Zhang Yu's smile in the black and white photo on the tombstone seemed even brighter. Shanghai. It is the eastern gateway to China and also the most prosperous city in China. At Shanghai Airport, Feng Yi walked out with Han Shuang. He was still holding the black token that Feng Jingchuan had given him. At that moment, a man wearing a black mask and hat slowly approached Feng Yi. Zi Hansuan noticed it immediately, but she did not make any rash moves. Instead, she stared intently at the man. She could strike instantly if any man dared to make any move that would harm Feng Yi. However, the man did not show any sign of harming Feng Yi. After getting close to Feng Yi, he asked in a low voice, "Are you Feng Yi?" Feng Yi turned his head and looked the unfamiliar man up and down. Then he nodded. He wondered if this person was the one Feng Jingchuan had mentioned who would contact him. The man's gaze remained fixed on the token in Feng Yi's hand, but he looked away after Feng Yi acknowledged his identity. "Please follow me." Feng Yi turned to look at Zihan Shuang, and after seeing the latter nod slightly, he followed the man into a minivan. The man sat in the driver's seat and took off his mask. Feng Yi then saw his face clearly. It was a very young face, looking to be at most in his 20s. She didn't ask the man where he was taking them, because she wasn't worried at all. This time, Zihan Shuang was still sitting next to him, and he had no fear of a third-level heavenly realm expert. The man drove them to the entrance of a hotel and said, "Room 301. After getting out of the car, Feng Yi looked up at the hotel's name, and his expression became somewhat strange. A themed love hotel. This place doesn't seem very respectable. Zi Hansuang remained unchanged, her expression showing no change whatsoever. However, when the two entered the hotel, two couples waiting to check out at the front desk gave them meaningful smiles. Feng Yi could clearly feel that Zihan Shuang's breathing had become much heavier, and she was obviously on the verge of exploding. Feng Yi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Are you crazy? Who would choose this place to meet? Ignoring the strange looks around them, the two felt a sense of relief after stepping into the elevator. Arriving at room 301, Feng Yi knocked on the door, and soon a rough voice came from inside. The door's unlocked, come in. As I pushed open the door, I saw a middle-aged man with a stubble beard sitting in front of a computer, playing a game. She was still holding a half-burned cigarette between her fingers, the ash dangling precariously, as if it might fall into the man's hand at any moment. The man ignored Feng Yi and Zihan Shuang, continuing to play his game. He kept cursing under his breath. Damn it! Go up and do it. What are you all hiding behind your dads for? If you're so bad, why don't you go in and screw things in? What the hell are you doing? Besides the man's shouts and curses, there was also the clattering of a keyboard in the room. Feng Yi felt like the keyboard was about to smoke from all the typing the man had done. As the man's computer screen turned gray, he slammed the mouse heavily onto the table, scattering the nearly full ash from the ashtray all over the table. Feng Yi also glanced at the middle-aged man's record. 080. Feng Yi. After finishing the game, the middle-aged man turned around and glanced at Feng Yi, then noticed Zihan Shuang next to him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He picked up the cigarette case on the table and then introduced himself. My name is Feng Siyuan. You should call me second uncle. It's our first time meeting. Would you like a cigarette? Feng Yi was stunned for a moment when he saw the cigarette the man offered and the fingers that were yellowed from years of smoking. Then he shook his head slightly. Thank you, I don't smoke. Feng Siyuan didn't mind, and naturally withdrew his hand, put the cigarette in his mouth, and continued speaking. The patriarch has already contacted me, and I understand the general situation. So, who do you want to kill? Chapter 71. Let him have another child. Feng Siyuan's voice was extremely calm, as if killing someone was a very small matter to him. Feng Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. Qin Ziong. Upon hearing who Feng Yi was going to kill, Feng Siyuan gave an okay sign. Then he turned around and started working on the computer. A moment later, Feng Siyuan handed Feng Yi a stack of freshly printed documents. This is information about Qin Ziong and his family, the Qin family. Feng Yi flipped through the documents in his hand, which were still warm. As shown above. Qin Ziong, son of the current head of the Qin family, is 21 years old, at the 8th level of the Kaiyan realm, and possesses 11 superpowers. In addition to Qin Ziong's personal information, the document also contains detailed information about where he usually goes and what he likes to eat. In addition, there is information about the Qin family. The Qin family is a top family in Shanghai, with influence spreading throughout all walks of life in the city. They even have influence in the Shanghai Jinxing division. The current patriarch, Qin Shou, is at the 4th level of the Tianji realm, the 2nd level of the heavenly realm. The document ends with one sentence. The Qin family is suspected of having ties with a religious cult. Upon seeing this, Feng Yi's pupils contracted. This information is incredibly detailed. It even records things like the Qin family's alleged ties to the cult, which should be a closely guarded secret. This forced Feng Yi to re-evaluate the unkempt and slovenly-looking internet addict in front of him. Feng Siyuan should belong to a secret branch of the Feng family. It seems that the power behind the Feng family is even more terrifying than Feng Yi had imagined. If Zhang Yu's incident hadn't happened, these hidden forces might not have been discovered until Feng Yi took over the entire Feng family. We should thank Qin Ziong for allowing us to glimpse even the tip of the iceberg. After reviewing the materials, Feng Yi obtained the information he wanted. Qin Ziong did indeed have people secretly protecting him, but their strength was not very strong. They were only at the 1st level of the heavenly realm, the heavenly authority realm. They didn't even need Feng Siyuan's help. Zihan Shuang and he alone were enough to kill Qin Ziong. The only things to worry about are the Qin family's retaliation after Qin Ziong is killed, and the Demon City Jinxing division. The Qin family is, after all, a local power in Shanghai, and Feng Yi is unsure whether Feng Siyuan has the strength to deal with them. Can you deal with the Qin family? Upon hearing Feng Yi's question, Feng Siyuan scoffed. Are you questioning the Feng family's strength or my abilities? The Qin family is nothing. What trouble can they possibly cause? Seeing Feng Siyuan's confident demeanor, Feng Yi felt relieved. Alright, then I'll take care of Qin Ziong, and you can take care of the Qin family. But Feng Siyuan waved his hand and said. It doesn't need to be that complicated. What do you mean? Feng Yi asked, puzzled. Feng Siyuan didn't explain, but instead took out his phone and made a call. Go and arrest Qin Ziyang from the Qin family. Also, inform the Qin family to tell their patriarch to have another child. We're going to kill this one later. His tone was completely flat, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. They completely disregarded the Qin family. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for a reply, and then looked at Feng Yi. Want to play together? Ha! Feng Yi didn't expect Feng Siyuan's thoughts to jump so quickly. 1 second he was saying he was going to kill the son of a top family patriarch in Shanghai, and the next second he was asking Feng Yi if he wanted to play games together. Feng Yi now only wants to avenge Zhang Yu as soon as possible and has no interest in anything else. He felt that allowing Qin Ziyang to live even a second longer in the world would be disrespectful to Zhang Yu. So he shook his head and refused Feng Siyuan. After being rejected, Feng Siyuan wasn't angry. He simply opened the game and then took out 2 room cards from his bag. Don't stand behind me if you're not playing together, it'll affect my performance. Rooms 302 and 303 are already booked, go and rest for a bit, I'll let you know when everyone arrives. Feng Yi's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say, what impact could your skills possibly have? But then he thought better of it. After taking the room key, he walked out of the room with Zi Hanshuang. Auntie, do you think he's reliable? Feng Yi always felt that Feng Siyuan was somewhere between reliable and unreliable. So I'd like to hear Zi Hanshuang's opinion. However, Zi Hanshuang rolled her eyes and said irritably. You're from the Feng family, and you're asking me? Feng Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Although he said that, Feng Yi really didn't know much about his own family. The main problem is that the original owner was useless, his mind was full of useless thoughts, and all he ever thought about was how to be a simp. He doesn't care about his own family at all. A typical piece of trash. If I hadn't transmigrated into his body, the Feng family might have declined starting with him. I just think what he said is a bit unbelievable. The Qin family is a top family in Shanghai, after all. Can they really be manipulated so easily? Zi Hanshuang glanced at Feng Yi with a mocking look. This left Feng Yi somewhat bewildered. Why was he looking at him like that? Had he said something wrong? Zi Hanshuang said calmly. Do you know why only 5 major families have stood the test of time throughout China's thousands of years of history? Feng Yi shook his head blankly, he really didn't know. He only knew that the 5 major families were very strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong they were. Han Shuang only said one sentence to this. Because from beginning to end, the 5 major families only had one opponent, and that was the alien race. After saying that, he left a bewildered Feng Yi behind and went into room 302. What does that mean? Feng Yi stood there, stunned, muttering to himself. What does having only one enemy, the alien race, have to do with his own questions? Feng Yi was meditating and cultivating in his room until the afternoon when a knock on the door interrupted his practice. After the door was opened, Feng Siyuan was standing outside, yawning. Looking at his sleepy eyes, you could tell he had just woken up. Let's go, we've caught the guy. Feng Yi nodded, took the room key, and was about to call Zi Hanshuang when Zi Hanshuang came out on her own. After the 3 of them went downstairs, a cute girl with pigtails dressed in a JK uniform and black stockings sitting at the front desk called out sweetly to Feng Siyuan. Boss, are you going out? Feng Siyuan nodded slightly. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the shop and bring you some delicious food when I get back. Okay, the cute JK girl replied expectantly. Feng Yi never expected that Feng Siyuan was actually the hotel owner, who seemed a bit unconventional. After leaving the hotel, Feng Siyuan led Feng Yi and the other person to a pink and tender-looking car with chopped chili fish head and stopped. There are also 2 cat ears on the roof of the car. After squeezing onto the bus, Feng Yi asked with some curiosity. Uncle, is this car yours? Feng Siyuan skillfully drove the car, asking the question without even turning his head. Could it be that it's still yours? Feng Yi pursed her lips and remained silent, finding it increasingly difficult to understand the man in front of her. All he could say at that moment was, I never imagined there were such oddballs in the world. Chapter 72. A big cunt made him behave. The pink car drove into an underground parking lot. After getting out of the car, Feng Siyuan led the 2 into a basement. A boy was tied to a stool in the center of the room, his eyes were covered with a black cloth, and his mouth was gagged. Behind him stood a tall woman with a ponytail. Upon seeing Feng Siyuan, she immediately placed her hands on her chest in a gesture of respect. How did you manage to shut someone up? Seeing Qin Ziyang making a constant whimpering sound, Feng Feng Siyuan walked to his side and asked. The woman with the ponytail didn't speak, but instead pointed at Qin Xiang's mouth. Talkative? Just cut off your tongue. Stuffing a rag into someone's mouth is so unhygienic. As he spoke, Feng Siyuan ripped the rag out of Qin Xiang's mouth. As soon as he pulled it off, Qin Xiang spat on the ground and shouted. Do you know who I am? I advise you to release me right now, otherwise even the Heavenly King himself can't save you. If you want money, let's sit down and talk it over. My Qin family may not have much else, but we have plenty of money. Just name your price, and I'll have someone deliver it to you in no time. Looking at the incessantly talking Qin Xiang, Feng Siyuan smiled. You talk too much. You should cut your tongue out. Qin Xiang stopped abruptly, but after only a few seconds of silence, he continued to hurl insults. Damn it, you dare touch me and I'll kill your whole family. You've gone too far. You dare mess with me in Shanghai. Snap. Before he could finish speaking, a loud slap echoed in the basement. Then the entire basement fell silent. Qin Xiang's face was swollen on one side, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was completely stunned by the beating. I've never been beaten like this before, not even once in my life. Feng Siyuan clapped his hands and said to the woman with the ponytail. See? Some people are like dogs. If you don't hit them, they'll keep barking. But if you give them a good beating, they'll behave. After saying that, he seemed to suddenly remember something, turned his head and smiled at Feng Yi. I almost forgot, today's main character is you, my dear nephew. So, the rest is up to you. Feng Siyuan walked to the side and sat down, took out his phone and opened a 5v5 tower defense game, and started playing by himself. At this moment, Feng Yi walked up to Qin Xiang and ripped off the black cloth covering his eyes. Having been blindfolded the whole time, Qin Xiang was still a little unaccustomed to the sudden light and squinted. It took him a while to regain his vision and see the person in front of him clearly. The moment he saw Feng Yi clearly, his pupils contracted slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise. It's you! You dare to kidnap me? Do you know who I am? Because half of his face was swollen, his speech was somewhat unclear. Feng Yi didn't answer him, but spoke to the woman with the ponytail. Untie him. The woman with the ponytail didn't act immediately. She didn't recognize Feng Yi, but instead turned to look at Feng Siyuan. Feng Siyuan seemed to sense something and said without looking up, just do whatever he says. This man will be my boss from now on. After hearing this, the woman with the ponytail looked at Feng Yi with some shock, then bowed to him without saying a word. However, they began to untie Qin Xiang's ropes. Qin Xiang thought that Feng Yi had found out his identity and was afraid, so he was going to let him go. A smug smile appeared on his lips, but it pulled at his swollen face, making him gasp in pain. Now you're scared? Where were you before? Let me tell you, hand over the idiot who hit me earlier, and I might consider letting you off the hook. Feng Yi glanced at him coldly and ignored him. After the woman with the ponytail released him, Feng Yi took out a dagger from his spatial bracelet and threw it in front of him. It was the same dagger that had killed Zhang Yu. Qin Xiang certainly recognized the dagger. He had personally handed it to the boy back then. What's the meaning? Qin Xiang's expression changed. Feng Yi also took out the Ningxue sword. Clang! He drew his sword and pointed it at Qin Xiang. You want to kill me? Come on. Kill me and you can walk out. Qin Xiang's face turned extremely ugly. He still vividly remembered Feng Yi's bizarre speed back then. He wasn't confident he could kill Feng Yi, otherwise he wouldn't have sent someone to ambush him. Qin Xiang has now realized that Feng Yi already knows about his plan to have someone kill Feng Yi. He reached out and picked up the dagger from the ground, staring at Feng Yi as if he wanted to use his family background to threaten him again. Are you sure you want to ruin things? Even if you kill me, you won't leave Shanghai. You'll be coming down here to keep me company soon. You know nothing about the power of the Qin family. His response was a sword strike from Feng Yi. Seeing that Feng Yi attacked without saying a word, Qin Xiang's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated, shouting in terror as he went. Wait, let's talk. I'll give you whatever you want. Don't rush to do anything. Feng Yi remained unmoved upon hearing this, and a murderous aura emanated from him. After suppressing it for so many days, it all exploded at once. Qin Xiang retreated to the wall, and seeing that there was no way to retreat further, he could only raise his dagger to fight back. However, the dagger was swept away as soon as it touched the snow condensation sword. Now he had no weapon in his hand. Even if he wanted to take a weapon from the spatial bracelet, he wouldn't have the chance, because Feng Yi's sword wouldn't give him that opportunity. A splash of blood appeared, and Qin Ziong fell to the ground. Feng Yi's sword severed his Achilles tendon. Then Feng Yi unleashed 3 more sword strikes. Each thrust of the sword brought with it a splash of blood and Qin Ziong's screams. His tendons in his hands and feet had all been severed by Feng Yi, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog. At this moment, Qin Ziong finally became afraid. His usually advantageous family background was of no use whatsoever in front of Feng Yi. It's as if they don't care about his background at all. Besides the fear of death, he now feels endless regret. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have provoked Feng Yi in the first place. But it's too late to say anything now. Feng Yi did not choose to kill him with the Ningxue sword. Instead, he walked to the side, picked up the dagger containing some kind of deadly poison, and then walked step by step toward Qin Ziong. Hearing the footsteps beside him, it was like a countdown to death. Qin Ziong's lower body leaked a pool of liquid, clearly from being so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. He cried and begged for mercy. "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want, just don't kill me." Looking down at Qin Ziong's humble appearance, Feng Yi couldn't help but recall the way that boy had begged him back then. It was exactly the same. Regardless of one's background or identity, everyone faces death the same way. Just as Feng Yi was about to plunge the dagger into his back, making him experience the pain Zhang Yu had felt, a sudden inspiration struck him. "I can let you go, but you have to tell me if your Qin family is colluding with the divine cult?" Feng Yi's words were like a lifeline for Qin Ziong. He nodded frantically. "Okay, let me go and I'll tell you." Chapter 73 Revenge. Feng Yi sheathed his dagger. "Speak, what kind of collusion exists between your Qin family and the divine cult?" As the cold light on his back disappeared, Qin Ziong breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had escaped a disaster. He swallowed hard, his throat bobbing, and then spoke. "Only my father and a few high-ranking family members know the specific details of this matter. I don't know much either, but I've heard my father say that there are important figures in the cult who are cooperating with our family." "What kind of cooperation?" At this moment, Feng Siyuan, who had been playing on his phone the whole time, put it away and came over to ask. Since it concerned the religion, he became interested as well. Qin Ziong shook his head slightly, and then said, "I don't know. I only know that there is cooperation, and I don't know anything else." Feng Yi sneered after hearing this. "Do you think this is enough to pay for your life?" After saying that, Feng Yi held the dagger up to Qin Ziong and waved it around. Qin Ziong quickly added, "I also know that the big shot from the cult comes to Shanghai almost every month to meet with my dad. And another thing is, that big shot from the cult is a woman." Now Qin Ziong only wants to survive. As long as you put a little pressure on him, his psychological defenses will completely collapse, and he will blurt out all the information he knows. Upon hearing this, Feng Siyuan suddenly chuckled. "A woman comes to see your father every month. Could your father be having an affair with someone from this cult?" Normally, no one would dare to joke about Qin Ziong's father in front of him, but now Qin Ziong could only laugh along and didn't dare to breathe too loudly. "Is there anything else?" Feng Yi continued to ask. Qin Ziong shook his head, his voice humble. "This is all the information I have. If I find out anything else in the future, I will definitely tell you as soon as possible, okay?" Seeing that he really didn't know anything more about the Qin family and the divine cult, Feng Yi handed the dagger to the woman with the ponytail. "Put it on his back." Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, Qin Ziong immediately began to struggle on the ground. However, because his tendons in his feet and hands had been severed, he could only wriggle in place. "You just said you wouldn't kill me and would let me go. How could you go back on your word, you son of a bitch?" Feng Yi shrugged and spoke calmly. "I didn't kill you. I just had her stab you in the back with a dagger, and then have someone carry you home later. Isn't that letting you go?" Qin Ziong was stunned for a moment, then realized that Feng Yi had never intended to let him go from the beginning. He only said those things to get information about the Qin family and the divine cult from him. Upon realizing he had been deceived, he completely broke down. "The dagger is poisoned. You never intended to let me go. Damn it, your whole family will suffer a terrible death." Feng Yi deliberately put on an innocent look. "Is it poisonous? What does that have to do with me? I didn't poison it. Do you know who poisoned it? I can help you get revenge." Before Qin Ziong could continue speaking, the woman with the ponytail had already plunged the dagger deep into his back. He screamed and fainted. But Feng Yi didn't feel relieved. He turned to Feng Siyuan and asked, "Is there any way to wake him up? I think it's too easy for him to die like this." Feng Siyuan glanced at Feng Yi with surprise. "You're too ruthless, kid." Although he said that, Feng Siyuan's body language betrayed him. He walked up to Qin Zion, put two fingers together, and shot out a burst of star power. Qin Zion, who had been unconscious, instantly regained consciousness. Feeling the pain in his back and the fear of impending death, he groaned in agony on the spot. His eyes were filled with fear, and tears streamed down his face. Her body trembled slightly with fear. Looking at him, Feng Yi felt no pity, he deserved it all. "Zhang, you can finally rest in peace." Feng Yi turned around, slightly raised his head, and thought to himself, "Uncle Zhang, I have avenged you. You can rest in peace now. I will also take good care of your children." After saying that, Feng Yi opened his eyes. At this moment, Qin Ziyan was so weak that he could no longer speak. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were lifeless. He was obviously on his deathbed. "Don't worry, I mean what I say. I'll let you go as I say I'll let you go." Feng Yi looked at Feng Siyuan and said, "Second uncle, could you please throw him out for me?" Feng Siyuan gave the woman with the ponytail a look before speaking. "Even if you don't say anything, I'll still throw him out. I can't let him stink here." With his great revenge fulfilled, Feng Yi finally relaxed. "I thought it would take some effort, but it was surprisingly easy." However, the matter did not end there. Given the Qin family's influence in Shanghai, they would soon be able to trace it back to Feng Siyuan. "Since the problem arose because of me, I must resolve it thoroughly before I can leave." He couldn't just leave this mess to Feng Siyuan and go straight back to Kyoto without a care in the world that wasn't in Feng Yi's nature. So Feng Yi asked curiously, "Second uncle, how do you plan to deal with the Qin family, this local tyrant of Shanghai?" Feng Siyuan smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out soon enough, let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the basement. Feng Yi asked, puzzled, "Where to?" "Gifts." Feng Yi and Zi Hansuang followed Feng Siyuan and got into his pink chopped pepper fish head car again. Zi Hansuang had not said a word, she was only following Feng Yi to protect his safety. As long as nothing threatens Feng Yi, she won't interfere with whatever Feng Yi wants to do. This time, Feng Siyuan drove directly out of the city and onto a mountain on the outskirts of Shanghai. Feng Yi was a little curious about where they were going up the mountain. And what did Feng Siyuan mean by giving gifts? But when the car reached the top of the mountain, he understood. The gift they sent was Qin Ziyan's corpse. There is a manor on the mountaintop, which looks very magnificent. Next to the manor gate is a huge rock with the words Qin family written on it. This is where the Qin family of Shanghai is located. At this moment, more than 10 cars were parked in front of the Qin family's gate, with 5 masked men in black standing next to each car. When Feng Siyuan and his group reached the mountaintop, one of the men in black immediately ran over and opened the car door for Feng Siyuan. Judging from his figure, Feng Yi recognized the man in black as the ponytail woman from the basement earlier. It seems that these dozens of men in black are all Feng Siyuan's men. "Knock on the door. Since you're here to deliver a gift, you should at least be polite." The woman with the ponytail nodded, walked to the front of the Qin family's gate, and kicked it out. Boom! With a loud crash, the imposing red gate of the Qin family was kicked open. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that this woman with the ponytail was so strong. And is this her understanding of knocking? Chapter 74: The Father's Fault for Not Teaching His Son. When Feng Yi glanced at Feng Siyuan beside him, he found that there was nothing unusual about his expression. A slight smile played on his lips, clearly indicating his satisfaction with the woman with the ponytail's actions. Feng Yi's lips twitched slightly. What a polite person. The commotion quickly alerted the Qin family. Dozens of members of the Qin family quickly arrived at the gate. Looking at the door lying on the ground, everyone's eyes turned murderous, and their hearts were filled with rage. This is the first time in so many years that someone has dared to come to the Qin family and cause trouble. They immediately tore down the door, which clearly shows they don't respect the Qin family at all. That's incredibly audacious. One of the middle-aged men looked at the dozens of masked men in black outside the door and shouted angrily. Who are you, daring to run wild in my Qin family? Are you tired of living? The group of men in black ignored him, and Feng Siyuan slowly walked forward. He picked at his ear and said casually, Let Qin Shou come out, I have a gift for him. No sooner had Feng Siyuan finished speaking than a streak of aurora came hurtling from the depths of the Qin family manor. Soon the man landed in front of all the Qin family members. He was a middle-aged man who looked a bit overweight. He stared at Feng Siyuan as soon as he arrived, his expression gradually becoming serious. He realized that he couldn't see through the level of understanding of the person in front of him. He is Qin Shou, the head of the Qin family. Keep in mind that he is at the second level of the heavenly realm, the heavenly pivot realm. In the Demon City, only the director of the Star Town division and the people from the Demon City Academy are stronger than him. He knew all these people, but Feng Siyuan was not among them. He was also puzzled as to why Feng Siyuan would come to the Qin family to cause trouble, since he had clearly not offended him. Who are you? Qin Shou stared at Feng Siyuan and asked. Feng Siyuan only spoke after seeing that the person in question had arrived. I'm here to give you a gift. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and the two men in black behind him immediately opened the trunk, lifted out a corpse, and threw it in front of Qin Shou. Qin Shou looked at the corpse in front of him. He was wondering what it meant to throw a corpse over, but when he saw the corpse's face, his face turned ashen. The rest of the Qin family members were also stunned when they saw the corpse's face. The aura of the heavenly pivot realm spread across Qin Shou. His eyes were red as he slowly raised his head, staring intently at Feng Siyuan, and said through gritted teeth, "Did you do this?" Feng Yi nodded slightly and smiled. "Pretty much. It was ordered by the young master of my Feng family to kill him." Hearing this from behind, Feng Yi was speechless for a moment. "Well done, second uncle, you've already sold yourself off." Qin Shou's eyes narrowed when he heard the name Feng family. He understood why these people dared to be so arrogant, not only killing his son but also openly delivering him to him. Indeed, no one else took the Qin family seriously. He suppressed his anger and asked, "I don't know how my son offended the young master of your Feng family, that you would kill him so cruelly." Qin Shou noticed that Qin Xian's limbs had all been severed, and a dagger was stuck in his back. Moreover, Qin Xian's lips were purple, indicating that he had been poisoned. Even now, Qin Xian's eyes are still wide open, and a trace of fear can still be seen in his eyes. One can imagine the inhuman torture he suffered before his death. Thinking of this, Qin Shou felt a suffocating sensation in his heart, as if his heart was bleeding. This was his most beloved son, who had come home lively and energetic just a few days ago asking him for money, but today he was gone forever. His thought at that moment was that if Feng Siyuan didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would seek justice for his son, even if it meant going to the Feng family. Feng Siyuan sneered. "Your son sent someone to kill my young master. If someone hadn't taken a fatal blow for my young master, the Qin family would have been wiped out by now." Upon hearing this, Qin Shou was shocked. His fists clenched, and his body trembled. After a long while, he finally relaxed his fists. He stared intently at Feng Siyuan. "Your young master isn't dead, is he? Why did you have to kill my son like this?" Feng Siyuan sneered and said slowly, "Your son's life is not worth a single hair of my young master's. Besides giving you this great gift, I have another matter to discuss with you today." "What's up?" Qin Shou suppressed his impending outburst of anger and asked. Feng Siyuan took out a tang sword and slashed at Qin Shou. "It is the father's fault if the son is not taught properly. Your son will have a hard time walking the road to the underworld alone. You should go down and keep him company." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Siyuan drew his knife. "Draw sword slash." He let out a low roar, and a terrifying blade of energy instantly slashed towards Qin Shou. A crack also appeared in the ground. Qin Shou's eyes narrowed, and a bead of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The anger caused by the loss of his son dissipated considerably under the terrifying aura of the blade. Only then did he realize that he was facing one of the 5 great families of China that had stood for thousands of years. Even if his son hadn't done anything wrong, what could the Feng family do if they wanted to kill him? The other members of the Qin family changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly retreated after sensing the destructive aura emanating from the sword energy. This was a blow they couldn't block. In an instant, only Qin Shou remained. If he could run, he would have wanted to, but this knife was aimed directly at him. He can't escape, he can only tough it out. He stretched out his hand, and a whip that looked like it was made of wood appeared in his hand. Many runes are carved on the wooden whip. The moment the wooden whip appeared, the sky suddenly changed color, and a bolt of lightning fell from the void, directly annihilating the terrifying sword energy. Feng Siyuan narrowed his eyes, staring at the wooden whip in Qin Shou's hand, and said, "This is the pseudo-imperial weapon of the Qin family's ancestors, the god-slaying whip?" Qin Shou snorted coldly and did not answer. However, they did not deny it. Feng Siyuan shook his head inside. Alas! Back then, the Qin family's ancestor was quite a figure. It's a pity that the god-slaying whip was passed down to you. After saying that, Feng Siyuan's expression became serious. An aura several times stronger than Qin Shou rose from his body. Even Feng Yi and Zi Hanchuan's expressions changed. I never expected that this seemingly unreliable internet addict uncle would be so powerful. Feng Yi even felt that the aura of Zi Hanchuan beside him and Ji Chen, the former deputy commander of the Jinqing division, was inferior to that of Feng Siyuan. It seems I underestimated him. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. Upon sensing Feng Siyuan's aura, Qin Shou's expression became extremely solemn. Even holding the pseudo-imperial weapon passed down from his ancestors could not bring him a sense of security. The pseudo-imperial army is ultimately just a pseudo-imperial army. Qin Shou sighed inwardly. If he were holding a true emperor-level weapon, he would be confident that he could even challenge a 4th-level heaven-level weapon, let alone a 3rd-level heaven-level weapon. Chapter 75: Slaying the Emperor's Shadow. What is an imperial weapon? The weapon used by the great emperor during his lifetime was imbued with imperial aura and had undergone evolution. A single strike could cause extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. This is what is called an imperial weapon. The pseudo-imperial weapon was merely a weapon that had been nourished by the emperor's imperial aura for a period of time. The weapon retained a trace of imperial aura, but compared to a true imperial weapon, it was insignificant. Currently, there are only 5 true imperial weapons in China, each controlled by one of the 5 major families. They will only be used when the Blue Star or a family faces a life or death situation. The reason Feng Siyuan didn't take Qin Shou, who wielded a pseudo-imperial weapon, seriously was that he had seen the Feng family's real imperial weapon, which was far superior to the Qin family's pseudo-imperial weapon, the god-slaying whip. Having seen a real dragon, what fear is there of a serpent? Feng Siyuan took a step forward with his knife in hand, and Qin Shou felt a muffled sound in his heart, giving him a sense of oppression. Then Feng Siyuan took another step forward, and Qin Shou felt another muffled thud in his heart. This time, his face turned pale. Feng Siyuan did not stop and continued to walk slowly forward. With each step he took, his aura grew stronger, and at the same time, Qin Shou and the other members of the Qin family felt a muffled thud in their hearts. It felt as if every step Feng Siyuan took touched their hearts. Some members of the Qin family with weaker cultivation levels even felt a pain in their internal organs, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist and suffering serious injuries. After taking 7 steps, Feng Siyuan's momentum reached its peak, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky above his head. Almost all cultivators at the heavenly level or above in Shanghai immediately sensed this extremely oppressive aura and the strange phenomenon in the sky. At Shanghai University, several figures simultaneously flew into the air, their eyes fixed intently on the strange phenomenon in the distance. One of them murmured, "That direction seems to be towards the Qin family, right? Should we go and join the fun?" The elderly man at the head of the group shook his head and said, "A powerhouse of this level must have a powerful background. It's best to stay out of this mess." Another person hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. "What if they are members of the cult?" The elderly man at the head of the group chuckled softly. "You think the people from the Jinqing division are all just sitting around doing nothing?" As the old man uttered these words, 3 figures from the Demon City Star Guardian Bureau simultaneously flew towards the Qin family's direction. At the same time, more than 10 Jinqing division vehicles were also rushing to the Qin family. Moreover, after seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky, the experts from the Qin family who were outside also rushed towards the Qin family from all directions. Meanwhile, in the Qin family manor, Qin Shou's hands, which held the god-slaying whip, were covered in sweat. Only by facing Feng Siyuan directly can one truly feel his terror. Feng Siyuan's clothes moved without wind, and his eyes looked exceptionally serious. He raised the Tang sword above his head and looked at Qin Shou. "I will only strike once. If I can block it, you will live. If I cannot, you will die." Feng Siyuan spoke with extreme confidence, as if he didn't think Qin Shou could withstand his attack at all. Qin Shou didn't speak, but took a deep breath and adjusted himself to his best condition. At the same time, the star power within his body was recklessly channeled into the god-slaying whip. A faint imperial aura emanated from the god-slaying whip and began to spread outwards. The Qin family members all knelt on the ground, trembling under the emperor's might. However, Feng Yi was unaffected, as Emperor Wei was shielded by Feng Siyuan. Feng Siyuan had a jade pendant around his neck that was now glowing faintly. It was this thing that blocked the emperor's aura. Seeing that Feng Siyuan was completely unaffected by the emperor's aura, Qin Shou's expression turned somewhat ugly. Feng Siyuan grinned, then his smile vanished instantly. Star Slayer. With a low growl, a blinding light burst forth from the Tang sword. Even with his divine eye, Feng Yi couldn't see through the blinding light. At that moment, the whole world was illuminated. Night turned into day. The blinding light shone on everyone's face. Countless Shanghai residents took out their phones to capture this unusual phenomenon. The matter quickly went viral online. The strange phenomenon in Shanghai immediately rose to the top of the trending search list. Qin Shou's legs were trembling, but he still wanted to fight to the death. He didn't want to sit and wait for his demise. Qin Shou stepped onto the ground and leaped into the air, his god-slaying whip gleaming with golden light. An aged phantom appeared behind Qin Shou. Its face was obscured, but the phantom exuded imperial might. Although the face was not clearly visible, everyone, especially Zihan Shuang, recognized the identity of the illusory figure at a glance. This is the fourth great emperor to be born in Chinese history, Emperor Xin. He was also an ancestor of the Zi family. The Qin family's ancestor was a contemporary of Emperor Xin, and was considered Emperor Xin's subordinate. That's why the god-slaying whip became a pseudo-imperial weapon. The god-slaying whip was infused with immense stellar power, activating all the imperial energy stored within it, which then summoned the phantom of Emperor Xin. Although the phantom of Emperor Xin was on the opposite side, Zihan Shuang still bowed to the phantom. Feng Yi also bowed to the illusory figure along with Zihan Shuang. To be precise, he can also be considered a descendant of Emperor Xin. The bow was merely a sign of respect for the emperor and had no other meaning. Qin Shou swung his god-slaying whip, and the phantom behind him also stretched out a hand to suppress Feng Siyuan. The heavens and earth changed color. The great emperor could move mountains and suppress seas with a single strike. Even the space itself began to tremble, on the verge of collapsing under the emperor's might. However, there was no fear in Feng Siyuan's eyes. So what if it's just a phantom image of the great emperor? It was merely a phantom formed from the residual imperial aura within the pseudo-imperial weapon. He also possessed imperial blood. He was a descendant of the first great emperor of China. Even if the emperor were to be reincarnated, he would not need to pay homage. The blinding light collided with the emperor's phantom image. The two terrifying attacks were locked in a stalemate, with occasional bursts of energy explosions. It was like rolling thunder, shaking one's soul. Feng Siyuan's eyes widened in anger, and he roared, "Break!" The blinding light engulfed the emperor's phantom image, and then swallowed up the shocked Qin Shou as well. The Qin family watched this scene with grief and indignation. No! The head of the family. All the Qin family members collapsed to the ground, powerless. They dared not go up to them. Even Qin Shou, who was at the Tianji realm, could not withstand this attack. Going up would only be suicide. After a long while, the blinding light finally dissipated. A mangled body fell from mid-air. It was Qin Shou. The Qin family members witnessed this and quickly gathered around. Qin Shou's body was now only half its original size, covered in wounds, and he was vomiting blood continuously. Feng Siyuan slowly walked up to Qin Shou. The Qin family members were on high alert, all staring at Feng Siyuan with tense expressions. Feng Siyuan, however, did not care at all. They're nothing but ants. Chapter 76 Qin Shou's death. Blood tears also flowed from Qin Shou's eyes, and he was now blind. However, the moment Feng Siyuan walked over, he still sensed Feng Siyuan's presence. He asked intermittently while coughing up blood. Why aren't you afraid of the emperor's might? The outcome was already decided. The victor takes all. Since he had lost, there was nothing more to say. However, he still wanted to know why Feng Siyuan was able to withstand the emperor's might. The emperor's might has a suppressive effect on everyone below the emperor realm. He could understand why Feng Siyuan was using the Feng family's imperial artifact. But Feng Siyuan was completely unaffected, and there was no sign of him possessing any imperial artifacts. Seeing Qin Shou's condition, Feng Siyuan knew that he was nearing the end of his life and that even a god could not save him. He can still speak, but he's only hanging on by a thread. So Feng Siyuan didn't rush to finish the job. Instead, he took out a jade pendant from his chest and smiled. It's just a pseudo-imperial weapon. My Feng family has plenty of those. Upon hearing Feng Siyuan's words, Qin Shou gave a self-deprecating laugh, then coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The pseudo-imperial artifacts, which their own families treasured and would not use unless it meant the extermination of their clan, were things that members of the true imperial clans could carry with them at all times. This is the difference in foundation. At this moment, he finally understood why the 5 major families of China had been able to stand firm. He regretted it now, wondering why he hadn't disciplined his son properly, allowing him to cause such a disaster and cost him his life. Fortunately, this matter did not implicate the family. At this moment, a young member of the Qin family suddenly glared at Feng Siyuan's back and shouted, "Put down the Qin family's god-slaying whip." Everyone followed his gaze and saw Zi Hansuang and Feng Yi standing not far behind Feng Siyuan, with Zi Hansuang holding the god-slaying whip in her hand. However, at this moment, all the runes on the god-slaying whip disappeared, and even the surface of the god-slaying whip lost its luster and became ordinary. Even if you threw it on the street, no one would pick it up. At most, beggars would pick it up and use it to rummage through garbage dumps. Zi Hansuang didn't speak, but only glanced at the young man from the Qin family. The latter immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The expressions of all the Qin family members changed. They hadn't expected there to be an expert among them. Zi Hansuang looked at the god-slaying whip in her hand, shook her head slightly, and then threw it to the Qin family. She just wanted to see if there was any trace of imperial aura left by her ancestors. Qin Shou also sensed the presence of Zi Hansuang in Feng Yi, and he asked weakly, "Is the visitor the young master of the Feng family?" Feng Yi responded softly, without denying it. "With Zi Hansuang and Feng Siyuan here, what does it matter if our identities are exposed? Could it be that Qin Shou could get up and kill him?" Qin Shou coughed up blood a few more times, his breathing becoming increasingly weak. "My son caused this trouble, and we will both pay for it with our lives. Are you satisfied now?" Qin Shou was worried that Feng Yi would continue to target the Qin family, which is why he asked that question. He didn't want the Qin family to be destroyed in his hands. Although he was dead, the foundation of the Qin family had not been shaken and would not decline. However, if Feng Yi continues to target the Qin family, even 10 Qin families wouldn't be a match for the Feng family. Putting everything else aside, the men Feng Siyuan brought were enough to wipe out the Qin family. He wanted Feng Yi's answer, otherwise he would not die in peace. Feng Yi sneered. "Your death and your son's death were your own fault, you deserved it, and you should pay with your life. As for what you are worried about, I can tell you that the end was destined from the moment your Qin family embarked on that path." Qin Shou was shocked when he heard this. Others might not understand what Feng Yi meant, but he certainly did. Has their secret still been discovered? He wasn't the only one shocked. 2 core members of the Qin family were also stunned, their expressions shifting rapidly. However, they dared not make the slightest move. The other members of the Qin family who were unaware of the matter thought that Feng Yi meant he was not going to let them go. One of them immediately pointed at Feng Yi and cursed him viciously. "You're just bullying others because you're relying on the Feng family's power. Without the Feng family, you're nothing." Feng Yi smiled and replied casually, "Without the Qin family, what are you?" The man was immediately speechless, unable to find any words to refute. At that moment, a member of the Qin family suddenly let out a mournful cry. "Chieftain!" Everyone looked at Qin Shou, who had finally breathed his last. However, his eyes, which had been closed, were now open, and his blood-red eyes were filled with resentment. He died with his eyes wide open, knowing that the Qin family was truly doomed to perish because of him. With Qin Shou dead, Feng Yi and the others turned and left the Qin family manor. Feng Siyuan, however, walked slowly, and even spoke up when he saw Feng Yi and Zi Hansuang walking faster. "Slow down, this isn't over yet." Feng Yi was somewhat curious. What did it mean that things weren't over yet? Do you want to kill the entire Qin family right now? It's unrealistic to think about it logically. There's no substantial evidence that the Qin family colluded with the cult. Feng Siyuan smiled but didn't speak. Instead, he pointed into the distance. Feng Yi looked in the direction he was pointing and saw 3 figures flying over quickly. A moment later, it landed in front of Feng Yi and the others, blocking their path. The group immediately revealed their identities. "The Shanghai Jinqing Division is here. Everyone, stop where you are and cooperate with the investigation." Feng Siyuan smiled and looked at Feng Yi, but didn't say anything. Feng Yi was stunned. Why was he looking at him like that? Seeing that Feng Yi did not react, Feng Siyuan covered his face and sighed before speaking. "Show him the token." Feng Yi was speechless. He thought the man was staring at him for some reason, and that he should have told him to take out his token earlier. Feng Yi took out the black token given to him by Feng Jingchuan from his spatial bracelet. The one with the strongest aura among the 3 from Jinqing Division immediately took the token. His eyes narrowed when he saw the words on the token. Then, he extended both hands and respectfully returned the token to Feng Yi. Then he said, "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" Feng Yi was somewhat shocked that a single token could command such respect from a heavenly level expert of the Demon City Star Guard. He said it calmly. "Give way." "Yes." The three heavenly level experts from the Xinqing division bowed to Feng Yi at the same time. Then they stepped aside, and one of them took out his phone and dialed a number. He spoke immediately after the call connected. "Let everyone go back. There's no need for them to come." At the foot of the mountain, more than 10 vehicles belonging to the Xinqing division all turned around and returned to the city center of Shanghai. After Feng Yi and his group got into the car, they led their people directly down the mountain. After descending the mountain, the cars following Feng Siyuan's pink chopped pepperfish head also drove in different directions and quickly disappeared from sight. After Feng Yi and his group left, the three members of the Xinqing division headed towards the Qin family manor. Upon entering, they saw a corpse, and the group recognized the body as Qin Ziyong, the youngest son of the Qin family patriarch. Then the three of them noticed a group of Qin family members kneeling and weeping. When they went closer and took a look, they were greatly shocked. Qin Shou, the head of the Qin family, is dead. Chapter 77 Fishing. On the way back, Feng Siyuan glanced at Feng Yi in the rearview mirror and asked with a smile, "Did you deliberately reveal the Qin family's collusion with the divine cult earlier to set a trap?" Feng Yi smiled slightly and did not deny it. His purpose in telling the Qin family that he knew about their collusion with the divine cult was, of course, to lure out members of the divine cult. The Qin family's higher-ups wouldn't sit idly by. Now that things had been exposed, if they didn't want to die or have their Qin family wiped out, the only way was to have someone from the divine cult assassinate Feng Yi. Moreover, they had to act before Feng Yi returned to Kyoto. Otherwise, by the time Feng Yi returns to Kyoto and tells the people at the Xinqing division headquarters about this, it will be too late. So he wanted to take a gamble. He was betting that the Qin family would resort to desperate measures and join forces with the cult to kill him, and that once they made their move, they would surely leave behind evidence. Then we can uproot the Qin family completely. Seeing the smile on Feng Yi's face, Feng Siyuan knew he had guessed correctly, and he asked again, "What are you planning to do?" Since everyone in the car was one of their own, Feng Yi directly revealed his plan. He had barely finished speaking when Zi Hanshuang rejected him with a stern face. "No. It's too dangerous." Feng Siyuan also joked. The strategist personally entered the game, winning by half a move against fate. He had guts. Feng Yi ignored Feng Siyuan and looked at Zi Hanshuang seriously. "Auntie, now that the Qin family knows I know their secret, if I don't give them a chance to kill me in Modu, they will most likely run away. At that time, they will hide in the shadows, which will be more dangerous for me." Zi Hanshuang's eyes flickered, showing some hesitation. She also felt that Feng Yi's words made sense. But she was still worried that something unexpected might happen. Seeing Zi Hanshuang's hesitant expression, Feng Yi continued. "There's no such thing as being able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. Rather than having to be on guard every day from now on, it's better to resolve this issue now to prevent future troubles." Feng Siyuan chimed in. "That's absolutely true. It's not the gentlemen we should be afraid of confronting head-on, but the villains who stab us in the back. Taking care of the Qin family now is the best option." Feng Yi and Feng Siyuan each offered a suggestion, and Zi Hanshuang had no choice but to agree. However, she also had a condition: she had to stay by Feng Yi's side. Feng Yi naturally said there was no problem with this, as Zi Hanshuang was indeed going to stay with him in his plan. Otherwise, it would seem too fake. The Qin family and the people of the divine cult aren't fools. Even those with eyes can see there's a trap, yet they still jump in. The news that Qin Shou, the head of the Qin family, had died at his own doorstep spread quickly throughout the upper echelons of Shanghai the next day. Almost everyone knows that the Feng family, one of the 5 great families of China, killed Qin Shou. Everyone was shocked and curious. What exactly did the Qin family do to anger the Feng family, a low-profile family that usually keeps a low profile and doesn't give a single word about anything? However, the Qin family naturally wouldn't reveal this matter. Other factions can only rely on their own guesses. Inside the Qin family manor, white silk ribbons were everywhere, and the sound of weeping filled the air. Almost all the members of the Qin family had rushed back. However, no one from the other families who came to offer condolences was seen. Even the families and forces that usually have close ties with the Qin family did not send anyone. Now everyone knows that the Qin family has offended the Feng family, and everyone is busy distancing themselves from the Qin family for fear of being implicated. Even worse, some were already preparing to seize all of the Qin family's assets once the Qin family declined. Behind the morning hall, several high-ranking members of the Qin family gathered together, whispering among themselves. Now that the patriarch is dead, and our cooperation with the cult has been exposed, I think we should run away. One of them frowned and said, "Where can we run to? There are so many people in my Qin family, how can we run away? We can't just abandon them, that would be a sin against heaven." He started by giving a cold snort. "Then what do you suggest we do? Just wait here to die?" Then another person spoke up. "If you ask me, why don't we just go all the way and kill that little dog from the Feng family? That way, no one will know about it." Someone sneered. "You make it sound so easy. How do you know he didn't tell anyone else? And how are we supposed to kill that little dog from the Feng family while being protected by two super strong Tianqian realm experts?" The person who suggested killing Feng Yi smiled. "We certainly couldn't kill that little dog from the Feng family in front of two third-level heavenly realm experts on our own, but just because we can't doesn't mean the divine sect can't." After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. They all knew that once they chose this path, there was no turning back. If the news leaks out, it will not only fail to kill Feng Yi, but will also hasten the Qin family's demise. After a long pause, a man who looked quite authoritative made the decision. "Damn it, let's do it. Contact the people over there immediately, we can't let that little punk of the Feng family leave Shanghai alive." For the next 2 days, Feng Yi did not rush to leave Shanghai, but instead strolled around the city with Zihan Shuang. He couldn't help but sigh that Shanghai truly deserves to be called the richest city in China, with the smell of money permeating everywhere. However, he still didn't get a chance to get the Qin family to make a move. He even went to a few places with few people, but the Qin family and the divine cult still didn't make a move. However, Zihan Shuang sensed that someone was secretly following them the whole way. So Feng Yi decided to provoke them tomorrow. The next morning, Feng Yi packed his things, called Zihan Shuang, and they took a taxi and left the hotel. After getting into the car, Zihan Shuang asked, "Where is the person you long for in the wind?" Feng Yi smiled and said, "He said he had something to do today and wouldn't be able to see us off." Zihan Shuang frowned and didn't say anything more. The taxi driver, however, subtly shifted his gaze. If one paid attention to his hands, one could see that the fine sweat on his hands had soaked the steering wheel. The taxi drove towards Shanghai Airport. Halfway there, something happened ahead and all the cars were stuck in a traffic jam. The taxi driver then spoke up. "Hey handsome, the road ahead is completely blocked. How about I take another shortcut? Otherwise, at this rate, I don't know when I'll be able to get you to the airport." "Okay." Feng Yi nodded, but a subtle, unspoken meaning flashed in his eyes. The driver made a U-turn on the spot and then turned onto another road. Feng Yi gradually realized that the taxi had already left the city center. However, he didn't say anything. The driver drove to an intersection, turned around, and said apologetically, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't remember which way to go. Please wait a moment while I go down and take a look." "Okay, go ahead," Feng Yi said with a faint smile. After the driver got out of the car, he disappeared shortly afterward. Then several cars came from different directions, blocking the taxi in the middle. Feng Yi and Zihan Shuang got out of the car together with calm expressions, as if they had expected all of this. Chapter 78: The Protector. A masked man got out of each car. Four masked men surrounded Feng Yi and Zihan Shuang. Each masked figure exuded a powerful aura. Feng Yi turned his head and asked, "Auntie, what level of cultivation do these people who came all possess?" Zihan Shuang coldly surveyed the masked men and spoke. "1 Tianqian realm cultivator and 3 Tianji realm cultivators." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi clicked his tongue in amazement. The Qin family and the divine cult had really gone to great lengths to kill him. He was only at the Kaiyang realm, yet 4 heavenly realm experts were dispatched. The weakest are all at the second level of the heavenly realm, and there is also a third-level heavenly realm cultivator, Tianqian realm, whose strength is no weaker than Zihan Shuang. Anyone who didn't know better would think they wanted to kill the commander-in-chief of the Jinqing division. After the 4 people got out of the car, they looked at each other, and then the masked man from Tianqian realm shouted, "Let's do it!" 4 heavenly realm experts suddenly sprang into action, surrounding and attacking Feng Yi and his companion. Every move he makes is a killing blow. He holds nothing back. An overwhelming attack descended upon Feng Yi and his companion. Zihan Shuang unleashed a sword strike, shielding Feng Yi behind her, and single-handedly withstood the attacks of the 4 masked men. Just then, a terrifying blade of energy slashed towards a masked man at the Tianji realm. The masked man's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned around to defend himself. However, he was still forced back several hundred meters by the sword energy. When he finally managed to steady himself and stop, his entire arm was trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, figures flew in from all directions. These people were wearing black masks, so their faces couldn't be seen, but Feng Yi recognized one of them. It was the woman with the ponytail from that day. I never expected her to be a heavenly level expert as well. The pupils of the other masked figures all contracted. They only just realized they'd been tricked. Now they are the ones who are surrounded. Among the people who arrived later, 4 were at the Tianji realm and 6 were at the Tianquan realm. With the addition of Feng Xiyuan and Zi Hanzuang, both at the Tianqian realm, the 4 masked individuals were filled with bitterness. I've really messed up today. The masked man, who was the strongest, roared. Split up and escape. The 4 of them then fled in different directions. They had given up on killing Feng Yi and only wanted to get out alive. Feng Xiyuan sneered as he watched the 4 people flee. Trying to escape? Dream on. After saying that, he drew his knife and chased after the masked man from Tianqian realm. The other masked figures were also blocked at this point. Feng Yi turned to look at Zihan Shuang with concern. Auntie, are you alright? Just now, Zihan Shuang single-handedly blocked the attack of 4 masked men, and Feng Yi was a little worried about whether she was injured. Zihan Shuang shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Feng Yi didn't notice anything unusual about her complexion, which put his mind at ease. At this moment, Zihan Shuang's expression suddenly changed, and she pulled Feng Yi behind her. The next second, a cold light pierced Feng Yi's afterimage. Before Feng Yi could recover from his shock, Zihan Shuang raised her sword and charged at the newcomer. The person who attacked Feng Yi was none other than the taxi driver from earlier. I thought he was just a nobody, but I didn't expect him to be so well hidden. His strength is comparable to Zihan Shuang's. Facing an evenly matched opponent, Zihan Shuang dared not be careless. Above the sky, a sea of lightning, filled with thunder, hurtled towards the taxi driver. The taxi driver narrowed his eyes, and suddenly his body exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Black smoke rose from wherever the blood rain touched the ground. Before long, the cement ground was corroded and pitted. The trees on both sides of the road withered and died instantly. The battle between experts at the Tianqian realm was too terrifying, so Feng Yi could only hide in the distance, fearing that he would be caught in the crossfire. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. The divine cult and the Qin family are truly insidious. On the surface, a Tianqian realm expert appeared. 3 Tianji realm experts weren't enough, so secretly, there was another Tianqian realm expert. If Zihan Shuang hadn't reacted quickly, they would have actually succeeded. It's unclear whether the divine cult and the Qin family have any other tricks up their sleeves. In the sky, Zihan Shuang, who was struggling with the taxi driver, seemed to sense something and her expression changed drastically. She then warned Feng Yi. Careful. She was about to fly towards Feng Yi when she was stopped by the taxi driver. At this moment, her face was full of anxiety, and she was determined to get rid of the taxi driver, so she launched a fierce attack. The moment Feng Yi heard Zihan Shuang's reminder, he also felt a threat of death. He turned around and saw a masked woman charging at him with a sword. Just as the woman's gleaming sword was about to pierce Feng Yi's body, the space in front of him rippled. Then a person completely shrouded in black robes appeared in front of him and caught the woman's sword with just 2 fingers. The woman wearing the mask had a flicker of fear in her eyes. She tried to pull back her long sword, but found that it was stuck and wouldn't budge. No matter how hard she tried, it had no effect. The man in black robes slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes devoid of any emotion. He stared intently at the masked woman like a venomous snake awakening, then slightly tightened his 2 fingers. The long sword instantly shattered into countless fragments, and the masked woman's fair hand also exploded, spraying blood mist everywhere. The sudden appearance of the man in black robes caused both Zihan Shuang and the taxi driver to stop simultaneously. They felt a pressure emanating from the man in black robes. The man in black robes was like an abyss, giving people a feeling of unfathomable depth. However, Feng Yi's expression remained unchanged as he was shielded behind the man in black. Because he already knew that a powerful person with spatial abilities was by his side. After obtaining the SSS-level superpower space ability, he sensed that someone was hiding in another space and following him. It must be his protector. However, he didn't know exactly how strong this person was. He could only guess that they were at least at the heavenly level. Looking at it now, it's not just a little bit strong, it's exceeded the standard. If Shang Yu hadn't taken that blow for Feng Yi in the Anqing Mountains, he wouldn't have died. However, Zheng Yu was too fast. Seeing that someone had helped him block the attack, the man in black chose to remain hidden in the shadows in order not to expose himself. He wouldn't make a move unless Feng Yi's life was in danger. Of course, as a powerful individual with spatial abilities, he was confident enough not to let Feng Yi die. Unless you step on his corpse. After losing a hand, the masked woman's face drained of all color, and she turned and fled. The man in black robes remained calm and slowly extended his hand, reaching into the black space. Then, a rift suddenly appeared in the space in front of the masked woman, and a somewhat withered arm reached out, grabbed the woman's neck, and pulled her into the spatial rift. When the woman reappeared, she had already traversed space and arrived in front of the man in black robes. Her face, hidden beneath the mask, was flushed red, and she struggled incessantly. Feng Yi then spoke up. Take off her mask. Chapter 79: The Demise of the Qin Family. With a casual wave of her hand, the mask on her face fell to the ground. Her face was also exposed to everyone. The woman looked to be around 40 years old, with some signs of aging on her face. However, it's also clear that this woman was quite beautiful when she was young. When Feng Yi saw her face, he felt that her eyebrows and brows resembled Qin Ziyang's. A bold idea popped into his mind. So he asked directly, "Is Qin Ziyang your son?" The woman didn't speak, but the venomous look in her eyes as she gazed at Feng Yi said it all. Feng Yi now finally understood why the Qin family had colluded with the divine cult. Who would have thought that the wife of the Qin family patriarch was a member of the cult? The two even had a child. As a result, her child and husband were killed by Feng Yi, which explains why the divine cult sent so many people to kill Feng Yi this time. It must all be because of the woman in front of me. Now, if we can find a member of the Qin family among those who attacked and killed Feng Yi, then the Qin family's collusion with the divine cult will be confirmed. The man in the trench coat turned to the man in the black robe and spoke. Senior, don't kill her yet, just make sure she doesn't escape. The man in black robes did not speak, but simply nodded slightly. Then, Feng Yi looked up at the taxi driver in the sky. The taxi driver's attention was focused on the man in black. When he felt Feng Yi's gaze, he was startled and began to flee frantically without saying a word. Hanshuang slashed at his back with her sword, and he staggered a couple of times, but his speed did not decrease much. In the blink of an eye, he had run hundreds of meters. The man in black robes then made his move, reaching his hand into the dark space once more. A crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of the taxi driver, and a hand reached out from it, grabbing at him. However, when the black-robed man touched his body suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood, causing him to miss his target. The man in black robes let out a surprised murmur, then withdrew his hand and respectfully addressed Feng Yi. His escape techniques are rather strange, I can't catch him. Feng Yi waved his hand dismissively, if we can't catch it, we can't catch it. The fact that the person dared to reveal his face and disguise himself as a taxi driver shows that he couldn't possibly be a member of the Qin family. And there's a high probability he was in disguise. Just after Feng Yi finished speaking, in a forest several kilometers away, the rain of blood gathered and eventually transformed into a woman with a face full of pimples. The woman's face was deathly pale. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and her breath weakened. She turned to look in the direction of Feng Yi and the others, still feeling lingering fear. Not daring to waste a moment, he staggered away into the distance. Meanwhile, the battle on Feng Yi's side quickly came to a complete end. 2 of the 3 Tianji realm experts died, and only 1 high-ranking member of the Qin family was captured alive. The masked man from Tianxian realm also had his head chopped off by Feng Siyuan. When Feng Siyuan came over with his head turned, he immediately noticed the woman who was being held in the frost by the blanket, while the man in black robes disappeared into the darkness once again. Things seemed to be getting interesting. He also noticed that the woman from the divine cult looked somewhat similar to Qin Ziyang. 2 of the people who attacked Feng Yi were connected to the Qin family. Now, no matter how much the Qin family tries to deny colluding with the divine cult, they can't escape the fact that they were involved. Hanshuang handed the person over directly to Feng Siyuan. A while later, the people from the Demon City Star Division arrived here after being notified by Feng Yi. Meanwhile, Feng Yi and Hanshuang had already arrived at Shanghai Airport. He did not intend to get involved in what followed. He has achieved his purpose in coming to Shanghai, and it's time for him to return to Kyoto. Without any further words, Feng Siyuan handed both of them over to Jinqing Division and recounted in detail what had happened. He wasn't afraid that the people from the Shanghai Jinqing Division would dare to do anything underhanded behind his back. The evidence of their collusion with the cult and the assassination of the heir of one of the 5 great families is irrefutable, and this matter has already shocked the entire nation of China. Even the headquarters of the Xinjiang Division will send someone to handle this matter. Unless someone in the Shanghai Xinjiang Division is tired of living, no one would dare to make a mistake at this critical juncture. Moreover, the Qin family, as the local tyrants of Shanghai, have been operating in the city for many years, and countless people will be implicated. Everyone is eager to sever ties with the Qin family now. As night fell, all the high-ranking officials in the Qin family manor were present, and they were all anxiously pacing back and forth, waiting for news. Half a day has passed, and there has been no news from the people they sent out. No, we can't wait any longer. We need to tell everyone to pack their things and leave Shanghai now. At this moment, a high-ranking member of the Qin family who appeared to have considerable prestige spoke up. He felt uneasy and had prepared for the worst. None of the other high-ranking members of the Qin family objected. They all understood that if the assassination attempt on Feng Yi failed, they would face annihilation. If we don't leave now, it might be too late. Just then, someone burst in from outside. His face was filled with panic, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. A lot of people from the Xinjiang Division have arrived outside. Everyone who heard his words turned pale. They knew the Qin family was finished. The highly respected senior member of the Qin family slumped into a chair, his eyes lifeless and his face pale. Everyone at the Qin family manor was arrested overnight, but strangely, no news of this leaked out. Those upper-class families in Shanghai who heard rumors could only discuss the matter in private, as if they had received some kind of notification and dared not speak of it aloud. For ordinary people, the Qin family had no connection with them, so they naturally didn't feel any changes. After returning to Tsinghua Peking University, Feng Yi had many feelings. It seemed that as soon as I returned to the academy, I felt incredibly at ease. The events in the Anqing Mountains and the attacks by the divine cult and the Qin family all felt like a dream. But he knew in his heart that there was no such thing as a peaceful life. It was just that someone was secretly bearing the burden. If things are like this on Earth, one can only imagine how dangerous and bloody the interstellar battlefields are. In the past, Feng Yi had a low sense of belonging to this world. Deep down, he always believed that he was a transmigrator and an outsider. He only wanted to protect the people he cared about. But after so many things, especially after Zhang Yu died to save him, he suddenly felt that his sense of belonging to this world had become much stronger. At this moment, he desperately wanted to improve his strength, not only to protect the people he cared about, but also to protect this world for Zhang Yu. After parting ways with Zi Hanshuang at the academy, Feng Yi went straight back to Taibai residence. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a strange, sarcastic voice. "Oh, what a rare guest, young Master Feng. You've been away for so many days, yet you finally decided to come back for a visit?" Looking at the fat man's resentful little eyes, like a lonely woman in an empty room, Feng Yi couldn't help but laugh. I finally felt relieved. Chapter 81 Punch Slays a God. In the days that followed, Feng Yi returned to the monotonous routine of running back and forth between his dormitory and the training room. He also gave the bottle of Netherworld Serpent's true blood that he had obtained to Zi Hanshuang. Zi Hanshuang prepared several more tubs of medicinal baths for Feng Yi to improve his body refinement. Feng Yi has now gotten used to the pain of the medicinal bath and is completely indifferent to it, feeling that it's no different from taking a bath. 3 months passed in a flash. Feng Yi's current realm has reached the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm, and he is only one step away from reaching the 2nd level of the Earth realm, the Kaiyang realm. The reason why her cultivation speed was so fast was not only due to her own talent in the Big Dipper space, but also related to the medicinal bath prepared by Zi Hanshuang. The value of so many rare medicinal herbs and the true blood of exotic beasts is unknown. If the cultivation speed doesn't increase further, then it really won't make sense. On that day, Tsinghua and Peking University officially released a major announcement. The annual college competition is about to begin. This college competition was divided into 2 parts. The first part of the competition was organized by grade level. Freshmen compare themselves to freshmen, sophomores compare themselves to sophomores. The teams will compete in pairs, with the winners advancing to the next round, ultimately determining the top 3. The higher your ranking, the more rewards you will receive. The highlight is the second part, which is open to all, regardless of age or level of cultivation. The top 10 will represent Tsinghua and Peking universities in the China 100 Colleges competition, competing against geniuses from all over China. The top performers in the 100 Schools competition will represent China in competitions against students from other countries on Earth, bringing glory to China. The achievements in these competitions are not only a personal honor, but will also serve as an important basis for the higher-ups to value you, whether you join the Xinjiang Division or the Alliance Army after graduation. The more honors you earn, the more training you will receive after joining the Xinjiang Division or the Allied Forces. Of course, the rewards for these competitions are also very generous, and almost no one can refuse them. Inside the training room at Tsinghua Peking University, Feng Yi's consciousness had now entered the Big Dipper space. Before him appeared a row of words formed by the convergence of starlight. Congratulations, host, you have been granted one chance to draw a martial arts skill. Would you like to proceed with the draw? After months of hard work, the progress bar under the fist formed by the convergence of starlight is finally full. Extract. Feng Yi was very much looking forward to seeing what level of fist technique he could draw. The Tai Chi divine skill passed down in the Feng family emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, which Feng Yi doesn't particularly like. He still prefers the more forceful and powerful style of boxing. The text in front of me slowly disappeared, and then a new row of text appeared. Martial arts skill drawing in progress? Congratulations on winning the SSS-level martial arts technique, Fist Technique Godslayer. After the text disappeared, the scene in front of Feng Yi changed. He was not surprised, as it had happened before when he drew the SSS-level martial skill, Immortal Slayer. At this moment, a figure formed from starlight appeared before Feng Yi, and in front of the figure stood a tall deity. Before the gods, human figures appear as insignificant as ants. A giant hand of the deity slowly pressed down on the human figure's head. Feng Yi, watching from the side, felt a sense of suffocation. However, the figure did not sit idly by and wait for death. Instead, he retracted his right fist, and countless starlight converged on his fist, which slowly began to shine like the blazing sun. Then, as the figure uttered the words "Slay the god," a giant fist phantom formed from starlight slammed towards the god's palm. With a loud bang, the fist pierced through the god's palm, and then continued to bombard the god with undiminished speed. When the phantom fist struck the deity's body, the deity, like a glass doll, cracked open and then shattered into countless fragments. One punch shakes mountains and rivers, annihilating all gods in the world. Feng Yi now possesses 2 SSS-level martial arts skills, one sword to slay immortals and one punch to kill gods. Feng Yi himself had to admit that after acquiring so many SSS-level martial arts techniques, he had become somewhat uninterested in SS-level martial arts techniques. If others knew about this idea, Feng Yi would probably be torn to shreds. Let alone SS-level martial arts skills, even S-level martial arts skills are something countless people dream of obtaining. After extracting the martial arts techniques, Feng Yi immediately exited the beta space. He had just picked up his phone when he saw a message from Fatty. Today we're going to register for the first round of the competition and sign up for the second round. The fat guy and his friends were aware of their own abilities, so they did not plan to sign up for the second round of the competition. They asked Feng Yi if he wanted to sign up, since Feng Yi's current level was higher than many third-year students. If Feng Yi participates, there is a very high probability that he can enter the top 10. After leaving the training room, Feng Yi went directly to the location sent by the fat man. The area was already crowded with students, many of whom were there to see who had signed up for the second round of the competition. Those who dare to sign up for the second round of the competition are people who are very confident in their own abilities. They also wanted to find out in advance who participated in the second round so they could set up a betting pool later. The fat man and his companions noticed Feng Yi immediately. Seeing the crowd surrounding him, the fat man forcefully pushed his way through the throng. They made way for Feng Yi. Some people were about to get angry, but they held back after seeing Feng Yi. Although Feng Yi has only been enrolled for half a year, his reputation is by no means low. The vast majority of people know him. He single-handedly caused a huge disturbance at Kyoto Academy and emerged unscathed. In all these years, only Feng Yi has ever done such a thing. It would be hard for him not to become famous. Feng, are you planning to sign up for the second round? Someone in the crowd asked. Feng Yi smiled and nodded. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, the crowd erupted in excitement. It's unheard of for freshmen to participate in the second round of the competition in previous years. Everyone knows Feng Yi's name, but no one knows exactly how strong he is or what level he has reached. The crowd automatically made way for Feng Yi. Feng Yi slowly walked to the registration point for the second round of the competition. The instructor in charge of registering the applicants smiled kindly and then asked, "Please state your name." The mentor's name also carries a certain level of understanding. Although there are no restrictions on grade or cultivation level for this registration, the instructors will still try to dissuade students with too low a cultivation level from registering. After all, the real competition is about hard skills, not luck. Name, Feng Yi mentor, Zihanswan level, 9th level of Yaoguang realm. Everyone around was shocked when Feng Yi revealed his cultivation level. A freshman at the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm, is he even human? The senior students present all felt their faces burning with embarrassment. It's really embarrassing. It's one thing to be unable to compete with those in the same grade, but now they're even way ahead of freshmen. Not only were the students shocked, but even the tutor in charge of registration was stunned for a few seconds. However, at that moment, a disdainful voice came from behind the crowd. Just the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm, I really don't know what's so surprising about it. Chapter 81 Academy Competition. Upon hearing this disdainful sneer, the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone turned around to see who was spouting such arrogant words, not even taking the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm seriously. A flashy-looking boy was standing outside the crowd. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, he remained calm and even had a hint of superiority on his face, as if he was enjoying being watched. He slowly walked through the crowd toward the registration point for the second stage. After everyone saw his face clearly, most people realized it was him, except for some freshmen who didn't recognize him. Whispers arose from the crowd. Who is this person? Luo Tian, who was hailed as the #1 genius in his junior year, was the top student in his grade in the first 2 college competitions. That powerful? Has he already broken through the Yaoguang realm and reached the Kaiyang realm? I don't know, but most likely it's because they've broken through that they look down on the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm. Luo Tian walked to the registration point, glanced at Fomi arrogantly out of the corner of his eye, and then slowly spoke. Luo Tian, mentor Xiao Ming, 1st level of Kaiyang realm. When talking about his cultivation level, Luo Tian spoke with great pride, his eyes practically rolling to the sky. Fomi rolled his eyes speechlessly. He thought the guy was so great, but it turned out he was only one small realm higher than him. Shaking his head in disbelief, Fomi turned and left. At that moment, Luo Tian's sarcastic voice came from behind again. Some people just don't understand their own position. They dare to participate in the competition even at the 9th level of the Yaoguang realm. Are they just here to make up the numbers? I advise you to withdraw from the competition as soon as possible, otherwise you will be beaten so badly that you won't even recognize your own mother. Hearing this person repeatedly make sarcastic remarks about him, even Fomi, with his good temper, couldn't hold back anymore. Fomi slowly turned around and his gaze met Luo Tian's. Then Fomi asked with a cold laugh. I don't know what realm this senior was in his freshman year. I'm 19 this year, and I'd like to ask if he was already in the Kaiyang realm when he was 19? Luo Tian snorted, not daring to answer Fomi's question directly, but instead resorting to threats. Young man, it's best to be humble. Remember, there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your reach. Don't think that having a little strength and fame makes you great. In front of true powerhouses, what you're so proud of is utterly insignificant. Upon hearing this, Fomi smiled. I have no idea where this idiot came from. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was a celestial pivot realm expert. Come, let me see just how strong a true expert is. Fomi didn't want to argue with this kind of person, so he beckoned to Luo Tian and stared at him defiantly. Luo Tian was about to agree when he heard the tutor in charge of registration behind him cough softly. Remembering the school rules of Tsinghua Peking University, he could only snort coldly. Since you won't listen, then we'll see you on the field. The students watching from the sidelines were all people who loved a good show, and when they heard Fomi's words, they thought there was going to be a good show to watch. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian did not agree, and a few bolder people hiding in the crowd booed. Of course, 3 fat men were among them. Hearing the hissing in his ear, Luo Tian felt as if he had been slapped in the face. He glared fiercely at the crowd around him, then fled the scene. However, he secretly vowed that he would make Fomi pay the price once the competition began. Let these people see that Fomi is no match for him at all. A week passed quickly. The highly anticipated competition between Tsinghua and Peking universities has finally begun. Firstly, in the first stage, the competition venues for different grades were not in the same place. After all, Tsinghua and Peking University have several thousand students from freshman to senior year combined. One playground simply cannot accommodate so many people competing at the same time. The competition venue for the first-year students was in the square in front of the trial tower. When Fomi and his group of 4 arrived, there were only a few minutes left before the competition began. From afar, you could see 5 huge arenas set up in the middle of the square. Several instructors and senior leaders from the academy were also seated in front of the arena. They came to observe the competition for the freshmen. They wanted to see how much the freshmen had improved after several months of study. This also reflects the students' talent, their usual efforts, and the teacher's teaching level. Before the competition officially began, each student received group information on the college's app. When it was 9 o'clock, one of the instructors took to the air and announced to the crowd, "The academy competition has officially begun. Everyone will find their corresponding arena according to their group. Once they see their name displayed on the screen, they will go up on the stage to begin their competition." Everyone then noticed that there was a screen behind each dueling platform. As the instructor finished speaking, the list of the first group of duels quickly appeared on the screen. The bond between Fomi and Fatty took effect again, and both of them were assigned to Group A, while Wen Song and Chang Ming were assigned to Group B and Group D, respectively. Fomi felt a little bored watching the two freshmen fighting happily on the dueling platform. Most of the new students are still at the star-forging realm, with only a few talented ones reaching the light-shaking realm. Having witnessed the duel between Heavenly Realm experts, Fomi now felt that the duel between these star-forging realm and first and second level Yaoguang realm students was like children fighting, lacking any real entertainment value. At this moment, the fat man said with a grin, "Fomi, it seems like none of the students in our group are very happy." Fomi glanced around at the students in Group A, and indeed, as the fat man had said, almost everyone had a worried look on their face. The fat man continued, "Do you know why?" Fomi shook his head and said irritably, "I can't read minds, how would I know?" The fat man chuckled and then lowered his voice to whisper in Fomi's ear, "Who can be happy to be in the same group as you?" Fomi was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. That's as if he's some kind of jinx. However, it was indeed the case. When the students who were assigned to Group A saw that Fomi was also in the same group as them, their hearts sank. How do you play with a pervert? Fomi's strength is undeniable. Anyone who encounters him will be eliminated. So now every student in Group A is praying that they will encounter Fomi later, so that their ranking will be higher. The competition proceeded quickly, and the fat man's turn to fight came before Fomi's. His opponent was a boy at the 8th level of the Star Forging realm, while the fat man's current realm had reached the 1st level of the Yaoguang realm. So, without any suspense, the fat man won easily and successfully advanced to the next round. After waiting for a long time, Fomi finally met his first opponent. Fomi vs. Li Tianlei. Chapter 82. What a striking contrast to woman. Fomi calmly walked onto the dueling platform, while his opponent looked utterly dejected. Li Tianlei really wanted to complain about the competition format and his own luck. With so many people in Group A, why was he the one who drew Fomi the first time he arrived? His journey in the academy competition had to end as soon as it began. However, once he stood on the dueling platform, he quickly composed himself. Since you can't resist it, just enjoy it. He first bowed to Fomi, which confused Fomi. "Dude, are you usually this polite?" Then Li Tianlei said, "Brother Fong, could you be a little gentler later? I'm afraid of getting hurt." Fomi felt that there was something wrong with what he said, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He could only nod silently. Li Tianlei drew his spear and shouted at Fomi, "Come on, brother Fong. I'm ready." Fomi hadn't intended to use a sword, but upon hearing those words, his hand trembled, and the Ningxue sword instantly appeared in his hand. Li Tianlei felt a sharp, cold pain in his neck as soon as he blinked. Fomi's Ningxue sword was already at his neck. Now, with just a slight movement of Fomi's hand, he could bid farewell to this world forever. Li Tianlei swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and then sighed tremblingly. "Brother Fong, you're so fast, I surrender." After Li Tianlei uttered the word surrender, a spatial fluctuation occurred around his body, and then he was teleported out of the arena. The audience stared blankly at Fomi. They knew he was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. This isn't a martial arts contest, it's a one-sided annihilation. They asked themselves if they were in Li Tianlei's shoes, they would still be no match for Fomi. Seeing Li Tianlei's resigned acceptance of the elimination, everyone cast sympathetic glances at him. The first round of the competition ended quickly, with half of the students being eliminated. However, Fatty, Wen Song, and Chang Ming all successfully advanced. To Fomi and Fatty's surprise, Jiang Liao's best friend Ing Yufei was also assigned to Group A. The expressions on everyone's faces were different. Most of those who advanced had happy smiles on their faces, except for Group A. Because Group A will then enter another round where one lucky person will be randomly selected to be eliminated by Fomi. Fomi's name appeared in the second round. His opponent this time was a pretty young girl. When Fomi went on stage and saw the pitiful look on the girl's face, he was in a dilemma. I thought to myself, if I eliminate her later, she won't cry and lie to me, will she? However, the embarrassing scene for Feng did not occur. When the little girl stepped onto the fighting platform, she said timidly, "I concede." Hearing the little girl's words, Feng felt relieved. The awkward scene I had imagined did not occur. A sigh of disappointment rippled through the audience. The students who had come to watch the spectacle were now deeply disappointed. They also wanted to see how Feng would react to such an innocent-looking girl. It's a pity we can't see it now. After Feng stepped off the dueling platform, he heard a soft, sweet voice coming from behind him. "Feng, classmate." Feng turned around and found that the girl who had called him was the one who had just admitted defeat. "What's wrong?" Feng asked, somewhat surprised. "Why would someone who has already admitted defeat come looking for me?" The little girl walked up to Feng, head down, her two small, fair hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Can I add you as a friend?" The little girl's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. After she finished speaking, she blushed and looked up at Feng stubbornly. Feng could clearly see that there was already a hint of mist in the little girl's big eyes. This made Feng, who had originally intended to politely decline, change his mind. "Can. After all, there are so many people around. If I reject her in public, she might burst into tears the next second." The students, both male and female, who witnessed this scene all showed expressions of envy. The boys envied Feng, while the girls envied the little girl who got to be Feng's friend. After adding each other as friends on their phones, the girl blushed and skipped away. As soon as I walked back to the fat man's side, I saw his jealous gaze. Feng is really lucky. He advanced without any effort and even added a beautiful girl as a friend. He got a double win. Feng rolled her eyes at him. "Are you envious?" One sentence was enough to break the fat man's guard, and stars popped out of his mouth. The fat guy was also lucky, as he faced another student whose level was lower than his and easily advanced once again. However, he was dejected after stepping down. Feng couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you happy after winning? Did you get hit in the depressing spot? Why can't I meet a girl? After we finish chatting, we can add each other as friends and start a special relationship." The fat man sighed, looked up at the sky, and had a look of utter despair on his face. The fat man had no idea that his wish was about to come true. The third round begins. The fat guy's name appeared in the first group, but when he saw his opponent, he was completely dumbfounded. Li Sui versus Ying Yufei. Seeing the fat man standing there dumbfounded, Feng urged him on with a smug look. "What are you doing, fatty? Hurry up and go up. Don't keep the girl waiting too long. Didn't you say you were going to conquer her? Now's your chance." The fat man walked heavily onto the dueling platform. Ying Yufei was already smiling and waiting for him on the stage. After the fat man went on stage, he nervously scratched his fingers and then stammered out his words. "Hello, it's been a long time. Didn't we just see each other last week?" Ying Yufei covered her mouth and giggled twice, her two soft breasts trembling slightly. This made the eyes of the boys in the audience gleam and their blood boil. The fat man opposite her was in even worse shape, with a line of bright red blood flowing from his nostrils. When Feng saw his good friend's embarrassed look, he immediately covered his eyes, unable to bear to look. However, he did find crucial information in Ying Yufei's words. "We just met last week? It seems there's a story between Fatty and Ying Yufei that I don't know about." After wiping the blood from his nose, the fat man resisted looking at Ying Yufei again, turned his head to the side, and then said, "Can I admit defeat?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Yufei's expression changed instantly, and a halberd appeared in her hand. The crowd below the stage immediately spat out their anger upon seeing Ying Yufei's weapon. What a contrast for this woman. The halberd that's used to stab your godfather, right? Bang! The halberd crashed heavily to the ground. What do you mean by admitting defeat without even fighting? Are you looking down on me? The fat man's bulky body trembled involuntarily, and he quickly pointed to his nose and said, No, I know my own limitations, and I'm not in good shape right now." Ying Yufei gave a coquettish snort. "Humph. Enough with the nonsense. Let's fight first. If you win and get what you asked for last time, I'll agree to your request." Chapter 83 Ying Yufei and the Fatty. After saying that, Ying Yufei raised her halberd and smashed it hard at the fat man. They showed no intention of holding back at all. Holy crap, are they serious? The fat man's eyes suddenly bulged out, and he quickly backed away. The halberd grazed the fat man's round belly and crashed to the ground. The ground shattered instantly, scattering pebbles everywhere. However, it was quickly restored to its original state after the formation of the arena was repaired. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the fat man's forehead. He was just a hair's breadth away from being disemboweled. Before he could think any further, Ing Yufei's halberd came stabbing at him again. The fat man rolled twice to the side in a disheveled state, barely managing to dodge the attack. Seeing that the fat man only knew how to hide and didn't confront her head-on, Ing Yufei shouted angrily. "Can't you fight me like a man and show me your weapon?" The fat man dusted off his clothes, stood up, and said, "I don't hit women." Faced with the stubborn fat man, Ing Yufei's face was gloomy, and her chest heaved. The gazes of the group of gentlemen in the audience also shifted accordingly. Then, Ing Yufei raised the halberd above her head with one hand and swung it around, creating gusts of wind. As the halberd was swung faster and faster, a tornado appeared. Her clothes were blown by the strong wind, clinging tightly to her stunning figure. The fat man standing opposite also felt a suction force coming from the tornado. If he hadn't been so heavy, he might have been swept away by the tornado at this moment. A strong wind was blowing on the dueling platform, and the fat man, whose eyes were already small, could not even open them. He knew that Ing Yufei was going to get serious. This is not something you can easily avoid. A hazy light curtain illuminated the area around the arena, isolating the energy of the battle. Therefore, none of the students watching from below the stage felt any discomfort. However, judging from Ing Yufei's actions on the field, it's clear she's about to unleash a powerful move. Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for the fat man. At the same time, he was also ruthlessly complaining in his mind. He used to think that the fat guy would say scumbag quotes to him every day, and he thought he was so tough. But now that I see him, isn't he just a simp? He doesn't even fight back when others hit him. He seems to enjoy it. If the fat man knew what Feng was thinking right now, he would probably vomit blood. He wasn't enjoying himself, he just wanted to admit defeat. But the wind on the dueling platform is just too strong right now. The moment he opened his mouth, countless gusts of wind rushed in, rendering him unable to speak. As the tornado above Ing Yufei's head grew larger and larger, the fat man's face turned a deep liver color. Now he can't admit defeat, and he just said he wouldn't hit women. We can't just go back on our word right away. He could only pray that his body could withstand Ing Yufei's attack and he wouldn't die. Ing Yufei had been watching the fat man closely, intending to force him to fight back. However, she was now ready to strike, but the fat man still seemed to be able to hit her without putting up any resistance. A fierce glint flashed across her face, and then she threw the rapidly spinning halberd in her hand. The huge tornado above her head also spun and headed towards the fat man. The ground of the arena was constantly being destroyed and shattered, only to be repaired by the formation. However, the shattered pebbles were sucked into the tornado and began to spin rapidly with the airflow. If an ordinary person were hit by these stones, they would be crippled even if they didn't die. The fat man's expression changed drastically as he watched the halberd spinning alternately with the tornado. He cursed inwardly. That woman is ruthless. If she were hit by Feng Tian halberd, she'd be covered in bruises. So the fat man quickly took out a silver metal sphere from his spatial ring. He looked at the metal sphere in his hand, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes, and then slammed the sphere hard onto the ground. The metal sphere shattered, emitting a bright light that formed a hemisphere that enveloped the fat man. The next second, the rapidly spinning halberd and the tornado collided with the semicircular ball of light. Ding ding ding. A series of sharp, rapid collisions rang out. The tornado kept crashing into the semicircular ball of light, and the halberd also kept circling and crashing into the semicircular ball of light. However, there has never been a way to crack it. Soon, the energy in the tornado dissipated and vanished into the air, and the halberd returned to Ing Yufei's hands. The semicircular ball of light remained firmly fixed in place. Ing Yufei refused to believe it. After taking a deep breath, she thrust out her halberd, followed by a dragon's roar that resounded throughout the entire square. The halberd transformed into a giant black dragon and slammed into the semicircular ball of light. The light waves generated by the collision spread outwards in ripples. Ing Yufei felt as if her attack had struck an iron plate. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't go any further. Ing Yufei gritted her teeth, and 2 red clouds rose on her pretty face from the exertion. But it only made her seem more charming. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek, and in the end, she gave up. She had no way to deal with the fat man's semicircular ball of light. Ing Yufei kicked the ball of light in anger, cursing as she did so. If you're so capable, then hide in this turtle shell for the rest of your life. As soon as Ing Yufei finished speaking, the semicircular ball of light disappeared and transformed into a silver metallic sphere. However, 2 cracks can be seen on the silver metal sphere. The fat man picked up the metal sphere with a pained expression, wiped the cracks on it with his sleeve, and after finding that it was of no use, put the sphere back into his spatial ring. Seeing the fat man emerge from the tortoise shell, Ing Yufei grabbed her halberd and charged forward. However, the fat man shouted first. "I surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, the fat man was teleported off the arena. Ing Yufei, having missed her target, glared angrily at the fat man below the stage. The fat man also felt the murderous gaze from the stage, and he shrank back and said sullenly, "I already said I don't hit women, congratulations on winning." After saying that, she hurriedly ran towards Feng Yi and hid behind him. Ing Yufei snorted coldly and mouthed the words to the fat man. "You just wait." After she finished speaking, she stepped down from the fighting platform and walked to the 2 girls' side. Seeing that Ing Yufei didn't chase after him, the fat man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yi, his gossipy nature piqued, asked curiously, "What did she mean by what she said earlier? When did you meet alone? And what did she promise you? Tell me now." When Feng Yi brought up this topic, the fat man's eyes darted around, and he stammered for a long time without saying anything useful. Feng Yi threatened impatiently, "If you try to fool me again, I'll tie you up and drag you away later." Just as the fat man was about to speak with a bitter face, his eyes lit up and he pointed to the dueling platform. "It's your turn. I'll explain everything to you in detail when you come down. You should get back to work first." Feng Yi turned his head and found that his name was indeed displayed on the screen. Feng Yi vs. Deng Zixuan. Chapter 84 Giant Baby. Okay. Feng Yi nodded, and after taking a step forward, he turned back and pointed at the fat man, saying something. "Spatial confinement." The fat man instantly felt himself being restrained and unable to move. "I tried to speak but found that I couldn't open my mouth at all, and I couldn't even blink." He could only stare resentfully at Feng Yi's retreating figure. He thought to himself, "You're ruthless." Although what he was thinking just now was that he would take the opportunity to slip away after Feng Yi went on stage. Since he's already eliminated, all he can do now is stand here and watch. But little did he know that Feng Yi had already seen through his little scheme. They're such good brothers, their teamwork is incredible. Because the restraint of the fat man caused a little delay, by the time Feng Yi went on stage, his opponent Deng Zixuan was already standing on the stage. However, Deng Zixuan looked at Feng Yi with the eyes of someone looking at an enemy. Seeing Feng Yi go on stage, he said in a sarcastic tone, "No wonder he's the top scorer in the college entrance exam, he's got such a big attitude, he even makes people wait for him when he goes on stage." Feng Yi was completely baffled, wondering where this idiot had come from. Just because I went on stage a second or two later than him, does that make me arrogant? Isn't this just deliberately picking a fight? Can we begin? Feng Yi was only thinking about finishing quickly so he could ask Fatty about his relationship with Ing Yufei. It wasn't that he disrespected his opponents or the competition, but rather that he felt he had little interest in fighting a group of star-forging realm cultivators and those who had just broken through to the Yaoguang realm. Anyway, no one can beat him. But Deng Zixuan on the other side gave a slow, cold laugh and continued to speak sarcastically. "Now you're in a hurry again? You were the one who arrived late, and now you're the one in a hurry to start. You really have a big ego. Do you think that just because you got the top score in the college entrance exam, you can do whatever you want and everyone has to give way to you?" Feng Yi took a deep breath, really not wanting to listen to his nonsense anymore. "Start the countdown. 3, 2. Deng Zixuan, who was opposite Feng Yi, ignored Feng Yi's countdown and continued to speak. "Let me tell you, Feng Yi, I, Deng Zixuan, will not tolerate your bad habits. Don't think you're so great just because you have a little talent." Before he could finish speaking, Feng Yi's countdown had already ended. Then Feng Yi suddenly disappeared from the spot. Upon witnessing Feng Yi's earlier attack, Deng Zixuan's expression instantly changed drastically. He inwardly cursed Feng Yi for his lack of martial ethics, attacking before he had even finished speaking. He instinctively tried to back away, but found that Feng Yi had somehow appeared behind him. Then a piercing pain shot through my back. His body was also unable to stop flying forward. Feng Yi's figure disappeared from the spot again, and he teleported to the front of Deng Zixuan. Under Deng Zixuan's terrified gaze, Feng Yi kicked out. His body, which had just flown over, was kicked away again. Then Feng Yi's figure disappeared once again. Below the stage, everyone's eyes kept shifting from side to side. Deng Zixuan's body kept flying back and forth in mid-air without stopping. Everyone was secretly laughing to themselves. They deserved it. You like to show off, huh? Now it's all good. Although I haven't reached the heavenly level yet, I have already obtained the power of flight that only heavenly level experts possess. Well done, Deng Zixuan. Feng Yi controlled his strength perfectly, not enough to kill Deng Zixuan, but every punch and kick made him feel pain. After his anger subsided considerably, Feng Yi finally stopped. Deng Zixuan's body finally fell to the ground after crashing into the light screen surrounding the arena. At this point, he had lost his initial high spirits and was rolling and groaning on the ground like a dead dog. He feels pain all over his body, as if his body is about to fall apart. Should we admit defeat? Feng Yi walked up to him and looked down at him. A hint of humiliation flashed in his eyes, then he turned to look at the group of mentors and academy executives in front of him, and said in a tearful voice, "Mentors, I disagree. He lacked sportsmanship and attacked before the match even started. I request that he be disqualified from the competition." Upon hearing Deng Zixuan's words, all the academy's instructors and senior members were stunned. What is the reason for this? If you have to say start before you can act, what happens when you graduate and go to the Starry Sky battlefield or join the Xinqing division? Are you going to have to say start before the enemy will attack you? What else could this be but a psychopath? The faculty and senior management rolled their eyes and ignored his unreasonable demands. Seeing that he was being ignored, Deng Zixuan felt an unprecedented sense of grievance welling up in his heart, and 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. Then she burst into tears. This competition is rigged. You all side with Feng Yi because you think he's more talented, and you're even turning a blind eye to his breaking the rules. I'm going to report you to the principal, and I'm going to report you to the Ministry of Education of China. Everyone, including Feng Yi, was stunned. If we're not brothers, why can't we accept defeat? Hearing the loud crying of a grown man beside him, Feng Yi could no longer bear it and kicked him in the back of the neck. The whole world fell silent. Instead of blaming Feng Yi, the senior members of the academy gave him a thumbs up. Feng Yi stepped down from the dueling platform, while Deng Zixuan was carried off by the school doctor who had been waiting for a long time. Deng Zixuan had no idea that he was about to become famous. He will soon earn the title of Giant Baby, a name known to everyone at Tsinghua and Peking University, from freshmen to seniors, including the faculty members. Over the years, the academy competition has seen many who have suffered defeats and shed silent tears, as well as those who have worked hard for a long time but ultimately failed to defeat their arch-rivals and cried. Deng Zixuan was the first student to be brought to tears by his opponent, and then angrily berated the observing mentors and senior academy officials. His classic quote, "I haven't even started yet, why are you already making your move?" has become a popular meme. After Feng Yi returned to Fatty's side, he released the spatial confinement. He squinted and threatened in a low voice. "You don't want to experience the same treatment that idiot received, do you?" The fat man shook his head resentfully, then spoke up. "Just last week, Ing Yufei took the initiative to ask me out for dinner." Ah? Feng Yi was somewhat surprised, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears and he had misheard. "Dude, are you sure you didn't get it backwards? She asked you out to dinner?" Suppressing his anger, the fat man, knowing he couldn't beat Feng Yi, patiently spoke. "No, she asked me out on her own initiative. Her father is mainly in charge of managing the business at Winners. Recently, my husband has come up with something great. The Winners heard the news and wanted to collaborate with my family, so she wanted me to help arrange a meeting with my dad to discuss business." Feng Yi nodded after listening to what the fat man said. "That's a reasonable reason. So what was the promise she made to you?" The fat man's expression became awkward again. However, noticing Feng Yi's slightly threatening smile, he could only grit his teeth and say it in the end. "I confessed my feelings to her." Chapter 85, Helping the Fatty Get Revenge. Confess your feelings? Feng Yi's eyes lit up with gossip as he pressed for an answer. It failed? If he were successful, the fat man wouldn't be so low-key. It's been a week and he hasn't mentioned it once, so he must be too embarrassed to say it after being rejected. The fat man took a deep breath, very dissatisfied with Feng Yi's reaction. It's not exactly a failure. What does not considered a failure mean? The fat man pondered for a moment before speaking. It means I neither accepted nor rejected it. You confessed to her and she didn't react at all? Feng Yi asked curiously. Could it be that Ing Yufei was a female player? They're playing the neither accept nor reject game. Yes, she slapped me. 3 question marks appeared above Feng Yi's head. Ing Yufei doesn't seem to be mentally ill. If she doesn't like someone, why hit them? Suddenly remembering some of the fat man's usual antics, Feng Yi asked with some concern. How did you confess your feelings? I told her that I like her and she's willing to help me, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. If she agrees to spend time with me, I'll help her. Feng Yi. Feng Yi was speechless. This wasn't a confession, it was harassment. How could someone dare to say, accompany me once, in front of a girl? He was lucky to only get slapped once. If Feng Yi had said he would have killed him outright, it would have been normal. Seeing Feng Yi's speechless expression, the fat man tilted his head and asked in confusion. What's wrong? I've seen Japanese movies where people confess their love like this. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He really wanted to ask, are those Japanese movies legitimate? However, seeing that there were too many people around, I was too embarrassed to ask. Feng Yi could only shake his head and pretend to be calm as he spoke. It's okay. From what Ing Yufei said just now, you still have a chance. Good luck. Really? The fat man's previously lifeless heart regained some vitality. Really, keep it up. Feng Yi didn't want to discuss this issue with someone who wasn't mentally sound, so he hastily ended the conversation. After this round of competition, half of the participants were eliminated. However, among the 4 members of Taibeiju, only Fatty was unlucky and was eliminated after encountering his nemesis. When Song and Chang Ming are still not eliminated. Both of them had just broken through to the Yaoguang realm. Among all the new students, he was one of the best. As long as you're not too unlucky, making it into the top few shouldn't be a problem. A new round of competition has begun. Because there are fewer and fewer people competing, the competition gets faster towards the end. Soon it was Feng Yi's turn. However, this time the opponent conceded defeat the moment the match began. At the beginning of this academy competition, some people doubted Feng Yi's true strength. However, after Feng Yi's actions in the previous rounds of the competition, everyone understood one thing. That means Feng Yi's strength has far surpassed that of others at the same level. Only 3rd and 4th year students have the strength to challenge Feng Yi. So if you draw Feng Yi, just consider yourself unlucky and admit defeat. It saves me from getting beaten up. Deng Zixuan's fate is still fresh in everyone's mind. Feng Yi's advancement went exceptionally smoothly from then on. Occasionally, he would encounter a couple who were still determined to experience the feeling of being instantly defeated, and Feng Yi could only grant their request. When Song and Chang Ming both fell in the quarterfinals, the competition quickly progressed to the semifinals. Of the 3 people who are still left, Feng Yi knows 2 of them. Zhang Liao and Ing Yufei. Besides that, there was another boy who had reached the 3rd level of the Yaoguang realm. Although he can't compare to Feng Yi, he is one of the top students among this year's freshmen. To everyone's disappointment, the highly anticipated showdown between the 2 school beauties did not materialize during the semi-final draw. Feng Yi drew Ing Yufei's name. Zhang Liao drew another boy. Before going on stage, Feng Yi patted the fat man on the shoulder. I'm going to avenge you. But to his surprise, the fat man behind him said with a worried look. Be careful not to hurt her, it will break my heart. Feng Yi's forehead creased with annoyance. Their 2 fists were tightly clenched together. That's inhumane. He was even thinking of helping him avenge his elimination, but he never expected that this sycophant would betray him for a woman. After going on stage with a dark expression, Ing Yufei chuckled lightly. What's wrong? You're all grim-faced just because you didn't get your Liao in the draw? Feng Yi then revealed a slight smile. How could that be? Even if you don't draw her now, you can still meet her in the finals. Oh? You're so confident you can beat me? Ing Yufei toyed with the halberd in her hand, watching Feng Yi with great interest. Feng Yi held up one finger and said confidently. I'll only use one move. If it doesn't kill you instantly, I'll automatically admit defeat. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, Ing Yufei's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this really true? To be honest, she didn't have the same confidence as Ing Feng. She was prepared to be eliminated the moment she drew Feng Yi's name. But hearing Feng Yi say this now, she felt that she still had hope of making it to the finals. If you can't beat Feng Yi, does that mean you can't even withstand one of Feng Yi's moves? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Feng Yi's expression remained confident. This made the girls below practically spit fire in their eyes. Several of the bolder girls even started screaming. What should have been a proper college competition has turned into an atmosphere like a celebrity concert. The students sitting below all became fans and spectators, cheering and supporting their favorites. Ing Yufei adopted a defensive stance, abandoning her relaxed demeanor and becoming very serious. Let's begin. As soon as Ing Yufei finished speaking, Feng Yi's aura changed instantly. He hadn't taken it seriously before. But since we've already made that bold claim, there's no reason for it to backfire. So Feng Yi started to get serious. A sharp aura, like that of a peerless divine sword, emanated from his body. Although there was a formation on the arena, the students watching from below could still feel Feng Yi's imposing aura. This made many girls' eyes sparkle. Even the instructors and senior members of the academy standing in front of the dueling platform nodded slightly. Her gaze toward Feng Yi was full of admiration. As the competition has progressed, Feng Yi's performance has been remarkable, making him stand out from the crowd. They were all eagerly anticipating the moment when Feng Yi would fully display his abilities. On the dueling platform, the moment Feng Yi displayed his imposing aura, Ing Yufei felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Feng Yi simply stood there, but his aura already permeated the entire arena. Ing Yufei's heart became extremely heavy. Despite being prepared, she now realized that she had underestimated Feng Yi. Feng Yi's strength is even greater than I imagined. The last glimmer of hope that existed has now vanished. Therefore, Ing Yufei abandoned her plan to block Feng Yi's attack with defense, and prepared to use her strongest move to see if she could catch him off guard. Chapter 86 Clash of Inherited Imperial Techniques. Ing Yufei exhaled the turbid air from her heart, and then swung the halberd in her hand. The dark gold dragon patterns on the halberd seemed to come alive, wrapping around Ing Yufei's body. A wave of pure dragon energy washed over us. At this moment, Ing Yufei was like a supreme empress, her eyes filled with disdain for all things. This is the winning dynasty's inherited imperial law. SS rank martial art, ancestral dragon technique. Ing Yufei charged forward with dark gold dragon patterns, her speed increasing several times over. His aura was also much stronger than before. The friction of the body against the air produced a powerful, piercing sound. Feng Yi remained calm, his heart undisturbed. He also possesses the imperial techniques and SS-level martial arts skills. Moreover, his level of skill was already higher than Ing Yufei's. If Ing Yufei's trump card and reliance were only this, he was not worried at all. If you say you'll kill someone in one move, then you'll kill them in one move. Since Ing Yufei has chosen to use the Ing family's inherited imperial technique, then he will also choose the Feng family's inherited imperial technique. Let's see which of the two families has a stronger lineage of imperial laws. One was the first great emperor in Chinese history, and the other was the last great emperor in Chinese history. Now, spanning a millennium, let's use our respective methods to see which of the two great emperors is stronger. The stellar energy in the surrounding space began to rapidly converge towards Feng Yi. A phantom light sword formed from starlight appeared above Feng Yi's head. A Tai Chi symbol on the sword hilt rotates slowly. The Feng family inherits the imperial techniques, including the SS-level martial art, Tai Chi sword technique. Before the dueling platform, a high-ranking academy official who recognized both martial arts techniques stood up abruptly. The clash between the two most advanced SS-level martial arts techniques in China is something that is rarely seen under normal circumstances. Because only the heirs of a family can practice the inherited martial arts techniques. Many people now know that Feng Yi is the sole heir of the Feng family. But what's going on with Ing Yufei? Has the heir of the Ing family already been chosen? The college executive immediately decided to wait until the competition was over before inquiring about it. There are quite a few young people in the winning generation, so it doesn't make sense to choose a girl as the successor. As he thought of this, Ing Yufei had already come close to Feng Yi. She swung her halberd, and the dark gold dragon coiled around her body let out a roar. The halberd also emitted a dark golden light. Feng Yi's gaze sharpened, and he thrust out his sword. The phantom of the lightsaber above their heads also slowly moved forward. The tip of the snow condensation sword touched the Feng Tian halberd, and Ing Yufei's delicate hands instantly felt a powerful force. The shock made her arm go numb. However, at this moment, her body was enhanced by the dark golden dragon pattern, and she absorbed a large portion of the power. Furthermore, her recovery ability has also improved significantly, and she recovered in the blink of an eye. The illusory sword of light formed by the power of stars was already within reach of Feng Yi. As if sensing a threat, the dark golden dragon that was wrapped around Ing Yufei flew off her body. It bared its claws and lunged at the illusory light sword. Feng Yi's gaze sharpened, and he said in a cold voice, Dragon? Today I'll cut you down like a snake. Hearing Feng Yi refer to her dark gold dragon as a long worm, Ying Yufei muttered something under her breath. How arrogant! After saying that, Ying Yufei charged at Feng Yi again. The students below the stage were all intently watching the dueling platform. Most people are thinking about this right now. As expected of the top four, the level of excitement and visual effects were significantly enhanced. This is far superior to any previous showdown. Being able to witness such a high-quality match, even if you are eliminated, it's still worthwhile. Anyway, I've already had a feast for the eyes. Feng Yi slung the sword behind his back, then pointed two fingers at the Phantom of the Light Sword, channeling the star power in his body into the Phantom of the Light Sword through his two fingers. The lightsaber phantom suddenly shone brightly and its size increased dramatically. Cut! Feng Yi flashed to the hilt of the lightsaber phantom, grabbed the hilt with both hands, and swung the sword at the head of the dark gold dragon. Ying Yufei's expression changed. She and Jinlong were of one mind, and she could feel the fear in Jinlong's heart. She pushed off the ground with her left foot, using the force to launch herself into the air, and the golden dragon coiled around her body once more. Ying Yufei's eyes showed no sign of backing down, and she pointed her halberd at the sky. She cried out, "Fight!" Ying Yufei chose to face the illusory lightsaber directly. The lightsaber struck Ying Yufei's delicate body, and the golden dragon let out a magnificent roar. The dragon's body began to flicker with light, and a layer of dark golden light appeared on Ying Yufei's body, temporarily blocking the attack. However, as time passed, the pale golden light faded, and the golden dragon split into two pieces, losing its divinity and returning to the halberd as dragon patterns. Without the golden dragon's blessing, Ying Yufei's delicate body trembled, and her originally rosy complexion immediately turned deathly pale. Fortunately, Feng Yi sheathed his sword in time and did not injure her. However, Ying Yufei's delicate body seemed to lose all strength and fell from mid-air. Feng Yi initially wanted to catch her with his hands, but then he thought it was inappropriate. The fat guy is still watching from down below. If he did that, the fat man could kill him with just a look in his eyes. So Feng Yi simply stretched out a hand and said to Ying Yufei, "Spatial chains." Two black spatial chains flew out from the void and bound Ying Yufei. Then, under Feng Yi's control, it landed smoothly on the dueling platform. After Feng Yi landed on the stage, he asked with a slightly apologetic tone, "Are you all right?" Ying Yufei's face was deathly pale, but she knew that this was a side effect of her star power being instantly drained after using an SS-level martial skill. All you need to do is rest for a while and wait for your internal energy to recover. This also happened when Feng Yi first used an SSS-level martial skill. However, he has the Big Dipper space within him, which can replenish his star power at all times, so he doesn't look as weak as Ying Yufei is now. Ying Yufei weakly shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Feng Yi then started joking. "That's good, otherwise Fatty would definitely kill me when we get down there." Ying Yufei also smiled faintly. She was usually a very easygoing person and not someone who couldn't take a joke. She shouted with her last remaining strength, "I give up." She was then teleported out. Zhang Liao had already finished her match and was waiting below the stage. The moment Ying Yufei was teleported out, she rushed over to support her. This greatly disappointed a group of boys who had come up to offer their help. After Feng Yi stepped off the stage, Zhang Liao glared at him fiercely, then spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I'll deal with you later." Feng Yi was on the verge of tears, wanting to say that this had nothing to do with him. "I didn't hurt her." After a half-hour break, the final round of the college competition for first-year students will begin. Feng Yi vs. Zhang Liao. Chapter 87, Becoming King Zhou. Today, Zhang Liao wore a white dress, and her waist-length hair swayed gently in the wind. Her hair was shimmering in the sunlight, making her look like a fairy descended from heaven. I don't know if it's a special kind of fate, but Feng Yi just happened to be wearing a white outfit today. Although Feng Yi's appearance isn't the kind that's particularly stunning, it's the kind that grows on you in any case, she's far from ugly. In addition, Feng Yi's sharp aura, like a divine sword, and his extraordinary temperament, like a sword immortal descended to earth, give him a unique charm. The two men stepped onto the dueling platform at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled. The students watching below couldn't help but sigh in amazement. What a perfect couple. Even some of the younger mentors have become fans of the pairing. It must be said that the two of them looked extremely well matched today, both in terms of their outfits and demeanor, like a match made in heaven. "How are you going to deal with me?" Feng Yi smiled. Upon hearing this, two pink clouds immediately rose on Zhang Liao's pretty face. Its pink and tender appearance makes it look incredibly appetizing. Zhang Liao said those words earlier because she was anxious when she saw Ing Yufei's appearance. Later, Ing Yufei told her that she was fine and that Feng Yi had not hurt her. She already regretted saying those words to Feng Yi back then, and now hearing Feng Yi bring it up again, she felt her face burning with shame and indignation. With a haughty snort, Zhang Liao turned her head away, not daring to look Feng Yi in the eye. Watching the two flirting on the field, all the students felt like they had eaten their fill. However, many girls complained that they hadn't seen enough, and some even egged the two on to get together. One of the college's higher-ups couldn't stand it any longer and coughed lightly. Feng Yi and Zhang Liao then realized that they were still on the dueling platform. Feng Yi, being thick-skinned, didn't seem to think anything of it. But Zhang Liao was shy, and her face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She feigned composure and spoke in a serious tone. "All right, let's begin. Don't hold back, okay?" Feng Yi nodded, indicating that there was no problem. It's impossible to release water, but whether or not the sea will be released is uncertain. After all, it makes no difference whether he wins first place in the finals or Zhang Liao wins. Why should we speak like two different people when we're family? Seeing Zhang Liao take out a white longsword, Feng Yi was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Zhang Liao's weapon a war scythe before? Why has it been changed to a longsword now? Seeing the doubt in Feng Yi's eyes, Zhang Liao drew her longsword and asked in a cute but fierce tone. "What do you mean by that look? My swordsmanship is very good. Today, let's have a good competition to see who has better swordsmanship." Looking at Zhang Liao's adorable appearance, Feng Yi's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. "Alright, then let me experience Yue Yao's swordsmanship." After speaking, Feng Yi drew his Ningxue sword and gestured for Zhang Liao to proceed. With a serious expression on her face, Zhang Liao charged forward, sword in hand. Feng Yi had a faint smile on his face. He hadn't sensed that Zhang Liao had used her star power, so it seemed she was really going to test her swordsmanship. As the long sword drew ever closer, Feng Yi swept it lightly, easily deflecting it. Neither of them used any star power or martial arts techniques, only pure swordsmanship. The sword techniques are just the most basic ones. The two fought back and forth for more than 10 minutes, without even a drop of sweat on their foreheads. Everyone watching from below was getting sleepy. I thought the final would be more intense than ever before, but I never expected it to be like this. The two didn't seem to be having a martial arts contest, they looked more like a young couple flirting with their swords. At this rate, they could probably fight for 3 days and 3 nights. After another 10 minutes or so, some students below were already getting restless. A mournful cry, its expression one of deep pain. "If I am guilty, please punish me instead of letting me sit here watching others flirt and torment me. I can't eat anymore, I really can't eat anymore." After recovering considerably under the care of the school doctor, Ing Yufei looked at the two people on the dueling platform and unconsciously clenched her fists. He cursed through gritted teeth. "That bastard. When he was comparing himself to me, he was so fierce he wanted to beat the shit out of me, but now that someone else is around, he's a completely different person." She noticed Feng Yiru's gentle smile. Ing Yufei could only turn her head away, forcing herself not to watch from the stands, otherwise she really couldn't stand it anymore. Double standards. Feng Yi was completely immersed in the joyful moment and was oblivious to the reactions of the outside world. He felt that it was enough, so he revealed a flaw to Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao's sword stopped at Feng Yi's chest. She knew that Feng Yi was deliberately letting her win. Although she had told Feng Yi not to go easy on her before they started, she was still very happy that he did it. She was about to concede defeat and give first place to Feng Yi, but Feng Yi spoke up before she could. "I concede." Zhang Liao stared wide-eyed, not understanding why Feng Yi did this. Feng Yi offered no explanation and was teleported away by the formation on the arena. Then, fearing that Zhang Liao would ask him for his reasons, he went straight back into the crowd. For him, it was just a competition to get first place, he was willing to give it up. What's wrong with winning first place in the competition in exchange for a smile from a beauty? Question King Zhou, understand King Zhou, become King Zhou, and surpass King Zhou. He didn't care about the reward and fame. His goal is the second round of the college competition. The rewards you can get then will be much greater than those in the first round of the competition. It wasn't until Feng Yi returned to the fat man's side that everyone realized what had happened. Is the first place in the competition just given away like that? Brother, you're a real man. The mentors and academy executives watching the match were both amused and exasperated, but they couldn't say anything, since there was no rule against giving the opponent an easy win. A senior academy official cleared his throat and then spoke. Congratulations to Zhang Luoyao for winning first place in our freshman competition. She will receive the following rewards: 300 credits, an S-level martial arts manual, an S-level cultivation resource pack, and 10 million dasha coins. Upon hearing the reward for winning first place in the competition, everyone in the audience couldn't sit still. While shocked by the generous reward, they also exclaimed in their hearts that Feng Yi was incredibly generous, practically handing over such a reward to someone else. Some of the girls looked at Zhang Luoyao with envy. If someone gave them a gift like that, she would immediately offer herself to them. However, neither Zhang Luoyao nor Feng Yi are ordinary people. These rewards may seem like a lot to ordinary people, but to them they are just so-so. Zhang Luoyao naturally wouldn't offer herself to him directly, but even if Feng Yi didn't give her the first place, she still had feelings for him. The first round of the competition has ended, and the highly anticipated second round will begin in a week. Chapter 88: A Big Gift. For the past week, the students have been discussing the first grand competition. The most talked about topic is Feng Yi giving first place to Zhang Luoyao. This has increased their number of fans who ship them as a couple. Many people are spreading rumors that Feng Yi and Zhang Luoyao are already together, which is why he directly gave away first place in the competition. The topics related to Feng Yi are not limited to this. The incident of Deng Zixuan being beaten and crying is also related to Feng Yi. There's another thing related to Feng Yi. In the third-year competition, Luo Tian narrowly defeated Jiang Liangchen, once again winning first place in the third-year competition. The conflict between Feng Yi and Luo Tian last week was brought up again. Many people are now discussing who is stronger, Luo Tian or Feng Yi, and who will win if they meet in the second round of the competition. And some people have already started betting on this. However, more people are optimistic about Luo Tian. Although Feng Yi is famous, he is still young and his cultivation level is not as high as Luo Tian's. Therefore, not many people are optimistic about him. The odds are close to 1 to 6. After hearing about this, the fat man immediately bought 5 million worth of Feng Yixing shares at every opening. This immediately brought the odds to 1 to 2. Then, Zhang Luoyao used all of her 10 million yuan prize money to buy Feng Yi. Zhang Liangchen and his gang from the Hidden Dragon Society spent 20 million to buy Feng Yixing. Ying Yufei also bought 10 million worth of Feng Yixing shares. When the betting closed, the odds immediately became 3 to 1. Feng Yi-san, Luo Tianyi. Everyone marveled at how many wealthy people were around Feng Yi. Just a few people completely reversed the odds. However, those who supported Luo Tian were practically grinning from ear to ear. The higher the odds, the more they earn. Privately, they would say that those who support Feng Yi are fools with too much money, eagerly giving them money. It seemed that in their eyes, Feng Yi was already doomed to lose. For the past week, Feng Yi had been staying in the cultivation room, hoping to see if he could break through to the Kaiyang realm. But in the end, they still couldn't break through. However, his realm became even more stable. Although his cultivation level didn't improve, his strength definitely increased. A week went by very quickly. Before we knew it, the second phase of the academy competition had begun. Before it began, everyone arrived at the academy's training grounds. The training ground was built by a super strong individual with spatial abilities. There's no need to worry about accidentally hurting your classmates in the training grounds. If the formation senses that one of the combatants in the training grounds is in mortal danger, it will teleport them out directly. Therefore, many students with conflicts choose to go to the training ground to compete against each other. A temporary venue was set up outside the training ground today. Almost all the students on campus came here. All the college's senior management and mentors were also present. After Dean Jixing took the stage, the previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down. This shows how powerful his aura is. There are 3 people at Tsinghua and Peking University that you shouldn't mess with. One is Absolute Master Han Shuang, another is Dean Jixing, and there is another one that few people know about. No one even dared to mention his name. After Jixing took the stage, she began to speak. The second phase of this year's academy competition adopted brand new rules. All participants were randomly divided into 10 groups, and all members of each group entered the trial arena together for a free-for-all battle. Each group has 50 people, and the last person remaining in the trial grounds automatically advances. When Jixing got to this point, everyone was stunned. A chaotic brawl involving 50 people? This year's new rules are way too harsh. Some people worry that if 50 people are put together in a free-for-all, it is easy for strong students to be defeated. Hearing the chattering below, Jixing sternly rebuked him. Quiet. The crowd quieted down again, and Ji Xing continued. The Academy has considered that there are many uncertainties in the free-for-all, so students who are eliminated should not be discouraged. You will have one chance to be revived. Those eliminated will be voted on by all students, and the one with the most votes will be revived and enter the second round to compete against the 10 students who advanced from the first round. The top 10 winners will advance to the third round. After hearing Ji Xing's words, the number of doubters decreased slightly. However, some people still question whether the chaotic battle mode might result in one-on-many situations, which could be unfair. Seemingly having overheard these comments, Ji Xing's expression turned somewhat gloomy. He said directly, "After you graduate and go to the interstellar battlefield, do you expect the alien races to treat you fairly? During the Great War, can you tell the alien races that you demand one-on-one combat?" Ji Xing scanned everyone below with her cold eyes. Some people lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look Ji Xing in the eye, but others did not flinch at all. Ji Xing swept his cold gaze around before continuing his speech. Remember, true strength never complains about the environment. Anything can happen on a real battlefield, and there is no absolute fairness in this world. After Ji Xing finished speaking, she immediately announced the start of the martial arts competition. Most of the students were still processing what Ji Xing had said. Students participating in the second stage of the competition have now received their respective group assignments. Feng Yi was assigned to the first group. He had just reached the entrance of the training ground when a boy dressed in black walked up to him and asked arrogantly, "You are Feng Yi?" Feng Yi looked up and realized that he did not recognize the person in front of him. However, since the other party was not friendly, Feng Yi had no reason to treat him kindly. "What's up?" Feng Yi slightly raised his eyelids, his tone indifferent. Seemingly dissatisfied with Feng Yi's attitude, the boy snorted and said, "Humph. My name is Zhu Haitian, and I'm in the first group too. None of my business." Feng Yi glanced at the boy and thought to himself, "Is this guy out of his mind?" The boy was angered by Feng Yi's indifferent attitude and said coldly, "Kid, I want to tell you that I've prepared a big gift for you. If you're scared, you'd better quit now. If you're not scared, then come into the training ground and enjoy yourself." After saying that, Zhu Haitian turned and left. "A grand gift?" Feng Yi frowned. "I had a feeling that I would definitely be targeted later." However, he wasn't worried at all. They were just preparing to gang up on him, and coincidentally, he was least afraid of being ganged up on. Deep down, he actually felt a sense of anticipation. Feng Yi felt that what Ji Xing said earlier was very true. True strong people never complain about their environment. Even if the whole world targets me, I have a fist and a sword that can slay gods and immortals. Guided by the instructors who were maintaining order, Feng Yi followed the first group into the training ground. With a familiar spatial fluctuation, Feng Yi arrived directly in a huge square. The entire square is roughly the size of 2 football fields. It can easily accommodate 50 people, or even a chaotic battle of 500 people. In a corner of the training ground, Zhu Tianhai stood with more than 10 other people, coldly staring at Feng Yi's back. This kid actually dared to come in. Give him a good welcome later. Chapter 89 1 against 20. As soon as Feng Yi entered the training ground, he felt the gazes coming from the corner. Turning around, he saw Zhu Haitian and the people around him, and he knew that the so-called grand gift was just as he had guessed. Seeing that Feng Yi had spotted them, Zhu Haitian gave a cold smile and made a throat-slitting gesture at Feng Yi. Feng Yi turned his head away disdainfully, no longer paying attention to the clown. However, Zhu Haitian believed that Feng Yi was afraid of him, which was why he turned his head away and dared not look him in the eye. A smug look appeared on his face. Outside the training grounds, a large screen was set up, displaying the situation inside the training grounds. Everyone was somewhat disappointed when they saw that the first group only had Feng Yi and not Luo Tian. Now we can only wait until the second round or later to see if the two of them will meet again. However, most people had some concerns at this time. There are concerns that one of the two might not be able to advance from the first round. After all, compared to other participants, Feng Yi and Luo Tian are more famous, making them more likely to be targeted. Anything can happen in a free-for-all. Even if the two of them are very strong, it's impossible for them to fight 49 opponents at once. If you can defend against the opponents in front, how can you possibly defend against those who stab you in the back all the time? In the chaotic battle, there will definitely be a lot of players who will try to ambush from behind. A countdown began to sound in the air above the training grounds. All participants, please get ready, the free-for-all is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The free for all begins. As the countdown in the void ended, the once peaceful training ground instantly descended into chaos. Various swordplay, elemental fluctuations, and all sorts of supernatural abilities. Feng Yi quietly retreated to the wall when the countdown started, so he wouldn't have to worry about being stabbed in the back. All you need to do is keep an eye on the opponent in front of you. Feng Yi's guess was correct, he was indeed being targeted. At the moment the countdown ended, he felt at least 20 gazes focused on him. Clang! The snow condensation sword was drawn instantly. At the same time, figures were rushing toward him from all directions. The largest group was Zhu Haitian's side, where 12 people raised their weapons and charged at him. Feng Yi showed no mercy and immediately activated his War God ability. With the aid of his supernatural power, his aura instantly broke through the Yaoguang realm and reached the Kaiyang realm. The powerful aura caused everyone who had come for him to change their expression. They thought Feng Yi had been hiding his true strength, but the stronger Feng Yi became, the more it proved that their choice was correct. If they don't team up to eliminate Feng Yi first, they will have no chance of winning when they face Feng Yi alone later. A fierce look appeared on everyone's face. Thinking to himself, no matter how high your realm or how strong your strength, can you possibly defeat 20 of them by yourself? Outside the training grounds, almost everyone's eyes were on Feng Yi the moment the chaotic battle began. Besides him, there wasn't anyone in the first group who was famous enough to be known by almost everyone in the college. When at least 20 people charged toward Feng Yi, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The scenario that everyone feared has already unfolded. 1 against 20. They saw no possibility of winning. Almost everyone thought that Feng Yi couldn't possibly withstand the attack of 20 people. Those who had suppressed Feng Yi in Luo Tian's duel against Luo Tianqing now had ashen faces. If Feng Yi is eliminated, then all their joy will have been in vain, and they will have lost a good opportunity to make money. They were even discussing that if Feng Yi was eliminated, they would definitely try to vote to revive him. Even Feng Yi himself probably didn't expect that so many people inside the trial arena were hoping for his elimination, while so many people outside the trial arena were hoping for his advancement. Even Fatty, Jiang Liao, and the others looked tense, worried about Feng Yi's situation. He cursed these people in his heart for being shameless, using numbers to fight against fewer people. However, Feng Yi himself was not nervous at all. In fact, he was quite looking forward to it, his heart filled with fighting spirit. With the aid of his superpower, he felt an unprecedented surge of power. He felt his entire body brimming with explosive energy. Even if a Heavenly Realm expert stood in front of him now, he would still want to test whose sword was faster and stronger. Seeing the crowd closing in, Feng Yi chose to take the initiative. He charged toward Zhu Haitian and the others, sword in hand. He flipped the blood-coagulating sword twice in his hand, held it upright in front of him, and then swept 2 fingers from bottom to top, causing the snow-coagulating sword to rise with silvery white star power. Void Sword Formation. Feng Yi unleashed a sword strike, sending dozens of black sword shadows flashing towards Zhu Haitian and the others. Seeing that Feng Yi dared to attack them first, Zhu Haitian and his group sneered. Moreover, Feng Yi's sword strike did not put any pressure on them. An idea arose in their minds. That's it? They had no idea what they were going to face next. A black sword shadow fell from the void, and a student at the 7th level of the Yaoguang realm was completely caught off guard and struck by the sword shadow. Then his body slowly turned into a phantom and disappeared into the training ground. Before anyone else could react, more than a dozen black sword shadows rapidly descended from the void. Swish, swish, swish. The black sword shadows continued to fall, and only then did everyone begin to frantically try to stop them. But the black sword shadows, like shadows, slipped through their defenses. Only those with slightly stronger physical bodies can survive the attacks of the black sword shadows. Those who were weaker were instantly killed by the sword shadows and teleported out of the trial field. Of Zhu Haitian's group of 12, only 4 remained under the void sword formation. Moreover, the remaining 4 were also covered in wounds, their clothes stained with blood, and their bodies bearing varying numbers of sword wounds. Although these sword wounds were not fatal, they severely hampered their movement. After unleashing the void sword formation, Feng Yi didn't linger and turned to attack the 3 people on the other side. His figure disappeared halfway, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the 3 of them, sweeping out a sword. A broadsword aura swept towards the 3 of them. None of the 3 expected Feng Yi to be so fast, and his sword was also incredibly fast. The 3 hurriedly raised their weapons to try and block the sword energy, but the moment they touched it, they were all sent flying backward. He was still spitting out blood. They had not anticipated Feng Yi's speed, nor had they anticipated his strength. With the support of 20 people, even Feng Yi himself didn't know how much his strength had increased. However, he knew that he felt no pressure at all when facing 20 people alone. Chapter 90: Slaying Immortals and Clearing the Field. Outside the trial grounds, Feng Yi made his move. Everyone was stunned. The poet holds it. Feng Yi's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. I thought he would be eliminated quickly under the attack of 20 people, but I didn't expect Feng Yi to be so fierce. One martial arts technique instantly killed 8 people and lightly injured 4 others, then a sword strike severely injured 3 more. All of this happened in just a few breaths. It's like when they just met, the attack of 20 people was countered by Feng Yi, who killed half of them. If Feng Yi were replaced by Luo Tian, could Luo Tian have achieved this? Can Luo Tian fight 20 people at once and kill 10 of them? Those who previously underestimated Feng Yi and thought he was inferior to Luo Tian now felt like they had been slapped in the face. The fat guy and his friend shouted excitedly when they saw Feng Yi's cheat-like performance. The heavy weight on their shoulders can finally be lifted. Feng Yi ultimately did not let them down. Now only 9 of the 20 attackers remain, 4 of whom are injured. Could they possibly eliminate Feng Yi? Moreover, judging from Feng Yi's appearance, he wasn't using his full strength at all. The members of the Hidden Dragon Society had mixed feelings after seeing Feng Yi's performance. Although Feng Yi's cultivation level was not as high as theirs a few months ago, his strength was already much greater. In just a few months, Feng Yi's strength has far surpassed theirs, widening the gap significantly. Moreover, even Feng Yi from the realm has caught up with them. Currently, only Jiang Liangchen in the Hidden Dragon Society has broken through to the Kaiyang realm, a higher realm than Feng Yi. At this moment, Jiang Liangchen also felt a surge of fighting spirit. As the leader of the Hidden Dragon Society, he could not be easily outdone by Feng Yi. Otherwise, what prestige will he have left in the Hidden Dragon Society? He hadn't taken cultivation seriously before, always letting things take their natural course, otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Luo Tian for 3 consecutive years. But now, Feng Yi has completely ignited his fighting spirit. He planned to focus on his cultivation after the competition ended. Although he might not be able to defeat Feng Yi now, he would at least prevent Luo Tian from continuing to hog him. On the other side of the crowd, a complex gaze was fixed intently on Feng Yi. He is Luo Tian. Feng Yi's performance was clearly beyond his expectations. He believed that even if he were surrounded by 20 people, he could not possibly kill 10 of them in a single encounter like Feng Yi did. He only now realized that he had underestimated Feng Yi's strength. Thinking about what happened between him and Feng Yi, his face turned frosty. He didn't want to lose, and he couldn't afford to lose. Things have developed to this point now. If he loses to Feng Yi, one can imagine how people in the academy will talk about him. They weren't the only ones shocked. Feng Yi's performance also drew the attention of the mentors and the academy's higher-ups. Master Han Shuang, what martial art did Feng Yi use just now? Xiao Yao, the white-robed sword immortal, looked at Zi Hanshuang in the corner and asked. As a renowned sword fanatic at Tsinghua University, he could see the extraordinary nature of Feng Yi's swordsmanship. Most importantly, he had never seen the martial arts techniques Feng Yi used before. It can be seen but not seen, killing people invisibly and making it impossible to guard against. Xiao Yao's eyes grew brighter, and his gaze toward Zi Hanshuang became increasingly ardent. If I hadn't heard his earlier question, I would have thought he was pursuing Zi Hanshuang. Zi Hanshuang remained aloof, and facing Xiao Yao's burning gaze, she spoke calmly. Have no idea. Ha? Xiao Yao's expression froze, then turned somewhat anxious. Master Han Shuang, I am very interested in the martial arts technique used by Feng Yi. If you can tell me the name of the technique, I am willing to pay any price. The other mentors around were all shocked when they heard Xiao Yao's words. Is Feng Yi's martial arts really that powerful? Even Xiao Yao was so moved that he was willing to pay any price. Zi Hanshuang's expression remained unchanged as she spoke calmly. If you want to know, you can ask him yourself. I don't know. Zi Hanshuang wasn't lying, she truly didn't know what martial arts technique Feng Yi was using. When she saw Feng Yi use the void sword formation, she thought he was using a martial art from the Feng family's inherited imperial techniques. Seeing that Zi Hanshuang said this, Xiao Yao understood that she was not lying to him and seemed to really not know, so he could only give up. We can only wait until after the competition is over to find an opportunity to ask Feng Yi. In the training ground, Zhu Haitian's face turned extremely ugly. He had said he would give Feng Yi a big gift, and unexpectedly, he actually did give a gift. He sent 10 heads to Feng Yi. He was filled with regret, not for provoking Feng Yi, but for not having gathered more people to attack Feng Yi. If 20 people aren't enough, then 30 or 40. So what if Feng is good at fighting? He doesn't believe Feng can take on 49 opponents at once. If Feng really had that kind of strength, he would kneel down and kowtow to admit his mistake. However, now is not the time to think about these things, because although they were shocked by Feng himself had no intention of resting. Feng was now filled with fighting spirit. After seriously injuring 3 people, he immediately turned around and attacked another person. The man had barely raised his hand when Feng's sword reached his chest. A radiant light emanated from his body, blocking Feng's sword. However, the next second, his body was teleported out of the training ground. That layer of radiance is a form of protection provided by the trial grounds to the participants. It cannot be breached by anyone below the heavenly level. After eliminating another person, Feng felt that killing them one by one was too much effort. The remaining people are too scattered. He then flashed back to the wall, took a deep breath, and scanned the people still in the training ground. At this point, of the 50 people in the training ground, 30 remained. Almost half of them were eliminated by Feng. Now, apart from a few of the 6th-ranked individuals, the remaining people are all roughly equal in strength. The chaotic battle has entered a tense phase. Apart from Feng's group, almost everyone else has a fixed opponent. Feng was too lazy to go looking for them one by one, so he decided to personally send the rest of them out. After clearing his mind, Feng unleashed a sword strike. It seemed like an ordinary, unremarkable sword strike. At the same time, Feng roared. With one sword, I transformed the Milky Way into a celestial river, slaying all immortals under heaven, slaying immortals. The surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, and everyone in the trial field stopped fighting at the same time. Xu Haitian and the others stared blankly at Feng. The changes in the training ground left the onlookers puzzled. Many people raised questions. Why did everyone suddenly stop? What happened? Soon, a terrifying sword aura erupted from Feng Yiningsu's sword in everyone's eyes. It looks like a long white line. However, everyone in the training ground who faced Feng's sword strike did not think so. This is not a white line at all, it is clearly a celestial river from ancient mythology. It surged and rolled, carrying an aura of destruction as it crushed towards them. Everyone felt the presence of death at that moment. Although they knew that the training grounds formation would prevent them from dying, they still couldn't suppress their fear. Chapter 91. Everyone is shocked. The broadsword energy swept across the field, and no matter what methods the other participants in the trial field used, they could not stop it. Kill anyone who gets in my way, even Buddha himself. Wherever the sword energy passed, all the contestants were eliminated. When the sword energy struck the wall at the edge of the training ground, golden characters appeared all over the wall. The walls were shaking, frantically absorbing the energy contained in the sword energy. After a long while, the sword energy finally dissipated, leaving only Feng in the entire training ground. Outside the trial grounds, more and more contestants were eliminated. They all stared blankly, their eyes filled with fear, as if they had experienced something terrible. Even worse, his legs were still trembling, and he was using the weapon in his hand to support himself on the ground to avoid falling. Xu Haitian, standing in the crowd, was deathly pale, and his back was soaked with sweat. If it weren't for the formation in the training grounds, he felt he would have really died when faced with Feng's sword strike. Only now did he clearly realize the gap between himself and Feng. The thought of how he had foolishly provoked Feng earlier filled him with lingering fear and regret. Now, the mere thought of Feng's name sends a shiver down his spine, fearing he might face retribution later. He had already made plans to avoid Feng from now on. Meanwhile, the spectators were completely stunned. One sword had instantly killed 30 people. Is this really something a human being could do? Everyone understood that Feng's instant kill of 30 people was not because he could only kill 30 people, but because there were only 30 people in the arena. If Feng had used this sword strike from the beginning, he could have killed 49 people in one strike. Moreover, they had a premonition that even if there were more people in the trial grounds, the outcome would be the same. Although they did not personally experience Feng's sword strike, seeing it from God's perspective was even more awe-inspiring. The contestants in the trial arena were like monsters in a game, wiped out by a single powerful attack. Those who initially said it was impossible for anyone to fight 49 people single-handedly have now been thoroughly proven wrong by Feng's shocking facts. If you don't know how to fight 49 people at once, then Feng will show you. All it takes is one sword strike. Those who were trying to vote to revive Feng after he was eliminated are now just as dumbfounded. They should have been happy that Feng advanced, but they couldn't be happy at all after he advanced in such a fierce way. because they now realize that the opportunity to make money seems to have disappeared. No matter how powerful Luo Tian is, he can't even take on 20 people at once, let alone 49. The only ones who weren't so shocked were the few who had gone to the Anqing Mountains with him, because they had seen this scene before. However, they only saw the effects of Feng Yi's sword strike at the time, but did not see the whole story from beginning to end. Today we finally got a full look at Feng Yi's sword strike. After the initial shock, everyone wondered what level of martial skill Feng Yi's sword strike was. They had seen S-rank martial arts techniques before, but none could possess such power. Could it be an SS-rank martial art? Having just been amazed by the void sword formation, Xiao stood up immediately upon seeing Feng Yi's sword strike, not even noticing the teacup he knocked over. He stared intently at Feng Yi's sword strike on the screen, his eyes burning with an intense intensity. The other mentors were just as shocked as he was, though their reactions weren't as intense. Even the usually calm and collected Dean Jixing's mouth was slightly agape. As a member of the Ji family, one of the 5 great families, although he failed to win the position of heir to the Ji family back then, he later learned the Ji family's inherited imperial laws. He knew that an SS-level martial art couldn't possibly have that much power. Feng Yi's sword strike definitely surpassed SS level. Although few people would believe this, he thought that Feng Yi could awaken even the conceptual level of superpowers, so it wasn't surprising that he now knew a conceptual martial art. Feng Yi is definitely hiding some great secret or some great opportunity he once had. SSS-level martial arts skills, concept-level martial arts skills, even he was somewhat tempted. If it weren't for Feng Yi's identity, he would have really wanted to investigate Feng Yi's secrets. Zi Hanshuang was also staring wide-eyed, her eternally aloof face filled with shock. However, she quickly came to her senses, and a hint of pride appeared on her lips. A voice echoed from the void within the training grounds. Congratulations to contestant Feng Yi for successfully advancing to the next round. After the words fell in the void, Feng Yi was also teleported out. When Feng Yi appeared at the entrance of the trial arena, most of the contestants who had been eliminated by Feng Yi recovered somewhat from their experience of death. A hint of fear crept into their eyes as they looked at Feng Yi. Feng Yi glanced around indifferently, then found an empty spot to sit down and wait for the results of the other groups. Following the announcement over the loudspeaker, the second group of contestants arrived at the entrance to the training grounds. The first thing everyone did when they entered was to look at Feng Yi. Their eyes also held a look of fear. Having witnessed Feng Yi's sword strike, those watching the second group's chaotic battle now find it rather dull. Although the second group played a more intense and close game than Feng Yi's group, they felt that something was missing. The contestants in the second group were all roughly equal in skill, but the only one who stood out was a girl wearing a blue dress. Even Feng Yi noticed her. Feng Yi noticed her because her weapon was a longbow. Moreover, her longbow had no arrows. Every time she draws her longbow, an arrow formed from the power of the stars automatically appears. This girl is very strong. She won the only qualifying spot out of 50 people in the second group with just a longbow. Feng Yi only glanced at the third group twice, and after not finding anyone worthy of his attention, he stopped paying attention to them. The third group to advance was a senior male student. Next was the fourth group, where Zhang Lianchen ultimately emerged victorious from among 50 contestants. However, he himself was also injured, and compared to Feng Yi, who hadn't even had his clothes touched, he looked much more disheveled. After being teleported out of the training ground, he went straight to sit down next to Feng Yi. You better confess, did you take some kind of magic pill? We're all human, so why are you so outstanding? Feng Yi rolled his eyes. Do you even know what a genius is, or some kind of magic pill? Do you think I need that stuff? Zhang Lianchen was greatly shocked after hearing this. He had been called a genius since he was a child, but compared to Feng Yi, he was nothing. No one can call themselves a genius in front of Feng Yi. Chapter 92 Enemies meet on a narrow road. Even among geniuses, there are differences. Watching the two laughing and joking, the people around them looked at Zhang Lianchen with a hint of envy. Based on the strength Feng Yi has demonstrated, as long as he doesn't die, he will definitely be able to soar to great heights. If we can build a good relationship with him now, who knows how many benefits we'll reap in the future. Even if you're just bragging about it, you'll still feel proud. However, seeing that Feng Yi had no intention of ignoring them, and that his fighting spirit had not yet dissipated, those who wanted to befriend him dared not approach him to speak. But seeing how familiar Zhang Lianchen and Feng Yi seemed, how could they not be envious? The free-for-all started early in the morning and didn't end until the afternoon. Except for the first group, which was Feng Yi's group, which finished relatively quickly, the other groups finished very slowly. As expected, Luo Tian successfully advanced to the next round. However, regarding the duel between Feng Yi and Luo Tian, almost everyone now favors Feng Yi. Although Luo Tian also successfully advanced, he did not demonstrate the overwhelming strength that Feng Yi possessed. Although the two have not officially started their duel yet, the outcome is already quite clear. Unless something unexpected happens. However, the probability of this happening is so low that even Luo Tian himself doesn't believe it's possible. After everyone on site voted to select 10 resurrected individuals, the second round of drawing lots began. Abstractly speaking, the person resurrected in the first group was actually Zhu Haitian. The reason he was resurrected was that he had once led a group to try to eliminate Feng Yi by ganging up on him. So some people wanted to see how badly Zhu Tianhai would be beaten if he faced Feng Yi alone. Dean Jixing took the stage again and spoke. In the next round of the draw, the names of 20 contestants will scroll rapidly on the screen. You will count down 5 seconds and then call stop. The names displayed on the screen will be the list of those to face off. As Jixing finished speaking, the names of the 20 contestants scrolled rapidly on the screen, and the students watching began to count down in unison. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. 2 names were displayed on the screen. Lu Zihao versus Kanan. Feng Yi then learned that the girl in the blue dress was named Kanan. Lu Zihao was one of the boys in the 7th group who was revived. Next, they began drawing the list of the second group of opponents. As the countdown ended and the word stop was uttered, 2 more names appeared on the screen. Both were revived by a vote. Soon the names for the 3rd and 4th group matches were announced, but Feng Yi's name, which everyone was looking forward to, still hadn't appeared. Those contestants whose names were also not mentioned were filled with anxiety. The probability of them being assigned to the same group as Feng Yi is increasing. Nobody wants to be in the same group as Feng Yi right now. Because after this round of advancement, it's not just about getting a spot in the next round. It also determines whether one can qualify to represent the college in the subsequent 100 colleges competition. But once you're in the same group as Feng Yi, you lose that qualification. No one thinks they can beat Feng Yi right now. Nobody wants to encounter a ruthless person who can kill 30 people with a single sword strike. However, among those who still have no confirmed opponents are Zhu Haitian and Luo Tian. Zhang Liangchen also hadn't decided on his opponent for the second round. He jokingly said to Feng Yi with a bitter face, "Do you think we'll be put in the same group this round?" "It's not impossible," Feng Yi said with a smile. Zhang Liangchen remained silent for a moment before letting out a sly laugh. "If we get assigned to the same group, why don't you just give up? You're young, and I'm old. Give me the chance to bring glory to the academy, and you can go next year." Feng Yi looked at himself with a puzzled expression and said speechlessly, "Are you even speaking human language? You're old, so just rest in the academy. Leave these strenuous tasks to us young people." Seeing that his wicked scheme had failed, Zhang Liangchen made a friendly international gesture with a dark face. Just then, the list of the 8th matchup appeared on the screen. Ma Qingqing versus Zhang Liangchen. When Zhang Liangchen saw the name of his opponent, a strange expression appeared on his face. Feng Yi smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Wow, you're lucky. You got one of the only 2 girls you could pick." Zhang Liangchen, however, did not seem so happy. "How about I let you have her, and you go fight her?" Feng Yi slowly shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't like hitting women." "So I like hitting women?" Zhang Liangchen roared irritably. Feng Yi understood why Zhang Liangchen was unhappy. If he lost to a girl, he would be ridiculed, and if he won, he might be accused of bullying girls or not knowing how to be considerate of a weak girl. There's no benefit in winning or losing anyway. But how fragile can a girl actually be if she manages to survive a chaotic battle? She's so strong that she could easily outperform 90% of people, yet she's considered weak. The draw for the 9th group of opponents began, and the remaining 3 people stared nervously at the screen, praying that they wouldn't be drawn against Feng Yi. Especially Zhu Haitian and Luo Tian. For the students watching out of curiosity, however, they were filled with anticipation. Unless Luo Tian and Zhu Haitian are drawn together, one of them will definitely be grouped with Feng Yi. As the countdown ended, the names of the 9th group appeared on the screen, and the match list for the 10th group was automatically generated. One of the remaining 3 looked like he was about to cry. His inner cry of despair. "It's me again?" The matchups for Group 9 and Group 10 are as follows. Hima Bai versus Luo Tian. Feng Yi versus Zhu Haitian. Zhu Haitian, that unlucky guy, was once again assigned to the same group as Feng Yi. The draw was over, and it was already getting dark. The second round of matches was scheduled for tomorrow. As Feng Yi was leaving, he ran into Zhu Haitian. Zhu Haitian no longer has the arrogance he had when he first threatened Feng Yi. His face was droopy, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He's currently debating whether to abstain, but he's worried that abstaining would make him a laughingstock. But if they don't abstain, they'll be beaten up by Feng Yi. Looking at Zhu Haitian, who seemed preoccupied, Feng Yi sneered. Zhu seems to be in a bad mood. I've prepared a big gift for you, and I hope you can enjoy it tomorrow. Upon hearing Feng Yi's voice, Zhu Haitian trembled all over, and after hearing what Feng Yi said, his neck turned visibly red. She dared not answer, nor look Feng Yi in the eye. These were the words he had said to Feng Yi before, and now Feng Yi was returning them to him. But he dared not say anything, feeling utterly humiliated, and quickened his pace, leaving with his head down. Chapter 93: The Sun's Fall. The next day, it was thought that Zhu Haitian would choose to forfeit and not participate in the second round of the competition. Unexpectedly, Zhu Haitian still came. And unlike his timid departure yesterday, he seemed very confident today. A confident smile radiated from his face, and he no longer avoided Feng Yi's gaze. This inexplicable change piqued Feng Yi's curiosity. Could this kid be preparing some underhanded trick? However, Feng Yi didn't take it to heart. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are futile. On the contrary, he was somewhat looking forward to what gave Zhu Haitian such confidence. Today's first match is Kanan versus Lu Zihao. Kanan is a senior in college. He is usually unassuming and very low-key. In previous competitions, he blended into the crowd. Moreover, her looks aren't particularly outstanding. She looks quite ordinary, the kind of person you wouldn't notice if you threw her into a crowd. However, Feng Yi was very interested in her. It's simply that I'm interested in people. It has nothing to do with feelings. Feng Yi felt that the bow in Kanan's hand was not simple, nor was the martial arts technique Kanan used. Regarding the duel between Kanan and Lu Zihao, Feng Yi favors and hopes that Kanan will win. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Kanan, dressed in a blue dress and looking very dignified and elegant, walked into the trial ground with Lu Zihao. The two stood facing each other, bowed to one another, and then a countdown began to play in the void. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The duel begins. As the countdown ended, Lu Zihao drew his long sword. He raised his sword and charged toward Kanan. Kanan remained expressionless, as if he were an emotionless robot, pinching the bowstring with 2 fingers and drawing the longbow into a crescent shape. Blue starlight slowly converged towards the center of the longbow, eventually forming a pale blue arrow of light. Call out. A whooshing sound came from the air. A pale blue arrow, trailing a beam of light, shot toward Lu Zihao. Although the arrow didn't seem very powerful, Lu Zihao didn't dare to be careless at all. Because those who were careless in the previous round had already suffered a great loss from this seemingly ordinary arrow. Lu Zihao's feet did not stop, his eyes were fixed on the flying light arrow. Just as the light arrow was about to hit him, he nimbly dodged the arrow. Before he could even catch his breath, another beam of light struck. Kanan never stopped moving, constantly drawing his bow and shooting arrows, the sound of arrows whistling through the air echoing across the training ground. One blue light arrow after another shot towards Lu Zihao. Although his movement skills were good, he couldn't withstand so many light arrows. Finally, Lu Zihao stopped in his tracks. He couldn't dodge the arrow, so he could only hold his sword horizontally to his chest to defend himself. Clang! A pale blue arrow struck Lu Zihao's sword. The long sword immediately bent inward and struck him directly in the chest. Lu Zihao's body moved backward uncontrollably, leaving 2 long marks on his feet. He retreated directly to the spot where he had stood at the start of the duel, and only then did the blue light arrow exhaust its energy and dissipate. Lu Zihao's expression was grave as he rubbed his aching chest. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on Kanan's face. She parted her red lips slightly and whispered a command. The sun is falling. Then the blue light on the longbow turned red, as if a layer of flame was burning. Her fair hands drew the bow again, but this time it seemed to be taking a lot of effort. As a beam of light, burning with crimson flames, coalesced within the longbow, Lu Zihao's heart began to pound uncontrollably. If someone were next to him at that moment, they could hear his clear heartbeat. A hint of emotion appeared on Lu Zihao's face. His martial arts skills were all close range, but Kanan did not give him a chance to get close. Now even a fool knows Kanan is about to unleash its ultimate move, but he's completely helpless against it. Just then, a sharp, piercing sound, as if it were tearing eardrums, rang out. The arrow of light, burning with crimson flames, shot towards him. Wherever the light arrow passed, a black mark appeared on the ground, as if it had been burned. Lu Zihao stared intently at the rapidly approaching arrow of light, intending to use his agility once again to dodge it. However, at this moment, he had a premonition that he was locked on and unable to dodge the arrow. To confirm his premonition, Lu Zihao retreated to the left, and the fiery red arrow seemed to have a navigation system installed, changing direction as well. When his premonition was confirmed, Lu Zihao felt utterly hopeless. He had a hard time blocking that blue light arrow just now, and his chest was still burning with pain. Faced with this fiery red arrow that looked anything but simple, he felt even more uncertain. Now that things have come to this, all he can do is try to see if he can block the arrow. He took a step back with his left foot, lowered his center of gravity, and then raised his sword in front of him with both hands to meet the fiery red arrow. When the fiery red arrow struck his sword, it exploded with a deafening roar. Then, a faint golden light appeared on Lu Zihao's body, blocking all the violent energy of the explosion. Then Lu Zihao's body was teleported out of the training ground. Kanan wins the first match. Fomi looked at the girl on the screen who remained expressionless throughout, and was filled with interest in her background. However, the other students watching the game were not interested in who won or lost the first match. What they wanted to see was Fomi's rematch with Zhu Haitian and whether Luo Tian could advance to the next round and meet Fomi again. They weren't very interested in the other matchups. The first few matches were over quickly. Except for the second match, which was between two resurrected contestants, the other matches were won by the contestants who advanced from the free-for-all. It seems that those who can stand out in the free-for-all and fight to the end all have real strength. Those who are resurrected, even if they are resurrected again, will not be a match for those who advance through their own strength. The two people currently facing off in the trial are a man and a woman. Zhang Liangchen and Ma Qingqing. Ma Qingqing wore a high ponytail and had slightly dark skin, but she looked very dashing. The spear in her hand was sharp and powerful, its attacks relentless and impenetrable. Zhang Liangchen was once cornered against the wall. This is also related to Zhang Liangchen's somewhat reserved nature. If he were to unleash his true strength, he wouldn't necessarily win against Ma Qingqing, but he wouldn't have been on the receiving end of attacks from the beginning until now. However, his state of mind was affected, and he could only exert 70% of his strength. As time went on, Ma Qingqing stabbed Zhang Liangchen in the arm with a gun. Perhaps it was because of the pain, or perhaps he no longer cared about gender, but his aura suddenly changed. They changed their passive approach and began a fierce counterattack. Chapter 94 Zhu Haitian's Confidence. Ma Qingqing clearly did not expect Zhang Liangchen to suddenly erupt. His attempts to block were riddled with holes, and he was quickly injured. The ancestral war scythe in Zhang Liangchen's hand moved with great force, and at this moment it transformed into a black whirlwind. It swept towards Ma Qingqing. Ma Qingqing's body flew backward, coughing up a large amount of blood. At this moment, Zhang Liangchen's eyes were devoid of any emotion, and he no longer showed any pity for the woman. He transformed into the Grim Reaper from Hell and reaped Ma Qingqing's qualification for advancement. Zhang Liangchen ultimately won. When Fomi saw Zhang Liangchen walking over after his wounds had been treated at the school clinic, he smiled and joked. What happened to young Master Zhang earlier? Why was he getting beaten up? Was he unable to bring himself to do it? Zhang Liangchen laughed and scolded. Get lost. I was just thinking that since she's a girl, I'd let her have a few moves first, so she wouldn't get punched by some fairy later. Upon hearing this, Fomi smiled. It seemed that Zhang Liangchen was genuinely afraid of those little fairies. While the two were chatting, Luo Tian and Himabai had already started fighting in the training ground. Himabai is also a senior student, and he is both famous and very capable. Although Luo Tian was only a junior, 1 year younger than Himabai, his strength was in no way inferior. It could even subtly suppress Himabai. In the end, Luo Tian narrowly defeated Himabai. This gave those who had bet on Luo Tianning to win against Fomi a glimmer of hope. If Luo Tian can beat Himabai, who seems stronger than him, he might also be able to beat Fomi, who also seems stronger than him. Anything is possible. Now we've reached the final battle of the second round. The unlikely pairing of Fomi and Zhu Haitian is a classic case of sworn enemies meeting on a narrow road. Everyone immediately perked up. This was the final battle of the second round, and also the battle that everyone was most looking forward to. Of course, almost everyone already knew the outcome of this battle. They still wanted to see, mainly to see how Zhu Haitian would be beaten by Fomi without the advantage of numbers. Zhu Haitian and Feng Yi entered the trial grounds together. He always wore a confident smile, and now, looking at Feng Yi opposite him, he couldn't help but utter some harsh words. Feng Yi, I've prepared another big gift for you today. Don't be too surprised. Ha! Feng Yi sneered disdainfully. You said the same thing yesterday, and what happened? Upon hearing Feng Yi bring up yesterday's events again, Zhu Haitian instantly lost his composure, his previously confident smile vanishing. His expression hardened, and he stared intently at Feng Yi, muttering through gritted teeth. I will remember the humiliation you gave me yesterday for the rest of my life. Today I will make you feel that way too. Hearing Zhu Haitian's harsh words, Feng Yi remained unperturbed and said calmly. You brought this humiliation upon yourself, what does it have to do with me? Indeed, that's the case. If Zhu Haitian hadn't provoked Feng Yi in the first place and hadn't had his men gang up on Feng Yi, he wouldn't have ended up like a clown even if he had been eliminated. He himself was the cause of everything that happened, so Feng Yi was indeed right. However, Zhu Haitian had no idea about these things. He blamed all the humiliation he had suffered on Feng Yi. In his mind, Feng Yi couldn't beat him, Feng Yi couldn't be that strong, and should be eliminated when faced with an attack from 20 people. As the countdown in the void ended, Zhu Haitian took out a short knife stained with unknown blood from his spatial ring. Blood continued to drip from the dagger. The blood fell onto the ground of the training ground, and thick black smoke immediately rose. Everyone knows that this dagger is highly poisoned. Feng Yi initially thought that Zhu Haitian had taken out the dagger to use against him. I was a little disappointed. After all that anticipation, this is what happened? Surely they don't think they can eliminate themselves by using a short knife with a deadly poison. Zhu Haitian must have lost his mind. This thing gave him a strange sense of confidence. But the next second, Zhu Haitian used the poisoned dagger to cut his own hand. His face turned deathly pale, and his expression showed extreme pain. This scene completely stunned Feng Yi. What kind of operation is this? However, Feng Yi did not stop it or make any move. He simply stood there and watched the scene quietly. Everyone outside the venue was stunned by Zhu Haitian's actions, and no one could understand what he was doing. He started by cutting himself with a highly poisoned knife. Was he trying to force himself into a desperate situation? Unleash your potential? While the students couldn't understand what Zhu Haitian was doing, some of the instructors did see through his scheme. An older-looking mentor stared at the dagger in Zhu Haitian's hand and muttered to himself. The blood on this knife is unusual. Before the other mentors could understand what he meant, Zhu Haitian on the screen suddenly knelt down. Immediately afterwards, the veins in his arm turned black and continued to spread to other parts of his body. Zhu Haitian trembled on the ground in pain, his face completely drained of color. He looked like a dead person, and with all his blood vessels turned black, he looked incredibly eerie. Zhu Haitian's appearance reminded Feng Yi of Ying Yaoyang's appearance back then. The two men's faces looked somewhat similar at this moment, but Zhu Haitian's was a bit more strange, while Ying Yaoyang's only change was in the blood vessels on his face. Zhu Haitian, however, underwent a complete transformation. Gradually, Zhu Haitian's body stopped trembling, and he calmed down. When he slowly raised his head, his eyes had turned completely black, as deep as an abyss. Zhu Haitian's change startled some of the more timid people watching from the sidelines. This doesn't look like a normal change at all. It looks more like some kind of evil magic. Finally, one of the mentors recognized what Zhu Haitian was using. Could this be blood from a different race? Upon hearing this, Zi Hanchuan's expression turned extremely gloomy. She stood up and said, "How dare he use the blood of a different race to enhance his strength? Shouldn't the competition be stopped immediately and this person arrested?" As soon as she spoke, the fat woman, with whom she had a previous conflict, also stood up. What a joke! Which rule of the grand competition says that the use of alien blood is prohibited? Which law of China stipulates that the use of alien blood is forbidden? Even the Xinqing division uses alien blood for research, so why is it forbidden in the grand competition? The fat woman and Zi Hansuang were locked in a fierce confrontation, while the other instructors, as if used to it, remained silent and instead looked at Dean Jixing, who was sitting in the middle. Jixing raised her eyelids and spoke slowly. Using alien blood does not violate any rules, and anything can happen on a real battlefield. Let us sit down and continue watching. Upon hearing Jixing's words, the fat woman smiled smugly, then immediately sat down and looked at Zi Hanchuang with a provocative gaze. Zi Hanchuang's chest heaved heavily, clearly indicating that she was quite angry. However, unable to refute Jixing, he could only sit down. Chapter 95: The Clown. As the name suggests, alien blood is the blood from a different race. Unlike humans, alien races possess incredibly powerful physical bodies. Unless humans cultivate their body refining techniques to perfection, they have no way to contend with them. In order to find out the reason for the strong physique of the alien race and to develop a targeted method, various countries on Earth have started related research in recent years. 10 years ago, scholars from the United States accidentally discovered that if blood from other races were transferred into human bodies, it would produce a temporary and significant enhancement to the human body. However, the side effects are also significant. If too much alien blood is transferred, the person will completely lose their mind and become a beast that only knows how to kill. Although no country's government has explicitly prohibited cultivators from using alien blood. However, no normal person wants to lose their mind and be controlled by killing in the future, so most people have already listed the blood of other races as a forbidden item. No one could have imagined that a mere academy competition would lead to a student taking the risk of using alien blood to enhance their strength. Although Zhu Haitian didn't use a lot of alien blood, he will most likely be able to recover later. However, if any accident occurs, there will be no going back. Feng was unaware that Zhu Haitian's short sword was stained with alien blood, but as Zhu Haitian stared at him, he could feel that Zhu Haitian's aura had increased several times over at this moment. A faint smile appeared on Feng's lips as he spoke with great interest. Interesting. Zhu Haitian's changes did not affect Feng's state of mind. Instead, it piqued his interest in what had caused such a dramatic change in Zhu Haitian. Everything comes at a price, and he was very curious about what the price Zhu Haitian would pay for gaining power. Could it be like in the online novels of my past life, where using some kind of drug that instantly increases one's strength would cut off one's path to cultivation? It's just a competition in the Academy's grand contest. Is it really worth doing this? Unfortunately, Zhu Haitian no longer answers this question. Moreover, Feng was only curious, so naturally he wouldn't ask Zhu Haitian. In his eyes, Zhu Haitian was now nothing more than a slightly larger grasshopper. Feng drew his Ningxue sword, beckoned to Zhu Haitian, and looked at him provocatively. Zhu Haitian's dark eyes revealed no emotion, but upon seeing Feng's actions, he suddenly raised his head and let out a sharp roar. Then, with a powerful leap, he sprang over like a cannonball, still holding the short knife stained with the blood of the alien race. With a swift strike, the blade met Ningxue's sword, then quickly slashed towards Feng's neck. Feng lightly tapped his toes, his body floating backward, directly dodging the attack. If Feng hadn't dodged, this strike could have sealed his throat. It's clear that after being enhanced by the alien blood, Zhu Haitian's speed and strength have both increased significantly. Otherwise, he might not have been able to get close to Feng. Unfortunately, the drawbacks of having alien blood are also obvious. It can make people mindless, only knowing how to engage in head-on battles and kill. Having missed his first strike, Zhu Haitian immediately gave chase, displaying an aura that seemed intent on tearing Feng to pieces. Feng kicked out and struck Zhu Haitian in the chest, causing the latter to immediately stagger back more than 10 steps. Feng also used the force of the kick to widen the distance between the two once again. Is that all? Feng murmured. From the moment he made his move, Zhu Haitian relied solely on speed and strength to attack, without using any martial arts techniques. Even though Feng had created some distance between them, he still pounced like a wild beast, showing no intention of using any martial arts techniques. Feng suddenly felt bored. Since that's the case, let's end it here. After saying that, Feng suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared behind Zhu Haitian, slashing out with his sword. Zhu Haitian reacted quickly, instinctively dodging to the side. Ah! However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun Feng's sword. The sword that was meant to strike his head instead struck his arm. Bright red blood immediately flowed down his arm. Moreover, Feng discovered that Zhu Haitian's blood contained many black substances. This black, unidentified substance is contaminating Zhu Haitian's blood. This must be what caused the change in his strength. However, Feng was not a scholar and was not interested in such things. After only a brief glance, Feng thrust out his sword. Having just been slashed by a sword, Zhu Haitian was on guard against Feng. Upon seeing Feng thrust out his sword, he immediately retreated rapidly. To his surprise, Feng's sword slipped from his hand after failing to pierce him and continued to chase after him. The snow condensation sword transformed into a streak of silver light and caught up with Zhu Haitian. However, just as it was about to pierce through his body, it was blocked by a layer of golden light. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Haitian's body was teleported away. Outside the training ground, everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in astonishment. Holy crap, are you kidding me? You've even used sword control techniques? It's no wonder they were so surprised. There's no such thing as sword control in this world, but Feng Yi's move just now was indeed very similar to sword control techniques in some TV dramas and novels. Feng Yi actually controls the Ningxue's sword remotely by manipulating space. It does look very much like sword control. However, this is mainly due to his SSS-level supernatural spatial power. Even if someone else were to do it, they wouldn't be able to. After being teleported out of the training ground, Zhu Haitian had not yet regained his senses. Looking at the people around him, he immediately rushed forward. Several students didn't react in time and collapsed in pools of blood. Upon discovering this, the instructors responsible for maintaining order at the academy immediately took action to suppress Zhu Haitian. The injured students also received timely medical treatment. After Feng Yi came out of the training ground, he saw Zhu Haitian being taken away by an instructor. Although there were no major casualties, openly attacking a classmate violated school rules, and he will inevitably face punishment from the college's higher-ups. It was expected that Feng Yi would easily defeat Zhu Haitian. The only surprise was Zhu Haitian's unusual behavior. The students were unaware that Zhu Haitian had used alien blood, so they didn't understand why he would suddenly lose control and attack others. On the mentor's side, Zihan Shuang's tense emotions finally calmed down after seeing Feng Yi defeat Zhu Haitian unscathed. He glanced at the fat woman indifferently, as if he were looking at a clown. The fat woman's face was now extremely gloomy. She hadn't expected that Zhu Haitian would still be so easily defeated by Feng Yi even after using alien blood. Now, she's become a clown herself, in a way. And the one who started it all was Feng Yi. Her hatred for Feng Yi had reached its peak. It was Feng Yi who had made her a laughingstock in public the last time. It was Feng Yi again this time. She secretly vowed to make Feng Yi pay the price. Chapter 96: The most anticipated match. Despite the minor incident, the college competition proceeded without disruption, and under the guidance of the instructors in charge of maintaining order, the competition continued. The head of the teaching department walked up to the 10 people who had advanced to the second round. I have 10 cards in my hand, 2 of each number from 1 to 5. Anyone who draws the same number will automatically become my opponent. After saying that, the head of the teaching department walked up to Feng Yi with the cards and gestured for him to draw a card. Feng Yi randomly picked a card, flipped it over, and saw it was the Ace of Spades. He didn't hide anything and revealed it directly. After Feng Yi, it was Zhang Liangshan's turn. He chose the first card, the Four of Hearts. Only after realizing it wasn't the Ace of Hearts did he relax. Almost no one wants to run into Feng Yi now. Everyone wants to rank higher so they can get better rewards. Soon it was Kanan's turn to draw a card. After looking at the card in her hand, she immediately looked over at Feng Yi. Zhang Liangshan had been observing everyone's expressions after they drew their cards. When he saw Kanan looking in his direction, he immediately tugged at Feng Yi's clothes excitedly. Feng Yi, what goes around comes around. Now it's your turn to have a headache. Zhang Liangshan's face revealed a gloating expression. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's face flashed with surprise, and he also looked in the direction of Kanan. But a moment later, Feng Yi's expression became somewhat strange. I have a feeling she's looking at you. Zhang Liangshan's smile immediately vanished, and he said with some doubt. That can't be right, I clearly saw her looking at you. Then, under everyone's gaze, Kanan turned over the cards in her hand. Four of Spades. Zhang Liangshan was completely stunned. He revealed an expression that was even uglier than crying. Last year I met a fortune teller on the street. He told me that I would have good luck in love this year. I wonder if this is the kind of love he was talking about. Now that the tables have turned, it's Feng Yi's turn to gloat. To be honest, that charlatan did have some skill. Zhang Liangshan was on the verge of tears. Kanan and Ma Qingxing were not on the same level at all. One fought his way out of the chaotic battle all by himself, while the other was resurrected through voting. The two are simply incomparable in terms of strength. Just as the two were talking, Feng Yi suddenly felt a hostile gaze fixed on him. Following his instincts, he looked over and discovered that it was Luo Tian staring at him. He was also holding a card in his hand. Ace of Hearts. The long-awaited showdown has finally arrived. The other students watching the game did not see the drawing process, but the results were displayed directly on the big screen. Everyone went wild when they saw the first pair of opponents. Feng Yi versus Luo Tian. After waiting for 2 rounds, the third round has finally arrived. And they were the first group to perform. When the scene on the screen returned to the training ground, Feng Yi and Luo Tian were already standing facing each other. Feng Yi. Go for it. Take him down. Those who supported Feng Yi shouted loudly. Surprisingly, despite having more people betting on Luo Tianshang, his cheers were only heard sporadically. Neither in number nor in momentum can they compare to those who support Feng Yi. In particular, the fat guy and his group, along with the members of the Hidden Dragon Society, were shouting until their faces turned red and their necks bulged. The shock caused everyone around to cover their ears. In the training ground, Luo Tian's expression was solemn, and his palms, which held the sword, were covered in sweat. His expression was indifferent, and he still spoke in that condescending tone. "I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. How about we make a deal? As long as you admit defeat, I can agree to any of your conditions, and even give you the first place reward." The large screen outside only showed the scene in the training ground, but no sound could be heard, so Luo Tian wasn't worried about his words being heard. After listening to Luo Tian's words, Feng Yi smiled and thought to himself that this person was either not smart enough or just daydreaming. No matter the conditions, if you can't get something yourself, you still need to borrow someone else's help. As for the reward for winning first place in the competition, it already belongs to him/her. In Feng Yi's opinion, Luo Tian might not even be able to beat Kanan, let alone defeat him. So, Feng Yi simply made an international friendliness gesture at him and then mouthed 2 words. "Idiot." Although the spectators didn't know what Luo Tian was saying, they only saw his mouth moving. I thought he was just making threats before the match. However, after seeing Feng Yi open his mouth twice, he immediately understood what he was talking about. It seems Luo Tian used some really foul language just now, even making Feng Yi swear. Everyone wondered what harsh words Luo Tian had said to make Feng Yi curse so harshly. If Luo Tian knew what everyone was thinking, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't saying harsh words, he was saying soft words. After being rejected by Feng Yi with 2 words and a gesture, Luo Tian's expression turned extremely ugly. He immediately began making threats. "Feng Yi, don't be stubborn and refuse to listen to reason. Falling into a dead end won't benefit anyone. You need to think this through." To this utterly ineffective threat, Feng Yi responded with just 2 words. "Idiot." Seeing that neither soft nor hard approaches worked, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and nodded, then said it 3 times. Okay. Feng Yi had lost patience to listen to Luo Tian's nonsense any longer. "I just want to finish the game as soon as possible and go outside to sit and rest. Aren't you tired of standing here the whole time?" So he drew his snow condensation sword and spoke directly to Luo Tian. "Enough talk, let's get started." Luo Tian wanted to continue threatening him and make a final struggle, but just as he was about to speak, Feng Yi disappeared from the spot. Having watched Feng Yi's first 2 rounds of the competition closely, his expression changed drastically, and he instinctively raised his sword to defend himself. Just as he raised his sword, Feng Yi appeared in front of him and thrust his sword out. It pierced right into his sword. If his reaction had been any slower, it would have been a straight G. Even so, he still felt a tremendous force coming from the sword, and the long sword in his hand almost slipped out of his grasp. Although he had mentally prepared himself to be no match for Feng Yi, he still felt the enormous gap between himself and Feng Yi during their exchange. However, Luo Tian was also aware of what was happening off the field. He knew that absolutely, now that he was in the spotlight, would definitely attract a lot of attention. For him, it was okay to lose, but he couldn't afford to lose too badly. Feng Yi can win, but he can't win too easily. So he suppressed the discomfort in his hands, forced himself to take a breath, and roared. 7 kills. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 black shadows appeared behind Luo Tian and attacked Feng Yi at the same time. Luo Tian had used this move before, and it was with this move that he severely injured his opponent in the second round. Feng Yi remained expressionless, closed his eyes, and used the Eye of God. Under the divine eye, the flaw was quickly found. Chapter 97. The legend continues. Spatial confinement. The cold words came from Feng Yi's mouth. Then Luo Tian's move suddenly froze, and the 7 black figures were frozen in mid-air as if they were encased in ice. A slight smile appeared on Feng Yi's lips as he snapped his fingers and said, "Space shattered." With a sound like a mirror shattering, the 7 dark figures instantly turned into fragments, just like the mirror itself. Luo Tian's pupils constricted as he watched helplessly as his killing move crumbled in the face of absolute power, easily countered by Feng Yi. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a harsh voice. "You forced me to do this." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian's expression turned crazed. Luo family secret technique. Blood sacrifice. Luo Tian bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence, which seeped into the blue brick floor of the trial ground, leaving large patches of dark red blood. Phony took 3 steps back alertly. Luo Tian had never used this move before. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Luo Tian's hidden final killing move. Indeed, just as Phony thought, even Luo Tian himself would not want to use this technique unless absolutely necessary. You're the first and last person to force me to use this move. Luo Tian raised his scarlet eyes and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Phony frowned slightly, unable to understand why his opponents were becoming more and more wicked. The dark red bloodstains on the ground gradually turned into beads of blood the size of beans, which gathered together in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian's expression grew increasingly frantic, and he even spat out another mouthful of blood essence, disregarding everything else. His face turned deathly pale instantly, but his expression was one of unusual excitement. The blood clot grew larger and larger, and when it reached a critical point, it exploded with a bang, but instead of scattering, it attached itself to Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian had now transformed into a blood-red giant. Phony narrowed his eyes slightly, as he could sense that Luo Tian's aura had increased more than threefold. The crimson giant, a bloodthirsty smile on its face, approached Phony. With each step he took, scarlet vines would sprout from the ground, flailing wildly toward Phony, trying to entangle his feet. Phony swung his sword, and a sword aura slashed forward close to the ground. The scarlet vines snapped instantly, and the scarlet vines that fell to the ground turned into pools of dark red blood. The ground trembled as the crimson giant ran. Phony gently stroked the spine of the sword, and silver star power flowed from his 2 fingers and covered the snow condensation sword. Above Phony's head, a holographic sword image appeared, its hilt featuring a slowly rotating Tai Chi Bagua diagram. The crimson bloodstains on the ground were directly absorbed by the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. The size of the lightsaber suddenly increased dramatically. Moreover, the dark red blood on the blood giant's body flickered like flames. If you look closely, you can see that the dark red blood has turned into tiny threads that connect to the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. As the person involved, Luo Tian naturally noticed the abnormality. Under the dark red blood, his eyes turned to fear, and he exclaimed in alarm. How is this possible? You absorbed my blood sacrifice energy? Luo Tian's voice pierced through the dark red blood. Phony smiled dismissively and said calmly. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things, and all things give birth to Taiji. Not to mention energy, I can even absorb you as a person. After saying that, Phony stopped wasting words and pointed his sword at the blood-red giant. The light sword phantom above his head immediately flew forward. The lightsaber phantom transformed into a stream of light, easily piercing the blood-red giant's chest as if it were paper, and embedding itself directly in his chest. Outside the training grounds, everyone watched the shocking scene as the lightsaber phantom exploded, turning into a sky full of red crystals along with the blood giant's body. When everything dissipated, Luo Tian was no longer in the training grounds. Everyone knows it's over. Luo Tian ultimately failed to create a miracle. Phony's legend will continue. Outside the training ground, Luo Tian lay on the ground, his body trembling slightly, his face pale, and his clothes soaked with cold sweat. This was a side effect of using blood sacrifice. He was no longer the arrogant man he had been before. As Phony walked out of the training ground, he saw Luo Tian being carried away on a stretcher. On the stretcher, Luo Tian's eyes were still fixed on Phony. Phony felt his gaze, but he felt no emotion. Everyone who had been defeated by him no longer deserved his attention. He fears no one, whether it's his background or his own talent and potential. Phony didn't pay much attention to the following matches. It wasn't until the 4th match that he put away his phone and decided to take a closer look. The 2 people facing off in this match are Jiang Liangchen and Kanan. In the training ground, Jiang Liangchen stared at the girl in the blue robe opposite him, his fingertips, gripping the black battle scythe, turning slightly white. As the countdown in the void ended, he no longer hesitated at first as he had when he fought Ma Qingqing before. Instead, he directly chose to unleash his fastest speed and approach Kanan. The scythe drew tiny sparks from the ground as he charged forward like an arrow. He knew how terrifying Kanan was. If he couldn't get close, he would suffer the same fate as Lu Zihao. Kanan remained expressionless. At the moment the countdown ended, he held his bow in his left hand and made a nodding motion with his right, and 3 light arrows emitting a faint blue glow appeared out of thin air. Jiang Liangchen's pupils shrank sharply. There were 2 more than when he fought Lu Zihao before. What was this? Was it special treatment? Is it a targeted attack, or does Kanan believe he is better than Lu Zihao? Jiang Liangchen smiled bitterly to himself. His battle scythe swept across, creating a shockwave that sent dust flying and blocked Kanan's view. However, the Kanan bowstring trembled slightly, and 3 beams of blue light shot out, instantly piercing into the dust. Ding ding ding. The moment the scythe collided with the light arrow, Jiang Liangchen's arm trembled violently, and his forward steps were forced to a stop. When the dust settled, the 2 marks left by friction on the ground made it clear to everyone the power of Kanan's 3 arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Jiang Liangchen could catch his breath, 5 beams of blue light shot out again. Damn! Are they targeting me specifically? Jiang Liangchen swept his battle scythe horizontally, sending the 5 blue light arrows flying, but his body was also forced back 10 meters again. Just then, Jiang Liangchen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He hurriedly looked up and saw that the crimson arrow on the Kanan longbow was already aimed at him. The sun is falling. Kanan's calm voice rang out, and the ear-piercing sound that ripped through the eardrums once again echoed throughout the trial grounds. Jiang Liangchen suddenly spun around and slammed the handle of his battle scythe heavily onto the ground. With a deafening roar, 9 streams of black gas erupted from the ground. 9 draws from the yellow springs. 9 streams of black energy transformed into 9 giant dragons, racing towards the crimson arrow of light. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out as the crimson arrow pierced through 5 black dragons before exhausting its energy and dissipating. The remaining 4 black dragons continued their menacing attack on Kanan. Chapter 98 The Lucky One. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared on Kanan's usually calm and fair face, but it lasted only a moment. In an instant, her complexion returned to normal. He made the motion of drawing the bowstring again, and a golden arrow appeared on the longbow. The intense golden light shone on the trial grounds, reflecting in Kanan's eyes like 2 blazing suns. Starfall. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden arrow transformed into a 3-legged golden crow, emitting a stirring and sacred cry, and charged straight at the 4 black dragons. The golden crow flapped its wings, stirring up towering heat waves that slowly melted the scales of the 4 black dragons. The 4 black dragons writhed in agony. Seeing this, Jiang Liangchen's eyes revealed a hint of determination. He formed a hand seal and shouted. 9 dragons united as one. The 4 black dragons intertwined and eventually merged into one, its body becoming several times larger than before. The merged black dragon opened its enormous maw, as deep as an abyss, and swallowed the 3-legged golden crow whole. The golden light dissipated, and everything seemed to return to calm. The crowd outside the trial grounds was shocked. Could it be that Kanan was going to lose? Feng Yi, however, kept his eyes fixed on the black dragon's belly on the screen. Kanan remained calm, as if the swallowing of the 3-legged golden crow had not affected her state of mind. The next second, the black dragon's body began to crack, and countless golden rays shone out from the cracks. Boom! With a loud bang, the black dragon exploded, and the 3-legged golden crow rushed out from it. The trial grounds were once again illuminated by golden light. Jiang Liangchen, exhausted, knelt on the ground, a trickle of bright red blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Feeling the rolling heat emanating from the 3-legged golden crow above his head, a look of relief appeared on his face. The 9 draws of the yellow springs was his killing move, which originated from the Jiang family's imperial technique. Although it was incomplete, it was still a genuine SS-level martial art, yet he still lost to Kanan. He wasn't a stubborn person, he had done his best, and if he lost, it wasn't a big deal. Kanan's strength is undeniable, so losing to her is not shameful. With a loud cry, Jiang Liangchen's body was swallowed up by the 3-legged golden crow. Kanan calmly put the longbow in her hand into her spatial bracelet, and no one could tell anything from her face. No one knows whether that arrow she just shot was her trump card. Looking at Kanan emerging from the training ground, Feng Yi was curious about how much of her strength she had used. Judging from the matches that have already ended, the 2 finalists will most likely be Kanan and him. He is looking forward to seeing if Kanan will give him a surprise. Otherwise, this competition would be too boring. Kanan sensed Feng Yi's gaze and looked over, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Feng Yi then realized that staring at other girls was indeed a bit impolite, so he nodded apologetically and then looked away. After the 3rd round, only 5 people remained. According to the competition rules, one lucky winner will receive a bye in advance directly to the next round. The remaining 4 people will compete in pairs, and the 2 winners will advance. The remaining 3 then engaged in another free-for-all, with their rankings determined by the order of elimination. After the head of the teaching department announced these rules, someone immediately asked if it was unfair that one person would get a bye in advance directly to the next round. The head of the teaching department simply replied with a curt remark. Luck is also a form of strength. After saying that, the head of the teaching department took out 5 more cards, from ace to the number 5. The person who draws A is the lucky one who gets a bye, and the remaining 4 cards are used to pair up opponents based on whether they are odd or even numbers. The head of the teaching department first asked Feng Yi to draw cards. Although Feng Yi could easily use his divine eye to see through the cards in the headmaster's hand if he wanted to, he did not do so. Instead, he just picked up a card at random. When it was opened, it was that familiar ace of spades again. Of the other 4, Kanan remained expressionless throughout, while the other 3 had somewhat complicated expressions on their faces. I feel both fortunate and regretful. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about being drawn as an opponent this round, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance to be that lucky one. Since he drew A, he could have a bye this round, and Feng Yi was happy to relax, only casually paying attention to Kanan's opponents. A short, chubby boy, based on his performance in the previous rounds, was at most about the same level as Jiang Liangchen. Since Jiang Liangchen couldn't defeat Kanan, neither could he. So Feng Yi simply sat down and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the final to begin. He didn't care who would win in the other group. Now that the competition has progressed this far, apart from the mysterious Kanan and himself, the strength of everyone else has been largely revealed. So it doesn't really matter who Feng Yi's other opponent is in the final. The outcome of this round was similar to Feng Yi's prediction. Kanan's opponent ultimately succumbed to the golden arrows. The other finalist was Lu Rinjia, who had an average face, was at the 3rd level of the Kaiyang realm, and was a senior student. He is also the person with the highest level of skill in this competition. He was able to make it to the finals entirely because of his high level of skill. The 3 finalists were Feng Yi, a freshman, Kanan, a senior, and Lu Rinjia. Feng Yi is the first student in the history of Tsinghua Peking University College to advance to the finals of the college competition as a freshman in his first year of enrollment. Moreover, he will most likely become the first freshman to win the Tsinghua Peking University College competition. His story will surely be written into the history of the institute in the future. While waiting for Kanan and Lu Rinjia to rest, Lu Rinjia found Kanan, who was resting with his eyes closed. How about we consider collaborating? Kanan opened his eyes, looked Lu Rinjia up and down, and then his eyes revealed confusion. Seeing this, Lu Rinjia immediately explained, "You've witnessed Feng Yi's strength. Neither of us two would have a chance of winning against him alone, so why don't you join forces?" Lu Rinjia was interrupted by Kanan before he could finish speaking. At this point, even a fool could understand his meaning, and Kanan naturally understood what Lu Rinjia meant by cooperation. A hint of disdain flashed across Kanan's face, and he refused outright. "Thank you, but I don't want to cooperate." Upon seeing this, Lu Rinjia immediately became anxious. If Kanan did not cooperate with him, he had no confidence in winning against anyone on his own. He will inevitably be the first one to be eliminated. But if he can eliminate Feng Yi first, he will at least be second in the competition. The rewards for the 2nd and 3rd place are different. If the 2 of us don't join forces, do you think you can defeat Feng Yi by yourself? Kanan, with his usual indifferent and expressionless demeanor, slowly spoke. "No need to trouble yourself." After saying that, Kanan gave Lu Rinjia a disdainful look and turned to leave. Looking at Kanan's retreating figure, Lu Renjia's eyes flashed with anger. He murmured softly, "If you don't cooperate with me, then don't call me ruthless." Chapter 99: The Final Battle. Inside the training ground, Feng Yi and his 2 companions stood facing each other in a triangular formation. Lu Rinjia looked around and suddenly became somewhat exasperated. He was still wary of the 2 men, but when he looked, he realized they hadn't even glanced at him. Feng Yi and Kanan were both sizing each other up, as if neither of them paid him any attention. All right, you 2 can compete in the final." However, he wouldn't mind if Feng Yi and Kanan continued to ignore him. If the 2 of them can both suffer heavy losses, he might even be able to gain an advantage. The spectators also engaged in a heated discussion about who would ultimately win. Most people still have a better opinion of Feng Yi. Because the strength he had previously displayed was too abnormal, completely outclassing everyone else. A small minority also believed that Kanan will ultimately win first place. The reason was that they felt Kanan was too mysterious, and every time they thought she was no match, she would always manage to unleash even greater power to defeat her opponents. To this day, no one knows exactly how strong Kanan is, or whether the golden arrow that defeated 2 people in succession was her strongest martial skill. As for Lu Rinjia, no one thought he could win first place. The situation is similar for the faculty and senior management. Most of the mentors favored Feng Yi a bit more. The head of teaching, sitting next to Dean Ji Xing, looked at the girl in blue robes on the screen and said, "Dean, does Kanan still have any trump cards up its sleeve?" Ji Xing slowly raised her eyes, which had been closed as if she were dozing, and let out a cold snort. You, as the dean of students in the college, are asking me this? The head of the teaching department shrank back and chuckled awkwardly. But Kanan has always been personally taught by you, and it's difficult to even see her normally, let alone understand her strength. Ji Xing naturally knew about Kanan's special circumstances, so she didn't blame the head teacher. She continued to close her eyes and pretend to sleep before speaking. If you want to know, just keep reading. Why ask about something you'll find out soon enough? The head teacher, who was familiar with Ji Xing's temperament, dared not ask any further questions. I could only focus my attention on the screen. However, he had a feeling that Kanan must have a backup plan, otherwise Ji Xing wouldn't have been so calm. Inside the trial arena, as the countdown in the void ended, the snow condensation sword was instantly drawn. A beam of white light burst forth from the sword sheath and swept across the area. This sword strike was not only aimed at Kanan, but also included Lu Rinjia. Just now, Fengyi glanced at Lu Rinjia out of the corner of his eye. The kid's eyes were practically popping out of his head, and his little schemes were written all over his face. Fengyi would never give someone the chance to watch the snipe and the clam fight and then reap the benefits. Moreover, fighting one person is not interesting. Fengyi wants to fight two at once. He thought Kanan and Lu Rinjia would join forces to deal with him, but it seems that the two of them don't have that intention. This disappointed Fengyi, who had been mentally prepared. However, since the two of them have no intention of joining forces, let's give them a hand and force them to team up against him. Kanan's expression was extremely serious at this moment. The moment Fengyi made his move, she knew that she had to go all out in this battle. Fengyi's strength is unmatched by his opponents in the previous rounds. A crimson arrow was fixed on a black longbow. Seeing the white sword energy getting closer and closer, Kanan released the bowstring, and the crimson arrow instantly transformed into a streak of light that collided with the white sword energy. The crimson streak of light and the white sword energy remained locked in mid-air. Seeing this, Lu Rinjia took out his golden broadsword and swung it in front of him. Raging Lion Slash. The roar of a lion echoed through the training ground. The golden blade light transformed into a majestic golden lion, which leaped up, jumped over the broadsword energy, and rushed towards Fengyi. He wanted to take advantage of the stalemate between Fengyi's offensive and Kanan's offensive to directly attack Fengyi's body. Fengyi sneered at this. Innocent. His sword-wielding hand trembled slightly, and the snow condensation sword suddenly emitted a dragon-like roar, causing the stalemated crimson arrow and white sword energy to explode simultaneously. He then unleashed 3 more sword strikes, tearing the golden lion apart and causing it to explode with a deafening roar. Show me your true skills. With a slash of his sword, Fengyi spoke arrogantly to the two of them. Lu Rinjia was furious upon hearing this, but he had to admit that Fengyi did indeed have the right to be arrogant. He took a deep breath, raised the sword in his hand, and a strong wind suddenly rose in the training ground. The golden sword fell, accompanied by his roar. Thunder explosion slash. The golden blade light, carrying countless golden lightning bolts, slashed through the sky. The deafening roar was aimed directly at Fengyi's heart. At the same time, amidst the rumbling thunder, came the cry of a golden crow. The 3-legged golden crow reappeared, and waves of heat swept in, seemingly melting the entire training ground. Golden light filled the entire training ground, shining on Fengyi's face, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This is just starting to get interesting. He remained calm and unhurried, running 2 fingers along the blade of the snow condensation sword, his pure stellar energy covering the sword through his fingers. Tai Chi Sword Technique. The Feng family imperial technique has appeared. A phantom of a lightsaber condensed above Fengyi's head, and as the Tai Chi Bagua diagram on the hilt slowly rotated, the heat wave in the entire training ground was absorbed into it. The Tai Chi Bagua diagram, along with the illusory light sword, suddenly expanded, and the golden crow's flames and thunderous blade light were frantically devoured by the yin-yang fish eyes. The blue bricks beneath Fengyi's feet floated in the air, turning into dust in the Tai Chi vortex. Go! Fengyi thrust out his sword, the illusory image of the sword light flashing across the sky above the training ground like a bolt of lightning. The 3-legged golden crow and the thunderous blade light were instantly shattered. Kanan's pupils contracted slightly, and he slammed the black longbow into the ground, shattering the blue brick floor into pieces. A black longbow stood upright before Kanan, and then she quickly formed hand seals while chanting something. On the black longbow, blood-red runes awakened, and the entire longbow was enveloped in a hazy halo. Immediately afterwards, a black arrow appeared out of thin air. Kanan stopped chanting, caught the black arrow with both hands, and her face suddenly turned pale. With a drawn bow and a black arrow aimed at Fengyi's heart. Feng-yi immediately felt a bad feeling. It seemed that his guess was correct. Kanan did indeed have a backup plan. Moreover, this backup plan can also threaten him. Kanan's hands were trembling slightly, and it was clear that shooting this arrow was not an easy task. Large beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks, and her bright eyes were filled with determination. She gritted her teeth and roared out each word with a sharp, piercing voice. Sky. Burial. Snap. The arrow was shot without making a sound, only the sound of the bowstring striking the air could be heard. The arrow pierced through the illusory light sword and shot straight toward Feng-yi's heart. Chapter 100: The Strange Movements of the Mysterious Paper. As the arrow was shot, a strange phenomenon occurred from the sky. The sky above the trial ground suddenly darkened, and the whole world was shrouded in a gray filter. Everything seemed so withered and desolate. Wherever the black arrow passed, the blue bricks of the trial ground turned to ashes inch by inch. Looking at the strange phenomenon above his head, Lu Rinjia felt a sense of oppression. Looking at the black arrow again, I couldn't help but shudder. Although the arrow wasn't aimed at him, he sensed the approach of death just from a single glance. It seems there's something terrifying about this arrow. When Feng-yi saw that the arrow had passed directly through the lightsword phantom, his eyes narrowed. This was the first time such a situation had occurred since he learned Tai Chi swordsmanship. Moreover, the instant the black arrow appeared, he sensed an anomaly in the Big Dipper space. Inside the beta space, the yellowed paper, which had been quiet, began to vibrate, and a hazy light flickered on the paper, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Feng-yi was startled and stared intently at the black arrow. Could it be that the black arrow was related to this mysterious paper? Since unexpectedly obtaining this mysterious paper, no clues have been found. However, today the paper has shown unusual activity under the influence of the martial arts technique used by Kanan. Feng-yi decided to wait until the competition was over before going to Kanan to inquire and see if he could get any relevant clues. However, the most important thing right now is to deal with this arrow from Kanan. Feng-yi exhaled a breath of stale air, and the surrounding gale instantly disappeared, as if the whole world had been frozen in time. With a single sword, I transformed the Milky Way into a celestial river, slaying all the immortals under heaven. With a single sword strike, a flash of white light appeared in Kanan and Lu Rinjia's dark eyes, and then their entire pupils were filled with white light. In their eyes, the sword energy transformed into a river from the heavens, cascading down from the sky. It is magnificent and awe-inspiring, like thousands of heavenly horses galloping. If Kanan's arrow was incredibly oppressive, then Feng-yi's sword strike was overwhelmingly oppressive. Under this sword strike, I felt so small and vulnerable. Two attacks, one black and one white, collided. The shockwave from the collision sent Lu Rinjia, who was stunned by what he saw, flying backward and crashing into the wall of the training ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then knelt on the ground, unable to lift his head due to the residual force of the two attacks. He gritted his teeth and struggled to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot. He felt his worldview had been shaken at that moment. We're all the same age, so why are some people so much better than me? Compared to Feng-yi and Jia Luo, he felt that he was far too weak. He didn't expect to defeat either Feng-yi or Jia Luo, but he couldn't accept that he couldn't even withstand the aftershocks of their battle. Especially now that there are only the three of them in the training ground, he looks like a useless piece of trash. However, the truth is that nobody cared about him at all. The attention of everyone watching from the sidelines was now focused on Feng-yi and Kanan. The duel between the two captivated everyone. For the first time, they realized that a battle between the Yao Guang realm and the Kaiyang realm could be so exciting. From a purely visual perspective, Feng-yi and Kanan are no less formidable than those duels between heavenly-level experts. Jiang Liao, Fatty, and the others stood together, staring nervously at the big screen, afraid that Feng-yi would lose. The large screen now displays only two colors, black and white. Deafening explosions could be heard intermittently. Lu Rinjia appeared where no one was paying attention. He was teleported out by the trial ground's protection mechanism. He was staring blankly, still not understanding what had happened. How did I get teleported out of nowhere? However, no one is paying attention to him now, otherwise his current appearance would indeed be somewhat laughable. He was like a minion in a game, getting killed by the area of effect damage from the battle between the red and blue heroes. To put it nicely, he came in third in the competition. To put it bluntly, he wasn't even in the same league as the top two. As time passed, the two energies in the trial grounds gradually subsided. Feng-yi and Kanan reappeared on the big screen. Kanan was kneeling on the ground, only managing to stay upright by supporting himself with one hand on his black longbow. However, she now has no star power left in her body and is extremely weak. Even a child with no cultivation level could kill her with a knife. On the other hand, Feng was standing there perfectly fine, only panting heavily with a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. Comparing the two situations, the outcome was already clear. Feng felt that this battle was incredibly exciting, and Kanan had indeed given him a great surprise. Whether it was that mysterious piece of paper or the martial arts techniques used by Kanan. A martial art that can rival the SSS-level martial art Immortal Slaying must be at least SS level, and very likely SSS level. But isn't SSS rank a rank that only exists in the concept of a rank? He was able to learn all of this through the Beidou space system, but where did Kanan learn it from? Could it be that Kanan also has a cheat code similar to the Big Dipper space? Feng was filled with doubts and wanted to ask them all. But looking at the blue-robed girl in front of him, he knew that now was not a good time. We can only wait and find an opportunity to ask Kanan privately later. You lost. Feng looked at Kanan, who was barely holding on by a thread, and said. Kanan remained silent, but a hint of resentment lingered on her pale face beneath her long hair. However, she could only accept the reality helplessly. At the same time, the name Feng was deeply imprinted in her mind. Outside the training ground, Dean Jixing stood up, his face calm and composed, revealing nothing of his current mood or inner thoughts. He said calmly, "All right, that's over. Teleport them both out." One of the mentors beside him nodded slightly. Then Feng and Kanan disappeared from the trial grounds at the same time and reappeared outside. Everyone was a little confused when they saw the two figures appear at the same time. Who really won? Yeah, in the end, the outcome wasn't completely decided, was it? Are you guys stupid? It's obvious that Feng won. Everyone saw Kanan's condition at the time. Let alone Feng, even I could easily defeat her. Exactly, comparing their current state will tell us who the ultimate winner is. Just as everyone was whispering amongst themselves, Dean Jixing appeared with a group of academy instructors. I hereby declare the Tsinghua Peking University College Student Competition concluded. The ultimate winner is. Jixing paused here, her gaze sweeping over the students before continuing with the name that everyone knew. Feng. Chapter 101 The Grand Competition of the 100 Schools of China. Everyone was already mentally prepared, and when Jixing announced Feng's name in public, thunderous applause immediately rang out. Fatty and the others pushed through the obstacles and squeezed to Feng's side, excitedly hugging and shouting at him. Outside the crowd, Jiang Leia was also looking at Feng, who was the center of attention, with excitement on her face, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Beside her, Ying Yufei joked. If you want to hug him, just do it. Why suppress your feelings? Jiang Leia's cheeks flushed red as she reached out and pinched Ying Yufei's soft waist, saying shyly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't talk nonsense. Ying Yufei dodged while giggling. If you like someone, you like them. What's wrong with admitting it? If you don't seize the opportunity, I'll make my move first. Don't regret it later. Upon hearing Ying Yufei's words, a hint of panic flashed across Jiang Leiao's pretty face. You dare. Seeing Jiang Leiao's expression, Ying Yufei laughed. All right, I was just kidding. Your boyfriend isn't my type. Jiang Leiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, she didn't notice that when Ying Yufei said those words, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed her eyes. From this day forward, Feng's name will truly be known to everyone in the entire Tsinghua Peking University campus. The college competition is held every year, but he is the first student to win first place as a freshman. This achievement is unprecedented not only among Tsinghua and Peking universities, but also among all universities in China. Whether another formidable figure like Feng will emerge in the future remains to be seen. After the academy competition concluded, Dean Jixing personally distributed the competition rewards to Feng. 500 credits, 30 million xia coins, 1 SS-level martial arts technique, 1 SS-level body forging resource, and 1 chance to enter the academy's forbidden area. When the others heard about the reward, tears of envy streamed down their faces. The 500 credits reward directly fulfilled a quarter of the credit requirements for Feng's graduation. If Feng took on more club assignments, he could graduate early without having to wait until his senior year. Furthermore, Feng will represent Tsinghua Peking University in the Huaxia 100 Colleges competition a month later, and if he can achieve a ranking, he will receive more academic credits. Having received a large sum of money, Feng generously treated all his friends to a meal. However, when it came time to pay the bill, everyone rushed to do so, and they all made a fortune thanks to Feng in this competition. Ultimately, due to Feng's firm stance, he ended up paying the money himself. Feng had originally planned to invite Kanan along, as if he were entrusting him to a friend, but Kanan seemed to have vanished into thin air after the competition ended, so he had to abandon the idea. At the dinner table, Feng wanted to ask Zhang Liangchen if he knew about Kanan's background, but to his disappointment, even Zhang Liangchen didn't know the details of Kanan. Kanan is mysterious, as if it appeared out of nowhere. Almost no one knows anything about her past. Feng could only place his hopes on Fatty's financial resources, asking Fatty to spend money to find out about Kanan's background, at least to find out where the Canaanites were. Otherwise, he would have no one to ask him any of the questions that were on his mind. However, to Feng's surprise, before the news from the fat man could arrive, Dean Jixing's invitation led him to meet Kanan again. Pushing open the door to the dean's office, Feng immediately saw that 9 people were already sitting inside. These are the other 9 people who will represent Tsinghua and Peking universities in the 100 colleges competition. Feng was the last to arrive, and as soon as he pushed open the door, everyone's eyes were on him. Zhang Liangchen stood up and waved to him, indicating that there was a seat next to him. However, Feng's attention was focused on the blue-robed girl in the corner. Feng ignored Zhang Liangchen's waving hand and walked to Luo Tian, who was standing next to Kanan. "I want to sit here." Feng's words were extremely cold and forceful, leaving no room for negotiation. He was simply informing Luo Tian. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly in an instant, gritting his teeth as he stared directly at Feng. He chose to sit here because he didn't want Feng to notice him, which is why he chose this corner spot. If Kanan hadn't already been sitting in the corner when he came in, he would have wanted to sit there too. But Feng was like a persistent ghost, seemingly targeting him on purpose, chasing after him to humiliate him. 2 minutes later, seeing that Feng's eyes showed no sign of backing down, Luo Tian could only turn his head to look at Dean Jixing sitting in front of him, hoping that he could help him uphold justice. But to his surprise, Dean Jixing didn't care about his gaze at all, and didn't even glance in his direction. In the end, he had no choice but to humiliatingly give up his seat and sit down next to Zhang Liangchen. However, he noticed Zhang Liangchen's disdainful look as soon as he sat down. Luo Tian, who was already suppressing his anger, spoke coldly. "What? You have a problem with that? Let's go outside and fight one-on-one." It's true that he can't beat Feng, but he won't swallow his pride when facing Zhang Liangchen, whom he has defeated many times. The two are old rivals, so naturally neither of them will tolerate the other. Zhang Liangchen had long wanted to wash away his shame and trample Luo Tian underfoot to prove himself. "Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you?" As they were about to stand up and leave, Dean Jixing coughed softly. A thunderbolt struck both Zhang Liangchen and Luo Tian simultaneously, leaving their heads buzzing. The two then obediently sat down, not daring to speak again. However, Luo Tian secretly wished he could kill Feng, feeling that Feng and Zhang Liangchen were targeting him and making him look bad in front of everyone. In reality, Feng didn't mean that at all. He just wanted to sit next to Kanan so he could get closer to him. Otherwise, Kanan will disappear again without a trace. It was just a coincidence that he happened to be sitting next to Kanan, which is why Feng asked him to change seats. Of course, it was also because of the previous conflict between the two that Feng's attitude towards him was so bad. If it were someone else, Feng would also ask him to change positions, but his attitude would definitely be different from Luo Tian's. At the very least, they would smile and discuss it with others. After Feng sat down, Dean Jixing looked up and glanced around before speaking softly. "As you all probably already know, you will be representing the Academy in the China 100 Academy competition next month. I've called you here today to give you a preview of the competition's rules. The Academy competition is held every year, but the 100 Academy competition is only held once every 4 years. The rules for this 100 Academy competition are different from those of the past and will adopt the rules of the previous Blue Star Alliance High Academy competition. U10 will be divided into 2 teams to represent Tsinghua and Peking University in a major competition against teams from other colleges." Chapter 102 Team Formation. Everyone sat up straight, listening attentively to what Jixing had to say. The 100 Academy's Grand Competition is an official event of China, held every 4 years. Its main purpose, besides selecting the strongest academy in China, is also to prepare for the upcoming Blue Star Alliance High Academy competition. The rules for this year's competition among the top 100 colleges are different from those in the past, as they are divided into 2 parts, team battles and individual battles. The competition features 3 awards: Best Academy, Best Team, and Best Individual. The grand competition of 100 academies is scheduled for next month, and the venue will be Kunlun. At that time, all the geniuses from all the academies in China will gather at the summit of Kunlun. As for security, there's absolutely no need to worry. Rumor has it that an army is hidden in Kunlun, and it's China's trump card. Unless they're incredibly audacious, no one would dare to cause trouble in Kunlun. After Dean Jixing introduced some details of the upcoming 100 schools competition, he allowed the 10 people present to form teams freely and vote on the team leader. Upon hearing Jixing's words, everyone turned their attention to Feng Yi and Kanan. As the two undisputed strongest players, the others naturally considered them the only choices for captain. However, to everyone's surprise, Feng Yi turned to look at Kanan and asked, "Want to team up?" Kanan looked up, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected Feng Yi to invite her to team up. After thinking about it for a moment, she nodded and accepted Feng Yi's invitation. The main reason she accepted the position wasn't because of Feng Yi's strength, but because she herself didn't want to be the captain. However, if she doesn't become the team leader herself and doesn't join Feng Yi's team, and the others aren't as strong as her, they will inevitably feel constrained when giving orders. Therefore, joining Feng Yi's team is the best choice, and a strong alliance will likely result in a higher ranking and more points. Seeing that the two strongest players had already teamed up, the others couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The absence of a strong player as captain meant that there would inevitably be a significant gap in strength between the two teams. However, right now, everyone except Luo Tian wants to join Feng Yi's team. With two big shots leading the way, they can just relax and relax. At least during team battles, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. After teaming up with Kanan, Feng Yi turned his attention to Jiang Liangchen. Seeing the latter's resentful expression, he asked with a smile, "Want to team up?" Jiang Liangchen said in an annoyed tone, "Humph. You're lucky you still have some conscience. You didn't choose to betray your principles for the sake of beauty, otherwise I would have had to go and have a talk with my sister." Seeing Feng Yi and Jiang Liangchen chatting and laughing, the others realized that Feng Yi's team only had 2 spots left, and they couldn't help but feel anxious, all looking at Feng Yi expectantly. Feng Yi also noticed the gazes of the others and was somewhat troubled. A team needs 5 people, and they are still too short. It seems that the others all want to join. But he wasn't very familiar with any of these people, and for a moment he didn't know who to choose. At this moment, a boy among the group, wearing glasses and looking somewhat scholarly, stepped forward and spoke. "Feng Yi, my name is Han Li. I am at the first level of the Kaiyan realm, and my ability level is may I join your team?" The brave are the first to enjoy the world. Han Li's self-recommendation solved Feng Yi's dilemma of not knowing who to choose. So Feng Yi readily agreed. The others, witnessing this, immediately gathered around, wanting to introduce themselves. However, one of the boys with very beautiful eyes was the fastest and spoke up before the others could. "Feng Yi, my name is Meng Xingyu. I am at the first level of the Kaiyan realm and my ability level is A. Please choose me." "Okay." Before the others could gather around, Feng Yi quickly agreed. Thus, the 5 members of Feng Yi's team were finalized. The others slapped their thighs in regret, wishing they had acted faster. The remaining few had no choice but to form a team automatically. However, when it came to who should be the team leader, the 4 looked at each other and finally turned their attention to Luo Tian, who hadn't been eliminated. When Luo Tian saw everyone looking at him, he was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to powder. So he was made a backup plan. Since there was no place for Feng Yi, he was made the captain of this team. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Unless he withdraws, with the 5 members of Feng Yi's team already confirmed, the 5 remaining members can only automatically form a team. Seeing that the 2 teams had been decided, Jixing took out a form for everyone to register, then gave them a few instructions and let them leave. As Feng Yi stepped out of Jixing's office, worried that Kanan might disappear again, he hurriedly said, "Senior Kanan, are you free? I have something I'd like to talk to you about." Kanan assumed Feng Yi wanted to talk about the 100 schools competition, so he agreed without much hesitation. She had assumed the others would be there too, but after seeing Feng Yi go and say a few words to Jiang Liangchen, and then the others leave in other directions, she frowned. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, I followed Feng Yi out of the academy gates and arrived at a relatively quiet tea house. After Feng Yi poured her a cup of tea, she finally couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do you want to talk to me about?" Feng Yi had been mentally calculating how best to start the conversation the whole way. He felt that martial arts skills were a rather private matter, and it was impolite for 2 people to inquire about each other's martial arts skills so soon after meeting. Before I could figure out how to start the conversation, I heard Kanan's question. This made him start to stammer when he spoke. When Kanan saw Feng Yi's conflicted expression, a ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his mind. Is he going to confess his feelings to me? With my appearance like this there's no way he could be interested in me, right? Phony stammered for a long time but still couldn't think of a good way to start, so he just went for it and blurted out what was on his mind. Oh, actually, I wanted to ask what martial arts technique you used that day. Although it's not very polite, I don't mean anything by it. It's just that this matter is quite important to me, so I had to ask. After hearing Phony's words, Kanan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she was wondering what she should do if Phony really confessed to her, whether she should accept or reject him. Fortunately, Phony didn't mean it that way. While feeling relieved, I also felt a little disappointed. Kanan didn't think about it carefully, but spoke directly. So that's how it is. You wanted to ask about the martial art of sky burial? Phony nodded. Kanan fell silent, deep in thought. Phony waited anxiously. Chapter 103, the third person. After a moment, Kanan finally spoke. I don't know much about this martial art. I only know that it comes from a different race and is not a martial art from Earth. In fact, the weapons and martial arts I use are from a different race. Upon hearing this, Phony was taken aback. He only knew that Kanan's martial arts were very strong, and that the black longbow also looked extraordinary. But he didn't expect that these things actually belonged to a different race. How could a human in Kanan cultivate the magic of a different race? Kanan saw the shock in Phony's eyes and continued. The reason I am able to cultivate the martial arts of the alien race is related to my awakened superpower. Of course, the dean told me all of this. The alien martial arts and the black longbow were also given to me by the dean. Not many people know about this, so please do not spread it. Upon hearing this, Phony finally understood why Kanan had remained so low-key. Her strength shouldn't be unknown. It turned out that all of this was due to Dean Jixing. Kanan must have been secretly trained and hidden away by Dean Jixing. As for the reason, Phony guessed it was related to the martial arts of the alien races, or perhaps they wanted to give the other academies a surprise during this 100 Academies grand competition. However, Phony was not interested in these things. The reason he wanted to find out about the martial arts techniques used by Kanan was mainly to find out what that mysterious piece of paper was. It now seems to be related to a foreign race. Could it be that the mysterious paper also comes from a different race? Are those incomprehensible characters the writing of a different race? He already had some guesses about the mysterious paper. Do you recognize any other language? I know a few people, but not many. Why? Kanan asked curiously. Phony didn't answer. Instead, he found a piece of paper, wrote down the words on the mysterious paper, and handed it to Kanan. Do you recognize these characters? Kanan took the paper, her embroidered eyebrows furrowing slightly, and spoke after a long while. I know some of them. Kanan placed the paper on the table, pointed to a few words on it, and continued. This is the character for Thunder, these two are for Supreme, and these few characters are. After telling Phony all the words he knew, Kanan still frowned and exclaimed in surprise. I guess this must be some kind of martial art from another race, and it's not low level. In other races, the term Supreme is equivalent to the Emperor realm in our world. This is very likely an Emperor level technique from another race. The imperial arts of a foreign race. Phony murmured softly. If the mysterious paper truly records the inherited imperial techniques of a different race, then wouldn't the progress bar below the Big Dipper space also mean that he can learn the techniques of that race? Who taught you your foreign language? Kanan couldn't fully understand the foreign language's writing system, but Phony guessed that the people who taught Kanan might be able to. Kanan spoke a name. Yao Tian Yu. Is he a tutor at the academy? Phony looked puzzled. He had never heard of this person before. Kanan slowly shook his head, but then nodded. This left Phony somewhat bewildered. What did it mean by shaking his head and nodding at the same time? Kanan explained this. He was different from the other instructors in the college. He was only responsible for teaching me, and he wasn't even in the college. Where is he? Phony was very interested in this mysterious paper and planned to take advantage of this month-long gap to find out what kind of martial arts technique was recorded on it. He was in the restricted area of the academy. After exchanging contact information with Kanan, the two said goodbye to each other. Phony was preparing to enter the academy's forbidden area, as one of the rewards for winning first place in this academy competition was an opportunity to enter the forbidden area. Phony also learned some things about the forbidden area of the academy from Kanan. The forbidden area of the academy is full of opportunities. Over the long history of Tsinghua Peking University, many outstanding talents have emerged, and these people have left their legacy in the forbidden area of the academy. It contains various advanced martial arts techniques, as well as rare materials and weapons. To obtain these things, one must pass certain tests. As for Yao Tianyu, whom Kanan mentioned, he is the guardian of the forbidden area of Tsinghua Peking University. They are extremely powerful, spend most of their time in the forbidden area, and have a very eccentric temperament. He didn't even give Dean Jixing any face. Therefore, it was not easy for Feng Yi to find out what kind of alien law was recorded on the mysterious paper through him. At the same time, Feng Yi finally learned who the fat man was when he said there were 3 people at Tsinghua and Peking University who should not be messed with. That's Yao Tianyu. Because of his eccentric temper, if he says he'll kill you, he really means it, without any room for negotiation. He was sent to guard the forbidden area because he beat several students who deliberately provoked him half to death and crippled them. This is also a form of punishment for him. It was because of this incident that he became one of the 3 people at Tsinghua and Peking universities who were not to be trifled with. In fact, no one dared to mention his name afterward, for fear that he would hear it and think they were talking badly about him behind his back. If he gets serious, even the dean won't be able to protect them. The thought of dealing with such a person made Feng Yi feel uneasy. I'm terrified that if I say something wrong, I'll get slapped to death. Therefore, Feng Yi planned to first find someone to inquire about Yao Tianyu. He felt that Yao Tianyu's personality couldn't have changed for no reason, there must be a cause. The first person Feng Yi sought out was naturally Zi Hansuang, one of the 3 people from Tsinghua and Peking universities whom no one should mess with. As a tutor at Tsinghua and Peking University, she certainly knows more than her students do. Knock on Zi Hanchuan's office door, and Zi Hanchuan's cold voice immediately came from inside. Who? Auntie, it's me. A moment later, Zi Hansuang, who was wearing a face mask, opened the door. Auntie, what are you doing? Zi Hansuang sat back down in her chair, glared at Feng Yi out of the corner of her eye, and snorted without even opening her mouth. Blind? Feng Yi scratched his head awkwardly. He had just picked a question randomly to lay the groundwork for the questions he wanted to ask next. There's something I'd like to ask you? Zi Hansuang picked up her phone to check the time, then peeled off the face mask and asked while patting her face. What's up? Do you know someone named Yao Tianyu? Zi Hansuang suddenly stopped moving, looked at Feng Yi, and asked. Why are you asking about him? Seeing that Zi Hansuang's expression was only somewhat puzzled, but there was nothing unusual about it, Feng Yi was certain that Yao Tianyu had no grudge against her, so he told the truth. I stumbled upon a martial arts manual that seems to be related to a foreign race, but I can't understand the text. I heard that he can read foreign languages, so I wanted to go and ask him. However, I heard that he has a bit of a strange temper, so I came to inquire first to prepare. After hearing this, Zi Hansuang did not press Feng Yi about the alien martial arts techniques. She believed that Feng Yi had his own judgment and would not do anything foolish. I've heard of Yao Tianyu, but I don't know much about him. He was already assigned to guard the forbidden area before I came to Tsinghua Peking University as a tutor. After hearing Zi Hansuang's words, Feng Yi couldn't help but feel disappointed, but Zi Hansuang continued. However, you can ask your grandpa or grandma. I heard that Yao Tianyu was your grandpa's rival in love before. Chapter 104 Forbidden Area of the Academy. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi almost spat out his drink. Is this something he can hear? After leaving Zi Hansuang's place, Feng Yi thought for a long time before deciding to ask his grandmother, Zhong Huilan, for information. Feng Yi was afraid that if he asked Feng Jingchuan about his former love rival, he would be beaten to death. After all, men understand men best. Although his grandparents have been married for many years, who knows what Feng Jingchuan's attitude is towards Yao Tianyu, his rival in love? After making his decision, Feng Yi immediately dialed Zhong Huilan's number. The call was answered after a few rings. Xiaoyi, why are you calling grandma at this time? Don't you have training? Zhong Huilan's doting voice came from the other end of the phone. Not yet. I missed you, so I called you. Is grandpa there? Fearing that Feng Jingchuan would find out about this, Feng Yi wanted to first confirm whether Feng Jingchuan was nearby. Your grandma isn't confused. Don't I know you? Just tell me what's wrong. Your grandpa's gone out. Feng Yi smiled awkwardly. As expected of his grandmother who had raised him since he was a child, nothing could stop her discerning eye. I wanted to ask you about someone. Who do you want to know who said it? Yao Tianyu. After Feng Yi uttered the name, there was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Grandma, did you hear me clearly? Seeing that there was no response from the other end of the phone, Feng tentatively asked. A moment later, Zhong Huilan's voice came through again. Why are you asking about him? Feng repeated to Zhong Huilan what he had said to Zi Hanswang earlier. After listening, Zhong Huilan sighed. Sigh, don't worry about the grudges and grievances of our older generation. When you see him, just tell him that you are Zhong Huilan's grandson. I don't think he will refuse you. Judging from Zhong Huilan's tone, Feng felt that the matter between Yao Tianyu and his grandparents was quite complicated. Perhaps Yao Tianyu's current temper is related to his grandparents. However, Zhong Huilan didn't intend to say anything, and Feng didn't want to ask either, so it seemed that there wouldn't be a chance to find out about this gossip anytime soon. After hanging up the phone, Feng sent a message to the fat man and headed straight for the forbidden area of Tsinghua Peking University. The forbidden area of the academy is located at the deepest part of Tsinghua Peking University, and few people usually come here. The closer you get to the forbidden area of the academy, the more deserted it becomes, with ancient trees on both sides of the road completely blocking out the sunlight. A gentle breeze blew by in early winter, bringing a touch of chill and making the place seem somewhat eerie. Before long, Feng arrived at the gate of the forbidden area, a gate covered with the marks of time. There is a circular groove in the very center of the gate. Feng took out a round black token from his spatial bracelet, which was the key to open the forbidden area of the academy. However, it is a disposable item and can only be used once it cannot be used again. As Feng placed the circular token on the groove, the forbidden area gate trembled slightly and then automatically opened to both sides. A gust of cold wind swept in from within the forbidden area, instantly making Feng feel refreshed. The environment inside the academy's forbidden area is not much different from the outside, with ancient trees reaching straight into the sky everywhere. As Feng ventured deeper, the environment inside changed. Stone tablets of varying shapes and sizes appeared before Feng. Feng walked up to a stone tablet and found a line of words engraved on it. Sensing his impending death, he left behind his self-created S-level legacy, the ancient god technique, awaiting a destined person to unlock it. There is another line of smaller text in the lower right corner of this line. This was left by Gu Chen, a student of the 326th class of Tsinghua Peking University College. The 326th session. Feng was slightly shocked. Tsinghua Peking University, as the oldest college in China, has existed since ancient times and has a history of thousands of years. Now, Feng and his classmates are in their 2225th cohort. In other words, the person who left this stone tablet in front of us was someone from more than 1,000 years ago. This stone tablet is located on the outskirts of the forbidden area. For over 1,000 years, no one has been able to obtain this inheritance, indicating that obtaining this S-level inheritance is no easy feat. Feng continued walking towards the next stone tablet. This stone tablet is an S-level legacy left by the 1900th class of students. Feng then examined several more of the surrounding stone tablets and found that they were mostly left over from the last few hundred years. The worst is a great inheritance, and the highest is S grade. After all, there are only 4 SS-level inheritances in the entire China, namely the imperial inheritances possessed by the 4 major families. These traditions didn't hold much appeal for Feng. He only came to the forbidden area of the academy to ask Yao Tianyu for help in translating the alien script on the mysterious paper. So Feng continued walking into the forbidden area. The further you go in, the fewer stone tablets there are, but judging from the moss covering them, these stone tablets must have been there for a very long time. Feng walked for a long time and finally reached the end of the forbidden area of the academy, where there was a small wooden house. It seems this must be where Yao Tianyu lives. Feng cleared his throat, bowed to the small wooden house, and said loudly, "Is Grandpa Yao Tianyu here?" Feng initially wanted to address the other person as senior, but since the other person knew his grandparents, regardless of what had happened between them, it wouldn't be too much to try and get closer to them. A few breaths later, the door of the cabin opened, and an old man with a full head of white hair and a very slovenly appearance walked out with a limp. When he saw Feng's face, his eyes narrowed and flashed with a sharp light. In a flash, he was right in front of Feng. A strong smell of alcohol immediately wafted into Feng's nostrils. "Who is Feng Jingchuan to you?" Yao Tianyu's voice was very low and hoarse, like the sound of sandpaper rubbing together. Feng felt very uncomfortable listening to this, and goosebumps rose on his skin. "He is my grandfather." Feng spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Yao Tianyu reached out and grabbed Feng's shoulder, staring intently at Feng with his bloodshot eyes. "No wonder you looked so familiar. So you're that old codger's grandson." You've come to see me because Feng Jingchuan needs something? Yao Tianyu gripped his hand very tightly, causing Feng Yi some pain, but Feng Yi met his gaze with unwavering expression. No, my grandfather doesn't know I came to see you. A hint of surprise flashed in Yao Tianyu's eyes as he pressed for an answer. Then why did you come to see me? My grandmother told me that you know a foreign language, so I'd like to ask you to help translate a martial arts technique that seems to be from another race. Feng Yi immediately brought up his grandmother. As expected, Yao Tianyu's face softened upon hearing this, and he immediately released Feng Yi's hand. Did Huilan send you to find me? Chapter 105 The Special Stone Tablet. Feng Yi nodded. It seemed that choosing to look for his grandmother instead of Feng Jingchuan earlier was indeed the right choice. If Feng Yi hadn't brought up his grandmother, he felt Yao Tianyu would have slapped him across the face long ago. The debts of the grandfather are to be repaid by the grandson. I wonder what methods Feng Jingchuan used to successfully marry his grandmother. Look how angry Yao Tianyu is, he still hasn't gotten over it even after all these years. Did she say anything else? When Yao Tianyu asked this question, his tone became cautious, and his eyes were extremely complicated. My grandma only told me to meet you and say that I am her grandson, and that she wouldn't refuse to help me. Yao Tianyu chuckled dejectedly and muttered to himself. Yes, I won't refuse her, whether it was back then or in the future. Yao Tianyu's eyes gradually became cloudy, as if he was recalling something. Feng Yi didn't dare to disturb him and could only quietly wait for the old man in front of him to reminisce about his youth. After a long while, Yao Tianyu finally came to his senses, and his gaze towards Feng Yi was no longer unfriendly, but became amiable. Come in. After saying that, Yao Tianyu turned and walked towards the cabin. Feng Yi followed him into the small wooden house, which was very simply furnished. There was only a square table and a bed. Feng Yi noticed that many orchids were planted everywhere inside the cabin. Feng Yi recognized all these orchids because his grandmother, Zhong Huilan, loved orchids the most. Feng Yi also grows many orchids at home. It seems that Yao Tianyu is indeed a pure-hearted person. Yao Tianyu sat down at the table and gestured for Feng Yi to sit down as well. Bring out what you want me to translate. Feng Yi took out the piece of paper that he had previously written for Canaan. Yao Tianyu glanced at the foreign characters on it and muttered to himself. Thunder Supreme Technique. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Feng Yi. You're lucky. This is a supreme inheritance technique from another race, equivalent to an imperial inheritance technique here. Its level should be SS grade, very close to the legendary SSS grade, but... At this point, Yao Tianyu changed the subject inside. Alas, you have no way to cultivate. Why? How did Canaan manage to cultivate successfully? Feng Yi asked, puzzled. Yao Tianyu began to explain. Canaan's special ability is different from that of ordinary people. She can convert the power of the stars into the energy cultivated by the alien race. The energy cultivated by the alien race is called dark power. It is not the same system as the power of the stars. The human body is not suitable for cultivating dark power. So even if you obtain this alien imperial law, you will not be able to cultivate it successfully. After listening to Yao Tianyu's explanation, Feng Yi fell into deep thought. Yao Tianyu was unlikely to lie to him. It is indeed impossible for a normal human to successfully cultivate, but he has the mysterious beta space. If he can learn SSS-level superpowers and SSS-level martial arts techniques that only exist in concepts, then he might be able to learn the imperial techniques of this alien race as well. Furthermore, within the beta space, there is indeed a progress bar beneath the mysterious paper. Whether it works or not, let's get Yao Tianyu to translate it first. Feng Yi is no ordinary person. Grandpa Tianyu, I still want to give it a try, so could you please translate this entire piece of alien law for me? Seeing that Feng Yi insisted, Yao Tianyu didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. If it were someone else, Yao Tianyu wouldn't even meet with them, let alone help with something as impossible as translation. However, Feng Yi is Zhong Huilan's grandson. He said he would never refuse Zhong Huilan's words, not in the past, and not in the future. I need some time to translate everything. Why don't you go out and explore first? Since you've come to this forbidden area, aren't you planning to take a piece of the inheritance with you? Feng Yi shook his head. When I came here, I looked around but didn't see any traditions that interested me. Yao Tianyu sneered. You truly are a descendant of the Feng family. Your inherent arrogance is exactly the same as that old bastard Feng Jingchuan's. Feng Yi was speechless for a moment. After all, he needed someone's help and couldn't really refute it. Yao Tianyu's temper is indeed as strange as the rumors say. He was fine just a moment ago, but suddenly he turned on you. Yao Tianyu continued. Keep walking straight ahead after you leave here. There's a rockery behind it. Open it, and you'll find a stone tablet there. I think you'll be interested. After saying that, Yao Tianyu waved his hand, signaling Feng Yi to leave. Feng Yi nodded slightly, left the cabin, and successfully found the artificial hill following the direction Yao Tianyu had indicated. Upon arriving at the artificial hill, they indeed discovered a mechanism. When Feng Yi pressed the mechanism, the artificial hill in front of him instantly sank into the ground, and then a special stone tablet rose up. The reason this stone tablet is special is that it only has one name on it. Left by Yao Chonghua. There are no other inscriptions besides these, not even a description of the lineage or heritage associated with this stone tablet. Yao Chonghua, could he be an ancestor of Yao Tianyu? Both of them share the surname Yao, and Yao Tianyu just said he would be interested, which means he knows exactly what the heritage here is. If Yao Tianyu was not a descendant of Yao Chonghua, how could he possibly know the lineage of this stone tablet? Yao Chonghua, why does that name sound familiar? Feng Yi's brows furrowed slightly as he quickly thought through his thoughts, and soon a flash of inspiration struck him. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Isn't Yao Chonghua the name of the first dean of Tsinghua Peking University College? Although the Yao surname is not as famous as the 5 major families in Chinese history, it is a surname that has been passed down since ancient times. Yao Chonghua was the ancestor of the Yao family, a super strongman whose strength was almost on par with that of an emperor. However, times have changed, and now, thousands of years later, the legitimate members of the Yao family have long since disappeared into the river of history. It now seems highly likely that Yao Tianyu was a direct descendant of the vanished Yao family. I just don't know if he has any other family members. The legacy left by Yao Chonghua. Feng Yi smiled and shook his head. Yao Tianyu was right. He was indeed now interested in the inheritance of this stone tablet. Feng Yi bowed respectfully to the stone tablet. Since he was prepared to receive its inheritance, he would first offer a salute to show his respect. Then he squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip and flicked it onto the stone tablet. The stone tablet instantly emitted a halo that enveloped Feng Yi. Within the halo of light, Feng Yi's eyes were tightly closed, his consciousness had vanished, and he had disappeared to who knows where. Just as the stone tablet emitted its glow, Yao Tianyu in the cabin seemed to sense something and looked up in the direction of the stone tablet. A slight smile flickered at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself. It's been over 2,000 years. I hope someone can inherit the legacy left by our ancestors. That way, even if I die, the Yao family won't be wiped out. Chapter 106 Double Pupils and Sacred Eyes. Feng Yi's consciousness appeared in a dark space, surrounded by silence. Here it is? Just as Feng Yi was still confused about the situation, 2 beams of red light, like fiery suns, suddenly appeared in the darkness ahead. Feng Yi's body suddenly stiffened, and his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. The moment the red light appeared, he felt that he was being targeted by some terrifying creature. Not only that, a suffocating atmosphere suddenly descended. He was as if he had been frozen in place, unable to move at all. The 2 clusters of red light, like blazing suns, began to slowly approach this direction. As the red light drew closer, Feng Yi realized that it wasn't a red light at all, but the eyes of a giant humanoid creature. This enormous humanoid creature had an eerie red glow in its eyes, and it stared at Feng Yi as if he were its prey. He did nothing, he just stood there, and Feng Yi felt like he could hardly breathe. With difficulty, Feng Yi raised his head, and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as insignificant as an ant in front of this humanoid creature. A feeling arose in Feng Yi's heart that he could be blown to death by the humanoid creature with just a breath. Not a single thought of resistance arose in my heart. What on earth is this thing? Feng Yi remembered that he was receiving the inheritance left by Yao Chonghua. What was this weird thing in front of him? Could it be a test set up by Yao Chonghua? If this was truly a test set by Yao Chonghua, even a heavenly level expert wouldn't be able to defeat this humanoid creature, let alone him. It was so powerful that Feng Yi had never felt such an aura emanating from anyone else. Just then, the giant humanoid creature spoke. Insect, I am the supreme being of the divine race. Offer your soul and become a servant of the great divine race, and I will spare your life and even support you to become the master of the human race. The entire human race will revere you and enjoy endless rights. If you refuse, I will personally tear your soul out, making you suffer a torment worse than death. The giant humanoid creature's voice was as deafening as thunder, making even the soul tremble under the sound waves, as if it would be crushed into dust at any moment. The gods. Supreme beings, could this be an alien race? After listening to the humanoid creature's words, Feng Yi immediately realized that the humanoid creature in front of him was an alien race that wanted to invade Blue Star, and that it was the supreme being among the alien races, equivalent to a human emperor. Making him offer his soul to become a servant of the gods is an attempt to make him betray the entire human race, so that he can only be a dog under the feet of other races in the future. Without even thinking, Feng Yi immediately refused. I've already died once, so what if I die again? Under immense pressure, Feng Yi roared. Keep dreaming, if you've got the guts, kill me, you shameless piece of trash. How dare you? The alien supreme being roared angrily. The entire dark space trembled a few times. The alien supreme being was equivalent to the human emperor. When the emperor was angry, the heavens and the earth collapsed. Feng Yi instantly felt the pressure around him increase tenfold. His legs almost gave way and he knelt on the ground. However, Feng Yi gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to kneel before the alien supreme being in front of him. He is a descendant of the Chinese Emperor Taihao, and imperial blood flows in his veins. It is impossible for him to kneel before a foreign race, even if it means risking his life. His knees can kneel to heaven, earth, parents, elders, and ancestors, but he must never kneel before the alien race, humanity's greatest enemy. As if the alien supreme being before him could hear Feng Yi's thoughts, the oppressive aura intensified once more, and a suffocatingly terrifying aura surged towards Feng Yi. Click. Two crisp sounds came from Feng Yi's body. Feng Yi wore a mask of pain on his face, and blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. His legs trembled, and cracks had appeared in the bones of his calves, but even so, Feng Yi's feet remained motionless as if they were made of molten iron. Crack, 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 the sound of bones breaking came from his body. Feng Yi's face grew increasingly pained, and he couldn't help but shout out. Ah! The sounds of pain echoed in the dark space. I'm giving you one last chance, offer your soul and you'll live, or the suffering you'll face will be 100 or 1,000 times worse than it is now. The voice of the alien supreme being struck straight to the soul, echoing continuously in Feng Yi's mind. Now Feng Yi not only has to face physical pain, but also torment from the soul. I'll give you my grandma. The cries of pain never stopped, sending chills down one's spine. This kind of twisted torture is something that most people simply cannot endure. However, Feng Yi persevered through sheer willpower, and the bottom line he held firmly in his heart. The torment lasted for an unknown amount of time, until Feng Yi felt completely numb, and then everything vanished in an instant. The terrifyingly powerful alien supreme being vanished as if it had never existed, and Feng Yi's physical pain also disappeared at the same time. Feng Yi was panting heavily, his clothes completely soaked with sweat. He squatted down and touched his leg, only to find that there was nothing wrong with it. Everything that happened earlier has mysteriously disappeared, as if it were a hallucination. But it felt so real that I still feel a chill when I think about it now. Just then, a figure radiating a halo appeared in front of Feng Yi. The figure was dressed in ancient attire, and the first thing that caught the eye was his eyes. One eye with 2 pupils. A kind smile appeared on the face of the figure as it appeared. Congratulations on passing the test. You will receive the inheritance I left behind, the twin eyes of sainthood. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi also learned the identity of the figure in front of him. Yao family ancestor Yao Chonghua. Yao Chonghua did not say what level his inheritance was, but as he finished speaking, his eyes sparkled with the sun, moon, stars, and constellations of the heavens. Then, one of his pupils emitted a black light and the other a white light as it flew towards Feng Yi, before falling into his eyes. Feng Yi immediately felt a burning sensation in his eyes. However, this pain is insignificant compared to the pain I just felt. The burning sensation quickly subsided. Feng Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light, one black and one white, shot out from his eyes. A new piece of information also appeared in his mind, information about the pair of holy eyes left behind by Yao Chonghua. The left eye is associated with Yin and can reverse time, allowing one to see events that happened in the past. The right eye is associated with Yang, and it can traverse the river of time to foresee future events. When the 2 pupils are combined, they can emit the holy light of Yin and Yang, whose power is comparable to an SS-level martial art, and it is the most advanced SS-level martial art. Most importantly, these holy eyes are neither supernatural abilities nor martial arts techniques. Their power depends entirely on the user's own strength. Chapter 107: Black Holes in the Big Dipper Space. Feng Yi finally understood why such an ancient family as the Yao family had disappeared into the annals of history. The lineage of the Yao family ancestors is different from that of other families. To inherit the legacy of the Yao family ancestor, one must pass his test. That test was something no ordinary person could endure. Phony didn't notice anything unusual while undergoing the test, thinking he was facing a true alien supreme being. It's really hard to find someone who can uphold the bottom line of humanity under such pain and psychological pressure. The core values of the family could not be passed down, and the decline of the Yao family was inevitable. At the same time, Phony also greatly admired Yao Chomua's selfless character. He left the most important legacy of his life to Tsinghua and Peking universities, rather than leaving it to his descendants alone. Based on this alone, even if his strength has not reached the level of an emperor, he absolutely deserves to be called an emperor by the human race. As the figure in front of him began to fade away, Phony clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Rest assured, I will carry on your legacy and personally slay all alien races with my twin pupils. After Phony finished speaking, Yao Chonghua's figure completely disappeared. Phony returned to the stone tablet in the forbidden area of the academy. After taking one last deep look at the stone tablet, Phony turned and left, wondering if Yao Tianyu had finished translating the alien script on the mysterious paper. After walking back to the cabin, the door was still closed. Phony was worried about disturbing Yao Tianyu's translation, so he found a tree and sat cross-legged under it. Since there's nothing else to do, let's cultivate. Phony's current cultivation level is the 9th level of the Yao Guang realm. He wants to take advantage of this month to raise his cultivation level to the Kaiyang realm. Then I'll be able to draw on my special ability again, which will give me more confidence for the upcoming 100 Schools Grand Competition. Time passed slowly, and after an unknown amount of time, accompanied by the creaking sound of a door opening, Phony also came out of his cultivation state. Yao Tianyu appeared in front of the cabin. The two looked at each other and asked in unison. It worked? Both of them understood what it meant to have successfully asked each other questions. Phony nodded with a smile first, then his eyes changed, and double pupils appeared, with the sun, moon, stars and constellations of the heavens constantly flashing in his pupils. Seeing this, Yao Tianyu smiled from the bottom of his heart. After thousands of years, the legacy of the Yao family ancestors had finally been restored. Although it wasn't obtained by the descendants of the Yao family, it can still be passed down. This can be considered as fulfilling one of our ancestors' last wishes. I hope you won't tarnish the reputation of my Yao family ancestors. Also, I've already translated this supreme law of the alien race. Take a look. Phony quickly stepped forward and took the papers from Yao Tianyu's hands. The text was densely covered with words, and the first thing that caught the eye was the 5 characters Thunder Supreme Law. The cultivation method of the Thunder Supreme technique is described in detail later. Phony only glanced at it briefly before putting it away, intending to study it slowly after he went out. Thank you, Grandpa Tianyu. You've been staying in the forbidden area not only to guard it, but also to see if anyone can inherit the Yao family's legacy. Yao Tianyu did not deny it, but simply said, You've achieved your goal, now get out. Phony opened his mouth, originally wanting to ask about his relationship with his grandparents, but now he didn't know what to say. He could only bow once before leaving the forbidden area of the academy. After leaving the academy's forbidden area, Phony plunged into the training room. Then he took out the paper containing the Thunder Supreme technique. Although Yao Tianyu had said that humans were not suitable for cultivating the techniques of other races, Phony still wanted to give it a try. With the Beidou space system as a god-level cheat, what can alien laws do? Following the cultivation method recorded above, Phony began to cultivate. As he entered a meditative state, his consciousness also appeared in the Big Dipper space. As soon as he entered, Phony noticed a change in the Beidou space. The mysterious paper next to the Big Dipper constellation above their heads disappeared, and a black hole appeared in its place. The progress bar below the black hole has now dropped to 1%. As time passed, wisps of black energy surged from the black hole and flowed towards Phony's body. The progress bar below the black hole is also slowly increasing. At this rate, the progress bar will reach 100% in a few months at most. Phony was looking forward to what kind of reward he would get when the progress bar was full. Could he possibly draw another alien law book? Unfortunately, Beidou space will not answer Phony's question. Phony also sat cross-legged in the Big Dipper space and began to cultivate. Now, not only was energy entering his body from the black hole, but a large amount of star power was also falling from the several Big Dipper stars that had been lit up. For the entire month, Phony spent almost all his time cultivating, practically neglecting to eat or sleep. Under his intense training, he finally broke through his cultivation level just before setting off to participate in the 100 Schools Grand Competition. The moment the realm was broken, a row of characters formed by the convergence of starlight immediately appeared in the Big Dipper space. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the Kaiyang realm. You are rewarded with one chance to draw an ability. Would you like to use it now? Use it now. Without any hesitation, Feng spoke directly. As soon as the words were spoken, the text before my eyes began to change. Power extraction in progress. Congratulations on winning the SS-level ability God's Domain. As the text dissipated, Feng also received information about the realm of gods in his mind. God's Domain. Once the domain is deployed, all teammates within it will be greatly enhanced. There is no limit to the number of teammates, and the domain moves with the user. The size of the domain expands as the user's strength increases. After reading the information about the God's Domain, Feng also learned that this ability was a support type ability. It's not very useful in one-on-one fights or when you're ganged up on, but it's a god tier skill on the battlefield. There is no limit to the number of people, and the size of the domain will also increase as one's cultivation level improves. In other words, as long as one's cultivation level is high enough, one can increase the strength of an army several times over. Coupled with Feng's own strength, Feng is confident that he can build an invincible army. With two battlefield divine skills already in hand, God's Domain and God of War, Feng suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for the day he could finally step onto the starry sky battlefield. With his current level of skill and strength, Feng is fully qualified to join the Blue Star Alliance army, but his academic credits are not yet sufficient to graduate. As long as he has enough credits, Feng can graduate early and join the Alliance army to fight on the star battlefield. Feng will then have the opportunity to quickly earn credits. Zuyings, located in Qinghai province, is the gateway to Kunlun. The best way to enter Kunlun is through Zuyings. This place is usually sparsely populated, and few people other than locals come here. However, Zuyings has been unusually lively in the past few days, with geniuses from academies all over China gathering here. As a bus came to a stop, Feng and the others from Tsinghua Peking University got off the bus. Chapter 108 Arrival at Kunlun. As soon as I got off the bus, a gust of cold wind hit me. Even though everyone present was a cultivator who had achieved mastery of body refinement, they still felt the chill that penetrated to the bone. Everyone looked up at the majestic, continuous mountain range ahead and was instantly captivated by the sight before them. As the ancestor of all mountains, Kunlun stretches across the heavens and earth like a creator god, its continuous peaks crushing the sea of clouds. Standing at the gateway to Kunlun and looking up, the layered mountains resemble thousands of silver-armored divine soldiers guarding the heavenly gate. The oppressive feeling that Kunlun Mountain gave Feng was several times stronger than the oppressive feeling he had when facing the alien supreme in the forbidden area of the academy. The soul of Kunlun, the ancestor of all mountains, reveals its sacred name without borrowing a single hair. The last person to get off the bus was the most senior vice dean in the college. His surname is Li and his given name is Yichen. With the strength of the third level of the heavenly realm, Tianxian realm, he was able to roam freely in China. Therefore, he led Feng and others to Kunlun to participate in the 100 Academy competition. Moreover, on the surface, he appears to be the only Tianxian realm expert, but who knows how many other people Qingbei Academy has secretly sent to protect this group of prodigies. After all, if proper protection isn't provided, the cult wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to assassinate China's top talents. However, the journey was smooth and they arrived safely at the foot of Kunshan. Just then, three figures flew in from afar. Three men dressed in Xinqing Division uniforms approached the group from Qingbei Academy, and one of them spoke first. My fellow hope for the future of China, you have had a long journey. Please follow me. For this grand competition of 100 academies, the authorities have drawn many people from the Xinqing divisions across China to maintain order. The group from Qingbei Academy followed behind the three powerful experts at the Xinqing city and level as they walked into Kunlun Mountain. As the group ventured deeper, they gradually heard a cacophony of voices ahead. In a valley ahead, many contestants had already gathered. They came from other colleges in China. As soon as the group from Tsinghua and Peking universities entered the valley, they were immediately met with a multitude of gazes. The people from the Xinqing division led everyone to an open space and then spoke. This is the location for Tsinghua and Peking University academies. Not all participating academies have arrived yet, so please be patient. Li Yichen nodded, expressing his gratitude to the three Xinqing division members who had led the way. The three then turned and left. Just as the three left, a hearty, aged laugh came from behind them. Haha, brother Yichen, it's been a long time. Li Yichen looked in the direction of the sound and a smile appeared on his face. Wang Huairen, I didn't expect that you would be leading the team from the Southern Xinjiang Academy this time. Wang Huiran walked up to Li Yichen, and the two started chatting like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. There are many things you wouldn't expect. Oh? A hint of surprise flashed across Li Yichen's face. It seems that Southern Xinjiang Academy is determined to win this competition among the top 100 academies? Hee, brother Yichen, just be prepared. Anyway, you won't be disappointed. The two chatted for a while before Wang Huiran turned and left. After he left, Li Yichen's expression immediately became serious, and he turned to Feng Yi and the others and whispered something. Although the Southern Xinjiang Academy is not among the 4 major academies, it has always been very strong and has been gaining momentum in recent years. You should pay close attention to it. Feng Yi and the others nodded. They had naturally heard of the reputation of the Southern Xinjiang Academy. Li Yichen seemed to remember something and continued to give instructions. By the way, besides the Southern Xinjiang Academy, you should also pay attention to Jinling Academy, as well as the other 3 academies of the 4 major academies. Jinling College? Feng Yi and the others were somewhat puzzled. Although Jinling was a famous city, Jinling Academy was not well known. They didn't understand why Li Yichen would single out this academy and warn them to be careful. In response to everyone's doubts, Li Yichen immediately offered an explanation. According to information obtained by the academy, Jinling Academy has also produced a very talented genius this time. The crowd was unconvinced, especially Han Li, who laughed dismissively. Amazing? How amazing? Is he as amazing as Feng Yi and Kanan? The others nodded in agreement. They had all previously considered themselves to be 1 in a million geniuses, no worse than anyone else. Only after witnessing Feng Yi's battle with Kanan did they realize how vast the gap was between themselves and true geniuses. Seeing the indifferent attitude of the others, Li Yichen's face immediately darkened. True strength always comes with the mind of an apprentice. The worst thing you can do in cultivation is to underestimate others. Remember this, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. If anyone loses a match because of underestimating their opponent, don't blame me for punishing you. Seeing that Li Yichen was really angry, Han Li and the others all shrank back and dared not say another word. However, Feng Yi and Kanan themselves did not show any change in their facial expressions from beginning to end. Kanan is naturally indifferent, while Feng Yi has never underestimated any opponent. Having lived 2 lives, Feng Yi naturally understood what Li Yichen was saying. Just then, Feng Yi clearly sensed a gaze fixed on him from afar. Feng Yi followed the gaze and saw an abnormally handsome boy staring at him. Even Feng Yi, a man, thought that this guy was indeed a bit too handsome. Most of the girls from other colleges in the valley were also secretly watching him. Feng Yi was a little confused. Why was this guy staring at him instead of looking at so many girls? Feng Yi raised his eyes and noticed that standing next to the excessively handsome boy was Wang Huiran, who had just come to chat with Li Yichen. Feng Yi nudged Zhang Liangchen beside him and asked, "Do you know that boy? He's from the Southern Xinjiang College." Zhang Liangchen followed Feng Yi's gaze and immediately exclaimed in surprise. "Holy crap, he's that handsome? To be honest, I'm a little jealous." However, after looking at it for a while, he shook his head in disapproval. "I don't know him, I've never seen him before, but I can ask around." After saying that, Zhang Liangchen immediately took out his phone and contacted an acquaintance at the Southern Xinjiang College to inquire about the matter. A moment later, Zhang Liangchen said with a smile, "I found out that this guy's reputation at Southern Xinjiang Academy is no less than yours at Tsinghua and Peking universities, and he's also a freshman this year, just like you." Oh? Feng Yi became interested. It seems that China is indeed full of hidden talents. This guy's name is Yi Fan. His background is unknown. He single-handedly defeated everyone in the Southern Xinjiang Academy and won first place in the Southern Xinjiang Academy competition this time. Yi Fan. Feng Yi kept the name in his heart. Although Nanjiang College is not as prestigious as Tsinghua and Peking University colleges, it is still one of the top-ranked colleges among all colleges in China. Some predict that it won't be long before the 4 major academies of China become the 5 major academies of China. A top-tier academy will emerge in southern China.